After the parenting reality show went viral, the whole internet started calling me mom. My dad will never like you, so give up. Jiang Sui frowned as she looked at Lu Xuansuan, who had just flipped over the meal she prepared. Lu Xuansuan was 6 years old this year, the adopted daughter of her secret husband, Lu Yi, and therefore her daughter in name. Those big pretty eyes stared at her with pure disgust. Stop pretending. You think I don't know this is a reality show live stream? I'm not listening to you. Got it. Understood, Jiang Sui replied lightly. If you don't want to eat, then don't. I'm not hungry anyway. Lu Xuansuan's eyes widened even more, filled with anger and disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to coax her to eat? She wasn't acting anymore. How hateful. If she stopped acting, then how was she supposed to eat? She was still hungry. Nap time. If you're not sleeping, I am. I'm going to rest. Call me if you need something. After speaking, Jiang Sui casually swept the broken dishes aside and went straight to bed. Lu Xuansuan let out an angry snort, both furious and aggrieved. Meanwhile, the livestream bullet comments were an absolute bloodbath. The moment Jiang Sui lay down, the screen was filled with question marks. What kind of mother is this? No matter what, you can't starve a child. Did you guys really expect decent morals from Jiang, the queen of scandals and clout chasing? Sleeping? If you want to sleep so badly, go home and sleep. Jiang Sui, get out of the entertainment industry. How dare a woman this heartless show up in public? Is she sick? If she loves sleeping so much, maybe she has terminal or something. Hold on, aren't you guys curious about the dad Xuansuan mentioned? I heard it too. Didn't Jiang say Xuansuan was just her goddaughter? Who asked the dad? Got tea? I'm curious. Any tea? Who cares about some irrelevant actress gossip? I'm going to watch my snow baby. I came to this show for her, but ended up seeing this walking bad luck charm. 2E. Jiang Sui closed her eyes, digesting all the information from this new body. She had transmigrated again. This was the 99th time. She was so familiar with processing past life memories and new body memories that it was heartbreaking. Just minutes ago, she had been in an ancient palace. And she had finally schemed the emperor to death, ready to seize the throne herself when a bolt of lightning struck her and sent her here. What kind of cursed life was this? She was this close to becoming a beautiful empress with dozens of handsome male concubines to pamper her. Her pants were practically off, and then this. She quickly sorted out the current body's background. She was now in the story world of I Slack My Way to Conquering the Entertainment Industry. The plot was about the heroine, by Shishue, becoming the top star by slacking her way through life. And Jiang Sui was the cannon fodder female side character used as a foil for the heroine. When the heroine slacked off and told the kid to cook, Jiang Sui scolded the kid. When the heroine slacked off and had the kid wash up for her, Jiang Sui scolded the kid. When the heroine slacked off and did nothing, she was still scolding the kid. 2 years later, because of the heroine, Jiang Sui was hated by the entire internet, forced out of the industry, and died in a car accident at age 30 due to depression. She had been burdened with scandals since debut. Yes, she chased clout and had terrible acting skills, but she wasn't so bad that she deserved universal hatred. Her downfall truly began when she joined this variety show with the heroine, becoming the stepping stone for Bai Shishua's rise. She sighed quietly. Another reset. Another restart. System, congratulations, host, on starting life number 99. This will also be your final reboot. Jiang Sui snapped awake, snorting coldly. You finally decided to show up. This useless system barely appeared in her last life. She thought it had died. System, well, you were too absorbed in palace scheming last time. I was afraid showing up would interrupt your performance. Jiang Sui. Chapter 2, The Parenting Reality Show Goes Live. Host, you're amazing. The system chirped. Jiang Sui blinked. Can you not talk like a person? It's creepy. System. Wait, she suddenly paused. What did you mean by the last restart? It means you won't transmigrate anymore. This is your final life. If you live well and break free from the original script's resistance, you can live out this lifetime until natural death. Jiang Sui's eyes lit up. I finally don't have to transmigrate again. Although each transmigration meant revival, she had never been able to enjoy a complete lifetime. Some lives lasted only a few years, some decades, some even hundreds of years. She long gone numb. Hearing this now made her truly excited. System, correct. Your mission is complete. As a reward, you'll regain part of your abilities from your other worlds. System, Jiang Sui, in this life live well. Jiang Sui fell asleep smiling. Bullet comments. Why do I feel like Jiang Sui looks peaceful? Same here, it's kinda scary. Who sleeps with such a serene smile? She's totally faking it. At this time, Jiang Sui's livestream wasn't very popular. Most viewers had run off to watch by Shishua's slacker-style parenting. Only a few passers-by and Jiang Sui's pitiful handful of fans remained. Jiang Sui woke up right on time. After so many transmigrations, she could perfectly control her sleep duration. Lu Xuansuan stood at a distance, glaring at her while crying in grievance. You're hungry now, huh? Jiang Sui chuckled. She got up, walked into the small kitchen, took out 2 eggs and some noodles, and quickly fired up the stove. In no time, 2 bowls of tomato egg noodles were placed on the table. Stop crying. Come eat, she urged. Lu Xuansuan hesitated, torn between pride and hunger. If you don't come over, I'll just eat both bowls, Jiang Sui said, rolling up her sleeves. Lu Xuansuan swallowed hard. She stubbornly huffed, I'm not eating. All right then, I'll eat it. Jiang Sui reached for the child's bowl. Lu Xuansuan immediately rushed over and protected it like treasure. That's mine. You can't eat it. Jiang Sui reluctantly let go. HMPH, little brat. I fought palace battles for several lifetimes and you think you're hard to handle? Watching the mother and daughter happily eat noodles, the live stream's comment section began to shift. Oh, this made me smile like a mom. Same here, suddenly feeling emotional. Xuansuan's just a bit sunder. Jiang Sui doesn't seem that terrible. She starved the kid for so long and she's not terrible? Right? Poor kid's starving. Not her biological child, so she doesn't care. Hello? Didn't your mom ever let you go hungry when you refused to eat? Off topic, but doesn't Jiang Sui cook surprisingly well? She used to throw the egg away and put the shell in the pan. But that tomato egg noodle looks delicious. LOL, I just came from the other live stream. Bai Shishua told her son to cook and he burnt everything. Compared to that, these two are eating like royalty. Jiang Sui knew there were cameras everywhere. This show was practically full-angle live streaming. Although she didn't care about being hated, her heart was already colder than a knife that had filleted fish for 10 years. This was her final life, her only complete life. If she wanted a comeback, she had to change this body's original cannon fodder fate. She had done this many times before, but this time she had no do-overs. No recklessness. No self-destruction. She had to live well. The original Jiang Sui never cooked princess type, never touched spring water, allergic to kitchens. But after transmigrating through so many worlds, a simple tomato egg noodle was nothing. Even a Manchu Han imperial feast wouldn't faze her. No one knew the suffering of having once transmigrated into a royal kitchen chef. Chapter 3, the control group for the female lead who was doing nothing. Xuansuan licked her lips, looked at Jiang Sui awkwardly yet proudly, and asked, I'm done eating. Is there any more? Jiang Sui glanced at Jiang Sui, who had even finished the soup, and said, that's all. It's hard for children to digest too much. If you like, I'll make it for you next time. Lu Xuansuan is a spoiled little girl. She's not inherently bad, just arrogant. The original owner of this body wasn't exactly kind to her either, so the two of them were constantly at odds. Jiang Sui likes Lu Yi, but Lu Yi is indifferent to women and has never touched her since they got married. He can't even see her. So he tried to work on Lu Xuansuan, but Lu Xuansuan was spoiled and never treated Jiang Sui politely. Jiang Sui also had a bad temper, so the two never got along. In the live variety show, Jiang Sui originally wanted to establish a strict mother persona to gain fans. However, this backfired, making Bai Shishue the contrasting example of someone giving up, and her relationship with Lu Xuansuan deteriorated completely. Lu Xuansuan scoffed and said smugly, don't think you can please me just because your noodles are good. Oh, I thought you were trying to flatter me by praising my noodles, Jiang Sui replied. Lu Xuansuan retorted angrily, I didn't. Jiang Sui lazily replied, Lu Xuansuan gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Jiang Sui. HMPH, just you wait, when daddy comes back, she'll go and complain. She'll definitely kick this annoying woman out of the Lu family. Live stream chat. This mother and daughter's interaction is hilarious, har har har. Xianbao is so cute when she pouts, give auntie a kiss. I didn't expect Jiang Sui to be so warm-hearted towards her daughter. I apologize for the vicious things I said to her before. Look how much Xianbao drank the soup. This tomato and egg noodle soup must have been delicious. Jiang Sui is such a good cook. Could she be acting alongside Lu Xuansuan? Why don't you act it out? People with dark minds see darkness in everything. After dinner, Jiang Sui received a card from a staff member informing her that the director wanted everyone to gather outside, saying that a new mission had been assigned. Jiang Sui glanced at the sun outside the window. The live-streamed variety show was being held in a resort, and it was the height of summer, so the ultraviolet rays were very strong at this time of day. Jiang Sui pulled out the sunscreen and, seeing Lu Xuansuan who was about to run outside, immediately pulled her back. Why are you running? She said as she rubbed sunscreen on her hands and then onto Lu Xuansuan's body. Mind your own business. Lu Xuansuan tried to push Jiang Sui away, dissatisfied. I don't want to wipe it. But Jiang Sui quickly captured her and smeared sunscreen all over her exposed body. Children's skin is naturally delicate, and with the sun so strong outside, especially in the south, if I don't apply sunscreen to her, her skin will probably peel off. Alright, let's go. Jiang Sui took Lu Xuansuan's hand and walked out. Lu Xuansuan tried to shake off Jiang Sui's hand, but Jiang Sui held on tightly and she couldn't shake it off at all. She glared angrily at Jiang Sui's retreating figure. At this moment, a comment suddenly appeared in the live stream chat. Did I see that right? It looks like Jiang Sui just used a grappling move. However, because there aren't many people watching Jiang Sui's live stream right now, it hasn't attracted much attention. After a while, someone finally posted a message. It seems so. I'm a police academy student, and Jiang Sui's little move just now was a grappling technique we're learning, but she was much gentler. When Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan arrived at the meeting place, almost everyone had arrived, except for Bai Shishue and her son. Why haven't they arrived yet? The staff member frowned. Bai Shishue likes to arrive late on set, it's a habit of hers. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Sui glanced at the person who spoke. The woman was named Shumanman, a third or fourth tier actress. Her persona was that of a typical green tea, a manipulative, scheming woman. It was also the stepping stone that made Bai Shishue a star. Chapter for the director's team's tilted butt. Another glamorous woman, holding a little boy's hand and wearing sunglasses, said discontentedly, is being late on set something to brag about? Shumanman immediately chimed in, Sister Lan is right, but Shishue might have something come up. There are always unexpected things that can happen when taking care of a child. The woman wearing sunglasses is named Li Lan. She has won the Grand Slam of Best Actress Awards and is a very shrewd person in private. Therefore, compared to Bai Shishue's sudden rise to fame after giving up, Li Lan was also unfairly dragged down. After all, as a supporting character, no matter how much effort one puts in, it's not as good as Bai Shishue's ability to simply give up and still have a constant stream of resources and good luck. In other words, all these mother-son and mother-daughter pairs participating in the variety show were there to help Bai Shishue become a sensation. They are here, they are here. The staff member looked at the mother and son who were walking over lazily. Bai Shishue was dressed in casual home clothes and looked tired. He was still yawning when he arrived. Instead, a handsome young boy in front of her took her hand and pulled her over. Jiang Sui crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Should I say this or not, this little boy really does look like a little boss at such a young age. In this script, Bai Shishue was once the white moonlight of the male lead, a CEO, who was pregnant with his child. She returns 5 years later and is found by the male protagonist. The domineering male lead, who lost his white moonlight for 5 years, spoils the mother and son to the extreme in order to make up for it. Bai Shishue wanted to enter the entertainment industry, so she hired a professional team to create a persona for her and package her image, which quickly attracted a large number of loyal fans. The topic of her mysterious CEO husband has also landed her on numerous trending searches. The live stream room suddenly became lively. My Olaf is here. Har har har, my Olaf is so cute. Shuabao and Sichuan are so cute. They are my favorite mother and son pair, no arguments allowed. Shuabao looks like she's not fully awake yet, har har har, she actually let her son bring her here, how could she even think of that? Oh, I wish I had such a little angel son. Even though he always has a grumpy face, he still can't ignore his mom, har har har. Bai Shishua yawned and said helplessly, why can't you let me sleep a little longer? Can your production team give all these tasks to my son? I haven't even ranked up in the game yet. Ji Chuan also said seriously, just tell me what tasks you need, and I'll do them for my mom. Jiang Sui couldn't help but say, are you sure you can do it? I heard you messed up your cooking today. Aren't you afraid of food poisoning that will kill your mother? Ji Chuan's face tensed up instantly, and he glared angrily at Jiang Sui. Bai Shishua immediately said in a strange accent, don't say such vicious things, okay? You'll scare my son. This deliberate humor immediately made the fans in the live stream burst into laughter. Bullet comments. Har ha har har, my Olaf is the funniest person in the world. Help. This is hilarious. What kind of accent is that? Har ha har har. I'm dumbfounded. I never expected Shuabao to be so humorous. Compared to her, Jiang Sui seems so vicious and petty. I don't know what's so funny. Did Jiang Sui say something wrong? However, this sentence was quickly drowned out by other har 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 comments. Bai Shishua said impatiently, besides, the production team only provided so few ingredients, what delicious things can we make? Lu Xuansuan wanted to argue that Jiang Sui's cooking was delicious. But thinking about why he should help her, he simply shut his mouth and remained silent, fuming. But the tomato and egg noodles she made were really delicious. Jiang Sui crossed her arms, lifted her eyelids, and laughed, that's because you guys are incompetent. Bai Shishua was also losing face, and tried to save face by saying, yes, so you're just giving up. Chapter 5 triggers a hidden script. Live stream chat. Wow. I think Jiang Sui is kind of handsome. Jiang Sui, that year, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. I suddenly realized how beautiful Jiang Sui is. Ladies, I'm going to become a fan of her looks. Who does Jiang Sui think he is, daring to talk about our Shuabao like that? Yeah, so you're just giving up. Yeah, so you're just giving up. Within seconds, the entire live stream chat was flooded with jokes about giving up. Of course, Jiang Sui and the others are unaware of the fierce battles unfolding in the comments section. But she knew that Bai Shishua had gained a large following from the moment she appeared on the variety show with her laid-back attitude towards life and her inexplicable sense of humor. The director clapped his hands and laughed, all right, Xiao Chuan's mom, wake up. After we finish this task, our production team will help you level up, okay? Bai Shishua immediately replied, okay, but I'm afraid you're too bad and will hold me back. His disdainful tone immediately made the production team burst into laughter. Jiang Sui rolled her eyes. The production team was completely biased. It's obvious they want to promote Bai Shishua and help her establish the persona of an esports girl, or rather, an esports mature woman. As expected, the live chat was flooded with comments that won over fans. Wow, is Bai Shishua really that good at games? Does she mainly play support or jungle? Is there anyone who doesn't know that our Olaf is the queen of the wild? If so, I'll be heartbroken. Esports girl online disdains noob players, har ha har ha har har. What rank is Olaf? Could you give me a chance to play with him? The esports girl persona remains strong.ipg. Wow, so celebrities play games too. That means I'm practically playing games with Bai Shishua now, har har har. After laughing, the director said loudly, now that everyone's here, I'll start announcing the tasks. Our mothers and babies have just finished eating, right? Of course, they need to digest properly after eating, so we've prepared a little task for them. He looked at the track that had been set up in advance. Here, we've created a simplified version of their Ironman triathlon. The requirements are simple. Several pairs of mothers start from the course at the same time, and the first pair to pass the final checkpoint wins and gets priority in choosing a house tonight. Everyone looked toward the triathlon course. This simplified version of the triathlon consists of 3 smaller events. The first is a running track, the second is an obstacle course with 3 tiers of piers, and the third is a suspension bridge with a relatively large span. Actually, this project isn't difficult, but the challenge lies in reaching the finish line together with your baby. With the preparations complete, the competition was ready to begin. Lu Xuansuan, who was being led by Jiang Sui, looked unwilling, but her eyes glanced at Bai Shishua's son, Ji Chuan. Immediately, alarm bells rang in Jiang Sui's mind. System, congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden script. Another script was quickly inputted into her mind. Ji Chuan, as the second-generation domineering CEO, is the dream man of all girls, and Lu Xuansuan, who has known him since childhood, is deeply in love with him. However, Lu Xuansuan was given the role of a rich, beautiful, and ill-tempered supporting character. After Ji Chuan grew up, he pretended to be with Lu Xuansuan for the sake of his career, which indirectly led to Lu Xuansuan breaking with her family and the Lu family going bankrupt. Later, he tormented Lu Xuansuan to the point of near death for the sake of his beloved Xiao Baihua. Then, Xiao Baihua fell seriously ill with kidney failure. Ji Chuan somehow learned that Lu Xuansuan's kidney was a match for Xiao Baihua's, and forced Lu Xuansuan to undergo surgery to donate her kidney to Xiao Baihua, causing Lu Xuansuan's family to be destroyed and her to die in despair. Jiang Sui's mind was a complete mess. Are you stacking buffs here? Chapter 6 Educating Lu Xuansuan, starting now. Families destroyed and people killed. In other words, if he doesn't interfere with this hidden script, he will still die young. She looked at Lu Xuansuan beside her. Such a pretty child, why does she have poor eyesight? What are you looking at? She tugged at Lu Xuansuan. Lu Xuansuan looked away, her face displeased. I wasn't looking at anything. Let me tell you, the better looking a guy is, the worse he is, she whispered. Especially guys like Ji Chuan, he's a real liar. Jiang Sui spoke with such seriousness that Lu Xuansuan blinked in confusion. Although Jiang Sui's voice was very soft, there was a microphone that picked up the sound. So the live chat was immediately flooded with har 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 har. What's going on? Har har har, I almost believed what you were saying. Jiang Sui, you really are something else, har har har. Little Xuansuan says, I'm too young to fool me. Sui is right, the better looking a man is, the more likely he is to lie. I know this all too well. Please elaborate on the preceding points. But Xuansuan and Sichuan are also a great couple, childhood sweethearts. I won't say whose CP factor was involved. Shut up, my Shuabao's son wouldn't be interested in Jiang Sui's daughter, okay? Do you think Ji Chuan is so noble? With a lazy old mother like Bai Shishua, whoever marries Lu Chuan is doomed. Stop arguing, can't I just watch the live stream in peace and quiet? The live stream chat was filled with heated arguments because of Jiang Sui's words. Jiang Sui and her teammates have already begun preparing for the competition. I don't want to compete, you compete by yourself. Lu Xuansuan started throwing a tantrum again. The weather was already hot, and the obstacles in front of her made her irritable. It's okay if we don't participate, none of us will. Anyway, the worst house is just a few holes and lots of rats crawl onto the bed at night. It's alright, we can just bear with it. Jiang Sui said very understandingly, and patted Lu Xuansuan's little face. Lu Xuansuan's face immediately turned frightened. If we participate, can we get first place? Can we stay in the best rooms? Lu Xuansuan asked hesitantly in her sweet, childlike voice. Jiang Sui smiled, patted her head, and said seriously, as long as you participate, we will definitely win. Lu Xuansuan's eyes lit up too. You're not allowed to lie to me, or I won't talk to you anymore. I'm not lying to you, Jiang Sui promised. Lu Xuansuan is young, and although she has never had a good relationship with Jiang Sui, children are also easy to forget and won't hold grudges for long. One's attitude toward oneself largely depends on one's attitude toward her. Lu Xuansuan then agreed to participate in the competition, and Jiang Sui stood on the starting line with her. At this moment, Bai Shishua dragged a cart out from somewhere and lay down on it. Son, mommy is counting on you, she said in a tone that conveyed a heavy responsibility. Ji Chuan sighed helplessly, okay, mommy. Live stream chat area. Har 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 har, grass a type of plant. Snowball, what are you doing? Har har har, how could you even think of that? This is a clear indication that they are determined to take this tanking approach to the very end. I would call her Bai Shishua, the goddess of variety shows. That wooden cart is hilarious. What will happen to Xiao Chuan? What can you do with your own elderly mother? Spoil her, har har har. Seeing Bai Shishua's lazy demeanor as she sat on the wooden cart, Jiang Sui immediately seized the opportunity to lecture Lu Xuansuan. Look, don't they seem a bit mentally unstable, like they are not very bright? Being unintelligent can be hereditary, you know what that means. Lu Xuansuan shook her head. For 6-year-old Lu Xuansuan, the word heredity is still too profound. Jiang Sui, what I'm saying is, their whole family are idiots. Do you understand? Lu Xuansuan nodded, then asked curiously, are they all idiots? Jiang Sui hummed in agreement. Lu Xuansuan frowned, her pretty eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes were filled with disdain as she looked at Ji Chuan. She doesn't play with idiots. No one in kindergarten plays with the kids who are called idiots. Chapter 7, No Martial Morality. Seeing Lu Xuansuan's disdainful look, Jiang Sui smiled with satisfaction, keeping his accomplishment hidden. And the live stream chat at this moment. The screen was filled with question marks, covering the entire chat area of the live stream. Shui, you're completely giving up. But the first person has the priority to choose a room. Don't you think about Xiao Chuan? Shu Manman said with a smile, holding her daughter's hand. Actress Li Lan glanced at Bai Shishua, frowned, and then shook her head. Bai Shishua said lazily, don't worry, my son is used to it. As for their house, we'll leave it to fate. It doesn't matter where we live. Jiang Sui, holding Lu Xuansuan's hand, said, don't move at the beginning. Lu Xuansuan gave an unhappy oh. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The 4 pairs of mothers rushed towards the finish line. Ji Chuan pushed the cart with all his might. Although it had wheels, it was still quite strenuous for a 7-year-old boy. Bai Shishua sat on the cart, holding a small flag in her hand, and weakly shouted, son, keep going. Son, keep going. In Jiang Sui's opinion, Bai Shishua was simply an idiot. She didn't care how many fans Bai Shishua's slacking off would gain her. But she knew that their playing dumb persona was insignificant in the face of absolute excellence and strength. Especially when this kind of giving up didn't bring her any benefits. Moreover, Bai Shishua's apparent surrender was not a true surrender. Instead, they want to use this persona to gain fans and obtain more resources. Bai Shishua's sudden rise to fame was due not only to her persona but also to the influence of the man behind her. In addition, she had no rivals at all. But things are different now. As long as she doesn't let Bai Shishua benefit, her act of giving up will be meaningless. 4 pairs of mothers and their children set off together, with Li Lan and her son running at the very front. Bai Shishua and her son were at the end. After all, a 7-year-old child dragging his elderly mother along, no matter how strong, could not possibly outrun someone running normally. Although overall we weren't running very fast because we were holding the child's hand. Go, son. Go. Bai Shishua shouted rhythmically. Amidst the cheers and laughter in the live chat. Suddenly a sentence popped up. No way. Jiang Sui has no martial ethics. What? This actually works. Ha 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 ha, Sui, your uncle spoils her dad. Xianbao looked completely bewildered, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Under the cover of this barrage of comments, Jiang Sui scooped up the bewildered Xianxian and rushed towards the road. So fast. Even the cameraman filming them didn't realize what was happening. Li Lan and Shumanman were still running when they felt a gust of wind blow by. When they saw Jiang Sui carrying her daughter over, the 2 of them were stunned. How could she run so fast while holding a daughter? Could Jiang Sui be a hidden retired Olympic athlete? The director panicked, hurry up and film. Can't you see everyone's out of the frame? Because this was Jiang Sui's last time traveling through time, the system randomly assigned her the abilities she had previously acquired as a reward. Superb athleticism and physical fitness, combat strength is one of the random rewards. After all, in several of her past lives she had transmigrated into the bodies of assassins and secret agents. So carrying Lu Xuansuan was no pressure for her at all. With the sun so scorching, it's no wonder the kids get heatstroke after running around like that. The production team had communicated with Bai Shishua's backing company beforehand for all of these projects. They probably thought this would give her more screen time to highlight her playing dumb persona, which is why they decided on this option. Jiang Sui ran all the way to the end of the track, put Lu Xuansuan down, and looked at the high platform in front of her. Get on, I'll carry you. She squatted down. Chapter 8. She actually jumped with one hand. Lu Xuansuan instinctively climbed onto Jiang Sui's back. Hold me tight, use your legs and arms to push, Jiang Sui whispered. Lu Xuansuan immediately hugged her tightly like an octopus. Live stream chat. What is Jiang Sui trying to do? She's not going to jump up there with Xuansuan on her back, is she? Jiang Sui, let's not pretend to be cool this time, okay? Be good, listen to me. It's just a game, why are you taking it so seriously? Exactly, isn't it great to have someone like my Shueshue, so carefree and leisurely, taking her slacking off to the extreme? Is Jiang Sui a sore loser? Jiang Sui, put Xuansuan down right now. If anything happens to Xuansuan, I'll curse you to death. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Sui carried Xuansuan on her back, and with one hand supporting her, easily jumped up. And he even carried Xuansuan on his back and jumped 3 steps in a row. Each step was only 1 meter high, but she jumped so easily. Some people even noticed that Jiang Sui used one hand to hug Xuansuan from behind so that she wouldn't fall. In other words, she actually only used one hand. The production crew was stunned, they almost couldn't keep up with the camera. The comments section was buzzing with urging. Hurry up and follow. I want to see just how awesome Jiang Sui really is. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. See. If you're uneducated, you can only do what the previous one did. Holy crap. She really did jump with one hand. What's the camera doing? Hurry up and follow them to film. The hot-tempered guy started yelling, stop filming by Shishue. I want to see Jiang Sui and her daughter. Can't the production team listen to reason? Are you just here to let my VIPs watch people slack off on the show? What are you yelling about? It's just a game. So what if Shueshue is popular and gets a lot of screen time? Stop arguing. Look, Jiang Sui jumped down again. The platform is so high, yet she's carrying someone on her back and she's so steady. At this point, the camera kept switching between Bai Shishue and Jiang Sui's group. One moment it's a scene of Bai Shishue's group, a child pulling a cart while his mother is slacking off. One moment there's a shot of Jiang Sui carrying Lu Xuansuan as she jumps off the platform and lands steadily. Lu Xuansuan hugged Jiang Sui tightly, clinging to her back. She sobbed as she said, Jiang Sui, keep going. Jiang Sui smiled, then carried Lu Xuansuan on her back and rushed towards the suspension bridge in front. The suspension bridge spans 5 meters. It's called a bridge, but it's actually just a long cylindrical pillar. Mothers and babies need to work together, using safety belts to slowly move across the log bridge. The finish line is on the other side of the bridge. Xuansuan, do you believe me? Jiang Sui squatted down and looked at Lu Xuansuan. Lu Xuansuan looked at the pillar and her legs trembled with fear. Lu Xuansuan is afraid of heights. They simply didn't want to go up. Their host also explained, as you all know, Xuansuan mentioned her fear of heights at the beginning of the program. So, will Xuansuan be able to overcome this fear? What methods will Jiang Sui use to help Xuansuan bravely and successfully reach the other side? Let's wait and see. Xuansuan pursed her lips, almost crying, and said angrily, I'm scared, I don't want to go that way. I'm here, Mommy Jiang Sui will protect you, Xuansuan, don't be afraid, Jiang Sui gently comforted her. Lu Xuansuan nodded slightly, but after glancing at the suspension bridge, she still took 2 steps back in fear. Jiang Sui grinned, get ready Tilda. Lu Xuansuan raised her head. Just like before, hold on tight to me. Jiang Sui scooped Lu Xuansuan up again and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Lu Xuansuan immediately screamed, War, Jiang Sui, are you lying to me? Put me down. Put me down. Chapter 9 is not about confidence, it's about having the ability. Jiang Sui patted Lu Xuansuan on the back, close your eyes. When you open them, we'll be on the other side. Don't be afraid. Lu Xuansuan didn't know what Jiang Sui was going to do and thought he was going to put her on a narrow bridge. I was even more frightened. Help. I don't want to. I don't want to. But no matter how much Lu Xuansuan struggled, she couldn't get off Jiang Sui. Lu Xuansuan, listen to me, if you move again I'll throw you down. Jiang Sui threatened coldly. Lu Xuansuan immediately stopped moving, only sobbing and muttering something under her breath. At this point, the screen was filled with insults. Is it necessary to be so harsh on a small child? Xianbao, don't cry, let auntie hold you. Jiang Sui, are you even human? You can't treat someone who isn't your own daughter like this, can you? Could the production team ask Jiang Sui to leave this variety show? Let go of Xuansuan. Why are you yelling at her? Look at how Shua raises children. Seriously? You guys who are insulting Jiang Sui, don't you have mothers? Haven't your mothers ever yelled at you? Those who hurl insults, you'd probably leave behind relics after you're cremated, wouldn't you? Does Jiang Sui even deserve to be a mother? She disregards her child's safety, carrying Xian who's so scared. What, is she planning to fly there? Flew over there. She flew over. She ran right over there. And she wasn't wearing a safety harness. In the scene, Jiang Sui carries Lu Xuansuan and quickly walks across the log bridge. Despite the vast distance and the complete absence of safety harnesses, they reached the other side as if walking on flat ground. Because she was so fast, the cameras on the other side didn't even have time to capture her when she led the group over. He took a picture of her and then came over in a flash. When Lu Xuansuan was put down, she stared blankly at what was behind her, and then at Jiang Sui. His eyes immediately sparkled with admiration. Jiang Sui, you're amazing. I completely forgot how scared I had just been. The main problem is that Jiang Sui didn't give Lu Xuansuan a chance to be afraid before she arrived on the other side. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow and pinched her cheek. Didn't I tell you? With me here, nothing will happen to you. The director tugged at his assistant. Weren't they wearing seatbelts just now? It seems so. Yes, she wasn't wearing any. She just started past like that. The assistant nodded. The director was so scared his legs almost went weak. That's quite a height. If something goes wrong, and this is being broadcast live, he'll be torn to shreds by the audience. Fortunately, Jiang Sui and the others were unharmed. Although most of the camera focused on Bai Shishua and her son, and Jiang Sui and her group didn't get much screen time, many viewers moved from the main live stream to Jiang Sui and her daughter's private live stream. Jiang Sui and her daughter, who were the first to reach the finish line, are currently being interviewed. Their host was also very excited. I'm curious to everyone how you all got through that just now. It was so amazing, even I was startled. Jiang Sui gave a perfunctory reply, that's how I grew up. I've always been quite athletic. You brought your child along and didn't wear a seatbelt. Didn't you think about the possibility of an accident? Jiang Sui, that's impossible. With me here, Xian will be fine. You're too confident. You could get hurt if you fall, the host said in surprise. Jiang Sui, it's not about confidence, it's about having the ability. Ahem. But Xian has a fear of heights. Bringing her here like this isn't good for her to face her fear and overcome her psychological barriers, is it? The host continued to ask. Jiang Sui patted Lu Xuansuan's little head beside her. You adults all know that forcing others is wrong, so why are you so harsh on children? With me here, Xian doesn't need to face her fears or overcome psychological barriers. I will protect her. Although Lu Xuansuan was too young to understand everything, she could roughly grasp what Jiang Sui meant. She was somewhat surprised, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Sui no longer held the disgust she used to have. If you're going to delve into Chapter 10, please do so thoroughly. Their host's intention in the interview was to embarrass Jiang Sui, thereby generating some buzz and traffic. But Jiang Sui's answers left him speechless. Although it sounds like a big surprise, it's a bit different from the script given by the production team to suppress Jiang Sui and elevate Bai Shishua. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Viewers who saw this interview flooded the live stream's chat with comments. Wawar, Jiang Sui is right. I'm also afraid of heights. Every time my teachers and parents tell me to overcome this fear, I feel like there's nothing in this world worth living for. Who understands this feeling? I understand. I really hate being forced to do something I hate. She said she would protect her. Today was another day of tears for family, it was so touching, sob. Wait a minute, can anyone answer me why Jiang Sui is so amazing? That pillar. And that log bridge. This is something no ordinary person could do, okay. Jiang Sui is so amazing, could she be a secret agent hidden in the entertainment industry? If you're going to dig deep. Our Sui is such a treasure. She's surprising me more and more. Holy crap, I'm totally stunned. Jiang Sui is amazing. I apologize for cursing Jiang Sui just now, sob. I was blind to her greatness. From today onwards, you are my mother, and I will listen to whatever you say. That sounds nice, anyone can say nice things. But if someone actually fell, I'd like to see if she could still say those words. Exactly. They don't care about Xianxian at all. What if something happens to her? I think it's because she's not their biological daughter that they are so irresponsible. Hey you haters, isn't what you're saying the same as if your mother had sat on you and killed you when you were born, and you'd still be laughing? I'm dying of laughter, har har har, the girl above is so sarcastic. I won't read a bookstore if it doesn't have your book. After Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan finished the game early, they found a shady spot to drink and rest. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the other three groups finally arrived at the finish line one after another. The last group, by Shishue and her child, arrived because it was taking too long. The production team also brought people to cheer on the mother and son group. When it came time to cross the log bridge, Bai Shishue screamed in terror and refused to go up. Her son couldn't do anything about it either, so he stayed with her and tried to reason with her. In the end, after taking too long, Ji Chuan had no choice but to drag his mother upstairs. In order to show how independent her son was under her lazy parenting style, Bai Shishue deliberately made Ji Chuan put on the safety suit and fasten the seat belt for her. The barrage of comments immediately erupted with praise from Bai Shishue's fans. Shue's parenting style is better. Xiao Chuan is so independent, unlike some people who try to raise their daughters like caged birds. Xiao Chuan is amazing. No wonder he's Shuebao's son. I'm tired of asking, how can I have a son like Xiao Chuan without any pain? However, Ji Chuan was still young and not a professional, so the seatbelt he fastened for Bai Shishue was not actually fastened properly. While crossing the log bridge, Bai Shishue and herself almost fell off. It terrified the production team and staff. If the staff hadn't reacted quickly, both the mother and child would have been injured. Chapter 11. This behavior is called being a giant baby. Bullet comments. You scared me to death. Please. Can't you leave professional tasks to professionals? Bai Shishue, do you even have a brain? Why are you letting a little kid do this? Where are those people who were just blindly praising this? Look, this is the kind of neglectful parenting style you're all raving about. Is Ogawa alright? Oh my god, that was terrifying. Har har har, you were just praising Bai Shishue and Ji Chuan's fans. Now you're not. Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan were resting not far from the finish line, so they also saw this scene. Xuansuan, what do you think? Jiang Sui wouldn't let any opportunity slip by for Lu Xuansuan to shatter her positive image of the Ji Chuan family. Xuansuan looked in Ji Chuan's direction and frowned. Ji Chuan's mother seems more like a child than I am. Also, Ji Chuan is too stupid. Jiang Sui nodded. That's right. Behavior like Ji Chuan's mother is called being a giant baby. You can't imitate that, understand? And children should do what children do. Don't try to be a hero, or you'll hurt yourself and others. Xuansuan wondered, does it harm others and oneself? Jiang Sui said, yes, if the staff hadn't caught them, the mother and child might have been disabled for life. Xuansuan looked at Ji Chuan and his mother and frowned deeply. Luckily, I don't have a mommy like that. Jiang Sui was very satisfied. In the original script, Lu Xuansuan liked Bai Shishue very much, and the two had a good relationship. Therefore, Bai Shishue deliberately created many opportunities for her and Ji Chuan to spend time together. That's why the hidden script appeared later. We must start averting our own and Xuansuan's tragic fate now. But what she didn't know was that now that there was a comparison, Lu Xuansuan actually felt that she was better than Bai Shishue. They have gradually lost their previous aversion and disgust towards her. Jiang Sui pointed to Li Lan, who was taking a break to read the script, and said, you should learn from Xiao Nan's mother. No matter what, you must always do your job conscientiously. Upon hearing this, Li Lan turned around and smiled slightly at Jiang Sui. Since I was waiting for Xiao Chuan and Xiao Chuan's mother and had a little time, I took a look at the script for the next filming. Sister Lan, you're still so hardworking, even participating in a live variety show. What are we little actors supposed to do when you're working so hard? Bai Shishue's voice rang out as she walked towards them. Although Li Lan's expression wasn't very good, she still gave Bai Shishue a face and said with a smile, the next movie is about to start filming, so I'm taking advantage of this time to think about it. Bai Shishue, Sister Lan, let me tell you, life is only a few short decades. You've spent your whole life working hard, and you haven't even enjoyed it before you kick the bucket. When you're filming a variety show, you should rest when you need to. Why work so hard? Look at me, I never really read the scripts. I just act as I feel like it, and the results are actually pretty good. So you might as well put down the script and take a good rest. Leland said with dissatisfaction, that's you. Everyone in the industry knows that Bai Shishue has a powerful backer. From the very beginning of her career, she has had incredibly good resources. Besides, her acting skills are good, but she must have worked hard too. She could tell at a glance whether their playing dumb persona was real or fake. It was just that everyone tacitly agreed not to expose it. Jiang Sui smiled faintly. Since you, Bai Shishue, are determined to give up, why bother caring about others? Whether Sister Lan rolls up or not is none of your business. You talk about giving up, but at the same time you're afraid of others putting in effort and you don't let others work hard. What kind of person are you? Chapter 12: The Mysterious Husband of the Resigned Female Lead. Livestream chat. I know how to do this one. It's called being both able to stand and act. Or, I suddenly find Bai Shishue incredibly annoying, just like my old roommate. She always says she never reads or studies, but she's always secretly going to the bathroom to read and do practice problems behind our backs. When she sees us doing practice problems, she deliberately plays with us and doesn't let us do our practice problems. Same roommate. Me too. I've been the one who failed several times, while she happily got among the top students. What Jiang Sui said is pertinent, correct, and to the point. Bai Shishue retorted with a smile, I just wanted to help Sister Lan relax. Hey Jiang Sui, why are you always targeting me? Do you have a problem with me? Jiang Sui laughed, where do you think I'm targeting you? Shouldn't you be giving up? Giving up means not caring about anything, so why would you think someone is targeting you? Bai Shishue was speechless after Jiang Sui's words, and her face turned somewhat ugly. Immediately, Lu Xuansuan felt that Jiang Sui was even more impressive. Jiang Sui can argue with people until they can't speak. At this point, the host came over and interrupted them, announcing the rankings and results. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Sui and her mother won first place and were given the right to choose the house first. Based on her understanding of the variety show script, Jiang Sui directly chose the best house. In the original script, this house was originally intended to be kept by Bai Shishue. One of her appealing points is that she managed to get the best house despite coming in last place. Jiang Sui, however, chose the worst house. Now that the two of them have switched places, Bai Shishue and her son have moved into the worst house. Wow! Mommy Jiang Sui, you're amazing! Lu Xuansuan jumped up happily. We not only came in first place, we actually got the best house. For children, nothing makes them happier than winning first place or getting the best. So Lu Xuansuan was so excited that she even added "mommy" after Jiang Sui's name when she called him. Bai Shishue's face turned green when she saw the house she had received. Her son, Ji Chuan, also frowned. The production team looked at each other in bewilderment. But since it's a live broadcast, they can't possibly change their house for them. All the viewers are watching. Jiang Sui smiled and said to Lu Xuansuan, look, Xuansuan, hard work always pays off. The harder you work, the luckier you get, right? Because we got first place, we got the best. Although hard work doesn't guarantee you'll get what you want, if you don't work hard, you can only wait for something to fall from the sky. Lu Xuansuan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Although she didn't quite understand what Jiang Sui was saying, she roughly understood that she had to work hard to get the best, and if she didn't work hard, she would end up like Ji Chuan and the others, living in the most dilapidated houses and being bitten by mosquitoes and crawled on by rats. To save face, Bai Shishue smiled and said to her son, wow, we can see the stars at night in our house, which they don't have. Ji Chuan kept a cold face and remained silent. After the room assignments were completed, Jiang Sui took Lu Xuansuan to the new room. Staff members helped bring the luggage over. As soon as Jiang Sui arrived, she heard the staff receive a phone call saying that Ji Chuan had suffered from heat stroke and that a doctor needed to be arranged immediately. Following this, two other pairs of mothers also experienced different symptoms of discomfort. Jiang Sui sneered inwardly. In this sweltering heat, making a child pull a cart for her was bound to cause heat stroke. The doctor arrived quickly. He was said to be Bai Shishue and her son's private doctor, arranged by Bai Shishue's mysterious CEO husband long ago. I'm always with the film crew, just in case something happens. Bai Shishue, who was originally scolded for causing her son to suffer from heat stroke, has become popular again because of her mysterious husband's arrangement. Lu Xuansuan bounced and rolled around on the new bed. Jiang Sui picked up her phone and started scrolling. On the entertainment section, her and Bai Shishua's trending topics were both at the top. Chapter 13 My secretly married husband called. Jiang Sui is awesome. Bai Shishua's lazy parenting style is hilarious. Jiang Sui and Bai Shishua had a fight. Should I work hard or just give up? Bai Shishua's mysterious CEO husband is so sweet. Is Jiang Sui a former athlete? The production team doesn't treat the guests like human beings. Ji Chuan suffers heat stroke. She casually scrolled through their search results, and in just a short while, the trending topic about Bai Shishua's mysterious CEO husband exploded. The trending topics were full of people envying and being jealous of Bai Shishua, and countless articles were published praising Bai Shishua as a pampered little wife who was spoiled rotten by her CEO husband. She gained countless new fans, who then took to controlling the comments section. That's because Shua is so outstanding, she has her husband completely under her thumb. War, my brother-in-law is so amazing. Who's so envious, they're crying. My brother-in-law is as domineering as ever. Who doesn't know how fiercely protective our mysterious brother-in-law is of his wife? Smile. Jiang Sui kept shaking her head as she watched. The next trending topic was the fan war between her and Bai Shishua. Fans of actress Li Lan and many passers-by also got involved. She also noticed that she had more fans than before. Even many passers-by have begun to criticize Bai Shishua's actions. No wonder Jiang Sui doesn't let Xuansuan exercise. Look at the other three besides Xuansuan. Which one is better now? One has heat stroke, and the other two are listless and uncomfortable. With such strong ultraviolet rays and the sun, how did the production team come up with this idea? I don't think Ji Chuan's heat stroke has much to do with the production team, it's purely Bai Shishua's fault as his mother. Exactly, Ji Chuan must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a mother like this, right? Hilarious. You were all criticizing Jiang Sui at the beginning, and now those who were criticizing her aren't going to apologize. She's protecting her child, and you're all still criticizing her. Maybe you all wish you had a mother like Bai Shishua who doesn't treat children like human beings. I hope you're reborn into her family in your next life. Smile. However, these negative comments about Bai Shishua were quickly suppressed. All the praise for Bai Shishua was pushed to the top. It's obvious that Bai Shishua's team got involved, along with her mysterious CEO husband. Wow, the power of money. As she was engrossed in scrolling, her phone suddenly vibrated. She answered the call instinctively without checking the caller ID. Hello? Who are you? There was no response from the other side at first. Speak, I'm busy. Jiang Sui glanced at Lu Xuansuan, who was already sleepy. He went over and took a blanket and covered her with it. Lu Xuansuan lifted her heavy eyelids and glanced at Jiang Sui before falling asleep. Is Xuansuan all right? A deep, pleasant male voice came from the other end of the line. The sound startled Jiang Sui so much that she almost dropped her phone. She glanced at the caller ID on her phone again. Lu Yi. Isn't this her secret husband? She walked over and calmly covered the cameras around her. The man watching the live stream frowned. Xuansuan is doing well. Jiang Sui recalled her secret marriage with Lu Yi in her mind. Is there anything I can help you with? She asked politely. I heard you took Xuansuan to participate in the show. You didn't tell me about this. His voice was cold and indifferent, but it sounded like he was questioning her. Jiang Sui remembered that her relationship with Lu Yi had never been very good. Basically, she was a simp, but Lu Yi was a heartless man who never showed any interest. Chapter 14 Lu Yi. So even after getting married, Lu Yi rarely went back to their villa. In the original script, she brought Xuansuan to participate in the program, which resulted in Xuansuan getting injured. Lu Yi flew into a rage and became extremely angry. Lu Yi filed for divorce. But the original owner absolutely refused to agree. Oh, this is my fault, I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. Jiang Sui apologized first. Don't worry, I will take Xuansuan back safely. Lu Yi gave a faint hum and said, Xuansuan is still young, so protect her. Don't worry, with me here, Xuansuan will be fine, Jiang Sui said politely. If you need my help with anything, just give me a call, Lu Yi's indifferent voice came through. For Xuansuan's sake, I'll lend a hand. Jiang Sui spoke faster than she thought, what you're saying is underestimating me. It's just a small, shabby variety show, it doesn't need you at all. After saying that, there was silence on the other end of the phone. But even though he didn't speak, Jiang Sui could feel that oppressive aura through the phone. In Jiang Sui's opinion, with her own abilities, she doesn't need anyone's help to make a small variety show. Although she didn't know anything about her secretly married husband's background. Even now, she still doesn't know what Lu Yi does, she only knows that he is very rich. But she doesn't need a man to help her with things she can handle herself. Man. It will only affect the speed at which she draws her sword. But after she finished speaking, she realized that her words might have hurt the man's pride. Since she needed to change her future destiny, she should try not to strain her relationship with Lu Yi. Ahem. What I mean is, since I brought Xianxian out here, I will definitely bring her back safely. She said seriously. He replied indifferently. Jiang Sui suddenly remembered something. By the way, the show will end in 3 days, can you come back for a visit? The man in front of the live stream frowned slightly. When Jiang Sui heard that he didn't answer immediately, she assumed that Lu Yi thought she was trying to trick him into coming back to seduce him. She immediately added, I have something to discuss with you. She wants a divorce. Of course, they can only leave after Lu Yi returns. Otherwise, how can I get a divorce by myself? Okay. The man glanced at the calendar beside him. I'll come back when I have time after the show ends. Okay, I'll hang up now. After speaking, Jiang Sui hung up the phone. Only after hanging up the phone did she turn on the camera and microphone. After all, she has a persona. A single, obscure celebrity with a controversial yet popular persona. The secret marriage was Lu Yi's request, and no one knows how he managed to keep it so secret. In short, there have been no paparazzi reports or scandals about her marriage over the past year. She did have quite a few scandals with other male celebrities. The marriage contract also clearly states that the two of them are unrelated. Therefore, Lu Yi never interfered in her affairs in the entertainment industry. Yes, they never helped in the slightest, never asked a question, and never cared. He only sends her one sum of money each month. Lu Xuansuan is the daughter of Lu Yi's deceased brother. In order to prevent Lu Xuansuan from being pointed at and gossiped about at school, he made her call him Dad. She was the stepmother he found for Lu Xuansuan so that he could take care of her. At that time, Jiang Sui's father had just passed away and her family went bankrupt. In order to find a long-term meal ticket for herself, she set her sights on Lu Yi, who was driving a Maybach at the time, and pretended to be a weak and innocent girl to seduce him. Jiang Sui was very poor at that time. After Lu Yi glanced at her, he only asked her one question, can we get married? Jiang Sui was immediately captivated by the handsome man in front of her and nodded without hesitation. Perhaps in Lu Yi's eyes, Jiang Sui, who was penniless at the time, was easy to manipulate. He wanted to find someone without a background, so after she agreed to the marriage agreement, he took her to get the marriage certificate. Chapter 15. Ji Chuan wants to change houses. The agreement included 2 clauses, accompanying his daughter as she grew up and keeping the marriage a secret. For Jiang Sui at that time, whether or not she had a daughter was completely unimportant. All I need is to marry this man. Money and good looks have completely captivated her. After getting the marriage certificate, she learned that the daughter in the secret marriage agreement was not Lu Yi's biological daughter, but his brother's daughter, an adopted daughter. Since she wasn't his biological daughter, Jiang Sui didn't care much about her and didn't treat this so-called adopted daughter very well. The ordinary, honest girl that Lu Yi thought she was actually a restless person, not at all like the simple and unpretentious girl she initially appeared to be, and she was determined to break into the entertainment industry. In addition, Lu Xuansuan also said a lot of bad things about Jiang Sui, so Lu Yi became more and more dissatisfied and disgusted with Jiang Sui. Fearing that she might do something to Lu Xuansuan, he often brought Lu Xuansuan to his side. This time, Jiang Sui took advantage of the situation and brought Lu Xuansuan along when Lu Yi was busy and didn't have her with him. The other 3 children all experienced varying degrees of discomfort after participating in the triathlon games. Shuman Man is arguing with the production team because her daughter's skin is sunburned and even cracked. So we didn't do anything today and just rested in our rooms. The live stream chat praised Jiang Sui's foresight. Fortunately, Jiang Sui had applied sunscreen to Xianxian beforehand, otherwise she would have gotten sunburn too. As for those who criticized Jiang Sui for being too rude at that time, they all apologized. This even led some people to switch from hating Jiang Sui to becoming fans. Just as Jiang Sui was preparing to cook dinner, Jichuan arrived. "What are you doing here?" Lu Xuansuan asked, acting like a little mistress. Jichuan stared at Lu Xuansuan for a few seconds, then said, "My mom asked me to ask you if we can come over to sleep tonight." Jiang Sui came out when she heard the sound, and leaned against the door with her arms crossed. "Oh? What did your mommy say?" Jichuan said calmly, "My mommy said our house is too shabby and she doesn't want me to suffer. So she sent me to find Aunt Jiang Sui and ask if you could let us stay for one night." Livestream chat. War, please say yes. How can our little prince live in a place like that? It breaks my heart. Jichuan, I'm just a lowly, heartless begging tool. Our Sichuan is so sensible. Jiang Sui, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. That's right. No matter how hard life is, we can't let our children suffer. I just saw their house. They don't even have a toilet, and the house is drafty. How can anyone live there? Bai Shishua is good in this respect. No matter what, she can't let her children suffer. Before Jiang Sui could speak, Lu Xuansuan shouted, "You wish. I won't let you live in our house. It's your own fault for not working hard enough that you're living in this shabby place. You don't work hard enough, yet you want to live in our house. Dream on." Jiang Sui was a little surprised, then immediately applauded for Lu Xuansuan. This child is teachable. She looked at Jichuan and smiled. "Did you hear what Xuansuan said? You ran the race yourselves to be last, and you chose the house yourselves. If the last place person gets the same thing as the first place person, is that fair? Actually, if you were alone, Auntie would have liked to take you in, but didn't your mommy say she wanted to watch the stars with you tonight? Auntie can't separate you from your mommy." She patted Jichuan's shoulder kindly, "So, Auntie really can't help you anymore. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that Jichuan, this domineering second-generation CEO, would make a move on Xuansuan in the future, she could still barely manage to take him in. After all, she is quite friendly towards children. But she was determined to prevent Jichuan and Xuansuan from having any chance together. So, all she could do was apologize to Jichuan. Livestream chat. I used to admire Bai Shishua's carefree life, but Jiang Sui's words woke me up. Yes, if you don't work hard and you get the same result as someone who works hard, then what's the point of fairness in this world? Speaking of this, I remember when I was applying for graduate school in college, I worked so hard for so long, only to have my spot easily taken by a rich kid who was a poor student. I got so angry. Me too. I was initially a fan of Bai Shishua because of this variety show, but now I'm suddenly starting to doubt my values. Jiang Sui makes a lot of sense. If you don't work hard, you can only wait for a windfall. But who can actually get their hands on such a windfall? Bai Shishua is just slacking off because she has a husband who has that kind of ability. We ordinary people don't have that kind of luck. Damn it, I was suddenly on the defensive. You can say whatever you want, but why are you trying to put down Xuansuan? Just because some nobody can try to piggyback on Xuansuan's fame. Chapter 16 live stream turns into a food show. Jichuan's face flushed red, and he said coldly, "If you don't want me to stay, then don't give me any high-sounding reasons." After saying that, Jichuan turned and left. Lu Xuansuan made a face in the direction Jichuan left, HMPH. Jiang Sui patted Lu Xuansuan's little head. "Xuansuan, you see, it's wrong to get angry as soon as you're rejected. In this world, no one owes you anything, and no one has an obligation to help you. If you always feel that others have to help you, that's called moral blackmail, understand?" Understood. Lu Xuansuan nodded. Although she didn't like listening to Jiang Sui, there were some things she did listen to because Jiang Sui's mother made a lot of sense. Jiang Sui smiled kindly. "All right, let's go eat. I just made your favorite tomato and egg noodles, and also some Orleans chicken wings." Lu Xuansuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she ran towards the dining table. Jiang Sui smiled but didn't say anything. The world of children is simple. Although the rift between them has not been completely eradicated. But the current Lu Xuansuan is much cuter than the Lu Xuansuan who used to throw tantrums. So, in the live stream, Lu Xuansuan was enjoying Orleans chicken wings and tomato and egg noodles. Of course, there were more than just these on the table. There were also other snacks and side dishes that Jiang Sui had casually made with the limited ingredients. Its color is so enticing that it makes your mouth water just by looking at it. No matter what the circumstances, Jiang Sui has never wronged herself. Therefore, the food is quite elaborate. In an instant, Jiang Sui's live stream room turned into a food broadcast room. More and more people poured in. It smells so good. One person is writing a petition in blood for instructional videos. Me too. I can't take it anymore. I'm opening Are You Starving, and I'm ordering takeout. War, can Jiang Sui be my mom? I'm so drooling. Mom. I'm your long-lost daughter. I'm so hungry, can you come back and cook for me? Jiang Sui's cooking skills are amazing. Who said she couldn't cook? This is a huge slap in the face. While Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan were having a pleasant meal, Jichuan went to 2 other places, but he didn't stay there for free. Instead, he asked for some ingredients to take back with him. Perhaps Jiang Sui's rejection hurt Jichuan's pride, so he didn't ask the other 2 families about it. The live stream chat was immediately filled with expressions of sympathy for Jichuan's plight. In addition to gaining new fans, Jiang Sui's live stream was also flooded with Bai Shishue's fans who started spamming the chat with insults against Jiang Sui, calling her vicious, stingy, a stepmother, and even bullying children. Soon, the originally harmonious Jiang Sui live stream turned into a major battle between casual fans and Bai Shishue's fans. Jiang Sui's live stream also saw a surge in popularity, attracting more and more viewers. Jiang Sui wasn't looking at her phone, so she was unaware of everything happening online at that moment. After dinner, she helped Lu Xuansuan with her homework for a while, and then took Lu Xuansuan to bed. Lu Xuansuan, who usually dislikes getting close to Jiang Sui, actually moved closer to her while sleeping. Just as she was falling asleep, she opened her eyes slightly and glanced at Jiang Sui in a daze. Jiang Sui gently patted her shoulder. "Sweetie, go to sleep. I don't hate you today," she said softly, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Sui also closed her eyes. If her guess is correct, Bai Shishue's ability to gain fans should have already started to decline after today. Based on her experience of time travel, she knew that as soon as one place started to change, the butterfly effect would follow. As long as Bai Shishue doesn't become a national goddess by playing dumb and suddenly become famous, then her fate will also change. The next day. Any missions today? Lu Xuansuan asked curiously as she finished washing up. Jiang Sui glanced out the window, then did some mental calculations. It's going to rain heavily today, so stay in your room. How did you know it would rain heavily? Lu Xuansuan asked curiously. Jiang Sui casually replied, I guessed. She couldn't very well say that she was the one who did the calculations, could she? Yes, the system has also assigned the ability of metaphysics back to her. Chapter 17 Xuansuan is in trouble. She had transmigrated into the body of a metaphysical master in 2 previous lives, so she was very familiar with using it. She actually asked the system, can I cultivate immortality? If she could cultivate immortality, wouldn't she be able to live forever in this life? She might even be able to fly into space and take a look. But the system only replied with one word, get lost. Will it really rain? Lu Xuansuan asked again. While stretching his limbs, Jiang Sui said, well, it will start to rain heavily in about an hour. Perhaps because of yesterday's exercise, I woke up with a sore back and aching muscles all over. It seems that even though I've regained my abilities, my body still desperately needs some exercise and physical activity. Live stream chat. Has Jiang Sui revealed another hidden skill? You're exaggerating. The weather is so nice today, and the forecast said there would be no rain. That's just nonsense, probably a lie to Xuansuan. I'm dying of laughter. Did you guys see her just pretending to do fortune telling by pinching her fingers? No wonder she's an actress. If her acting skills were even half as good as they are now, I wouldn't have criticized her. Jiang Sui, how dare you stay here? If it weren't for you, Xue and Sichuan wouldn't have had to sleep in this rundown house last night. You made them catch a cold. Aren't you going to apologize? Go back to Bai Shishue's live stream and stop talking nonsense here, okay? Although Jiang Sui said that, Lu Xuansuan couldn't stay still and ran out to play. Jiang Sui went with her. Anyway, according to the production team, Bai Shishue and Jichuan caught a cold last night after being exposed to the cold wind, and the children in the other 2 groups also had to rest today because of mild heat stroke yesterday, so no activities were scheduled for today. But what Jiang Sui didn't know was that her live stream was currently extremely popular. Therefore, the production team wanted to add more screen time and highlights for Bai Shishue and her son. I gave them an extra little task today. Something terrible has happened. Jiang Sui, go check on Xianxian right away. A staff member rushed in. Even her manager, Tina, who had always worked behind the scenes, came over. Jiang Sui, go check on Xianxian first, something happened to Xianxian. Tina's face was also very pale. Jiang Sui's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant, and she immediately rushed out. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui's fans in her live stream were all posting. Jiang Sui, hurry next door and see if Xianxian is in trouble. I just came from next door. Xuansuan's eyes were all red from crying. It broke my heart. Jiang Sui, hurry. Baby Xianxian needs you. Crying loudly, I saw it. Xianxian fell so badly. What happened? She asked in a low voice as she walked. She needs to know what exactly happened. The production team just assigned Bai Shishue and Xiaochuan a task that was supposed to be done by the adults. It was to retrieve a task item from a small hill not far from their room. But Bai Shishue made Jichuan do it instead, and even made Xianxian go with her. As a result, Xianxian accidentally fell and bled a lot. When Jiang Sui arrived, Xianxian had already been carried to a chair by the staff. Her calves, covered in a skirt, were a bloody mess. She was hugging her legs and crying uncontrollably, a heartbreaking sight. The doctor will be here soon, Xianxian is all right, the staff reassured her. Although there is a doctor on site, the doctor is not always available, and the doctor lives some distance away, so it takes at least 10 minutes for them to get over. When Lu Xianxian looked up and saw Jiang Sui, she felt even more aggrieved, and her crying grew louder and louder. Jiang Sui immediately went over, hugged her in her arms, and calmly said, "Let me see." Chapter 18. Do you know the consequences of hitting me? Lu Xianxian cried out in grievance, "War, it hurts so much." Jiang Sui looked at her wound, searched around, and her gaze settled on a few green plants. Wait a moment. She got up and walked to the side to pick the herbs. He rubbed it in his hands and it quickly turned into a grass cake, which he then applied to Lu Xuansuan's legs. Baby Xianxian, hold it down and don't move, it will stop hurting in a moment, Jiang Sui comforted her. It's unclear whether Jiang Sui's calmness helped Lu Xianxian calm down as well. Ever since Jiang Sui came over and spoke her first words, her crying has gradually subsided. She nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Sui got angry. She stood up and looked at Bai Shishue, who was also comforting Ji Chuan on the other side. She walked straight over. Before Bai Shishue could even react when she looked up, Jiang Sui rolled up his sleeves, snap. He slapped Bai Shishue across the face. She said coldly, "You don't do your own tasks, but make children do them. If you cause someone else's child to die, will you pay with your life?" Bai Shishue was stunned by the slap. The production team and staff were also taken aback and were stunned. They even forgot to ask them to cut off the live stream. Jiang Sui, I admit I was wrong, but what's wrong with letting the children get more experience? Besides, Xiaochuan was there too. I didn't think your Xianxian would accidentally get into an accident. It was a complete accident. You can't put all the blame on me, can you? Bai Shishue retorted angrily. Jichuan also stood in front of Bai Shishue, adopting a domineering protective stance towards his mother, who gave you permission to hit my mommy. Lu Xianxian fell down on her own, what does it have to do with us? Jiang Sui looked at her and sneered, Bai Shishue, you always let your son Jichuan take the lead in everything while you cower in the back. Is this your way of raising children? If you hadn't encouraged Xianxian to go to such a dangerous place, would Xianxian have gone? I'm warning you, you can disregard your son, but if anything happens to my Xianxian, don't expect me to let you off the hook, she threatened coldly. Their hillside didn't look very high, but because it wasn't well maintained, it was full of rocks. Children have delicate skin, so any injury from a fall is bound to be serious. The production team only remembered something at this point. Live, the director shouted. The production team then realized what was happening and immediately cut off all live broadcasts. Jiang Sui walked over and picked up Lu Xianxian. Let's go back. Lu Xianxian looked at her with teary eyes, her lips pursed and her whole little face wrinkled. Sister Jiang, the doctor is here, a staff member called out timidly. Jiang Sui didn't even turn her head. Have him bring over some medicine for external injuries. Aren't you going to let the doctor take a look? Tina asked nervously. No need, Jiang Sui replied. Jiang Sui, Bai Shishue suddenly called out her name. Jiang Sui paused for a moment. You dare hit me? Do you know the consequences of hitting me? Bai Shishue's tone changed completely from before, and her voice was clearly filled with anger. Jiang Sui glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. TSK, the live stream's over, no more pretense. Trying to threaten me with your sugar daddy husband. Bai Shishue's face turned pale, but she didn't say anything despite seeing so many people around her. After leaving those words, Jiang Sui carried Xianxian back home. Just after she carried Xianxian back home, a sudden downpour began. The entire resort was struck by lightning and thunder. Chapter 19. Soothing a child, it's like anyone can do that. The rain poured down. Everyone was caught off guard and got soaked to the bone. The live stream was cut off at this point. But the internet exploded. Because the live stream wasn't turned off at the time, screenshots from that time were also posted online. Some even recorded the screen. This sparked a huge discussion online. The number of people who support Jiang Sui and those who support Bai Shishue is almost evenly split. Today is another day of loving Shui. Jiang Sui, what right do you have to hit someone? Your daughter fell on her own and it has nothing to do with our Shui. Apologize immediately. The rich woman, hungry, said, stop making excuses. If Bai Shishue hadn't insisted that Xianxian go with Ji Chuan, would Xianxian have gotten hurt? It was clearly her own task. She slacked off and harmed someone else's child, and now she's acting like she's right. She shuebao by Yao Guari, then blamed the production team. Who told them to arrange this task? It has nothing to do with our shuebao. Shuebao likes to slack off anyway, so it's normal for her not to do it. Sui Sui Mu Mu, I bet even if you Bai Shishue fans turn to ashes, you'll still be stubborn. Anyone with eyes can see that the production team deliberately added more screen time for Bai Shishue and her son, right? Now that things have gone wrong, you're trying to shift the blame. 666. Shishue baby be good, what's wrong with adding more screen time? It's because Shui Shui is popular that we added more screen time. The cavalry squad leader said, I think Jiang Sui is right. I was also bullied by others back then. When I went back and told my mom, she told me to bear it. But because I endured it, they bullied me even more, causing me to spend my entire adolescence in darkness. If my mom had protected me like Jiang Sui did back then, I don't think I would be like this today, crying whenever I think about the past. Sajifakai, hey upstairs, let me give you a hug. It's all in the past now. I also think that although Xianxian is just Jiang Sui's goddaughter, she has protected Xianxian very well. Little Bean, let me just quietly interject here. Didn't you guys notice that the timing of this downpour is exactly the same as the timing Jiang Sui mentioned? Jiang Sui put Xianxian down and checked her injuries again. Yes, the bleeding has stopped. Xianxian fell and injured herself. She touched it and found that no bones were broken, but her skin was torn and her flesh was ripped open, which was a shocking sight. Lu Xuansuan stopped crying and instead looked longingly at Jiang Sui. With a sob in her voice, she asked, will you scold me? Jiang Sui chuckled and pinched her little nose. Why would I scold you? It's not your fault. Lu Xuansuan pursed her lips. Jiang Sui used to scold her and even yell at her. She doesn't like being scolded, which is why she likes to talk back to Jiang Sui and scold her as well. What is this? Why does it stop bleeding and stop hurting when you put it on? She began to stare curiously at the grass cakes growing on the wound on her leg. Jiang Sui removed the piece of grass, saying, this is purple pearl grass, which can stop bleeding and relieve pain. She's lived this long. If she didn't recognize even this little bit, she'd have lived in vain. How do you know everything? Lu Xuansuan asked, her mouth agape, full of curiosity. Jiang Sui mimicked her, saying, because I'm an adult, of course baby Xianxian doesn't know anything. Lu Xuansuan smiled sweetly, does that mean that baby Xianxian has grown up and knows everything now? Jiang Sui nodded, yes. Of course, Xianxian is so smart, she must know everything. Soothing a child is something no one can't do. To grasp. Chapter 20. Dismissing the agent. At this moment, Agent Tina brought over the ointment for external injuries that the doctor had given her. This was brought by the doctor, quickly give it to Xianxian. Tina couldn't help but feel sorry for Xianxian when she saw the wound on her leg. The child is really suffering. And by Shishue, it's clearly an adult's task, why make a child do it? As she watched Jiang Sui apply medicine to Xianxian, she continued, those kinds of places are dangerous, not to mention children. Even adults have to be extremely careful. She's really willing to throw her brains away just to slack off. Jiang Sui replied indifferently, indeed, no brains. In fact, she discovered that Bai Shishue's character was starting to deviate from the original script. Although Bai Shishue in the original script was packaged, she was actually quite naive and innocent. She caused a lot of trouble in the entertainment industry, but her husband always managed to smooth things over. It's actually just a story about a doting wife disguised as a female lead novel. Overall, Bai Shishue in the original script was relatively kind. On the surface, she would refuse Ji Sichen's help and was unwilling to let others know about her relationship with Ji Sichen. But from the last sentence Bai Shishue said to her, Bai Shishue's character began to deviate from the original script. This is a good omen for her. This indicates that the script has already begun to be rewritten. But Jiang Sui, you're being too impulsive. Do you know who's behind Bai Shishue? How dare you hit her? Do you know how much of an impact this will have on you if it gets broadcast today? You're practically throwing your future away. Tina began to list Jiang Sui's mistakes, her expression turning serious. I warned you before you even got on this show to give way to Bai Shishue. This variety show is backed by her husband's investment. With her connections, it would be a piece of cake for her to blacklist you in the entertainment industry. I used to be able to find a way to clean up your messes, and even if your acting was good, I could still get you a pretty face. But now that this has happened, I can't help you anymore. You'll have to suspend your career for a while after the show ends. Tina's tone was one of disappointment and impatience. It's common knowledge in the industry that Jiang Sui has poor acting skills and a bad temper. If it weren't for the money and the fact that she looks good and has some potential, she wouldn't have wanted to take on this job. Originally, the idea was to use this variety show to gain exposure to the actress and leverage Bai Shishue's connections to make her career comeback. But she got herself into this mess. Lu Xuansuan looked at Tina, then at Jiang Sui, her little face full of confusion. Jiang Sui lifted her eyelids, looked at Tina, and said coldly, don't forget whose agent you are, what you do. Even if I cause a major disaster, you'll have to find a way to cover it up. You get what you're paid for, and if you can't do it, get out. In the original script, Tina was also a traitor who resigned after the show ended and even had a public feud with Jiang Sui. Just because Jiang Sui provoked Bai Shishue on the show, the man behind her had his men bribe Tina to betray her. Tina never expected Jiang Sui to say something like that. She was furious and shouted, Jiang Sui, do you think you could survive in this industry without me? Don't you know what kind of person you are? If it weren't for me, you would have disappeared long ago. Jiang Sui put Xuansuan's legs down. After the show ends, I'll give you a penalty for breach of contract. You can resign now. Her indifferent tone carried an air of domineering confidence, as if she were rich. Tina's chest heaved violently, and she laughed angrily, fine. Fine. You've taken my kindness for granted. Whoever signs a contract with a heartless ingrate like you will be cursed for 8 lifetimes. After saying that, she left, deliberately kicking the chair next to her hard as she went. Lu Xuansuan was startled and hid a little closer to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui frowned. Have the production team check if it's broken later. If it is, go find her and make her pay for it. Chapter 21. Thank you for protecting Xianxian. Anyway, having this woman around is a potential problem. It's better to resolve this sooner rather than later. When she was Jiang Sui's agent, she took a lot of kickbacks, and the resources she got were all lousy. She also took money to arrange several shady events. Fortunately, Jiang Sui came from a wealthy family, so she was able to cope with this kind of thing and escaped. Because of this incident, they changed their agent, which also defused a ticking time bomb. Did you two fight because of me? Lu Xuansuan asked softly. Although she is young, it doesn't mean she doesn't understand anything. Jiang Sui looked at her and comforted her, it's not because of you, it has nothing to do with you. Lu Xuansuan pursed her lips and furrowed her brows. Mommy Jiang Sui, I won't argue with you anymore. I know you argued with them because of me. I won't run around anymore and hurt myself again. She was already 6 years old, and she knew that Jiang Sui's mother had clashed with them because of her. Jiang Sui's mother was very angry because she was injured. Actually, Jiang Sui's mother is still good to her. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Xuansuan wasn't actually being unreasonable, she was just a bit sensitive because she had lost her parents. That's why she was hostile towards Jiang Sui, fearing that she would take away her family. In addition, Lu Yi hardly disciplined Lu Xuansuan, didn't know how to raise a child, and spoiled her rotten. That's why Lu Xuansuan's personality became more and more arrogant. Furthermore, in her mind, Jiang Sui was a bad woman who was unkind to her. Now that her perception has changed, her already sensitive nature allows her to feel Jiang Sui's kindness towards her, so her hostility has disappeared. She gently nudged Xuansuan's head. Good to know. If Ji Chuan and the others invite you again, you're not allowed to go. You can play with Xiao Nan and the others, but don't play with Ji Chuan anymore, okay? Lu Xuansuan nodded obediently. Actually, I used to really enjoy playing with brother Ji Chuan, but these past 2 days I've discovered that he's clumsy, has a bad temper, and his mother is lazy and greedy. He's a terrible person, and he even claimed I fell because I wanted him to help me up, but he wouldn't. So, I'm never talking to him again. Jiang Sui nodded. Okay, I won't play with them anymore. Just as Lu Xuansuan was tired and went to sleep, Lu Yi called. His first words were, "Is Xuansuan all right?" "It's just a superficial injury, nothing serious." Actually, Jiang Sui was a bit embarrassed, as she had just promised to protect Xuansuan and then this happened. "I guess Lu Yi hates me even more now." "That's good." Lu Yi said in a deep voice, "I've already sent a medical team over, they'll be on the team in an hour." Jiang Sui. She coughed and said, "I already said it's just a superficial injury, it'll be fine in a couple of days. There's no need to make such a fuss." "Doesn't Bai Shishua have a doctor on her team?" he said coldly. Jiang Sui realized that he had just slept with the man behind Bai Shishua. "Whatever you say," Jiang Sui said helplessly. However, she was also a little curious, who exactly was Lu Yi? How could he send a medical team so readily? The original script was vague about Lu Yi's background, only that he was very rich. There has been no explanation for anything concerning him. "I saw you hit by Shishua too." Lu Yi's low, cold voice rang out again. Jiang Sui was about to say that she would handle this herself and wouldn't drag him into it. "Thank you for protecting Xuansuan like this." Jiang Sui was stunned for a moment. "Whether you were acting or genuinely sincere, at least you protected her." Lu Yi's voice sounded warmer than before. Chapter 22 Brothers, the Qing dynasty is gone. Jiang Sui suddenly didn't know how to respond to those words. "Of course, no matter what, Xuansuan calls me mommy," she replied. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then their voice said, "Do you need my help?" Jiang Sui guessed that Lu Yi was probably talking about Bai Shishua. "Not for now, but I'll contact you if I need it." She didn't rule out any possibility that she might actually need Lu Yi's help. Lu Yi hummed in agreement. Then he hung up the phone. He looked at the reconnected live stream, where Jiang Sui had just hung up the phone. He stood there for a while, seemingly lost in thought, before going into the room to check on Lu Xuansuan, who was asleep. He frowned slightly. Perhaps he misunderstood Jiang Sui before. The secretary, who had just entered through the door and was about to report on her work, so that the big boss was watching a live stream. He stared in astonishment, almost wondering if he had entered the wrong room. But he was very aware of his role as a secretary and immediately lowered his head as if he hadn't seen anything. After all, the big boss watching a live stream doesn't seem like anything particularly high class, does it? It's completely inconsistent with his usual aloof persona. Could it be that the big boss also enjoys watching girls dance on Douyin? So even bosses are just like ordinary people. Lu Yi pressed down the back of the tablet. "There's a really popular live streaming variety show lately." "What variety show?" The secretary didn't react for a moment. "The variety show is called Mom is a Hero. Find a PR company to monitor public opinion surrounding it," Lu Yi casually instructed. "Yes." But Xie Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly interested in variety shows?" "My niece and Jiang Sui are here," he said casually. Xie Yuan realized that the boss's niece was also there. It's not surprising that the boss cares. As Lu Yi's secretary, he was naturally aware of the relationship between Lu Yi and Jiang Sui. However, this secretly married Mrs. Lu has never really made a name for herself. The boss almost never mentions it, and they are already planning to get a divorce. It has to be said that this woman is really bold, daring to take Lu Xuansuan to record a live variety show without her permission. This is like taking a dump on the boss's head. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Because of the sudden downpour, all outdoor live streams were stopped, and only the cameras in each room were turned on. During breaks in the live broadcast, the director and production team approached Jiang Sui many times. Everyone hopes that Jiang Sui can apologize and reconcile with Bai Shishua in front of the live stream. Jiang Sui flatly refused. An apology is impossible unless she comes over to apologize to my Xuansuan. When the production team called Jiang Sui to a place where there were no cameras again, they received a phone call. Oh, yes. The director immediately nodded and bowed, then handed the phone to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui, someone is looking for you. Answer the phone. Jiang Sui took the phone. Before the production team could react, she turned on the speakerphone. Ms. Jiang, hello. My surname is Xu, you can call me Mr. Xu. I hope you can immediately apologize to Ms. Bai Shishua in a live broadcast in public and post an apology article on social media. Otherwise, your recording will be suspended and all live broadcast resources will be cancelled. All your subsequent resources will also be cut off. I think you understand what I mean. Since Ms. Jiang wants to succeed in this industry, she should know how to do it. Jiang Sui sneered, you're one of Ji Chuan's father's men, right? Brother, the Qing dynasty is over, and you still want to torture me into confessing? I don't think the entertainment industry is run by someone surnamed Ji, right? You want to control everything and think you're part of the mafia? This is the 22nd century. Do you want me to tell you how to write the words, anti-gangsterism? Chapter 23 Live streaming is so much fun. The director's expression changed drastically upon hearing Jiang Sui's words. Does Jiang Sui no longer want to work in the entertainment industry? How dare she say such a thing? Does she even know who this person is? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then he said, Ms. Jiang, I hope you won't regret what you said and the choices you made today. Jiang Sui smiled slightly. Of course. Her biggest enemy is not actually Bai Shishua. Instead, it was the man hidden behind Bai Shishua, Ji Siken. He practically controls most of the resources in the entertainment industry. That's why he was able to pave the way for Bai Shishua so smoothly and solve all her troubles. Jiang Sui hung up the phone. But the director was still in a daze. Jiang Sui only realized what had happened when she returned the phone to him. His face was ashen, like he'd just eaten shit. Jiang Sui, do you know who that is? His Bai Shishua's husband, and also an investor in our show. If you offend him, you can forget about ever working in the entertainment industry again. Jiang Sui smiled and looked at Bai Xuansuan, who was fiddling with a tablet on the other side, ignoring the director. Seeing Jiang Sui's state only fueled the director's anger. He immediately ordered all the staff around him, from this moment on, stop all of Jiang's live streams and recordings. Shut down her live stream. Cancel all follow-up interviews and advertisements. One of the staff members silently raised his hand, about to say something. The director snapped, we'll talk about this later. Xuansuan, is it fun? Jiang Sui asked with a smile as Xuansuan played on her tablet. Xuansuan turned to look at Jiang Sui and nodded, yeah, live streaming is so much fun. I saw a lot of people typing on the screen, but I don't recognize a lot of the characters. The director was about to speak when he suddenly realized, live broadcast. What live broadcast? Lu Xuansuan laughed and said, I just turned on the live stream. Look, you're all in the live stream. The director's face was a mixture of paleness and ashen as he stared at the live stream on Lu Xuansuan's tablet. Jiang Sui, being very kind, asked on behalf of the director, Xuansuan, when did you start live streaming? Lu Xuansuan thought for a moment, just now, when the director gave you the phone. The director's face turned even paler. Jiang Sui made two sounds, and then nothing more. She then looked at the director, by the way, what did you just say, director? Did you tell us to pause the live stream? Okay, Xuansuan is a bit sensitive to sleeping in unfamiliar beds. I'll take her packing and going back right away. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuansuan immediately picked up her tablet and walked over to Jiang Sui's side. Jiang Sui took Lu Xuansuan's hand and headed back to pack their things. The director took a deep breath. Was that just a live broadcast? That phone call was broadcast the whole time. The director, who had just raised his hand, whispered, "Director, I wanted to tell you this, but you wouldn't let me." Although there's no live camera here, creating a blind spot, Lu Xuansuan's tablet was broadcasting it directly using a live streaming app. Just then, another staff member ran over, shouting, "Director, something terrible has happened. Our program has been reported. They've ordered us to stop the live broadcast. Director, director." The backstage is flooded with private messages and phone calls. It's all calls and private messages hurling insults. They are saying our production team is cheating people, colluding with investors to suppress the guests. The insults are so nasty. They've even cursed your ancestors for 18 generations. The director suddenly felt dizzy and wished he could just pretend to be dead. I originally thought that I could become a sensation overnight through this variety show and gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. But who could have imagined something like this would happen? This Jiang Sui is a total menace. Chapter 24. Will he not like me anymore? Just then, another staff member ran over. "Director, a medical team has arrived at the resort. They have passes." Medical team? Where did this medical team come from? We didn't call for one. The director, whose face was already grim, looked even uglier. "They said they came to join the crew of Jiang Sui and her daughter," the staff member continued. The entire directing team was stunned, looking at each other in astonishment. What kind of family is this? Why did you bring a medical team with you? While Jiang Sui was helping Lu Xuansuan pack her luggage, she also picked up her phone and opened her live stream. Her live stream was shut down. In fact, the entire program's live streams were temporarily suspended. Even though it's blocked, you can still see a lot of people's comments and messages. Who exactly is Ji Chuan's father? Does he really think the entertainment industry is his family's property? Is there no justice left? Exactly, what did Jiang Sui do wrong? She was just standing up for her daughter. I'd be laughing in my sleep if I had a mother like that. But to be treated like this on set, the production team must have colluded with Bai Shishue beforehand, right? Don't you people start criticizing everything you see. Jiang Sui is just acting. How do you know the other person is really Xiao Chuan's father? Don't be swayed by this. I think so too. It's probably just a publicity stunt by the production team. You guys are just too naive to be fooled. Anyone with eyes can see it's fake. Shue is so kind, how could her husband be that kind of person? Those fans of Bai Shishue, you can get lost. Or please hide your MA, otherwise I'm afraid your family will suffer innocently. The criticism above was excellent. Thumbs up. This cannibalistic show should be taken off the air immediately. Our Sui and Xian won't suffer like that. Please thoroughly expose Bai Shishue and her husband, thank you. Jiang Sui smiled with satisfaction when she saw these comments. She was the one who asked Xian to turn on the tablet live stream. She's not stupid. If she directly offends Bai Shishue and the man behind her, she wouldn't be able to handle it with her current abilities. Therefore, she can only temporarily rely on the power of public opinion to make the other party wary. You can't touch yourself, at least not for the time being. According to the original script, Ji Sichen's character is a fiercely protective husband. He even had a group of underground forces under his command, who specialized in doing shady things. He would do anything for Bai Shishue, even kill people. She picked up her phone and scrolled through Jiang Sui's WeChat contacts and address book. Then I found a phone number and dialed it. Do me a favor. 100,000, I'll transfer it to your account right away. The contact person is the head of a naval workshop. After all, the original owner was someone who worked in the entertainment industry, so he always had some inexplicable resources at his disposal. However, she never took advantage of the situation and always followed her agent's arrangements, being completely manipulated by him. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Lu Xuansuan, who had already packed her Disney suitcase. She smiled gently at Lu Xuansuan and said, "Xuansuan, let's go home." But Jiang Sui noticed that Lu Xuansuan's expression seemed a little off. What's wrong? Lu Xuansuan frowned. Will you treat me badly after we go back? When she's here, Jiang Sui's mom sometimes feels like a mother. What if she treats me badly again after I go back? She finally came to like Jiang Sui's mom. She didn't want to go back and be treated coldly again, and for Jiang Sui's mother to dislike her again. Jiang Sui was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Xian was worried about this. She crossed her arms and looked at Lu Xuansuan with a doting gaze, smiling, "I will never change." Perhaps it was because this was her last life that she became exceptionally serious about everything in this world. After spending these few days together, she felt more pity and affection for Xuansuan. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's words, Lu Xuansuan's face immediately brightened. Her eyes sparkled, and she asked expectantly, "Really?" Jiang Sui nodded, tilde. Lu Xuansuan immediately put down her luggage and rushed towards Jiang Sui. Great. Although Lu Xuansuan was very light, Jiang Sui was still knocked back a step by her as she ran over. Fortunately, the system redistributed a significant portion of his combat power, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to stand up. After packing her things, Jiang Sui immediately called a nanny van, took Xuansuan, and quickly got in and left. The production crew couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. "Mommy Jiang Sui, why are we leaving so soon?" "Because there are bad people here," Jiang Sui said casually. "Oh, so is the director a bad guy?" Jiang Sui, "Yes, so bad people are mostly unlucky. Therefore, this director will suffer a bloody disaster this evening." Lu Xuansuan blinked. "What is a bloody disaster?" Jiang Sui suddenly felt that it was not good to tell Lu Xuansuan these things so early, so she changed her approach. "It means you'll have a lot of bad luck." Lu Xuansuan looked as if she had just realized something, then stared out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Sui also started scrolling through her phone. Compared to before, there is now a much greater level of online discussion about this parent-child reality show live stream. She had clearly become the one being bullied, while Bai Shishue's wealthy husband was doing whatever he wanted because of his power and influence. They colluded with the production team to give Bai Shishue more screen time and even forced her to apologize for her mistakes. The navy she paid for quickly boosted these favorable comments and began subtly revealing the identity of Bai Shishue's husband. Who exactly is Bai Shishue's husband? Bai Shishue's husband threatens Jiang Sui. Bai Shishue's husband made Jiang Sui apologize. Jiang Sui withdraws from the live broadcast of the variety show Mom is a Hero. The production team of Mom is a Hero added more scenes for Bai Shishue. These and other related terms kept trending at the top of the hot search list. She knew it was true, thinking that Bai Shishue's husband's financial power would soon quell the crisis. But at least it allows me to catch my breath. If something happens to her or her resources are cut, public opinion will naturally turn against Bai Shishue. However, this is not a long-term solution. If you want the other party to think twice before making a move against you, you still need to become stronger. It seems that pursuing a career is the right path in every lifetime. After all, she didn't have an invincible start. If you don't build a career, you'll mostly just be waiting to die. In her first few lifetimes, she brought about her own demise before she began to figure out the rules of survival. She opened her phone again and searched for someone's contact information. But I couldn't find anything. So she opened Li Lan's WeChat chat window. "Sister Lan, could you recommend someone to me?" To my surprise, they replied instantly. "Certainly." When Jiang Sui got the person's phone number, she smiled with satisfaction. As expected, Li Lan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she does have some resources. She dialed the person's phone number directly. "Hello? Who is this?" The voice that answered the phone was that of a very young and refined-sounding man. "I'm Jiang Sui. Can we schedule a time to meet?" Chapter 25 Her family. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Sui looked at Lu Xuansuan, who had fallen asleep next to her, and gently patted her little head. The driver of the nanny van asked, "Sister Jiang, is it going directly to Zhehuan?" Although Jiang Sui's staff call her Sister Jiang, she is actually quite young, only 21 years old this year. Therefore, no one would object to someone bringing their goddaughter to this show. But to suspect that Lu Xuansuan is her biological daughter is absurd. What merit did she have to give birth to a child at the age of 15? She sent another message to her lawyer to handle the termination of her contract with Tina. Fortunately, she didn't have a company or team behind her, so she had relatively few things to deal with after terminating her contract with her agent. However, in the original script, Jiang Sui only signed with the company after this variety show. After contacting the lawyer, she fell asleep next to Lu Xuansuan. He didn't wake up until he got back to the villa. After she got home, she had the nanny tidy up her things, then reapplied the medicine to Lu Xuansuan and let her go back to sleep. Meanwhile, he casually lay in the living room and began to study this body's interpersonal relationships and social interactions. When she scrolled through her contacts and saw names labeled Mom and several others with the surname Shin, she realized it was because of this. She just remembered. Jiang Sui has a mother, but her mother divorced her father when she was 11 years old and remarried shortly afterward. According to Jiang Sui's childhood memories, her parents' relationship never seemed to be very pleasant. Mom complained that dad was never home, while dad complained that he was too busy with work. Even when they were together, they didn't talk much, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. However, Jiang Sui didn't understand these things when she was a child. All she knew was that her original family of 3 was gone. When she saw her mother get married, she imagined her mother abandoning her husband and daughter, and began to feel estranged and resentful towards her mother. She felt that her mother had betrayed her. The 2 men surnamed Shin were her mother's stepsons, 2 or 3 years older than her. Jiang Sui originally grew up in a single-parent family, and her father didn't have time to take care of her, so her personality was never likable. She was spoiled and domineering. She felt that they had stolen her mother, so she deliberately got their WeChat account and phone number and bombarded them with messages. Her actions made the already strained relationship even more strained and hostile. The 2 brothers in the Shin family disliked her even more and almost never visited or interacted with her. After her divorce, her mother actually came back to see Jiang Sui quite often. It wasn't until Jiang Sui saw how her 2 older brothers and mother interacted that her jealousy made her hate Lin Hui as well. That was during her rebellious teenage years, when she was prone to extremes and getting stuck on trivial matters, which led to extremely strained relationships. In addition, Jiang Sui frequently went online and learned all sorts of random things, resulting in a buildup of extreme negative emotions directed at Lin Hui. She also often went to the Shin family to cause trouble and act crazy. This led to her mother becoming depressed, which reduced the connection between mother and daughter. This relationship continued into adulthood. By the time Jiang Sui, now an adult, realized that some of her actions had gone too far, things were already in a terrible state. She could only let the relationship remain as it was. The original script didn't mention her family background much. But it's true that it caused flaws in the original owner's personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to use Xian to gain attention and verbally and physically abuse her on the show. She opened her last chat history with her mother, which turned out to be from a year ago when she married Lu Yi. Jiang Sui, I'm getting married. Lin Hui, who are you going to marry? Jiang Sui, who I marry is none of your business. I'm just informing you. Who do you think I am to be so nosy? Lin Hui, I am your mother. Jiang Sui, I don't have a mother like you, a fickle woman who likes to be someone else's stepmother. I don't have a mother. The chat ended there, and Lin Hui did not reply to her again. Jiang Sui opened her chat history with the Shin brothers again. Goodness. Jiang Sui's trolling power is too strong. The screen was filled with obscene and offensive language. The fact that these 2 brothers didn't retaliate shows they still need to improve their manners. When Jiang Sui posted it again later, it was with an exclamation mark. I've been blocked. But even being blocked couldn't stop the original owner's passion for taking out the trash. There were quite a few exclamation marks after that. She rubbed her forehead. If she remembered correctly, one of the brothers was a software company owner, and his side job was playing esports, and he was quite popular at that. The other one is an investor, who inherited the Shin family's assets. In the original script, the Shin family members didn't leave a deep impression, probably because in the original script, Jiang Sui's subsequent development had almost nothing to do with them. Should she contact them? Chapter 26. Your mom's here. She opened her mother Lin Hui's WeChat chat window. She had just typed one word, Mom. Several emojis popped up above. Jiang Sui, who had spent decades in ancient times in her previous life and was still getting used to using a mobile phone, accidentally tapped the first emoji. It was sent out immediately. When she finally saw what she had sent, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Your mom's here, .ipg. Smartphones these days are so smart. Oh, right. You can withdraw. Her hand had just touched the word, withdraw. Lin Hui, question mark. She calmly and composedly deleted the emoji. Then she sent a message, my mom's here tilde. Lin Hui. She suspected that her daughter was about to cause trouble again. She hesitated whether to block Jiang Sui. Block her. She's my only daughter. Let's not block him. She was afraid of dying prematurely. While she hesitated, Jiang Sui sent another message. Jiang Sui, will I come to see you in a few days? Lin Hui, huh? Even though they were separated by a screen, Jiang Sui could already sense her mother's fear from that simple yet profound word. Jiang Sui, ahem. I just finished recording my show and I don't have much to do lately. I came to see you. Lin Hui, no need, I'm doing fine lately. Jiang Sui, oh, I'm annoyed, I'm fed up. Lin Hui, what is Jiang Sui planning to do again? Jiang Sui, it's decided then. I'll bring you gifts. Love you, moi. Lin Hui. She now suspects that Jiang Sui has come up with some new trick to cause trouble for the Shen family. She couldn't object at all, and could only reply with an okay. Then, as if facing a formidable enemy, she hurriedly went to tell her husband. Shenxiangdong. What should I do? Jiang Sui said she'd come to see me in a few days. She even kissed me. Clang. Something fell to the floor in the kitchen. Jiang Sui was unaware of the destructive power she posed to the Shen family. After all, many things were not explained in the original script. Ever since Jiang Sui's parents divorced, Jiang Sui has grown up and has frequently gone to the Shen family's house to cause trouble, acting like a scoundrel, making the Shen family feel ashamed in that neighborhood. Her personality became rebellious because of her parents' divorce, and she wouldn't listen to any advice. No matter how Lin Hui tried to reason with her, she wouldn't listen. She stubbornly bombarded her with negative emotions. Stubborn and headstrong, and prone to crazy outbursts. Jiang Sui doesn't have a strong ability to empathize. She can only learn about the original owner's psychological state at the time through the system's output. I guess it's just mad literature. Her relationship with the Shen family was also extremely tense. The two brothers in the Shen family were also annoyed with her and avoided her like the plague. Seeing her was like seeing a plague god. Honestly, if someone has a distant relative who comes to your house every day and acts crazy and disorderly, wouldn't you stay away from them? Isn't this supposed to be a supporting character? Why do I always end up with some inexplicable plot points and backgrounds every time I transmigrate into a supporting character? Supporting characters should have the awareness of supporting characters. Just be sloppy and don't stuff them with all this family background stuff. Jiang Sui complained. System, everyone's life can be summarized in a few strokes, but how many deeply moving stories are hidden beneath those strokes? Jiang Sui's lips twitched. Shut up, you're acting all artsy about a system. System. Just as Jiang Sui was about to have a serious talk with the system, her phone received a message from Li Lan. Little sister, how are you now? I just found out about your cancellation. Do you need my help? Jiang Sui, I don't need Lan Jie for now. Heart emoji. Li Lan, alright, if there's anything you can do for me, just let me know. I'm not someone to be trifled with in this industry. I've disliked this crooked director for a long time, but I never expected him to go this far. But you're really brave, little sister. Before Jiang Sui could reply, she sent another message. Li Lan, oh, right, I have some good news for you. This evening, director Y Pig accidentally lost his footing on the stage and fell. He's been taken to the hospital now. Chapter 27 Painless Motherhood. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. See? She said there would be bloodshed, and she said there would be bloodshed. Li Lan and she became friends because of this program. She guessed that Bai Shishue was being so enthusiastic towards her because she had spoken up for her when Bai Shishue was being sarcastic. In her memory, Li Lan was a cool, aloof, mature, and married woman. Not everyone will listen to you. After all, she has the title of Best Actress and a high level of experience in the entertainment industry, so of course she doesn't give everyone the time of day. After much hesitation, Li Lan sent Jiang Sui a message to remind her. But little sister, don't say I didn't warn you. Although public opinion seems to be on your side right now, the person behind Bai Shishue is no ordinary person. You should also know that online reversals can happen in an instant. Take good care of yourself. Jiang Sui smiled. This Li Lan is quite loyal. I know, thank you, Sister Lan. These past 2 days, Jiang Sui has been resting at home, while also observing online public opinion. The Navy-themed item she bought was great. She listed out all the flaws in Bai Shishue's live stream. It also raises a social question. If a life of giving up were imposed on you, would you still believe in fairness? In addition, it particularly emphasized Bai Shishue's inaction on the show, which affected and harmed others. And the identity of Bai Shishue's husband. She abused her husband's position to do whatever she wanted, including suppressing her colleagues. Li Lan is right. Although public opinion is currently on her side, the storm will subside quickly. Ji Sikhen is very familiar with and adept at the methods used in the entertainment industry. Bai Shishue was promoted to a top-tier celebrity by him in this way. She opened Douyin TikTok and found that her video comment section had exploded. She responded to all the comments that showed her concern and support. However, there are also many people who encourage her to do live cooking broadcasts and make instructional videos. If Jiang Sui doesn't make any more food videos, all my good qualities will disappear sad. Some even call her mom. I went back and asked my mom if she could unconditionally protect me like you do, and she gave me a huge scolding, telling me to find a different mom. Mommy, here I come. Age is not a problem, the internet is not a distance. From today onwards, Ning is my online mom, my spiritual mom, my virtual mom, and my dream mom. But don't worry, Ning, when we meet in real life, I'll still call you baby. I'm laughing so hard. Other celebrities' comment sections are all about calling their wives wife, but our Sui Sui's comment section is full of children, har har har. How can she be so filial? It's killing me with filial piety, har har har. Filial piety makes you powerful. Congratulations to baby Jiang Sui on becoming a mom without pain. Har 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 har. Doge emoji. Nice to meet you all, my sons and daughters, I'm your father whom you've never met before. Someone with diabetes, please. Wake up the person upstairs. My urine is yellow, so I'll go first. As a result, in addition to her fans, her comment section also gained many more sons and daughters who became mothers without any pain. Jiang Sui's lips twitched. One comment read, "Wow, could someone be stabbing me in the back just because my Olaf can easily gain fans and get tons of resources by slacking off? Disgusting.ipg." Her fans responded with hundreds of comments. Wow, so your sister is going to keep doing nothing all the time, preferably not competing or fighting for anything. She's as pure and unassuming as a chrysanthemum or as white as snow. The Ning family is truly like a cow that has died on the grasslands, so incredibly awesome. What happened? Whose dog wasn't leashed and let out? Roll. The comments from the haters didn't affect her at all. She typed a reply under one of the comments calling her mommy, headache. Chapter 28. Sisters can get along, but when things get tough, they are truly unpredictable. After she replied, countless fans responded almost instantly. Mommy replied to me. Har 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 har, mommy, don't have a headache, let me rub it for you. What's wrong with you all? You've given my mommy a terrible headache. So filial, har har har. Even if I'm lying in a coffin. Even if I'm no longer breathing. I will still shout with my decaying voice. Let go of mommy, let me have it. The comments section was hilarious, and Jiang Sui found it very interesting. However, a statement was quickly issued by the program team. The gist is, the audience misunderstood the phone call was just for the sake of the show. The original intention of the production team was to create an interlude that showcased the deep affection between husband and wife, but they did not expect it to cause such a huge public outcry. Finally, after their explanation, they apologized and said it wouldn't happen again, and the production team reviewed the situation. The truth is not as the internet claims, it's just a publicity stunt by the production team to generate buzz. This completely disregards the relationship between Bai Shishue and her husband. Immediately afterwards, the entire internet began to share and promote the public relations campaign. When Mai was handed to Xu Manman and Li Lan. Reporter, what do you think of Bai Shishue's performance on the show, Manman? Xu Manman smiled a little shyly in front of the camera. Well, I enjoyed working with Bai Shishue. What impressed me most was that she's someone who really tries her best to slack off. Reporter, what are your thoughts on the conflict between her and Jiang Sui on the show? Xu Manman, Bai Shishue is a very good communicator. She often communicates with the director. It's probably because Jiang Sui isn't good at communicating that they easily get into conflicts. Reporter, during the live stream, I noticed that she gets angry easily and often argues with Bai Shishue. Do you think Jiang Sui is an easy person to get along with? Xu Manman smiled shyly. How can it not count? Reporter. She wants to order a milk tea, green tea flavor. And when Mai was handed to Li Lan. Reporter, everyone is saying that Jiang Sui deliberately stirred up trouble. What do you think, Sister Lan? Li Lan, that's because so many press releases have been issued that people are saying that. Reporter, what do you think of Bai Shishua's attitude of giving up? Li Lan, I don't know about others, but if I went to audition and someone who didn't do anything got the role, I would definitely give that director a piece of my mind. Reporter, I've seen rumors online that Xuansuan's injury wasn't serious and that Jiang Sui exaggerated it. Is that true? Li Lan gave her a strange look. So, if you were kidnapped by thugs, would you only realize how serious things are when you're about to be killed? Then Li Lan immediately changed her tone. We're all mothers, so I can understand Jiang Sui. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with Bai Shishua giving up on raising her child. She's just worried about something happening to the child. It's not that her own child is in trouble, but she's worried about affecting others. Reporter. This sarcastic tone makes it seem like no one can understand it. Jiang Sui was a little surprised when she saw this interview. These two women can get along. When you can be both yin and yang, that is true yin and yang. One is a green TBTCH, the other is a saint sayer. She now really likes the entertainment industry. Everyone there is so talented and speaks so well. This interview was like a divine intervention, although it didn't explicitly say anything. Surely the audience could solve such an easy reading comprehension question. Chapter 29. Your father is having an affair. So even though the production team did some public relations work, it didn't have a significant impact on Jiang Sui. Despite all efforts to suppress it, Bai Shishua's negative trending topics still managed to rise to the top. But Ji Sikhen has disappeared at this moment. Even though his identity as the president of Qiangshan Group has been exposed, there are not many press releases mentioning him anymore. However, Jiang Sui's navy did not let him off the hook. The posts would be taken down and then resumed. Just as she was engrossed in scrolling, Lu Yi called again. Sorry, something came up and I didn't pay attention to the live stream. How are things between you and Xinshen now? Lu Yi's tone was unusually apologetic. I've already had someone handle it. Jiang Sui knew she couldn't have too much contact with this man because she was thinking about getting a divorce. It's all right, it's none of your business anyway. I'll handle my own affairs. Besides, we agreed to go our separate ways, so you don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi frowned slightly and said calmly, but this matter is related to Xinshen. Jiang Sui said, oh, and then added, that's true. She was well aware that he wouldn't help her just because she wanted to. She looked at Xinshen and said, Xinshen is playing with Lego right now. She's doing well, and her injury is almost healed. I'll be back today. His deep voice was naturally gentle yet distant. Jiang Sui nodded, okay. I need to discuss the divorce with you, so you'd better bring your lawyer. Divorce. Even Lu Xinshen looked at Jiang Sui immediately upon hearing those two words, blinking her eyes. Okay, let's talk about the specifics when I get back. Jiang Sui noticed Xuansuan's gaze and hung up the phone immediately. Lu Xinshen looked at Jiang Sui and asked in a clear voice, Mommy Jiang Sui, are you going to divorce Daddy? Jiang Sui smiled. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Xinshen originally wanted to kick her out of the Lu family. Even though their relationship has improved a bit now, she shouldn't have too many other emotions. But to her surprise, Lu Xuansuan's eyes suddenly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry, which made her extremely endearing. Why? Lu Xinshen stopped playing with her Lego and angrily pushed it over, her eyes red and filled with grievance as she stared at Jiang Sui. Is it because you don't like me? That's why you want to divorce Dad? Jiang Sui didn't expect Lu Xinshen to react so strongly. She went over, knelt down, and comforted her, silly girl, don't talk nonsense. Of course, it's not because I don't like you, it's because. She casually made up a few words, because Jiang Sui's mommy has someone else she likes and wants to pursue her own happiness. Lu Xuansuan's eyes were brimming with tears. What about Daddy and me? Jiang Sui coughed lightly, your father, he also has someone he likes. As for you, even if your father and I divorce, I will still be your Jiang Sui mommy. Lu Xinshen cried and said, isn't Daddy the person you like? Of course not, Jiang Sui coaxed. Xinshen is a kind child, right? Now that mommy is going to pursue the person she likes, a kind child can't be stopped, okay. God the hell, I have someone I like. But children are easy to fool, they can get away with making up any excuse. Lu Xuansuan looked at her with teary eyes for a long time. Then if I don't stop it, can you not get a divorce? Jiang Sui. So, while children are easy to fool, they won't listen. Chapter 30 Divorce. Jiang Sui scratched her head, then solemnly told Lu Xuansuan, actually, your father has another woman. He doesn't like me, so you see how cold he's been to me all this time. Do you want mommy Jiang Sui to be sad and upset every day? Anyway, Lu isn't Xuansuan's biological father, so spreading rumors shouldn't be a problem, right? Besides, it's not exactly spreading rumors, right? She was considered fair-skinned and beautiful, and there were quite a few people in the entertainment industry who wanted to seduce her, but Lu Yi wasn't interested in her at all, so he must have someone else outside. A man nearing 30, rich and handsome, without a woman. Who would believe that? She's lived so many lifetimes, and she's never met many innocent young men. Those are just things in novels used to fool young girls. Lu Xuansuan frowned, then suddenly pushed the Lego pieces on the ground all over the place. I don't care, I don't want you to divorce Dad. No, no, no. She angrily covered her ears, acting willful and refusing to listen to anything. Jiang Sui didn't try to reason with her at this point. She gently patted her head and didn't say anything. Divorcing Lu Yi is actually the best choice she should make right now. If it weren't for the script she was in, she wouldn't care about this superficial marital relationship. After all, Lu Yi still sends him money every month. She wouldn't refuse a life where her husband is practically dead, yet she still has money to spend. Holy crap! Who the hell would refuse this kind of life? However, if I get divorced, I might be able to break free from some of the original script settings more directly. As Jiang Sui, I can also have more freedom. That's why she decided to divorce Lu Yi. Come to think of it, I should blame myself for becoming more cautious in this life. She had no room for error, because this was her complete life, and also her last time traveling through time. She needs to treat it seriously and cautiously. When Bai Shishua saw the current online public opinion, her expression turned very ugly. She cried and threw herself into Ji Sichen's arms. Sichen, why are they scolding me? I didn't do anything wrong. The man on the sofa possessed unusually handsome features, with deep, bright eyes. Only when he looked at the woman in his arms did the usual coldness and indifference in his eyes soften into tenderness. She said, feeling wronged, I did everything according to the show's arrangements and the company's arrangements. Am I not suited to be a celebrity? War. Bai Shishua's aggrieved and tearful voice made Ji Sichen feel extremely sorry for her. He hugged her, kissing and comforting her repeatedly, saying, it has nothing to do with you. That's how the entertainment industry is. They might criticize you today and like you tomorrow. Don't worry, your husband will handle this for you. Bai Shishua said tearfully and aggrievedly, really? Ji Sichen nodded. Really? As for that Jiang Sui, his eyes were icy. There will be no place for her in the entertainment industry anymore. It's very simple for him to blacklist someone. The internet has a short memory, its attention is quickly drawn to new things and new people. She may be able to dominate public opinion for a while now, but how long can she remain active? I already checked. That woman's acting is terrible, and she's got a lot of scandals. She's probably just trying to get attention this time. People like her will be forgotten very quickly, he said calmly. Bai Shishua gave a soft hum and leaned against Ji Sichen's chest. I'm really afraid I won't be able to handle the entertainment industry. Being a big star is so hard. With me here, you don't need to do anything, Ji Sichen said domineeringly. Bai Shishua mischievously drew circles on Ji Sichen's chest with her hand. My husband is so good, Tilder. Ji Sichen's eyes darkened, and he immediately flipped her over, pinning her to the sofa and beginning to unbuckle his belt. Is this the divorce agreement you drafted? The man before me possessed an exceptional air about him. His long, slender legs were crossed, exuding elegance and nobility. Calling Jiang Sui handsome would be an insult to this man. How can these two words possibly describe it? He possessed the gentle elegance of a noble young master, yet also an aura of indifference and detachment. This aura clearly distinguishes him from ordinary people, setting him apart from people in two different worlds. No wonder Jiang Sui got married so easily back then. Even such an unequal treaty. She's still licking him like that, always trying to seduce the man in front of her. That's because the man has the resources. but damn it, this man looks exactly like the damned emperor she killed in her past life. Jiang Sui has memories of this man, but until now she has never truly seen his face. There is only a blurry shadow and the description of his appearance given by the script. So when I saw the man in front of me, she thought the dog emperor from her past life had crawled out of his coffin to seek revenge on her, and she was so scared that she almost used an exorcism spell to nail the thing back into the coffin. Her spellcasting was interrupted only when Lu Xuansuan ran out and called out, "Dad." Jiang Sui also found it strange. In each of her transmigrated lives, there was someone who opposed her. And all of these men look exactly the same. She asked the system, but the system couldn't give her a clear answer either. So, is Lu Yi in this life also? Lu Yi looked at Jiang Sui, who was lost in thought, frowned slightly, and then coughed lightly. Cough. Jiang Sui snapped out of her daze, her thoughts interrupted. Oh yes, this is the divorce agreement I drafted. Take a look, and if there are no problems, we can sign it. She sat up straight, her tone indifferent. Compared to the dog emperor of his previous life, Lu Yi in this life looks much gentler and is clearly a refined person. But based on her experience, this person is definitely not that simple. The constant clashes in each lifetime made her genuinely dislike Lu Yi, and even somewhat wary of him. There's nothing wrong with the agreement, it's all conditions that you and I can accept. But I want to know, why do you suddenly want a divorce? Lu Yi stared intently at her. Is it because of this variety show? Or are you blaming me for not helping you after you entered the entertainment industry? Or is it because I haven't been home for a long time? From the moment he stepped inside, he sensed the change in Jiang Sui. He didn't know why, but the current Jiang Sui was less repulsive to him than the one before. In the past, when Jiang Sui saw him, her eyes were filled with naked admiration, and she even used all sorts of methods to seduce him. And Jiang Sui now? What was with that "don't come near me" look on her face? Jiang Sui sighed softly, I guess it's both. I know you married me for Xuansuan's sake. But you also know very well that our marriage is just a formality. You don't like me, and I don't want to force it. Xuansuan won't be happy growing up in this kind of environment. I've thought a lot about participating in this variety show live stream. As a public figure, it's difficult for me to protect Xuansuan. And to be realistic, paparazzi these days are really sharp. If they find out I'm already married, it won't be good for me. Besides, Mr. Lu, you probably don't want others to know you're married, do you? Chapter 31, Rumors that I have a woman outside. Jiang Sui kept her marriage a secret for a year, and the fact that her marriage was kept completely under wraps during that year was ultimately thanks to Lu Yi. The marriage agreement included a clause regarding concealing the marriage. Clearly, Lu Yi also did not want it to be made public. Looking at Jiang Sui, who was speaking so sincerely, Lu Yi couldn't tell whether what she was saying was true or false. Although Jiang Sui is an actor, he knows that he is a self-taught actor and his acting skills have always been criticized. Therefore, her appearance could not be an act. Her acting skills aren't that good. His brow furrowed slightly, and his long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the sofa beside him. Jiang Sui sneered inwardly. I've lived so many lifetimes, what kind of identity haven't I played? She's number one at getting into character in a second. Nobody dares to say they are second. But I think you've taken good care of Xuansuan. Lu Yi's voice rang out slowly. His voice is very pleasant, it's magnetic yet has a refreshing, gentle quality, like a spring breeze. If you ignore the innate coldness in his voice. Perhaps I misunderstood you before, but we can gradually get to know each other better in the future. As for the rest, I think there's still room for discussion. Jiang Sui felt a bit annoyed. She didn't know why Lu Yi would say such a thing. But she knew she had to keep her distance from the man in front of her. She absolutely must get a divorce. Do you really think an unhealthy family is good for Xuansuan? She asked rhetorically, her tone becoming more forceful. Since Lu Yi only married her to find a cheap mother for Lu Xuansuan, she was confident that he would agree as long as she could exploit Lu Xuansuan's weakness. You think I treated Xuansuan this way when you weren't around? You can go ask her. This live stream variety show was just me creating hype and building a persona. Can't you see that? You actually believed it. Damn it, since you don't want a divorce, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xuansuan sat next to Jiang Sui and spoke to her. A 6-year-old child doesn't understand the meaning of hype and persona. So I didn't think there was anything wrong with what Jiang Sui said. Xian, do you think I often scold you and be mean to you? Jiang Sui looked at Lu Xian. Lu Yi also looked at her. Lu Xian nodded without hesitation. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. But I know that Jiang Sui's mommy is doing this for my own good. My mom used to scold me a lot when she was alive, Lu Xian added. Jiang Sui. This sentence was completely unnecessary. Lu Yi's brow relaxed. Lu Yi continued to ask her, Xian, do you agree to your father and Jiang Sui's mother getting a divorce? This time it was Jiang Sui's turn to frown. Because she knew that Xian didn't seem to want her to get a divorce, and if the child disagreed, then she would really be in a difficult situation. Although she has lived through so many lifetimes, she has long since become cold-hearted and indifferent. But after spending this time with Xian, I've started to become a little dependent on her and clingy. It's really not fair to just abandon them like that. Xian thought for a while, then said, I agree. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. Jiang Sui was also a little surprised. Why? Lu Yi's voice was cold and deep. Lu Xian, because daddy has someone he likes now. Jiang Sui's mommy said that daddy has other women outside. This is unfair to Jiang Sui's mommy. If they divorce, Jiang Sui's mommy can go find someone she likes. Although I don't want Jiang Sui's mommy to divorce daddy, but... Lu Xian pursed her lips, her eyes red. Daddy is sorry to Jiang Sui and mommy. Lu Yi? Jiang Sui. Isn't this going too far? You told Xian that I have a woman outside. Lu Yi's voice dropped 8 octaves. The sudden chill made Jiang Sui shiver. This. Jiang Sui's mind raced for a moment. It's not wrong, is it? But I can understand, there was no affection between us to begin with, so it's understandable that you would seek out other women. However, it was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have told Xian about it. How about, we get a divorce? I can't keep my mouth shut, and I'm afraid I'll set a bad example for Xian. Lu Yi's face was extremely ugly. But he quickly calmed himself down. He also realized Jiang Sui's purpose. Although he did have the idea of divorcing Jiang Sui. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped thinking about it. He originally wanted to take a break and consider it further. He saw all the interactions between Jiang Sui and Xian on the show. He had seen all of Jiang Sui's actions in protecting Xian. Although Xian is not his biological daughter, she is the daughter of his eldest brother who has always doted on him since childhood. She has been adopted into his family, and he will treat her as his own daughter. So when Jiang Sui proposed divorce, he planned to wait and make a decision later. But what he didn't expect was Jiang Sui's attitude was surprisingly firm, even accusing him of having another woman. Jiang Sui clearly saw Lu's eyes blink slightly. A sign of anger. But Lu Yi is not a scoundrel, rather, he is a well-mannered and gentlemanly man. So he said, what if I say I don't? Jiang Sui, then there's no. What does it have to do with her? She had never enjoyed this body. Lu Yi, Jiang Sui, I hope you can reconsider. As I said, everything else is negotiable, including your resources in the entertainment industry, and how often I can come home. Stop. Jiang Sui interrupted Lu Yi. Don't you want a divorce? Lu Yi neither said yes nor no. I think this is a bit sudden. Perhaps we can both reconsider, he said calmly, without changing his expression. Jiang Sui took a deep breath. It seems she's about to unleash her trump card. Xian, go back to your room, she said. Xian said, oh, and then obediently carried her things upstairs to her room. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. Xian is now listening to Jiang Sui so much. The last time I saw them, Xian kept saying bad things about Jiang Sui in front of me. He even cursed at her and argued with her in front of her. They've gotten so close now. After Jiang Sui sent Xian back to her room, she turned to Lu Yi, rolled up her sleeves, and spoke sternly. Lu Yi, you're shameless. Do you know what I've lost in this marriage? My youth. My love. My life. Isn't your goal just to find someone to take care of Xian? Do I look like a nanny? This is so unfair to me. If you have any conscience at all, sign this divorce agreement right now. Lu Yi seemed a little confused, staring at her for a long time. Jiang Sui admits that her current posture still sounds a bit like a shrew cursing in the street. Being stared at by Lu Yi for a while made her feel a little awkward. After she finished speaking, she sat up straight and adopted a ladylike demeanor. Well behaved, sensible, and beautiful. In short, think it over carefully now. Xian is not my biological daughter, and I have no obligation to take care of her. With your resources, you can easily find her a better nanny and tutor. Lu Yi remained silent for a long time without saying a word. Just as Jiang Sui was about to speak, Lu Yi slowly opened his mouth. But what Xian needs is not a nanny or a tutor, she needs a mother who can discipline her, talk to her, and discipline her when she does something wrong. Jiang Sui. What exactly does Lu Yi mean? Is this another script for a story about a wife-chasing tragedy? Chapter 32 is still here. Lu Yi continued calmly, however, since you're so eager for a divorce, I won't force you. I'll keep the divorce agreement. If you still don't change your mind within a month, then I'll sign it, and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. A cooling-off period for divorce. Jiang Sui recalls that such a thing exists in this day and age. Lu Yi nodded. Even if we divorce right now, we can't get a divorce immediately. Since Lu Yi had already said so, Jiang Sui didn't press the matter further. She smiled, feigning embarrassment. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Let's do as you say then. Lu Yi stared intently at her, his gaze clear and bright, like jade, with stars in his eyes. Any woman under such a gaze would probably blush and have her heart race. But Jiang Sui was immune. After talking with Lu Yi, Jiang Sui went back to her room. Lu Yi was left alone sitting on the living room sofa. His gaze followed Jiang Sui's retreating figure until she disappeared at the top of the stairs, before he looked away and turned to the divorce agreement on the coffee table in front of him. After Jiang Sui returned to her room, her lawyer messaged her, saying that the contract termination dispute with Tina had been resolved. Tina readily agreed, since Jiang Sui was only pretty and had no other redeeming qualities, nor could she bring her any other benefits. In her opinion, Jiang Sui was a hopeless case. Jiang Sui can afford to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Lu Yi sent her a lot of money this year, although she has already spent most of it. The remaining money is enough to compensate Tina. It means there's no money left after all the losses are paid out. However, in the divorce settlement, she demanded $2 million as compensation for the loss of her youth over the past year. It's already good enough that she didn't get a share of his property in the divorce. When Jiang Sui woke up from her nap and started making dinner, she discovered that Lu Yi was still there. Based on Lu Yi's past habits, when he came back, he should be gone in no time. So she went into the kitchen. Lu Xuansuan also came out, and seeing that Lu Yi was still there, she immediately went over and sat down in the living room next to him. When Jiang Sui brought out the dishes, she saw Lu Xuansuan sitting next to Lu Yi watching anime on TV. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was holding a tablet and seemed to be looking at some documents. Ahem. Dinner's ready, she called out. She didn't originally want to cook for Lu Yi, but then she thought about how awkward it would be if he didn't leave. So they made enough for one more person. Here it comes. Wow, there's a vegetable omelette. Lu Xuansuan ran over quickly and headed straight for the dining table. Lu Yi looked at Jiang Sui, who had brought the food to the table, with some surprise. It's hard to believe those delicious dishes were made by her. He remembered that the last time he came back, she was still ordering takeout. Jiang Sui didn't look at Lu Yi, but sat down first. Mr. Lu, if you also want to dine here, please get your food from the self-service area. Lu Yi stood up, took long strides, and headed straight for the kitchen. When he sat down opposite Jiang Sui felt that the light in front of her was not good. Har, you're really not being polite. We have a nanny at home, why not let her do it? His voice remained gentle. Jiang Sui ate her food without paying attention. Anyway, I'm just idling around. Lu Yi asked, what do you plan to do next? Jiang Sui, we'll do what needs to be done. Lu Yi picked up his chopsticks and looked at the dishes in front of him. Although he had seen it in the live stream, he still had some doubts. How could Jiang Sui possibly cook? But when he saw the table full of food in front of him, his doubts were dispelled. Are you sure you don't need my help? He asked gently. Jiang Sui raised her eyelids and realized that Lu Yi's gaze had been fixed on her. Chapter 33 seems to really want me to leave. He was a man, yet his eyelashes were thicker and darker than a woman's. But it doesn't look feminine at all, it's just right with those deep-set eyes. Yes, very charming. It's also very alluring. She looked away awkwardly. If Mr. Lu wants to help, I won't refuse. Although the agreement stated that their work and lives were separate. But since this matter involves Lu Xuansuan, she really doesn't need to refuse. To be honest, she has mixed feelings about Lu Yi right now. She probably wanted to have absolutely nothing to do with him. But because of this guy's face, she wanted to get something out of him as revenge. The saying goes, better to die for your fellow daoist than for your own. If Lu Yi were to become his enemy again in this life, then get his things, or stage some accident and kill him. Then, as his wife, she could inherit his estate. That wouldn't be out of the question. Seeing that she was eating absent-mindedly after she finished speaking, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. When taking the first bite of food, he suddenly realized something. It really does feel like home. He hadn't had a home-cooked meal like this in many years. At home. His expression changed slightly, almost imperceptibly. There was an emotion in his eyes that even he himself didn't understand. Jiang Sui thought that Lu Yi would leave after dinner that evening. But he hadn't left yet. When she woke up the next morning, Lu Yi was still there. And she even changed her clothes. Yesterday I wore a grey suit, today I'm wearing a more casual brown knit sweater, and it looks. Damn, he's even more fucking handsome. Why does she think that Lu Yi in this life is more handsome than the dog emperor in her previous life, and even more handsome than any other man with this face she has ever met? That's strange, it's clearly the same face. Lu Yi sat in the living room looking at documents on his tablet, occasionally signing the electronic documents on the tablet with a pen. There was a cup of coffee on the table, which he would pick up and take a sip from time to time. You seem to really want me to leave. His voice rang out softly in the living room. Jiang Sui looked around. Was he talking to her? But there's no one else in the living room. Jiang Sui leaned on the second-floor railing, still wearing a champagne-colored silk nightgown. How long do you plan to stay here? Jiang Sui asked. Until the divorce cooling-off period ends. Lu Yi paused slightly as he signed his name, and said only one sentence, I will be staying here for the next few days. Aren't you busy anymore? Jiang Sui asked curiously. Your job doesn't require you anymore. Lu Yi, didn't you say that one of the reasons you wanted a divorce was that I often didn't come home? I already said that everything else is negotiable. Jiang Sui. So Lu Yi is trying to salvage the situation? Are you really that serious? Jiang Sui asked, puzzled. You could just find a woman you like, marry her, and take care of Xuansuan. Lu Yi paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, I don't have a woman I like. Do you prefer men? This isn't unusual. Men aren't devoid of maternal love either, you know about big mothers, right? Seeing that Lu Yi's expression was getting colder and colder, Jiang Sui immediately shut her mouth. I'm not going to argue with him anymore. Oh well, let it be. If she can't understand this man, she won't pursue him. She has her own things to do. When Jiang Sui went back to her room to change her clothes, Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Actually, he didn't know what he was thinking either. Last night, he suddenly wanted to stay here. As soon as he had the idea of staying here, he asked his secretary to bring him a change of clothes. He didn't know why Jiang Sui was different now than she used to be. But he doesn't dislike Jiang Sui now. Chapter 34 Will you mess with me? You really don't know why. System, I really don't know. I'm only responsible for sending you to each world and giving you the script. The worlds are beyond my control. So he looks exactly like everyone who opposes me in every lifetime. Jiang Sui asked while changing her clothes. Halfway through changing, she suddenly remembered, don't you dare peek while I'm changing. System, ahem. In my eyes, it makes no difference whether you wear it or not. Jiang Sui thought about it and it seemed to make sense, but something about what he said didn't feel right. Then tell me, will you try to get back at me? Jiang Sui knew she wouldn't get any information, so she asked something else. Based on my past experience, he's definitely my enemy. System, don't ask me, I don't know either. Although the system gave this answer, Jiang Sui could clearly sense a hint of guilt in it. How about I cast a curse on him to make him die young? Jiang Sui finished applying lipstick, pursed her lips in front of the mirror, and even smiled. System, you look a bit like the old witch from Snow White. Jiang Sui. Just as Jiang Sui was about to say something, she discovered that the system had disappeared. Actually, the system does have a name. His name is Wang Ergu. But it didn't seem to like the name very much, yet for some reason, every time she mentioned the name, she felt a sense of nostalgia. It was outrageous. She even suspected that the system possessed personality and emotions. Could it be that the system had an owner before her? And that it was named Wang Ergu? But as the saying goes, don't ask about someone's sad stories or expose their shortcomings. So she never asked again. She only calls him Wang Ergu when she's angry. When Jiang Sui left the villa, Lu Yi was dealing with work. She walked right past him and out of his way. A faint scent of perfume wafted past him, carrying a refreshing fruity aroma. It smells like. It's delicious. Lu Yi continued working without changing his expression, but a glint of light flickered in his eyes. When are you coming back? He asked gently. Jiang Sui paused for a moment, then said, later. Late is a good word. Nobody knows exactly how long or how much later the delay will be. He replied. He sat on the sofa, sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft golden halo over him. It's dreamlike and unreal, like a scene that only appears in a comic book. He just sat there quietly, and he already used up all the most beautiful adjectives in the world to describe a man. Jiang Sui briefly became a fan of good looks. In her past life, she also wanted to keep the dog emperor by her side as her male concubine after she ascended the throne. However, the dog emperor died young and was unable to enjoy this blessing. It's really a pity. Coffee shop. The refined-looking man in front of me had shoulder-length hair, delicate features, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in trendy designer clothes. She is probably around 25 years old and looks very young. He is a meticulous person. She's also a flamboyant and particular person. Miss Jiang, do you mean you want to invite me to be your agent? He asked meaningfully, taking a sip of his coffee. Ms. Jiang, what reasons do you see for us to cooperate? Jiang Sui smiled and said, I know you're a top agent at Whale Entertainment, and you wouldn't normally switch companies. It would be hard to poach you without a sufficient incentive. Besides, I'm currently a minor celebrity with a lot of scandals and not favored by investors or the market. Shaheng raised an eyebrow. Of course, there's also the issue of acting skills. Jiang Sui picked up her coffee, a smile playing on her lips, and took a small sip. Acting skills. Do you even know that I'm an actress? I've acted in more dramas than you've ever watched in your entire life. But she smiled and said, I believe that in the hands of Shadie's agents, even a pretty face can be turned into a gold mine. Chapter 35 Top Agent Shaheng. In the original script, this man was Ji Sichen's top agent, whom he specifically recruited for Bai Shishue. Bai Shishue did indeed rise almost uninterruptedly under his guidance, defeating film and television actresses who had won numerous awards and popular actresses. So she poached him before Bai Shishue and this man had even made contact. Perfect timing, she needs a new agent. But Shaheng also has a habit that everyone in the industry knows. That's just being sarcastic. Shaheng clearly appreciated her flattery and was in a pleasant mood. But I don't want to ruin my reputation in the industry, Shaheng said calmly. If I were to switch companies, I would be betraying my current one. Besides, I don't see any potential for great success in Ms. Jiang right now. The person you've offended is someone no one in the entertainment industry can afford to mess with. Although you've gained a lot of attention for now, in this industry, attention is sometimes just a flash in the pan. Soon, the audience won't even remember your name. Jiang Sui accepted this tug of war. Mr. Shi's contract with Whale Entertainment should be expiring soon, right? So I don't think there's any question of betrayal. Shaheng frowned. How did you know? Jiang Sui felt contempt in her heart. Of course, she knew that Shaheng was poached by Ji Sichen because his contract with Whale Entertainment was about to expire and they had broken up. He's looking for a new job right now, so why is he acting all high and mighty? Jiang Sui didn't answer his question, but said directly, Mr. Shi, as long as you agree to our cooperation, you can name your terms. I'll even let you go bankrupt. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Shaheng. Why am I suddenly feeling a little touched? She said sincerely, to be honest, Mr. Shi, I admire you so much. You're so young and you've already brought out so many popular artists. So many stars in the entertainment industry want to work with you. I'm really not worthy of your company. It's already an honor for you to come out with me, but I still hope that we can have an opportunity to work together. Shaheng's expression was also somewhat moved. In this lifetime, I've never been confessed to like this in my entire life. He was deeply moved by the feeling of being elevated to a pedestal, even though it made him feel a little giddy. How can someone be so sincere? The production team of Mom is a Hero called me today. They said they want to revive the show and hope that Xian and I can continue to participate in the final live episode. She suddenly started talking about work. She did receive a call from the production team today. They invited her back to participate in the final live broadcast. She knew that the production team wanted to use the final episode to gain some fans for Bai Shishua to offset the current negative impact. He also wanted his return to turn around the show's reputation. After all, the show's cancellation was inextricably linked to him. She agreed. Of course, it will cost extra. After some hesitation, the production team agreed. However, instead of going to the place they had arranged, she broadcast live from home. Although the production team was initially reluctant, they eventually agreed to the condition. Shaheng frowned. He certainly knew about this variety show live stream. It's already become a viral sensation online. Opinions about Jiang Sui are mixed. But there's no denying that she became famous. The company's planning team has been discussing this case for the past 2 days. The fact that this show could be rebroadcast after all this commotion shows that the people behind Bai Shishua are truly impressive. Mr. Shi, you see, the entertainment industry isn't entirely controlled by the Ji family. Otherwise, how would I have had the opportunity to be invited back? After saying this, Jiang Sui clasped her hands together and said very sincerely, I really hope to cooperate with you, and I only want to cooperate with you. You are my only choice. You can offer whatever conditions you want, I am sincere. Mr. Shi, can you consider me? Shaheng. He admitted that he was attracted to her. Who can resist someone saying they are the only one for them? Hateful. Chapter 36 I don't like women. Years later, Shaheng felt like slapping himself twice. How could you trust this woman so easily? Shaheng coughed lightly. Considering that I'm currently facing a contract termination dispute with my company, and I haven't found another job yet. He was actually somewhat moved by Jiang Sui emotionally, but reason told him that he could not sign a contract with her. If Jiang Sui only has a constitution prone to bloodshed, that's one thing, but the main problem is that she will likely face great difficulties in the entertainment industry in the future. He's not doing charity work, so there's no need for him to get involved. So after thinking for a moment, he said, how about this, didn't the production team invite you back to participate in the live broadcast and recording? From now on, if your fans can increase by 5 million before the end of the show, then I will agree to sign you. As he spoke, he opened Jiang Sui's social media account and said in a businesslike tone, there are 3 million followers now, which means you need to reach 8 million followers. This is actually a polite way of declining. After all, gaining 5 million followers is not an easy task. Unless it becomes an overnight sensation, and not through malicious attacks. For Jiang Sui, who currently has no background or team, it's practically impossible. Okay, it's settled then. Jiang Sui made the decision. Shaheng frowned, feeling as if he had fallen into some kind of trap. Jiang Sui knew that Shaheng was assessing her potential by asking her to gain 5 million followers. Actually, he was starting to waver. He wanted to sign a contract with himself, but he was also afraid that he would fail because of himself. After all, there are countless people who want to sign with a top agent like him, even though he's still young and hasn't truly made a name for himself yet. He's already considered a rising star in the industry. It's normal to have some considerations. Since she was going to sign a contract with Shaheng, she couldn't just keep lowering her stance. He made himself look like his lapdog. If she doesn't have the corresponding abilities, even if Shaheng signs a contract with her, he won't take her seriously. So of course she had to accept this condition. Shaheng didn't expect Jiang Sui to agree so readily. I was a little surprised when I was drinking coffee. He knew that Jiang Sui had no connections or company, so if he terminated his contract and signed with her instead. It's like I'm the only one left to depend on the two of them. Isn't this a bit too much of a loss? But since their words have already been spoken, let's leave it at that for now. 5 million followers isn't something that can be gained overnight. Jiang Sui took a small sip of coffee with satisfaction, then looked up at Shaheng. But when I saw his forehead, I stared at it for a while longer. Jiang Sui is a great beauty, after all, and Shaheng felt a little embarrassed being stared at like that. Although he was a little too young and impulsive, he still whispered shyly, "I don't like women." Jiang Sui. Is Shaheng misunderstanding something? But she wasn't surprised that Shaheng liked men. Given Ji Sichen's possessiveness towards Bai Shishua, as depicted in the original script, the fact that he placed Shaheng by Bai Shishua's side shows that he was very at ease. It's not surprising that Heng didn't like women at that time. Although she was still very curious, was Shaheng the top or the bottom? She hesitated for a moment, then said, if Mr. Shah has time recently, he could contact his parents more often. It would be best to arrange for them to go on a trip. What do you mean? Shaheng's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Why do you say that? Jiang Sui smiled slightly. In short, if Mr. Shah wants your parents to be safe and sound, then do as I say. We have no grudges against each other, and I will not harm you. Chapter 37. Could Jiang Sui be a charlatan? Even after Jiang Sui left, Shaheng still had some doubts. Could Jiang Sui be a charlatan, he muttered to himself. Superstition is unacceptable, and it can lead to arrest. However, he had the Chinese bloodline of better safe than sorry, and better safe than sorry, so after much hesitation, he still called his parents. Dad, how are you and Mom doing lately? Oh, I'm doing great. The weather's been nice lately. I've booked 2 tickets for you to the Maldives. You two can go on a vacation. Of course, Jiang Sui wouldn't have said those words to Shaheng for no reason. Just now, she noticed that blood-red light appeared in Shaheng's parents' palace, and it was gradually fading. According to physiognomy, there are 12 palaces, and the parents' palace corresponds to the parents. The presence of blood and the darkening of the area around his parents' palace indicates that his parents are in danger, and the danger will occur within 3 days. Since she's going to poach Shaheng, she'll just do her a favor. Mommy Jiang Sui. Lu Xuansuan ran over to Jiang Sui as soon as she saw her return. Jiang Sui smiled and patted Xian's head. Did you do your homework well today? Also, did you memorize those wise sayings I wrote for you? Lu Xuansuan nodded obediently. Yes, but there are 2 questions I can't answer, and Dad is teaching me. Jiang Sui looked at Lu Yi, only to find that Lu Yi was sitting on the sofa, and at that moment he also turned his gaze to look at her. He had refined features, and even sitting there, his straight back was as proud as a pine tree. What did you make Xian carry? Lu Yi asked suspiciously, his tone somewhat strange. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you, if you want Xian to be happy, then don't worry about it. This thing will only do her good, not harm. Lu Yi didn't say anything more after Jiang Sui's assertive words. He simply couldn't understand what benefit it would bring to Xian to carry those things. He got up, walked towards the stairs, and prepared to go upstairs. As she was going upstairs, she suddenly stopped and said, I've already had someone handle the online comments, so you don't need to worry. Although his voice was somewhat distant, it had lost its coldness, making their relationship seem a little closer. Jiang Sui was momentarily dazed and couldn't quite tell who the man in front of her was. They all have the same face. However, this time, Lu Yi didn't seem to have any intention of harming her. No. You can know a person's face but not their heart, and besides, men with this face are always cunning. We must not be deceived by appearances. She gave a forced, grateful smile. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yi frowned slightly. If you are acting, then I think the audience has quite a few misunderstandings about you. Jiang Sui, Lu Yi, your acting is quite good. He almost believed it. Jiang Sui. She wondered what she was going to say. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he went upstairs. You could tell from his words and gait that he was unhappy. Lu Xuansuan asked curiously, is Daddy unhappy? Jiang Sui coughed lightly, then solemnly lectured Xian, that's how men are, they are always unhappy for a few days every month. You can't spoil them, otherwise they'll start taking advantage of you. Lu Xuansuan. Although I couldn't understand it, what Jiang Sui's mom said seemed to make a lot of sense. Seeing Lu Xuansuan's earnest attempt to understand, Jiang Sui knew that it wouldn't be a matter of just a short while before Xian was freed from her fate as a cannon fodder female supporting character. She needs to subtly change the influence men have on her. Although Lu Yi went upstairs, Jiang Sui spoke just before Lu Yi entered the room. So Lu Yi heard it too. His already pale complexion looked even worse now. Chapter 38. Is Jiang Sui your missing athlete? After helping Xian with her homework for a while and checking her memorization, Jiang Sui went upstairs to rest. Lu Xuansuan is 6 years old and will be starting elementary school after the holidays, so Lu Yi arranged for a tutor to help her preview and learn the first grade curriculum in advance. Previously, due to work reasons and a bad relationship with Lu Xuansuan, Jiang Sui almost ignored Lu Xuansuan and always left her to be cared for by a nanny. But ever since they returned from the resort, Xuansuan has been clinging to her. Even when she's sleeping, she wants to run over and sleep with her. But Jiang Sui was used to sleeping alone, so she was taken away by Aunt Zhang as soon as she came in. Of course, although Xuansuan's relationship with her has improved, Xian still has the temper of a spoiled princess. However, for now they will succumb to Jiang Sui's oppressive power. With just one look from Jiang Sui, she ran off happily. The nanny, Aunt Zhang, stared wide-eyed. It seems like the relationship between Miss and Madam has completely fallen apart after this trip. When Jiang Sui went online to check the current situation, she found that almost all the negative comments about her had disappeared. In all the trending topics about herself, her beauty dominates the search results. And screenshots and videos of some of his performances on the show. The titles are all: "Is such beauty even real?" "R, how come I never noticed this hidden gem of a beauty before?" "That's incredible. She actually climbed up there with her bare hands, and with a 6-year-old child in tow." What other surprises does Jiang Sui have up her sleeve that I don't know about? Am I the only one who thinks Jiang Sui is a hidden big shot in the entertainment industry? I'm totally projecting her onto the female lead in a fantasy novel. Seeing the food Jiang Sui cooked brought tears to my eyes. What an amazing godmother she is. After a major and bloody storm, Jiang Sui's performance on the show was thoroughly investigated. These videos and photos instantly became her powerful tool for attracting fans. Actually, Bai Shishue was already receiving positive publicity in the trending topics. However, netizens were clearly more interested in Jiang Sui, which directly overshadowed Bai Shishue in terms of popularity. A highly rated comment from a netizen reads, "What's the point of watching Bai Shishue slack off? It's nothing compared to Jiang Sui's 18 martial arts skills, har har har. It's like a master of disguise being reborn in the entertainment industry." The netizens below left and replied in the comments. Exactly. I watch variety shows to have fun, why would I want to see Bai Shishue slacking off? Wait a minute, so was the incident where Bai Shishue's husband allegedly threatened Jiang Sui by phone just a publicity stunt? You actually believe that? Just listen to it and forget about it. Treat that statement like bullshit. Weren't Bai Shishue's fans raving about her mysterious, domineering CEO husband before? Why aren't they doing that now? Jiang Sui is amazing. Front row at General Administration of Sport of China, is Jiang Sui your missing athlete? Aren't you guys overlooking something? Jiang Sui said it was going to rain, and it really did rain. Where's that video? Jiang Sui flipped through it casually. The corners of his mouth also curled up. It seems that Bai Shishue's attempt to gain popularity and fans through this variety show has failed at this stage. That's why the man behind her and the production team tried to continue the live stream to increase her exposure and gain more fans. Her WeChat notification popped up. "Chen He, boss, is the navy you're looking for only available in our studio, or do other studios offer it?" Jiang Sui, speak like a human being. Chapter 39. You're the ones who don't know your place now. The navy is a water force, but Chen He doesn't think he's doing anything like that. He believes he's doing something noble and righteous, and he would never contribute to evil forces, so he calls himself the Navy Studio. Jiang Sui approached him because his studio, which refused to do shady things or take on dirty tricks, was on the verge of bankruptcy. Moreover, it's rare that it has absolutely no connection with any of Ji Xichen's companies. The person in charge of this studio, Chen He, is young and a bit immature. It is said that during his student days, he became famous for several national wars and became a Chinese server troll that even white people outside the Great Firewall feared. After graduating, he established his own so-called naval studio. The original script didn't mention this studio much. The only plot related to Chen He is that his studio revealed the relationship between Bai Shishue and Ji Xicchen, how Ji Xicchen manipulated resources for Bai Shishue behind the scenes, resulting in many artists and celebrities being suppressed, and even being suspended for offending Bai Shishue. The studio also exposed some of Ji Xichen's bloody and violent methods. Ultimately, the studio was crushed by Ji Xichen's power, leading to bankruptcy, heavy debts, suicide, and death in a car accident. In the original storyline, he was just an insignificant cannon fodder character to the main characters. This is used to highlight that anyone who opposes Bai Shishue and her husband will not have a good ending. In addition, there's Ji Sichen's doting husband persona and his decisive and powerful CEO persona. So, after searching through her WeChat contacts and finding Chen He, she immediately contacted him to help her with the matter. The enemy of my enemy is my friend for the time being. Chen He, I noticed a lot of accounts were posting our previous content, and I thought you'd found another studio, boss. Jiang Sui recalled what Lu Yi had said when she returned and guessed that it was Lu Yi's doing. So she replied, no, I only dote on yours tilde. Chen He, shy.ipg then I'm relieved. The boss still dotes on me. I guess Bai Shishue offended too many people, so this is justice from heaven. Jiang Sui, that's right, I am the light of justice. At my peak, even the sun in the sky had to give way to my brilliance. If you don't believe me, look up and see if my light shines over your head so brightly that you can't open your eyes. Chen He. The boss seems even more immature than him. But he likes it so much. Chen He, I just looked up, damn. It's blinding. Jiang Sui. After exchanging a few more words with Chen He, Jiang Sui received another call from the program team. The conversation mainly consisted of discussing the upcoming live stream arrangements. We hoped she wouldn't say anything inappropriate during the live stream, and that the previous phone call was a misunderstanding, so it would be best if she could explain it according to the program team's statement. The meaning of Jiang Sui is also very simple. Sure, but it will cost extra. The director's tone was also a bit annoyed. Jiang Sui, we already gave you extra money last time, and it was even outside the contract. Don't go too far. You can't survive in this industry like this. You should know your place. Who would dare to hire you for a show in the future? Jiang Sui picked at her nails and said lazily, you guys are the ones who don't know your place. I've already recorded your phone call to me. Director, you can decide what to do. Alright, fine, I'll give you more money, but you also need to remember what you're supposed to do, the director said coldly. Jiang Sui remained non-committal, smiled, and hung up the phone. Chapter 40 Itching. She didn't expect that one variety show would be enough to completely resolve the issue of that cheating couple. What she needs to do is to secure the greatest possible benefit for herself right now. What she needs most right now is money. Of course, you should try to make as much profit as possible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's penniless now. She's already spent almost all of her money after terminating her contract with Tina. She was actually getting something for nothing when she went to dig up Shahang. Because she knew that Shahang wouldn't agree immediately. The show will be rebroadcast in just one day. As soon as the rebroadcast time was announced, its popularity soared. The previous conflicts and online battles had generated a lot of buzz, and it can be said that the entire internet was paying attention to the next live broadcast of Mom is a Hero. This variety show has become the most popular show on the entire internet. Jiang Sui planned to go to Lu Yi to talk about the live stream, but when she passed by Lu Xuansuan's room, she suddenly heard Lu Xuansuan's voice. I already told you I don't want to tell you stories, I want Mommy Jiang Sui. Lu Xuansuan sat on the bed and angrily lashed out at Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang patiently persuaded, Miss Xuansuan, Madam also needs to rest. Besides, didn't Madam say that Miss Xuansuan is old enough to learn to be independent and should sleep by herself? How about Aunt Jiang tells you a story? Doesn't Miss Xuansuan love listening to stories the most? Lu Xuansuan pouted, I already said no. Are you Jiang Sui's mommy? You're not as pretty as her, and you're not as good as her. I don't want to listen to you, and I don't want to sleep. Give me my phone, I want to play on my phone. Aunt Jiang said helplessly, Miss Xuansuan, you can't use your phone right now. Lu Xuansuan threw a tantrum, are you even listening to me? I told you to go get it, so go get it. Jiang Sui frowned. She thought Lu Xuansuan would sleep obediently every night, but she didn't expect her to not only not sleep but also cause so much trouble. I guess she took her anger out on Aunt Jiang because I wouldn't let her sleep with me. Although Lu Xuansuan listens to him now, she only listens to him. When she gets angry, she's still the same Lu Xuansuan. Before, no one cared about her. Lu Yi only knew how to spoil her, and the nanny at home also granted her every wish. That's why I developed this personality. Suddenly, she felt a tall shadow loom over her. A faint, masculine woody scent lingered around her, creating a seductive, almost ascetic atmosphere. "What's wrong, Xian?" His voice rang out above her, clear and pleasant. Although he asked Xian, Jiang Sui could feel that his gaze was directed at her. Jiang Sui was wearing a white silk nightgown, a combination of a camisole and a loose cardigan, and her big wavy hair was casually draped down, making her look more relaxed and casual than her usual refined style. Without heavy makeup, she was even more beautiful without it. The close-fitting silk nightgown also accentuated her alluring figure, especially the subtle undulations and lines of her waist and chest. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and his eyes deepened. His hands and throat were very itchy. "I've never felt this itchy before." He wasn't devoid of the basic desires a man should have. Many women had tried to seduce him, but he has never been like this before. "I just watched her leaning there lazily, doing nothing. I couldn't resist the urge. Didn't you see? You're cheating." Jiang Sui replied, her eyes fixed on the room, because she felt that Lu Yi's eyes looked a little strange at that moment. It gave her the creeps. Chapter 41. The look in someone's eyes when they want to sleep with someone is impossible to hide. She didn't even look at what clothes Lu Yi was wearing. But Yu Guangli's hormone-fueled physique always made her want to turn around and lick, no, to properly appreciate it. Aunt Zhang saw Jiang Sui outside the crack in the door and immediately got up and came out. Lu Xuansuan, oblivious to the situation, was still yelling at Aunt Zhang, "Did you hear me, Aunt Zhang? I want to play on my phone, I want to play on my phone." Aunt Zhang was stunned when she saw Lu Yi after she came out. In her memory, she had never seen their husband and wife stand together like this before. Moreover, when she came out, the gentleman was still looking at the lady. However, judging from the way the gentleman and lady look at it, what a perfect match. Has Xian always been like this? Jiang Sui asked in a low but serious voice. Lu Yi also looked at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang nodded. Miss Xian actually makes a fuss every night before going to bed. It's not always about wanting her phone, she might want something else. After returning from the program with you this time, although Madam told her to sleep alone, she still makes a fuss every night and wants Madam. She makes a fuss for quite a while before going to sleep. Lu Yi frowned and said calmly, "Then let her make a scene. Once she's had enough, she'll go to sleep." Jiang Sui glanced at Lu Yi. "So you plan to let her remember this as a childhood trauma when she grows up?" Lu Yi. Jiang Sui's gaze then shifted to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was wearing a black loungewear outfit, a black V-neck shirt that revealed the right amount of skin from his collarbone down to his chest, while concealing the areas that needed to be covered. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and subtly visible abdominal muscles, he's clearly a man who works out regularly and is highly disciplined. But even in such flamboyant loungewear, he looked incredibly elegant, and even the wrinkles on the clothes happened to fall right onto her breasts. For some reason, Jiang Sui suddenly had the urge to pinch this man's waist. Oh my! It shouldn't be astringent. The more handsome a man is, the more vicious he is. This man might kill her any day. Lu Yi's deep eyes looked at Jiang Sui. But he discovered that Jiang Sui walked directly into the room when he looked over. The light in his eyes was dim and unclear as he watched her back. A friend of his once said, "The magnetic field between men and women is a very mysterious thing." Do you know why men and women in bars can tell if the other wants to sleep with them just by making eye contact? It's because at that moment, men and women exude a special kind of information and magnetic field. Even without saying anything, you can sense that the other person wants to sleep with you. He sensed it. Just now, she had thoughts about his body. She didn't necessarily want to sleep with him, but she seemed to really like him. Unlike before, her reaction to him this time actually excited him. So, will she feel it too? Jiang Sui certainly noticed it. Lu Yi's gaze just now perfectly matched his name. It carries a primal, wild desire. Although he was very restrained, he didn't seem to be acting strangely at all. She didn't know Lu Yi well, nor could she figure out what this man was thinking. But you can't hide the look in someone's eyes when they want to sleep with them. Could it be because she was dressed lightly that Lu Yi was a little impulsive? But Jiang Sui used to wear even less clothing to seduce Lu Yi, didn't she? Oh, I understand. Is this a man who has sexual urges but is very good at controlling them? Jiang Sui is mistaken about this. In fact, apart from her at this time, Lu Yi. I've never felt this itch before. However, Jiang Sui didn't think about it too much at the moment. Mommy Jiang Sui. Lu Xuansuan immediately cheered when she saw Jiang Sui happy. Chapter 42. Are you afraid of me? Lu Yi thought Jiang Sui would go in and scold Lu Xuansuan, because Xuansuan had told him that Jiang Sui would scold her. However, every time he saw Jiang Sui, she acted as if she was very nice to Xuansuan in front of him. So at first he thought it was just Xuansuan being willful. He wasn't too wary of Jiang Sui. As long as she didn't do anything too outrageous to Xuansuan, he could tolerate her for the time being and wait until he was done with these 2 years before getting a divorce. It wasn't until Xuansuan mentioned it several times that he began to suspect that Jiang Sui's existence might not be a good thing for Xuansuan. Therefore, when he learned that she had secretly taken Xuansuan to the show, he was furious and ready to deal with Jiang Sui. But when I accidentally saw their live broadcast, I saw Jiang Sui protecting Xuansuan, and even directly confronting another female celebrity who was being promoted, for Xuansuan's sake. Only then did his anger subside. And gradually, he began to develop an interest in this woman he had never paid attention to before. Through the crack in the door, his gaze fell nakedly and directly upon Jiang Sui. The loose, silky white pajamas clung to her skin, perfectly outlining her slender curves. She sat on the edge of the bed, seemingly talking to Xuansuan. Sometimes she's angry, sometimes she's gentle. Every frown and smile on her face is so beautiful. Even when Jiang Sui appeared on screen with exquisite makeup and a beautiful dress, he felt she was far less attractive than the woman in front of him. She exudes an alluring charm. He was certain that only she had it. He just sat there talking to Xuansuan. All of this made him thirsty. Lu Yi had never experienced such a straightforward desire before, so straightforward and clear that even restraint became a difficult task for him. Even he himself found it strange. Jiang Sui could feel the scorching gaze fixed on her, which felt like it was burning her alive. In the original owner's memory, Lu Yi should be a noble, refined, and ascetic man. No matter how the original owner tried to seduce him, he never reacted. Why does the way I look at her now seem like I'm tearing off her clothes? After Lu Xuansuan lay down and cuddled her teddy bear to sleep, Jiang Sui finally came out of the room. The man's naked gaze, fixed on her body, was so deep it seemed to penetrate her bones, giving her a slightly itchy feeling. Is Xuansuan asleep? He asked in a low voice. But his lowered voice also carried a captivating huskiness. She glanced to the other side. She's asleep. Suddenly, he took a step closer to himself. His tall body pressed down on her. Jiang Sui subconsciously took a half step back. Suddenly, Lu Yi wrapped his arm around her lower back, and their bodies were almost pressed together because of the position. I was just closing the door, Lu Yi said in a low voice, but when I stepped back, Xuansuan's door was pushed open. Jiang Sui also sensed the door behind her, frowned, and didn't move. With his other hand, Lu Yi bypassed Jiang Sui and closed Xuansuan's door. His breath fell from above onto Jiang Sui's head. You seem afraid of me. Jiang Sui rolled her eyes. Why would I be afraid of you? Lu Yi didn't speak, his gaze was fixed on her. Jiang Sui's inner thoughts, how could I not be afraid of you? I'm just afraid you'll ruin my life, you little brat. She took a step to the side, putting some distance between herself and Lu Yi. Let's go, don't talk here, or we'll disturb Xuansuan's sleep. Chapter 43. We are secretly married, a marriage that cannot be made public. I thought you were going to yell at her. His voice was devoid of emotion, like a cool, refreshing mountain spring. In the corridor, Lu Yi and Jiang Sui walked side by side. Jiang Sui laughed. She didn't do anything wrong, why scold her? So as not to disturb Xuansuan's rest, the two of them walked to the other side while they were talking. I saw you yelling at her in the live stream, he said as he slowly walked to her side. Their breaths mingled, as if each other's scent filled their very being. Jiang Sui. So this person also likes watching live streams. Can I yell at her every day? Xuansuan is about to start elementary school. She's not a clueless 3-year-old anymore. If you just reason with her, she'll listen and understand. Children can sense your emotions. If your emotions are gentle, hers will also become gentle. As parents, we need to find a balance between relaxation and moderation. Be strict when necessary, and reason with people when appropriate. Be fierce when you need to be fierce, and coax when you need to coax. And the reason Xuansuan keeps refusing to sleep at night is actually because she feels insecure, didn't you realize? She raised an eyebrow. I hope you'll use this standard when you look for a wife next time. After all, you can't expect a man like you to take care of Xianxian. Lu Yi is usually very busy, and Xianxian also has to go to school. So apart from granting Xuansuan's every request, he hardly disciplined her at all. Only after Xianxian told him that he hadn't treated her well did Lu Yi start bringing Xianxian to his side whenever he had time, but in reality, he didn't know how to take care of the child and didn't have time to do so either, so he left her to his secretary. That's why Lu Xuansuan's personality became increasingly willful and she also lacked a sense of security. Lu Yi's expression remained relatively normal when he heard the first half of Jiang Sui's sentence. When she finished speaking, her expression turned noticeably cold. He frowned, his tone indifferent. What do you mean by find a wife next time? Jiang Sui asked curiously, you're not going to find a wife next time. Lu Yi didn't speak, he just looked at her. Jiang Sui looked away, skipping the topic, and was about to speak. I will rearrange my work schedule from now on, Lu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. Jiang Sui was taken aback. This had nothing to do with her, so why was she telling her? Oh, right, there's something I need to tell you. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Lu Yi looked at the door behind her and said, let's talk in my room. Jiang Sui frowned, and before she could react, Lu Yi's breath hit her and he grabbed her wrist. Almost instinctively, she wanted to punch Lu Yi. But in order not to arouse suspicion, she didn't swing her fist back, and was instead led into the room by Lu Yi. Or rather, dragging would be quite appropriate. The pleasant scent emanating from Lu Yi instantly enveloped her. After leading her inside, he slowly let go of her hand and looked at her, saying, my room won't disturb Xianxian. Jiang Sui. That spot outside wasn't noisy, was it? And she glanced at the door behind her. Why was she closing the door? Lu Yi stood in front of her, his strong aura enveloping her. Speak, what do you want to say to me? The man's deep voice carried a seductive, almost ascetic quality. Jiang Sui took 2 steps to the side, moving a little further away from the man, and then said, it's like this, I'm going to continue participating in the live broadcast of the variety show, Mom is a Hero, and the next broadcast will be held in this villa. As she spoke, Lu Yi's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Finally, her tone was tinged with a complex mix of unease and grievance as she asked, so you mean you want me to stay out of the picture, and ideally leave this house during your live stream? Yes, we're secretly married. This kind of relationship can't be made public, and it wouldn't be good for either of us if it were discovered. I'm publicly single now, and Xianxian is just my goddaughter. The production crew will be coming up tomorrow to install cameras. Even though they're only installing them in a few places, if you appear on camera or are seen by them, it won't be good for either of us. She looked at Lu Yi, but noticed a dark look in his expression that she couldn't quite decipher. Finally, she asked, you don't want others to know we're married, do you? Chapter 44 Jiang Sui, do you want to? Jiang Sui believes that since the man signed a clause in the marriage agreement from the beginning stipulating that the marriage should be kept secret, he definitely does not want the marriage to be made public. Or perhaps, he initially chose to marry her simply because he felt that Jiang Sui was easy to manipulate at that time. She's a gold digger who can be won over and married with money. His only goal was to find a woman who could accompany Xianxian as she grew up. His own role as a wife is not important. She needs money and a wealthy man, and he needs a woman to be his wife and keep Xianxian company. Each gets what they need. Given this relationship, it's normal for Lu Yi to request a secret marriage. Given the scandals and controversies surrounding Jiang Sui's entry into the entertainment industry, she didn't believe that Lu Yi's involvement was behind the exposure of her marriage. After all, netizens are like Sherlock Holmes, capable of stripping you bare, leaving you with nothing but their underwear. Lu Yi's expression was somewhat cold and stern. He didn't know why, but he hadn't wanted their relationship to be made public before. However, when he heard Jiang Sui say these words, he felt very uncomfortable. If I think it's okay for us to go public, would you agree? He asked this question as if possessed. Jiang Sui looked like she'd seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? We're getting a divorce anyway, what's with all this talk about going public? She frowned. You're not going to get so angry because I said I wanted a divorce that you're planning to ruin my career and take drastic measures against me, are you? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. How could this man be a good person? In her past life, a man like this had given her poisoned wine several times, almost killing her. If she hadn't been smart, she would have been killed long ago. Lu Yi fell silent upon hearing Jiang Sui's words. Jiang Sui smiled gently again. Mr. Lu, I know you're not that kind of person. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I know you wouldn't allow our relationship to be made public. Lu Yi. So when have you decided to leave? Jiang Sui asked again. I'll ask Aunt Zhang to help you pack your things as soon as possible. Lu Yi turned around and said calmly, I understand. I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Jiang Sui couldn't see Lu Yi's face, so she didn't know just how sour Lu Yi's expression was. But from his back, she could still sense that Lu Yi seemed a little unhappy. That's not important. As long as she's happy. I knew Mr. Lu wouldn't make things difficult for me. Actually, the staff won't come to her home, she can just set up her live streaming equipment in a few places at home, which is what she agreed with the production team. After all, she didn't want to risk the production team of this biased show trying to sabotage her by installing cameras in places she didn't know about. But in order to prevent Lu Yi from interfering with her live stream these 2 days, she told a little lie. How do you know I won't make things difficult for you? Lu Yi looked at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable, his aura calm and collected. But Jiang Sui sensed the calm of a wild beast poised to pounce on its prey. Jiang Sui. He suddenly called out her name. They were just 2 ordinary words, but when he uttered them, they seemed to burn in her ear. Jiang Sui looked at him warily and suspiciously. But my gaze involuntarily fell on his sexy collarbone and the deep V-neck of his bare skin. Oh shit. The more I look at it, the more alluring it becomes. You want Lu Yi's gaze was fixed on the snow-white skin on her neck, and his hoarse voice slowly escaped from his throat. But he had only uttered those 3 words. Jiang Sui, however, seemed to suddenly wake up. No. I don't want to. After saying that, Jiang Sui turned around, opened the door, and slipped out of the room. Lu Yi. She really knows how to torture people. Despite being brimming with anger, he laughed, his eyes revealing a level of indulgence he had never shown before. He turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Let's cool things down. After Jiang Sui slipped out of Lu Yi's room, she went back to sleep. Why do you always have to use your beauty to seduce me in every lifetime? Jiang Sui found it strange. The man with this face would seduce her with his beauty in almost every lifetime she transmigrated, and then stab her in the back. From then on, she learned the wickedness of people's hearts and the cruelty of men with that face. In order to survive in this life, she began to think about whether or not she should get rid of Lu Yi. Although this is an era governed by the rule of law. But she wasn't completely without options. I advise you to give up this idea. The system Wang Ergu, who hadn't appeared for a long time, spoke again. Why? Jiang Sui asked. Don't forget that you're now considered a member of the Xianmen Taoist sect. Doing things that harm others is bad for your karma. You don't want to die young, do you? Jiang Sui. Yes, in the 2 lifetimes she transmigrated into as a master of metaphysics, she was accumulating good deeds and doing good deeds. The higher her merit points, the stronger her metaphysical power and the longer her lifespan. What if I harm bad people? Would that be considered acting on behalf of heaven? System. It forgot that its host understands bugs. Jiang Sui understood that if Lu Yi was a bad person, then there was no question of him harming one's virtue. As she was thinking, she fell asleep. In her dream, she was banished to the cold palace by the dog emperor. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. The dog emperor looked at her with a face full of anger. She smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, I'll get out then. I'm the best at getting out of there. The memory flips back to a previous life. She became an outstanding student in the school, excelling in both character and academics. The school bully who was always against her would wait for her at the school gate every day and drag her to an internet cafe to watch him play games. Ultimately, this caused her grades to plummet and she was rejected by the top student she had been pursuing. In a fit of despair, she became a gang leader. In another lifetime, she disguised herself as a thief, only to find out that the man with that face was actually a constable. He chased, she fled. She has no way to escape. So, for the rest of the night, Jiang Sui was plagued by nightmares of being chased. Chapter 45. A sudden slap in the face. Lu Yi moved out early the next morning. With the man's presence gone from their house, Jiang Sui immediately felt refreshed. But then I suddenly felt like something was missing. Although she didn't want to admit it, it seemed that in every lifetime she most looked forward to seeing this man. Her repeated journeys through unfamiliar places and environments had long since numbed and chilled her. The only thing she was familiar with was that face. It's as if whenever I see him, I'm no longer alone, there's someone in this world who will be with me. She quickly dismissed the idea from her mind. Forget it, he's an ungrateful wretch no matter what. On the very day that the parent-child reality show, Mom is a Hero, restarted its live broadcast, Jiang Sui's live stream room was immediately packed with people. Bai Shishue's live stream was equally lively. The variety show's investors are wealthy, its promotional methods are lavish, and it already had a great deal of controversy, so when the show started broadcasting live again, it immediately created a traffic phenomenon across the entire internet. The broadcasts on various platforms have also made it the most popular broadcast on those platforms. The Shen family. The whole family, who rarely get together, are having a proper meal. Suddenly, a TV channel started broadcasting live. Several live stream rooms appeared on the screen in a 4-grid format. Mom, isn't that Sister Jiang Sui? Shen Hao raised his hand and pointed to one of the squares. The other two brothers also looked up at the live stream. Lin Hui frowned. It really is her. Why is she live streaming again? She used to follow the entertainment industry because of Jiang Sui, but later, because all she saw online was negative news about Jiang Sui, and because of her bad relationship with Jiang Sui, she stopped paying attention to the entertainment industry. I've only heard about it recently. I know that Jiang Sui got into trouble again during a live broadcast on some variety show, and it seems to have caused quite a stir. She dared not go online to look, because she really didn't want to see those words that slandered her daughter. She was both angry and heartbroken. The eldest brother looked displeased and said coldly, "Why are you looking at this unlucky thing? Turn it off." Second brother Chen Li raised an eyebrow. "Why turn it off? It's good to watch while eating. My colleagues at the studio have been talking about her lately, some even praising her. I want to see what she's done." Lin Hui's eyes were fixed on Jiang Sui on the TV screen, never looking away. "Then, let's not watch it." She knew what her daughter had done to the two brothers, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. Although these two children are not her own, they have never mistreated her. There are no melodramatic storylines like those between stepsons and stepmothers in TV dramas. Therefore, she always felt guilty about Jiang Sui causing them trouble. "Take a look," the patriarch of the Shen family spoke up, looking at Lin Hui. "It's been a while since you've seen Jiang Sui. Didn't she say she was coming in a couple of days? See how she's doing." He naturally noticed the longing in his wife's eyes for Jiang Sui. After all, Jiang Sui was her own daughter. Although the mother-daughter relationship wasn't very good, he knew that Lin Hui had been secretly watching over Lin Hui all along. He once discovered that Lin Hui had secretly registered a secondary account and was fighting with Jiang Sui's haters in bed. It was only later, due to Jiang Sui's estrangement and misunderstanding, that she developed a love-hate relationship with her daughter. Sure enough, after Shen Xiangdong said those words, Lin Hui pursed her lips, as if she wanted to smile but was afraid of being discovered. The second brother, Shen Li, opened Jiang Sui's live stream. Who knew that as soon as I opened the live stream, the screen was already flooded with comments. "Ah, Jiang Sui, my dear mommy, I'm here. Mom." Monkey swings on a swing, screams, crawls in the shadows, face contorts. "I really envy Jiang Sui's mom, she's so young and already has such a wonderful son like me. Wife, 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 PR, 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 PR. I'm so drooling. I've said it 1,000 times, please, my little Sui Sui, give me a live tutorial. Another day of envying Shen Shen, I'm tired of saying it." Their whole family was stunned when they saw the barrage of comments flooding the screen. The look on everyone's faces was more fantastical than if someone were about to ascend to immortality and transcend tribulation. Chapter 46. You're dreaming. Even Jiang Sui's mother, Lin Hui, was completely stunned. Jiang Sui is only 21 years old, how come they are all calling her Mom? And surprisingly, the comment section was mostly filled with negative remarks about her. Previously, when she wanted to watch a TV series, as soon as she turned it on, the barrage of comments was full of insults whenever Jiang Sui appeared. Why is the situation in the live stream now different from what she imagined? It was not only different from what Lin Hui had imagined, but also different from what everyone in the Shen family had imagined. The comments section is surprisingly harmonious. Even if a few haters commented, they were immediately drowned out by the other comments. At that moment, Jiang Sui had just finished cooking. The dishes looked so appealing that they made one's mouth water. Although the ingredients are simple, the dish looks delicious even through the screen. Lu Xuansuan's picky eating habit has also been cured. She loves all the food that Jiang Sui makes. Shenli felt like he was seeing a monster. She can cook. And how come it looks even better than what my own chef makes? Lin Hui was also unsure. No. No way. Shen Qian said calmly, it's just a show, meant to fool the audience. It couldn't have been her doing it. Everyone else thought it made sense. How could someone with Jiang Sui's bad temper and inability to take care of herself possibly cook? They even lie about things when they do variety show live streams, they are hopeless. Because Jiang Sui was doing a live stream from home, she would occasionally take out her phone to check the comments and answer questions from viewers during the stream. For example, in the comments section. Jiang Sui, can you be my wife? Jiang Sui read it aloud, then replied, you're dreaming. Bullet comments. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? My mom said you're dreaming. Jiang Sui's lazy, nonchalant attitude is so damn cool, it's totally my heart. Jiang Sui glanced at the comments again and chose to interact. Is your conflict with Bai Shishua scripted? How could Bai Shishua be that kind of person? Are you just trying to ride her coattails for publicity? Jiang Sui, your imagination is a bit rich, but not much. Bullet comments. My sister Jiang is ruthless, doesn't talk much, and is incredibly awesome. I never realized Jiang Sui was so tough before. Now she's like a real person. Unlike those people in the entertainment industry who all just read from a script. Does this confirm the conflict with Bai Shishua? There was no script at all, so Bai Shishua's fans shouldn't try to defend him. Hilarious. Am I the only one who thinks this is scripted and part of her character? She's trying to create a straightforward girl persona, and only you guys would believe it. The one in front, yes, that's right, you're the only one, you're unique, you're the missing piece of history, you're the omission of civilization, you're electricity, you're light, you're the only idiot. Give you a match and you can lift your mother's coffin. Your mother will dig out the coffin, slap you, and make you, this unfilial son, get out of the household register and be an orphan for life. Har ha har ha, no books to smash upstairs. Har ha har ha. After responding to a couple of comments in the live chat, Jiang Sui stopped looking at the comments. After the nanny finished cleaning up the dishes, she told Xian Xian to practice the piano, while she took a book and lay down on the sofa to read. Without any assignments from the production team, she and Xian Xian simply live-streamed their daily routines. The production team certainly didn't want to add any more drama to her task. The books she likes to read are mostly about history and the present era. For example, after transmigrating to the modern era, she enjoys reading books about military affairs, international relations, and technology in order to keep up with the current world. If you travel back to ancient times, you can read books about dynastic changes and folk tales. For example, right now, she's reading a book about defense technology. The trolls, who had been pre-arranged, immediately began to dominate the screen. Wow, does anyone else think Jiang Sui is so pretentious? Does she even understand this kind of book? Aren't you afraid of backfiring by creating this kind of persona? If you want to clear your name, can't you find a different way? Compared to Bai Shishua next door, who's so down-to-earth reading online novels, Jiang Sui is just too pretentious, isn't she? Pretending to understand when you actually know nothing. Stop creating this disgusting persona. Chapter 47. The neighbors acting so pretentious. Soon, the haters and fans started arguing in the live stream's chat section. Meanwhile, in the other live stream room, Bai Shishua continued to maintain her playing dumb persona. After ordering some takeout and eating something, I let Ji Chuan go study on his own. Ji Chuan hardly needed to urge her at all, and he took care of his elderly mother's eating, drinking, and toileting needs. Even eating and sleeping required Ji Chuan to call her, and he also washed her smelly socks that hadn't been washed for days. The comments on this topic were polarized. Some people are very envious of Bai Shishua's carefree approach to raising her child, and that she has such a good son as Ji Chuan. Some condemned Bai Shishua for being a spoiled brat, saying she was unrepentant and hadn't learned her lesson from the time she injured Xian Xian. When Ji Chuan, being young and not very good at using the washing machine, washed his smelly socks and Bai Shishua's underwear together, the entire comment section fell silent. Then someone blurted out, if this were my son, I'd strangle him. +1. +1. Plus 10,086. Jiang Sui made no attempt to hide her mockery when she found out. Ji Chuan is, after all, the son of a domineering CEO, and second-generation CEOs often suffer from some of the common problems associated with domineering CEOs. For example, they may be unable to take care of themselves in some aspects of life, but they may have exceptional abilities in other areas. For example, the extraordinary ability to become aroused for 7 days and 7 nights upon seeing the female lead. After Bai Shishue and her son were brought back by Ji Siken, they had nannies and maids, and Ji Chuan lived the life of a pampered young master. It was even less likely that he would do such trivial things. In order to enhance her persona and attract fans on variety shows, she instructed her son to do it. However, in the original script, Bai Shishue wasn't this extreme. She still loved her son. But the current Bai Shishue seems to no longer treat her son like her own. Bai Shishue's face darkened slightly after discovering what Ji Chuan had done, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Okay, mom knows. Just be more careful next time." After letting Ji Chuan go about his business, she continued to curl up on the sofa and read a novel. This is the most popular online novel that her team chose for her, saying that reading this novel can help her establish a 5G surfing internet girl persona. As expected, her fans in the live stream got excited while Bai Shishue was reading the novel. Oh! What a wonderful coincidence! Shue is reading the same novel I've been following lately. Holy crap! Me too! I'm reading the same book as a big star. Har har har, Shue Bao is definitely a netizen girl. Let me see who hasn't read this novel yet. Wake up! You're married and still acting like a young girl? Can you stop playing the young girl character and start portraying yourself as a married woman? Har ha 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 ha, this young woman is hilarious. Shut up, haters. My Shue will still be a young girl even after she gets married and has children, so stop being so sour. The girl next door is so pretentious. I can't stand it. Shue, go and call her on video and expose her. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui was lying on her side on the sofa, engrossed in reading a book. Although the speed and level of technological development in this era are similar to the modern world she had previously traveled through, this era is richer in imagination and exploration and more interesting. Just then, her phone rang, and a live stream notification popped up in her own chat room. She reached out and touched it, and Bai Shishue's face appeared before her eyes. She frowned. "Hello Jiang Sui, my fans just said we're both reading and suggested we do a live stream to chat. Har har, I was free anyway, so I called you. Hope I didn't bother you." Bai Shishue acted both familiar and a little embarrassed. It's as if they've completely forgotten the unpleasantness that happened between them before. Jiang Sui said calmly, "It is quite a disturbance." She glanced at the comments in the live stream. Shue, quickly expose this pretentious woman. Don't you even know what you're pretending for? What's with the arrogance? Didn't your mother teach you what manners are? It turns out they brought their own vicious dog squad. Chapter 48. This flavor is just right. As soon as Bai Shishue's fans came in, Jiang Sui's fans naturally didn't back down and quickly retaliated with insults. Bai Shishue smiled on the other side of the screen and said, "What book are you reading? Let me take a look too. I heard from them that the book you're reading is very high class. I'd like to see it for myself." Jiang Sui raised the book in her hand without saying a word. What's the point of reading these books? They are not practically useful to us. They are so highbrow, I don't even know what they are about anymore. Bai Shishue deliberately asked, "Do you even understand them?" Jiang Sui smiled and said, "Of course, you don't understand what I'm looking at." Bai Shishue, well, people thought you were just pretending, har har har. These days, there are quite a few people who like to put on a high-class persona when they go on variety shows or other programs. Live stream chat. Har har har, Shue is speaking the absolute truth. Olive, your mouth is so honest, har har har. Bai Shishue, do you think everyone pretends like you? How dare you say such a thing? How ridiculous. Taking the time to read a book on your hobby is considered sophisticated. Then your hobbies, Miss Bai, are truly vulgar. You guys don't actually think Jiang Sui understands this, do you? While I admit she was quite popular before, there's really no need for her to pretend like this, right? No, how do you all know she can't? What if Jiang Sui knew everything? Should you jump off the building and apologize to her? Jiang Sui knew that Bai Shishua had deliberately sent the video, firstly to gain traffic, and secondly to embarrass her. How did the innocent girl suddenly turn into a green tea? Jiang Sui simply smiled slightly, with a hint of aloofness in her expression. This angle is just right, it captures her at her most perfect. Indifferent, gentle yet disdainful. She knew that at this moment, her looks would definitely be a killer. Sure enough, at this point, the comments were all praising Jiang Sui's stunning looks. Many fans took screenshots at this time, preparing to show off their skills. In the entertainment industry, what could be more attractive than beauty? So, she asked casually. She saw a fleeting hint of jealousy in Bai Shishua's eyes. But Bai Shishua still laughed heartily. It just so happens that many of my fans are particularly curious about technology-related issues. Since you happen to be reading this book, why don't you help answer my fans' questions? Besides being a lazy bum, Bai Shishua's character is also a straightforward and strong female lead who gets along well with her fans and treats her haters like dogs. As Jiang Sui leaned back on the sofa and flipped through a book, she uttered a single word, ask. Just this one word, coupled with Jiang Sui's slightly lazy yet confident expression, once again made netizens scream wildly. Art screams, this flavor is just right. My queen. Wow, Jiang Sui is so handsome. I love him so much. From today onwards, I'm a die-hard fan of Jiang Sui. No one can change my mind. Although she's arrogant, she seems quite polite and isn't as unreasonable as the rumors suggest. Is it even necessary to say? Did you all see Jiang Sui throwing a tantrum at Xianxian? That was purely because Bai Shishua went too far, which is why Jiang Sui got angry. After all, not everyone has been vaccinated against rabies. What was that person saying? Was I calling my Olaf a dog? Bai Shishua maintained her smile. All right, then I'll randomly pick a few questions from my fans to ask you. You can't complain that my fans talk too much. She deliberately spoke in a protective tone, and her fans instantly became even more enthusiastic, joining in the verbal battle between her and Jiang Sui's fans. At this moment, actresses Li Lan and Xu Manman also entered Jiang Sui's live broadcast room. When Li Lan came in, she immediately boarded a giant rocket and rushed to the top of the leaderboard, then started watching. However, right after Li Lan received one rocket, an anonymous fan immediately sent several more rockets, pushing her down from the top spot. However, since everyone is focused on the live stream right now, even if some people notice the top spot, it doesn't cause a stir at this time. Bai Shishua directly selected 5 of the questions and placed them in the center of the screen. Well, these are the 5 questions. On behalf of my fans, I thank Jiang Sui for helping them answer their questions. Chapter 49, the screen is filled with holy crap. Jiang Sui glanced at the 5 questions. TSK, almost every one of these 5 questions contains insults directed at her. If Bai Shishua hadn't done it on purpose, she could have chopped her head off. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Jiang Sui's answer. I want to see her get exposed and humiliated for showing off. Some also wanted to see her slap Bai Shishua in the face. President, rest assured. According to our investigation of Jiang Sui, this woman is completely ignorant about this kind of knowledge. Someone asked her a similar question on a program before, and she couldn't even utter a word, the secretary said to Ji Sikhen, who was watching the live broadcast. Ji Sikhen said calmly, tell them to get ready to release a smear article about her as soon as this live stream ends. The secretary smiled and said, President, rest assured, everything is already prepared. The team will respond as quickly as possible to anything that benefits Madam. After all, this team was poached by President Xi at a high price. Ji Sikhen stared at Jiang Sui in the live stream, his eyes filled with icy coldness. This woman seems to be more complex than he imagined. At first, he thought dealing with her would be a piece of cake. But in fact, it brought him a lot of trouble. This also caused Xue to suffer a lot of abuse. She couldn't possibly have manipulated public opinion like this on her own, and based on her past reactions, there must be someone behind her teaching her. He sneered. Grasshoppers in autumn can't hop around for more than a few days. Meanwhile, the Shen family members were also watching the live stream. Even the food got cold. Jiang Sui is really stupid. You can't dig your own grave like this. Shen Li mocked. It seems that this big star Jiang is about to be scolded again. It's better if it has nothing to do with our family, otherwise it will be really embarrassing. Shen Qian also said indifferently, foolish. Lin Hui sighed as well, deciding she had no intention of watching any further. She knows her daughter. He had poor grades since childhood and entered the entertainment industry before finishing university. Their quality is low and their cultural level is worrying. How could I possibly know these things? First question, Jiang Sui, stop pretending. Since you like reading this kind of book so much, let me ask you, do you know what our country's latest fighter jet is? Jiang Sui, J6101. A stealthy 7th generation air superiority fighter with high stealth capabilities, high situational awareness, and high maneuverability. The second question, someone with such questionable cultural literacy dares to portray themselves as a top student. Do you even know how to spell failed? Come on, tell me, how many times has the US landed on the moon this year? What's the latest technology used in the coating of their spacecraft? Jiang Sui glanced at it and casually said, the 36th time, the latest technology is a rare metal coating brought back from the depths of the moon. The third question, where is Earth located in the universe? If you can't even answer this, you pretentious person, please stop pretending. Jiang Sui barely needed to think. Earth is located on the Orion Arm, one of the 4 main spiral arms of the Milky Way, between the Perseus Arm and the Sagittarius Arm. It is about 26,000 light-years from the galactic center and about 24,000 light-years from the edge of the galactic disk. Its vertical position is 100 light-years north of the galactic plane. After answering the first 3 questions, the situation had already gotten a little out of control. The live stream chat area was filled with question marks. After a screen full of question marks floated by, then came a screen full of holy crap. The last 2 questions were also related to technology and guns. Jiang Suiju answered the question after only glancing at it. The comment section went even crazier right now. The above part of the answer is fictional. Chapter 50, fighting for her to become godmother. Can you believe it? Everything she said is true. Oh my god, could Jiang Sui be a hidden academic genius? Jiang Sui, you're my sister. My only sister. Who jumped out of bed so excitedly? It's me. She's gone mad. She's gone berserk. Jiang Sui is incredibly powerful. How does she know everything? Aren't those people who said Jiang Sui knows nothing getting a slap in the face? Come and kowtow to your grandpa Jiang. It's just a script, and you actually believe it. This is clearly an attempt to establish a genius persona. Oh, Jiang Sui is really amazing. She can even get Bai Shishue to cooperate in supporting her, and even get Bai Shishue's biggest fan to ask her a question. Even if Bai Shishue's fans turn to ashes, their mouths would still be hard. Ha 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 ha, those trolls, weren't they slapped in the face? Come here, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. These questions were practically elementary school level for Jiang Sui. Multiple time travels, different identities, but similar worldviews. LOL. Forget answering a few questions. Even if you sent her to the battlefield right now, she could fly a fighter jet, bomb the skyscrapers of the United States, and then escape perfectly. She had already been forced to max out some of her skills and knowledge points long ago. Jiang Sui answered casually. Bai Shishue's face looked terrible, like she had eaten shit. The other 2 people in her live stream, Li Lan and Shu Man, who were also supposed to be live streaming, couldn't help but send comments. Li Lan, you're amazing. Jiang Sui, you have such a wide range of knowledge. Please be my son's godmother someday, my son really likes you. Shu Man, and bring my Lele along too. Jiang Sui, from now on you're my sister, my only sister tilde. The 2 of them were sending comments and giving virtual gifts, as if whoever gave the most gifts would become Jiang Sui's godmother. But no matter who topped the list, they were eventually overtaken by the anonymous top-ranked person from before. Live stream chat. Har ha har ha, what are you 2 doing? Hurry up and go back to your live streams. Sister Lan, are you even going to care about Xiaonan? I'm laughing so hard my head is about to explode. What are they doing? Fighting over who gets a godmother, har har har. See? Jiang Sui must be a really nice person, otherwise why would even a movie queen and Shu Man come to support her? The members of the Shen family looked at each other in bewilderment. Why is what happened in the live stream different from what they originally imagined? This should be a script, right? Xinli said uncertainly, is Jiang Sui really that amazing? How can that rude Jiang Sui, who can send dozens of WeChat messages cursing him and his ancestors for 18 generations, be so arrogant? Moreover, just from the way she curses, you can see how worrying her cultural literacy is. How could these be? Lin Hui was also unsure. I guess so. Chen Qian said calmly, judging from the comments, it shouldn't be. The Shen family members, like those who had previously mocked Jiang Sui in the live chat, now felt somewhat embarrassed. But the Jiang Sui in front of them was so different from the person they knew. Perhaps she has a wealth of extracurricular knowledge, Shen Qian said casually, glancing at Jiang Sui in the live stream, who remained calm and composed, and frowning slightly. Then we continued eating. Brother, you actually believe that? These kinds of gimmicks usually backfire in the end, Shenli mocked. I've seen plenty of people like that. Lin Hui said uncertainly, it's probably fake, isn't that how it is in the entertainment industry? But undeniably, even though she knew it was fake, she felt a little thrill when she saw the comments praising Jiang Sui. She was still a mother, and no matter how bad her relationship with Jiang Sui was, he was still her child. However, because she paid too much attention to Jiang Sui and the entertainment industry when Jiang Sui entered the industry, she kept seeing Jiang Sui's scandals and unspeakable behavior, which gradually made her lose interest in the entertainment industry. Chapter 51 Then Call Me Mom. After Jiang Sui answered these questions, Bai Shishue was also stunned for a moment. She quickly covered up her embarrassment with a laugh. It seems that Sister Jiang Sui really knows a lot. My fans are also very curious, so don't take it to heart. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Sister, if I remember correctly, you're older than me. I feel embarrassed to be called sister by you. Live stream chat. Our Shue is only 25 years old, what's wrong with calling you sister? Who says you have to be older to be called sister? Exactly, doesn't Shue understand the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? A 25-year-old with a 7-year-old child. That's pretty early. How dare you even say that? Where did this shameless person come from? It's a shame they're not using their thick skin to sew shoe soles. Can you please touch our Jiang Sui? Sui doesn't have a younger sister as old as you. Bai Shishue continued with her persona. Hey. What's wrong with that? It's not like you have to be old to be called sister. Your thinking is too outdated. Jiang Sui, in that case, you can call me mom. Bai Shishue's smile froze. The comments section erupted in laughter. Har ha har ha, then you can call Sui mom. Har har har, Sui's reaction is amazing. I'm totally confused. Does Bai Shishue feel good about shooting herself in the foot? Oh my god, Bai Shishue's face turned green. Har ha har ha. Isn't she usually so nonchalant and doesn't care? What's wrong with her now? Bai Shishue abruptly ended the video call and didn't say anything more to Jiang Sui. I went back to reading my novel. It wasn't until her son, Ji Chuan, came out to serve her, buying her milk tea and snacks. Even when her agent called to ask her to look at the script, she refused to look at it in front of the camera. He even mentioned his rare leisure time, but what is a script? Although her words caused a lot of controversy, they also confirmed her attitude of giving up on life. Jiang Sui, on the other hand, stayed at home and did whatever she was supposed to do. When it's time to help Xianxian with her homework, she should do her homework. When it's time for her to go to sleep, she should go to sleep. After she recites the ancient poems, she will receive a special snack reward from Jiang Sui's mom. But Xianxian can be disobedient at times. Jiang Sui would also yell at her. Lu Xuansuan. I'll count to 3. 1. Before the word general could even be uttered, Lu Xuansuan had already appeared in front of Jiang Sui looking pitiful, like a little kitten that had fallen into the water. If you don't do your own things, are you going to wait for someone else to do them for you? Jiang Sui scolded. This girl didn't put her toys away after playing with them, leaving them scattered all over the living room. Lu Xuansuan said softly, feeling wronged. Xianxian knows she was wrong, and she will definitely keep it next time. I won't be as lazy and good for nothing as Ji Chuan and his mother. Jiang Sui nodded. That's good. From now on, you need to do things for yourself, understand? At home, there's a housekeeper to help you, but what about elsewhere? Xianxian pouted. She'll be just like Ji Chuan's mother, someone who's annoying. This conversation caused everyone to burst into laughter in the live chat. Har har har, I'm just saying no one can escape mom's first, second, and third laws. Xuansuan's timid yet proud demeanor is so adorable. R. Mother Jiang has Xianxian completely under her thumb. Xianxian is suffering inside, but she doesn't say a word. Har har har, is Xianxian using the neighbor's house as a negative example? That's right, they are lazy and good for nothing. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Even a child can see that, so how can so many fans be blind enough to support them? They are corrupting modern socialist youth. So, how can Bai Shishue's childish behavior become a public benchmark? Seeing these negative comments, Bai Shishue felt both wronged and angry. So when she asked Ji Chuan to cook but he didn't do a good job, and people started criticizing her in the live chat, she finally lost her temper and cursed at Ji Chuan. Chapter 52 Jiang Sui, very good at. Bai Shishue's behavior of scolding Ji Chuan caused her public image to collapse, immediately drawing criticism from netizens. The hashtag #BaiShishue scolds Ji Chuan even trended on social media. Jiang Sui learned about this while watching the comments in her own live stream. She wasn't surprised at all. Bai Shishue originally wanted to become famous by playing the role of a bad person, but the most important thing for playing the role of a bad person is Ji Chuan's cooperation. After all, everyone wants a domineering youngest son who spoils them and can do everything perfectly, without having to do anything. But if Ji Chuan messes things up, he'll become a lazy, unmotivated giant baby who makes children who can't do anything do chores every day. Of course, no one will blame the child, the blame will fall on the adults who instructed the child. That's why she couldn't help but vent her anger on Ji Chuan when he messed things up. Jiang Sui smoothed a strand of hair at her temple, a slight smile playing on her lips. A carefully crafted atmosphere and perfect facial expressions are enough to make them take a screenshot and use it as a new profile picture or wallpaper. After all, Bai Shishue was just a naive woman who lacked experience and had been overly protected by that man. My combat experience is still too limited. Unlike me, I've been playing palace intrigue for generations. Lu Yi saw the woman on the screen, lying on her side in the video, seemingly casually and lazily, although it was a seemingly nonchalant action. However, the visual appeal and angles presented are absolutely perfect. Every frame is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. It seemed unintentional, but it was actually deliberate. In a short period of time, the trending topics related to this program were flooded with her beautiful photos and screenshots. No. Actually, it's not just this one live stream. In fact, many people had already noticed her beauty in the episode before the show's return to broadcast, and many viral photos of her had emerged. Jiang Sui is very good at it. She seemed to know what she was doing that would be very attractive. And it always subtly shows itself in front of the camera. But this woman doesn't act like that when she's in front of him. His brow furrowed slightly, and even his usually humble and refined face betrayed a hint of displeasure. But he still lit a few more big rockets. Xie Yuan, standing to the side, kept his eyes down, seemingly lost in thought. I don't know why, but seeing the boss watching the live stream and giving rewards like this just feels a bit strange, doesn't it? Too little. Lu Yi suddenly said in a cold voice. Xie Yuan, huh? Did he miss something? Lu Yi frowned. The tip amount is too small, and we have to click repeatedly. It's really troublesome. Xie Yuan. What? Boss, do you think the platform's maximum tipping amount is too low? But this amount is 10,000. You've spent 2 million in such a short time. The next day. The moment the live stream started, a large number of viewers flooded into Jiang Sui's live stream room. If the network is even slightly bad, it will either freeze like a PowerPoint presentation or you will be kicked out of the game. The platform has been working overtime to expand its servers, and has even set up separate traffic monitoring for Jiang Sui's live stream, to avoid one live stream actually crashing the server. They had never seen such a massive surge in traffic in all these years. Leveraging this traffic, Bai Shishue's live stream has already started inserting advertisements while broadcasting. Many advertisers approached Jiang Sui, but she rejected them all. Her reasoning was, my purpose in participating in this program is not to advertise. I just signed a contract with the production team to show everyone my daily life taking care of my child. Since it's daily life, we should present our most authentic side to everyone. It's impossible for Xianxian and me to suddenly say in the middle of a conversation, this year, we don't accept gifts for Chinese New Year, but we do accept brain gold, right? Jiang Sui's unvarnished response garnered her even more fans. Lu Xuansuan helplessly raised her head and looked at Jiang Sui. Mommy Jiang Sui, do we have to memeize that again today? Jiang Sui, who was leisurely watching TV, replied, of course. She glanced at the man sitting on the opposite sofa reading a book and frowned. Chapter 53: How to Defeat the Domineering CEO. Lu Yi is back. I don't know when they came back. He swaggered in front of her as soon as he woke up in the morning. But he perfectly avoided the live broadcast camera. For example, right now, he's right in front of me, but is not in the shot. Although he was quite a sight to behold sitting there, dashing and debonair, with features as beautiful as a painting. He would occasionally look up at her, and he would stare at her for a long time. But Jiang Sui found it strange. I can't quite put my finger on what's strange about it. Okay, then I'll recite it once now. Can I skip reciting it tonight? Lu Xuansuan asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi raised his head slightly, his brows furrowing slightly. Jiang Sui was about to say, no, it's live streaming. But Lu Xuansuan had already started memeizing. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Woman, don't challenge me. Woman, you can't escape. Women, don't play with fire. Woman, you asked for this. Woman, you're the first person who's ever dared to talk to me like that. Damn it, I think I've fallen in love with you. I want the whole world to know that you've taken over this fish pond. Lu Yi. He had said long ago that this was all nonsense. Jiang Sui. It seems too late to cover Xuansuan's mouth. Lu Xuansuan recited it all in one go, then looked at Jiang Sui with a tearful pout. Mommy Jiang Sui, I've finished reciting it. Jiang Sui coughed lightly. Okay, continue memeizing tomorrow. Lu Xuansuan said angrily, Mommy Jiang Sui. But I think these words are so stupid. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Even if you're stupid, you have to memeize it. Once you've memeized it, you'll get used to it when someone says these things to you in the future. Lu Xuansuan gritted her teeth. HMPH. Anyone who says these things to me must be a complete idiot. Lu Xuansuan has made up her mind that if anyone says these things to her in the future, she will slap them so hard that they won't even recognize their own mother. Jiang Sui was very satisfied with Lu Xuansuan's current reaction. Yes, that's the effect she wanted. The way to defeat a domineering CEO is to be even more domineering. We just need to get Xuansuan used to these domineering CEO-like tones first. Or, she'll hate everyone who says those things to her. Or, she'll become the one who uses that catchphrase. Regardless of which one it is, it will allow her to escape the fate of being entangled with a domineering second-generation CEO and suffering physical and emotional abuse. From the moment Lu Xuansuan began reciting the first sentence, the entire live stream chat area was flooded with comments. What is this? What is this? Why do these words sound so familiar? Har ha har ha, this is hilarious. These are CEO quotes. Of course you're familiar with them, har har har. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Har ha har ha, I can't take it anymore, get me an oxygen machine. I was so looking forward to seeing if Xuansuan had memeized any classical poems, but what happened? Har ha har ha, I never expected this. How can I be so embarrassed? I never thought it was funny before, but now it sounds like I've dug my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. Is this a plan to make Xuansuan memeize CEO quotes from a young age to protect her from being deceived by men later in life? Wow, what an amazing mom. By the way, how are your toes doing upstairs? My house is missing a basement. As a result, the topic of Jiang Sui making Xuansuan memeize CEO quotes once again became a trending topic. It not only garnered a lot of laughter, but also sparked a lot of discussion about whether girls need to be taught about love from a young age. When Bai Shishua saw this trending topic and the domineering CEO quotes that Lu Xuansuan recited in the trending topic, she suddenly frowned. These words sound so familiar. Chapter 54: That's the Neighbor's Dog. After Xuansuan recited these domineering CEO quotes, their domineering CEO meme, or domineering words and phrases, for short, also became popular online. The internet was instantly abuzz with this meme, thanks to the quirky and humorous netizens who loved to use it. Various short videos are emerging one after another. The comments under Jiang Sui's Douyin videos are almost all the same. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Woman, I want the whole world to know that I am the fish in your pond. Woman, you are the first woman I've ever fallen for. As their domineering CEO meme became increasingly popular, the live broadcast of the variety show Mom is a Hero came to an end. Bai Shishue and Jiang Sui's parenting methods have been analyzed and commented on by various bloggers. The blogger who received the money praised Bai Shishue's parenting methods, but was met with a barrage of insults from netizens, and his account was even reported and banned. However, there are still quite a few online trolls who are trying to discredit Jiang Sui and praise Bai Shishue, but for most netizens who are watching Jiang Sui's live stream, these are already obvious haters. Sai Chen, what should I do? The chat is full of people cursing at me, I don't want to stream anymore, sob sob. Bai Shishue cried to Ji Sai Chen, didn't you say you'd take care of everything? Ji Sichen's tone was full of heartache, baby, don't cry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. Don't worry, it will be alright soon. I won't let that woman get away with it. Jiang Sui didn't do anything special during the end of the show, and she presented a very self-disciplined image to the audience. Whether it's entertainment, studying, or spending time with Xianxian, everything is arranged perfectly. And everyone also discovered that Jiang Sui was far more outstanding than they had imagined. Her self-discipline and excellence stand in stark contrast to Bai Shishue next door, who is just giving up. Many people who initially admired and idolized Bai Shishue's carefree attitude towards life have gradually begun to change. Because Jiang Sui's excellence and self-discipline clearly make them feel more positive and motivated. She seemed to radiate light, inspiring both envy and admiration in them. In the last few hours of the parent-child variety show's live broadcast, the organizers said there was a surprise waiting for everyone. Sure enough, Bai Shishue's live stream suddenly experienced its peak traffic period. It became incredibly lively in an instant. The entire screen was filled with fluttering rose petals, and then a man in a suit appeared in the frame. The man's face was not shown, but his mere silhouette was enough to elicit excited screams from the fans. People also came to Li Lan and Xu Manman's live streams, but none of them had as much of an entourage as Bai Shishue's husband. Almost instantly, the hashtag #Bai Shishue's mysterious husband appears went viral. Fans who had been watching Jiang Sui's live stream also noticed some clues. For example, when Jiang Sui was doing yoga and exercising, they occasionally seemed to see a blurry male shadow flash by. When a fan asked about it, Jiang Sui, maybe the house hasn't been clean lately, so I'll put up some talismans tonight. Fans, ? Shut up, Sui Bao. This is feudal superstition and unacceptable. Lu Yi. Who's the filthy thing? For example, they would occasionally hear a man's voice. Jiang Sui, the neighbor's dog has recently started to talk like a human. Sometimes it barks, which startles me. Fans, ? Lu Yi. He reasonably suspected that Jiang Sui was implying something about him. Chapter 55 Jiang Sui's mommy, please don't leave. When Bai Shishue's husband arrived, Lu Yi was sitting across from her on the sofa, working. As the show was nearing its end, Jiang Sui, as arranged by the production team, interacted with fans, including Xianxian, and answered some questions from the live chat. Lu Xianxian knew she couldn't call him dad, and that he had told her to pretend she didn't see him, but she still couldn't help glancing at him. Ji Siken Lu Yi murmured the name. It turns out that Bai Shishue's husband is him. This man is indeed a bit troublesome. He took out his phone and sent a message to his secretary, Xie Yuan. As far as he knew, this man had many underground businesses and was ruthless, with influence in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. He frowned, realizing he probably wouldn't let Jiang Sui off their hook. Huh? I think I heard that voice again. Sui, your neighbor's dog is amazing. It's talking more and more like a human. Wow, what breed of dog is this? Is it so smart? I really want to have one. Har, help. I feel like Sui is hiding a man. Is she secretly keeping a secret? Don't talk nonsense, our Sui is still single, where would she get a man from? But if there is one, I'd love to see it too, har. Jiang Sui frowned and glanced at Lu Yi across from her. Lu Yi, however, seemed oblivious to everything, focusing solely on the tablet in front of him. Damn it, he must have done it on purpose. He's been appearing in front of the camera so often these past few days, which has aroused suspicion. It must be intentional, right? What is Xianxian looking at? Oh, I can't see what's over there. Sui, can I see it too? Oh yeah, it seems like Xian keeps looking at the other side of the street. I want to look too. I want to look too. Jiang Sui coughed lightly. Well, the dog next door just ran over, and Xian was curious, so she kept looking over there. Now the dog has been taken away by its owner. Xian looked at Jiang Sui, puzzled. Where is the dog that mommy Jiang Sui mentioned? Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Sui. His eyes revealed no emotion, but the slight upturn of his lips hinted at a hint of mockery. Jiang Sui looked to the other side, pretending not to see it. I then selected a few more comments to interact with. Why am I so athletic? Probably because I exercise regularly. Breaking bricks with my bare hands is no problem. What? Breaking a boulder on my chest? Not impossible either. Why am I so knowledgeable? Of course, it's because I love reading. My darlings, you can love reading too. Although Xian is not my biological daughter, since we are destined to live under the same roof, I will do my best to help her. She calls me mommy, so of course I will protect her and spoil her. I've spoiled Xian too much. Who doesn't like to be pampered? Why make a child experience the cruelty and harshness of society so early? She was born into our lives, isn't she meant to be accompanied by our love? Hearing Jiang Sui's words, Lu Xuansuan's eyes also turned red like a little rabbit's, looking at her with a mixture of emotion and pity. As Jiang Sui turned around, Lu Xian suddenly hugged her tightly. Her cries were soft, but she held Jiang Sui tightly in her arms. Mommy Jiang Sui, please don't leave. She sobbed. The thought of Jiang Sui's mother divorcing her father and leaving made her feel incredibly sad. Will there be no more Jiang Sui's mommy in the future? No one protects her anymore, and no one makes tomato and egg noodles for Xian anymore. Sob sob sob. Lu Yi's expression was also somewhat moved as he gazed deeply at Jiang Sui. The comments section was filled with people moved to tears. What should I do? I got sand in my eyes. War. Family love is so touching. I hope I can become a mother like Jiang Sui someday. I also long to be pampered. I also want to be a little princess. Sui is right. Why torture yourself with pain when you can be accompanied by love? If my mother were like Jiang Sui, I would never have become so numb and indifferent, without any feelings for them. And in the last 10 minutes of the live stream, every advertising slot on every live streaming platform featured Jiang Sui and Xuansuan's support. Chapter 56. I've never seen anything like this before. I'm so scared I fainted. All the support exploded online like fireworks. Instantly dominate advertising slots on all platforms. Who has ever seen anything like this before? Everyone was stunned. Even the most prestigious brands only place ads in high-traffic ad slots. This time, the ads didn't even miss a corner. They practically dominated the entire screen. Whether it's the pop-up window when you open an app, or any other place where ads can be placed, everything has been replaced with pleasing and beautiful posters of Jiang Sui and Lu Xian. Jiang Sui's fans have never seen anything like this before. She was just a minor celebrity, without even a team, and was covered in scandals. The fan club and support group were caught off guard. Even the only major fan typed a question mark with trembling hands. Has our Suibao suddenly become more assertive? Another fan cautiously asked in the group. Sui's hair dryer, I'm so excited, war. I've never seen anything like this before, I'm so scared. Year after year, what are you waiting for? Go blow your own horn. We'll keep blowing until Sui retires. Jiang Sui's fans immediately began to join in the support. The previously unknown fans suddenly felt like they had been elevated. Their Sui is amazing. They've managed to win back some fans who were about to unfollow them. War, who can understand the excitement of fans who have been drawn to me solely by my looks suddenly becoming my soulmates and career supporters. Some media outlets even dubbed this brief final 10 minutes a golden age of online traffic. The phenomenal popularity created by Jiang Sui and her daughter participating in a parent-child live stream variety show. The support was so great that it even overshadowed the popularity of Bai Shishue's mysterious husband, who never showed his face. Enraged, Ji Siken lashed out at his subordinates after the live broadcast of the program that night. Jiang Sui, however, was unaware of what had happened because she was not online. Just at the very last moment before the live stream ended, I noticed the chat suddenly became a bit excited, which seemed strange, but I didn't pay much attention to it. After the live variety show Mom is a Hero ended, Jiang Sui also received payment from the production team. After all, they had signed a contract, and if they didn't give her the money, she could sue them in court. The production team didn't want to get into legal trouble, so they didn't try anything funny. After all, Jiang Sui was at the height of her fame and not someone to mess with. Jiang Sui only learned about the support event the next day. Could it be Lu Yi, she murmured to herself. He's so rich, we should make him pay more in the divorce settlement. As for why Lu Yi did this, he guessed it was also for Xuansuan's sake. Otherwise, she really couldn't find any other reason. After all, her relationship with Lu Yi was just a contractual one, and they were about to get a divorce. He doesn't need to spend so much. Jiang Sui turned down all her work and took a break to rest, which also gave her time to sort out some of her interpersonal relationships. The first person we need to deal with is Lu Xuansuan. Xuansuan was afraid she would leave, so she followed her around like a little tail. Wherever she went, Xuansuan followed her. Then every now and then he'd say, "Mommy Jiang Sui, please don't divorce Daddy, okay?" Jiang Sui. If she had known this child would become so clingy, she shouldn't have been so nice to Xuansuan. But who can blame them when this child's future is tied to their own destiny? So she planned to talk to Lu Yi about their divorce and Lu Xuansuan, but before she could talk, Lu Yi suddenly had to leave because of an urgent matter. In fact, Lu Yi had said he wanted to talk to her after the live broadcast that day, but she refused, citing rest as the reason. Now, she can't find this person anymore. Could it have been done on purpose? Although I don't know how you knew about this, I still want to thank you. Otherwise, my parents might really have been in trouble. Shaheng's voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with gratitude. Chapter 57. You hesitated. I'm not your only one anymore. Just the day before yesterday, a fire broke out in the house next to where his parents lived. The fire was huge, burning down 2 floors, and causing serious casualties, most of whom were elderly. If he hadn't called his parents out on a trip beforehand, they might have suffered too. Since that incident, he happened to see Jiang Sui on the show accurately predicting when it would rain and when it would stop. Therefore, he began to suspect that Jiang Sui might have some special abilities, such as fortune-telling or face reading. If that's really the case, following Jiang Sui will definitely make you rich. Don't worry, our agreement stands. After you rest for 2 more days, we'll sign the contract, and I'll become your independent agent, Shaheng continued. Jiang Sui pointed to a necklace in one of the counters in front of her. The sales assistant immediately understood and wrapped it up for her. It's good that they are all right. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Jiang Sui smiled faintly. Shaheng's tone and attitude toward her were much better than before. The variety show went very well this time, you've become a huge star. Your performance far exceeded my expectations, Jiang Sui, you've truly impressed me. Shaheng didn't hold back his praise. He really didn't expect Jiang Sui to become so popular this time. At this time, Jiang Sui was a hot commodity, and everyone wanted to take a bite out of her. People who had heard about her contract termination with her agent also came over. Signing with Jiang Sui at this time will boost his fame and exposure, making him the envy of many talent agencies and agents in the industry. Mr. Shi, you flatter me. How about we sign the contract after I've rested? Jiang Sui took the packaging bag from the saleswoman. After you've rested, it might be harder to find work then. How about we sign the contract online tomorrow? That way I can arrange your next job as soon as possible. What do you think? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, Shaheng, what? Are you hesitating? Am I not your only one anymore? The tone sounded a bit angry, as if Jiang Sui was talking to a scumbag woman. Jiang Sui. He panicked. All right, let us sign the contract online tomorrow. But I'm a little short on cash lately. Jiang Sui sighed. I really want to sign with you. Shaheng, you can owe me for now. Don't worry, with me here, you'll be rolling in money soon. Jiang Sui smiled slightly. I wish us a pleasant collaboration in advance. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Sui took the gifts she had just picked out and got into a taxi. She examined Shaheng's face and said that he had a ruddy complexion and was destined for good fortune. In other words, a benefactor or influential person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done him this favor. According to the original script, after the show ends, Shaheng will be poached by Ji Siken to protect Bai Shishua's status in the entertainment industry. But now that Shahang has been poached by him, what will Ji Siken do? Miss, where to? The driver asked. Jiang Sui, wearing sunglasses, said, Blue Ocean Community. The driver set the location and happened to glance at himself in the rearview mirror. He was stunned by what he saw. Beautiful lady, you really look like a celebrity. Jiang Sui laughed and asked, which celebrity do you look like? The driver said as he drove, it's that one who's been really popular lately, the one who went on a live variety show with her daughter. Seriously, they look so alike. You wouldn't believe it, my wife and son watch it on TV every day, and they even drag me to watch it with them. Jiang Sui smiled but didn't say anything. But the driver suddenly started talking non-stop. My son is absolutely smitten with that little girl named Xian. He says he wants to recognize Jiang Sui as his mother. I think it's Jiang Sui. He says he wants to make her his mom, har har har. My wife was watching and laughing and crying at the same time. I don't know what they are so excited about. It's just a baby. But that mother and daughter are really beautiful. Jiang Sui listened to the driver's eloquent speech with a smile on her lips. But his gaze was fixed on the scenery outside the car window. A bustling city, everything familiar yet strange. This is the place where she will truly spend her entire life. She needs to live a more brilliant and dazzling life. Chapter 58. She looked so polite. Blue Ocean Community, Shen Family. Madam, Sir, eldest young master, second young master, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang has arrived. The family in the living room were already deep in thought, considering Jiang Sui's countermeasures. Upon hearing that the person in question had arrived, everyone's expression immediately turned even more unpleasant. Even the usually composed eldest brother, Shen Qian, frowned deeply. As is customary, every time Jiang Sui comes, she causes a ruckus. It was only after becoming a celebrity that he toned it down a bit. Ever since Jiang Sui came to the Shen family's house and cursed their neighbor next door, they have instructed their security guards to kick her out whenever they see her. Only then did the Shen family calm down. But this time, Jiang Sui called ahead of time to come and visit. Moreover, he spoke in a very polite and humble manner. Lin Hui felt too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, they didn't know if refusing Jiang Sui would cause even bigger trouble. After all, Jiang Sui is incredibly popular online right now, and even the smallest thing she does can make it to the trending topics. What are you afraid of? Is she going to eat us? Shen Xiandong frowned. Why are you all so nervous? Shen Qian said calmly, in the end, this Jiang Sui is only related to Auntie, and has nothing to do with our Shen family. As long as Auntie doesn't soften her heart, no matter how big a star she is just a stranger to our Shen family. A Qian is right. Shen Xiandong nodded. Let her in. I want to see what she is up to this time. Lin Hui looked conflicted, but still promised, don't worry, if Jiang Sui acts up again this time, I will absolutely not be soft-hearted. Chen Li sprawled casually on the sofa, smiling as he said, I'm relieved to hear Auntie say that. Just then, the maid led Jiang Sui in. Jiang Sui is very pretty, with long, wavy black hair tied in a bun on top of her head, revealing her fair forehead. She looks sweet and has a youthful charm. Compared to her usual style of dressing up in luxury brands, she looks more down-to-earth and approachable this time. So much so that when the Shen family saw her, they didn't quite recognize her. She walked up to them carrying bags of gifts, and greeted them shyly and reservedly. Mom, Uncle Shen, Brother Shen Qian, Brother Shen Li. She then looked at a boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old, smiled and said, Xiao Hao. Shen Li originally planned to give Jiang Sui a good scolding as soon as she came in, and he even had the lines ready. But looking at this cute, beautiful, and sweet girl in front of me, he couldn't bring himself to curse. Because she seemed so polite. Everyone in the Shen family looked uneasy, as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Sui's smile was just right. She knew what kind of smile the elders liked best. In the original owner's memory, her mother, Lin Hui, separated from her father because of personality clashes. It was a peaceful divorce, and nothing serious happened. A year after her divorce, she married Shen Xiandong, a middle-aged man who could be considered a model of virtue among men. At that time, Shen Xiandong was a single, divorced, eligible bachelor with 2 children. The two fell in love and quickly got married. Not long after, she gave birth to her half-brother, Shen Hao. The Shen family is a wealthy family that started in the toy business. It is said that the Shen family owns almost 80% of the children's toy industry in China. The original owner always believed that Lin Hui had abandoned her husband and daughter for another man, which is why she always spoke ill of Lin Hui and the Shen family. In the end, they either argue and cause trouble whenever they meet, or they never speak to each other again. Especially these two brothers, it saves them money and effort. Oh no, Chen Li, was so tormented by Jiang Sui that he was annoyed just seeing her. But in the end, the Shen family was quite innocent. Even though Jiang Sui made such a scene, they never scolded her and just blocked her. That's why they are called wealthy families. Just one glance was enough to tell that these people all had an air of wealth and nobility on their faces, and their blessings would extend directly to their descendants. Moreover, they come from a very virtuous family. It seems they have done a lot of good deeds and accumulated merit. Making friends with such people would be very beneficial to my cultivation of Shen power. However, it seems that this family will soon face a calamity. Shen Xiandong coughed lightly. Jiang Sui, is there something you need today? Chapter 59. Her acting is terrible. The youngest, Shen Hao, tugged at Lin Hui and whispered curiously, Mom, is this really Sister Jiang Sui? Lin Hui gently patted him, frowned, and gestured for him to stop talking nonsense. Then he looked at Jiang Sui and asked in a distant yet cautious tone, What are you doing here? Jiang Sui lowered her head, embarrassed and ashamed, and said with a faint smile, Because I haven't seen my mother in a long time, so I wanted to come and see you. I also wanted to apologize to Uncle Chen and my two older brothers. She looked like a child who had done something wrong and was embarrassed. Her voice was soft, and she would pause from time to time, as if she was considering how to speak, or as if she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. This sight caused the members of the Shen family to exchange glances involuntarily. Shen Li suddenly remembered something and whispered in Shen Qian's ear, Brother, she's an actress. Shen Qian said calmly, But her acting skills are terrible. Chen Li. That seems to be true. Seeing Jiang Sui's appearance, Shen Xiandong, as her uncle, didn't know what to say, but instead looked at Lin Hui. After all, Lin Hui is Jiang Sui's mother. You don't need to pretend like this. What exactly do you want? Lin Hui sighed helplessly. If you resent or hate me, it's between you and me. It has nothing to do with Uncle Shen and the others. Don't take your anger out on them. Shen Li also spoke up sarcastically, Jiang Sui, don't think that just because you have fans and are a star now, you can act recklessly in front of our Shen family. We only tolerated you before because you were Auntie's daughter. If you dare to disrespect Auntie again and act crazy in our family, don't blame me for letting your fans know your true colors in a minute. Shen Li, who was originally nonchalant, now had a hint of fierceness. Both of the Shen brothers were extremely good-looking. The eldest brother is a man of few words and composure, a mature and charming type. The second child has a more unruly personality, like a temperamental puppy. Now, Shen Li's once handsome face now gives off a sinister vibe. Shen Li also has the worst temper in the Shen family. After all, his side job is esports, and gamers can always find something to criticize. But because Jiang Sui is a girl and Lin Hui's daughter, she held back from swearing several times. Jiang Sui lowered her head, her expression seemingly calm, yet she exuded a melancholy and sadness. I know that everyone dislikes me because of the mistakes I made in the past. Her eyes were slightly red, but a gentle smile still lingered on her lips. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. Mom, Uncle Shen, and my two older brothers. She looked at Shen Hao again, then bowed, I'm sorry. Amidst their astonishment, Jiang Sui continued. I was young and ignorant before, and I always made many mistakes. I even took my anger out on you because of my mother's remarriage. Now I understand that you can't force feelings. My mother did nothing wrong. It was my own selfishness that made me not consider my mother's perspective. With my father gone, I only have my mother left. Without my father, I don't want to lose my mother too. I miss her so much. That's why I did those wrong things to get her attention. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, but she forced herself to hold them back. Thank you for your understanding and for your forgiveness. I also hope that you can forgive my past willfulness. Her gentle chuckle was heartbreaking to see. The system had once told her that every body she had transmigrated into was a two-dimensional character that followed the original plot step by step. It wasn't until she arrived in this world and became this person that the world began to deviate from its original design, and everyone was able to step out of their paper-thin persona. She didn't know if this was a lie the system made up to alleviate her guilt about taking away other people's bodies, or if it was the truth. But she will always fully respect and treat the emotions left in this body. For example, if the original owner harbors hatred for their enemies, she will help the original owner kill them. For example, she will fulfill the original owner's long-held dream. The original owner of this body was unable to accept her parents' divorce when she was young, which led to misunderstandings about her mother. Coupled with her rebellious teenage years, their relationship deteriorated further. But deep down, she always cared about her mother, which is why she repeatedly caused trouble and threw tantrums. She wanted to get her mother's attention and focus her gaze on herself. Not to mention, she was jealous of the Shin family and resented them for taking away her mother. As she grew up, she gradually came to understand that her parents' divorce wasn't what she had imagined. Her mother hadn't gone to be a kept woman, as she had thought. She had seen her mother and Shin Xiangdong being very loving and happy, something she had never witnessed before her mother's divorce. However, the personality she developed growing up in a single-parent family made her reject Lin Hui's kindness. The long-term bad relationship also made her not know how to get along with her mother, so she would always respond with very harsh words, even quarrel, and she couldn't control her mouth and would say some very hurtful things. This is also the original owner's own frustration. She wanted to reconcile, but that would only make things worse. She was at a loss for what to do. Her father's death made her more sensitive and fearful. Lin Hui's face also showed a hint of emotion, but she didn't know whether she should believe Jiang Sui. The three men, father and sons, besides Shin Hao, also exchanged glances. Although I don't know what Jiang Sui is up to. But now they are a bit at a loss. Because Jiang Sui in front of me is so heartbreaking. Like a broken porcelain doll, yet trying its best to glue itself back together. It's so heartbreaking to watch. Seeing the family's reaction, Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. She's a master at playing the innocent and weak girl. Chapter 60 Sweet Girl Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui Lin Hui wanted to say something, but didn't he know what to say? Finally, I couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right?" Although she was indeed moved by Jiang Sui in front of her. But she was behaving very strangely today. It was so unusual that she wondered if Jiang Sui was possessed, or if something had happened that made her suddenly realize the truth. Lin Hui wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other members of the Shin family thought the same thing. But undeniably, the look they gave Jiang Sui at this moment no longer contained the disgust they had felt when they first saw her. "Mom, I'm fine." Jiang Sui took a deep breath and nodded seriously. But this sight suddenly made Lin Hui feel a little sorry for her. Did she just say something too hurtful? Shin Xiangdong also coughed lightly. "Jiang Sui, you don't really need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. You're still a child, and it's normal to have these thoughts. It's just that you and your mother really shouldn't have fallen out like this. People say that even if bones are broken, the tendons are still connected." He originally felt quite sorry for Jiang Sui. Originally, after Jiang Sui lost her father, he wanted to take her in and raise her as his own daughter. But the child immediately launched into a tirade of abuse against him and Lin Hui. He simply couldn't get close to him. But today, Jiang Sui was unexpectedly sensible, so sensible that it softened his heart. Jiang Sui smiled slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Shin, and thank you for taking such good care of my mother all these years." Shin Xiangdong suddenly felt a little embarrassed by the praise. It's nothing. The main reason is that Jiang Sui is just too beautiful. Today she looks like a sweet girl, and her smile is so sweet it melts your heart. Besides, who wouldn't like to be praised by such a beautiful daughter? He always preferred daughters, but unfortunately, he was unlucky and kept having sons. With red eyes, Jiang Sui said to Shin Qian and Shin Li, "Brother Shin Qian, Brother Shin Li, I was ignorant before and caused you both trouble." Both Shin Qian and Shin Li were stirred by the sweet address of brother. Jiang Sui placed the small bag she was carrying on the coffee table and took out 2 gift boxes from them. "These are gifts I picked out for you all, and this one is for Shin Qian. I know you often sign documents at the company, so I specially chose a fountain pen for you. I even had my name engraved on it." She proudly presented the gift to Shin Qian. Shin Qian paused for a moment, then subconsciously took it, staring blankly at the graphite-colored fountain pen in the box. How did she know that she really liked signing her name with a fountain pen? And that she was actually a serious calligraphy enthusiast? This fountain pen wasn't particularly expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Yet it perfectly suited his taste. This is for brother Shinli. Jiang Sui took out another gift box. Shinli looked at the gift box with a dignified yet curious expression, and finally took it with a feigned aloofness when Jiang Sui handed it to him. The moment it was opened, their eyes lit up immediately. Custom mechanical keyboards. Jiang Sui smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Chen Li likes playing games, so I had someone specially order the keyboard parts and then assembled it myself. I hope you don't mind." Suppressing his joy, Shinli awkwardly said, "Thank you." In fact, given Shinli's status and capital, he doesn't like these things at all. He can have whatever he wants. But he really does have a thing for peripherals, even though he has a bunch of self-assembled and custom-made ones at home. But no one ever assembled it themselves and gave it to him. Moreover, it's obvious that they put a lot of effort into it. He could even name the manufacturer of each component, and they were all branded by that manufacturer. With the added sweetness of the word brother, Shinli's previous prejudice against Jiang Sui almost disappeared. Chapter 61. No one can resist a sweet girl. Xiao Hao, this is yours. Wow. War God X5. Shen Hao exclaimed happily, "It's so cool." Shen Xiandong laughed and scolded Shen Hao, "Look at you, so useless." Shen Hao immediately announced to Jiang Sui, "Sister, as long as you don't scold me, we can play God of War together from now on." Then he showed off to Shen Qian and Shen Li, "I have one too." After all, this was a toy he had always wanted, but his mother wouldn't buy it for him. Therefore, Shen Hao was particularly excited. Jiang Sui smiled and then looked at Lin Hui, who carefully took out a white gift box, which was very beautiful and exquisite. "Mom, this is for you." Lin Hui stared blankly at the gift box Jiang Sui was holding, and her eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. She paused slightly when she opened the gift box and saw the necklace inside. "I remember when I was little, my mother lost a necklace and cried for a long, long time. She said it was her favorite necklace, and it was never found after that. This necklace is not the one my mother lost when I was little, but it is the one that looks the most similar to the one I found." Sui mom Lin Hui was deeply moved, and tears streamed down her face. Her daughter actually remembered, she even remembered. The gifts had been given out, but the atmosphere in the living room was a bit quiet, as if everyone was immersed in their own emotions. Shen Xiandong comforted Lin Hui while glancing at the table. "Everyone else has one, so why doesn't he? Was it because I treated Sui too badly that I didn't prepare a gift for him? Or is it because he's a stepfather that he doesn't deserve a gift?" In just a few seconds, Shen Xiandong's brainstorming had progressed to whether Jiang Sui disliked him, and even wanted to break up the family and take Lin Hui away. Shen Xiandong felt a little wronged. Everyone else has one, so why doesn't he? "Uncle Shen, this is for you." Shen Xiandong was flattered and surprised. I have one too." He looked shocked, but his face was all wrinkled from laughing so hard it seemed to burst open. "Yes, I've met you so many times and caused you so much trouble. Consider this my apology," Jiang Sui said, a little embarrassed. Shen Xiandong took the gift and opened it right in front of everyone. "This is a sandalwood bracelet that I strung myself. It can bring wealth and ward off evil. If you like it to be a little shinier, you can play with it more often when you have time." Shen Xiandong chuckled, clearly delighted. Har har har, great. Uncle will definitely get his hands on it." After giving the gift, Jiang Sui also planned to leave. "All right, the gifts have been delivered, so I'll be going now. Mom, Uncle, don't worry, Sui won't cause you any more trouble in the future." Her smile was like that of an angel. "I hope you can both be happy from now on, and maybe I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Jiang Sui nodded and then turned to leave the Shen family. The members of the Shen family looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as Jiang Sui's lonely figure was about to reach the entrance, encouraged by Shen Xiandong, Lin Hui finally spoke, "Sui." Jiang Sui stopped and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Stay for dinner." Lin Hui smiled at her, her eyes full of pity and affection. Shen Xiandong immediately said, yes, it's almost lunchtime, so let's stay for dinner." Shen Qian also gave a commanding order, "Aunt Wang, prepare an extra set of bowls and chopsticks tonight." "Yes, young master." Shen Li glanced at Jiang Sui, then looked away. "It's just a meal. If you don't eat, you're not allowed to come again." Jiang Sui. She raised her eyebrows almost imperceptibly. These two brothers from the Shen family certainly have very distinct personalities. Chapter 62, fulfilling all fantasies about his younger sister. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sui was asked to stay for dinner. Her original plan was to apologize, and then appeal to her emotions. She wanted to ease the tension first, since Lin Hui was her only family member in the world, and she couldn't let the previous bad relationship continue. Based on Jiang Sui's past relationship with the Shen family, it's highly unlikely they'll accept her so quickly. Then leave on your own and try to repair the relationship later. But the result was better than she expected. Actually, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. As long as he admits his mistake, repents, gives them a gift, and apologizes, there will be no conflict between them. As far as she knew, the Shen family wasn't like those who were unreasonable and unforgiving. The fact that Lin Huining was able to live so happily in the Shen family was enough to prove that neither Shen Xiandong nor his two sons were bad people. The fact that they can accept a stepmother and even express concern about hurting Lin Hui is enough to show that they are kind-hearted and have a good relationship with Lin Hui. It was worth it to go for the sweet and cute look I deliberately chose today. What was expected to be an awkward meal at the Shen family turned into a relaxed and enjoyable one thanks to Jiang Sui's talkativeness. She would talk about interesting things that happened on set, as well as the gossip that women care about most. Lin Hui was extremely interested and kept asking questions. Really? So the rumors were true after all. What about that one? Is it really that one? Although Jiang Sui is talkative, she doesn't say much, which is just the right amount to make people feel comfortable. Even the topic transitions were very smooth, and before we knew it, we were chatting with her while eating. As for dining etiquette, the Shen family never cared about this. Why bother with etiquette when the family is eating together? The most important thing is to be happy. Shen Li would also say a few words to Jiang Sui from time to time. Really? Is he that good? Can he be better than me at video games? Auntie, if you keep asking, your daughter's food will get cold. I didn't say anything about you, those were all things my older brother said. Chen Qian, ? He frowned. Shut your mouth. Even eating can't shut you up. After saying that, Chen Qian continued eating. But his eyes would still occasionally glance at Jiang Sui. For the two brothers, Jiang Sui now probably fulfills all their fantasies about having a younger sister. She's sweet and beautiful, with lovely big eyes. When she smiles, it's like a blooming sunflower. She also calls out "brother" in a sweet voice. If Jiang Sui like this could continue to exist. After finishing their meal, Lin Hui deliberately pulled Jiang Sui aside. Sui, tell your mother honestly, do you have connections in the entertainment industry? Jiang Sui asked in confusion, who is it? Lin Hui hesitated for a few seconds before whispering, Sugar Daddy. Jiang Sui. She paused for a moment, who told you that? Mom, there are a lot of people who spread rumors, don't believe everything. Lin Hui was a little angry, then tell me, who is your husband? Didn't you say you were married? And I saw it all. When your live stream ended, the whole internet was full of pictures of you and Shen Xian. That's what everyone was saying online. Jiang Sui, would you believe me if I said I didn't know which bastard did it? Lin Hui's eyes clearly said, do you think I believe you? Jiang Sui coughed lightly, Mom, what's being said online is all fake. I don't have any sugar daddy. If I were the kind of person who would do anything for money, I would have asked you for money long ago. Lin Hui thought about it and agreed Sui was as stubborn as a donkey. Although she treated me so badly in the past, she never accepted money from me. Jiang Sui, yes, she didn't ask you for money, but she ended up dating a rich man. However, the reason she was able to get close to Lu Yi was purely because Jiang Sui was attracted to Lu Yi's looks. As for the marriage, I was just being stubborn with you and randomly got a marriage certificate with someone. Now I've thought it through and I'm going to get a divorce. Jiang Sui said in a low voice, this matter must be kept a secret. Chapter 63. If only she could stay like this. You silly child, no matter how angry you are, you can't joke about your marriage. Lin Hui felt a mix of self-reproach and a strong sense of camaraderie with her daughter. Then you should get a divorce right away. You're in the prime of your career right now. Haven't you seen how those celebrities who were secretly married or had a child suffered huge blows to their careers? Since that meal, Lin Hui and Jiang Sui's relationship has naturally become much closer. Jiang Sui nodded, I know, I will definitely divorce him, so Mom, you don't need to worry. My mom will find out I've been married sooner or later anyway, so I might as well be honest and avoid having to cover it up with other lies later. Lin Hui was relieved. She was only informed of her daughter's marriage, she didn't even know who her son-in-law was. Otherwise, since they are getting a divorce anyway, she wouldn't ask anymore. Sui, how about you don't go into the entertainment industry? You're still young. How about mom pays for you to study abroad? Lin Hui asked cautiously. Actually, she didn't want her daughter to work in the entertainment industry either. Their family wasn't short of money, and Sui was still young. It was such a pity that she dropped out of university to enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, the entertainment industry is a mixed bag, and she was worried that something might happen to her if she were alone. Jiang Sui smiled and said, "Mom, this is my career, and it's my own business. Since I've chosen this path, I'm going to walk it well. Besides, your daughter is so beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste if more people didn't get to see her? That's it, that tone, that style and her experience, no elder would dislike it." She always had a perfect grasp of the situation. The last sentence was witty and cute, making Lin Hui burst out laughing. "You child." As expected of her own daughter, Lin Hui is becoming more and more likable to me now. She couldn't help but sigh. Sui, you've really grown up. She said softly, "Actually, Mom has always wanted to tell you the reason why your father and I divorced, but you never listened. I wonder if you're willing to listen to Mom now." Her tone became cautious. Before, when Sui was too young to accept her parents' divorce, she wouldn't listen to her mother's words, stubbornly believing that what she said was the truth. So now she's also afraid of upsetting her. Jiang Sui nodded, taking it as if she were speaking for the original owner of the body. Seeing her nod, Lin Hui smiled happily and then slowly began to speak. "I'm so glad you're willing to listen to me. Your father and I got married on a whim after being introduced by a friend. Only after marriage did we realize that we weren't a good match. Your father is a very successful and career-oriented man, he's always busy. But mommy is left alone at home taking care of you. You're so young, you need someone to keep you company. And your dad and I are talking less and less, we can't find anything else to talk about besides you. That kind of life was so oppressive that your father and I chose to divorce after you were a little older. You're right, it was indeed Mom's selfish choice to leave. However, your father and I are both well aware of the shackles that bind us after 10 years of marriage, and we don't know what will happen if things continue like this." This was the first time Jiang Sui had heard about their past from Lin Hui. But she just listened. As an outsider. "I know I'm sorry for leaving you, and I've thought about taking you with me. But your father said he will take good care of you and give you the best of everything. You're his only daughter, and he hopes I can keep you here." Lin Hui couldn't help but shed tears as she said this. Sui, I know how much your father loves you, and I just can't bring myself to take you away. After the divorce, I met my first love, your Uncle Chen. You know what happened after that. You always think I married your Uncle Shen because the Shen family is rich, but actually Sui, before marrying your father, Mom was a jewelry designer earning $1 million annual salary. It's just I never expected what happened later." She sighed. She never expected that Sui's father would be diagnosed with cancer later, nor did she expect that his company would go bankrupt. However, in her mind, even if a company went bankrupt, it shouldn't affect Jiang Sui's standard of living. Jiang Sui also took Lin Hui's hand and smiled. "I understand, Mom. I'm so happy that you're listening to me." Lin Hui took a deep breath and whispered, "After all these years, you've finally listened to me properly. Sui can't always be such a willful little child without a father. I don't want to lose my mother too." Her voice trailed off as she spoke the last few words, her expression turning somber and forlorn. She's become quite adept at playing the emotional card by feigning retreat. Especially after appearing on this variety show and becoming Xuansuan's mother myself, I miss my own mother even more. Lin Hui's eyes welled up with tears, and she felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. She had never imagined that this day would come. It felt like a dream. She gently instructed, her voice hoarse with tears, "Remember, if you need Mom's help in the future, be sure to tell Mom. Don't be stubborn anymore. As long as you're okay and not like before, whatever you ask for, Mom will fulfill it." Jiang Sui nodded gently. A gentle smile was also on his face. Perhaps it's because she has traveled through too many lifetimes, and her emotional state has become detached, making it impossible for her to truly experience the emotion of family love. But she knew that the woman named Lin Hui in front of her did care about this daughter. It just has nothing to do with her. She was simply used to doing everything in a way that was most advantageous to her. Looking at her daughter, Lin Hui felt, for some reason, that she was still very, very far away from her. Thinking that Sui Sui had always been all alone, I felt both heartache and a little guilty. After Jiang Sui left the Shen family, Lin Hui returned to her room alone and cried for a very long time. The two brothers, Shen Qian and Shen Li, stood at the door, watching the direction Jiang Sui left in, their expressions somewhat subtle. She seems like a completely different person, Shen Li couldn't help but say. Shen Qian curled his lips into a smile. It's not a bad thing. Shen Li said in a low voice, actually, she's quite pitiful, isn't she? All alone and helpless. The corners of Shen Qian's mouth that had been raised gradually narrowed, and his gaze deepened. Brother, I wish Jiang Sui could always be like this. I really want a sister like that. Shen Li was afraid that Jiang Sui's mood today was just a sudden whim. But he really liked Jiang Sui today. His heart melted when she called him brother. After a moment of silence, Shen Qian said, me too. Actually, when their aunt told them that she had a daughter, they had fantasized about it during their teenage years. But when they met Jiang Sui, who was aggressive and subjected them to all sorts of insults and abuse, their illusions were immediately shattered. Regardless of whether Jiang Sui was faking it or not, today's Jiang Sui is still in the public eye. In short, they quite liked it. And after Jiang Sui left, Lin Hui opened her phone, and under her social media account was a row of alternate accounts. All of them were registered by her for Jiang Sui in the past. I've been supporting her since her debut, writing short posts for her, and fighting with her haters. You protect Xian Xian, and mommy will protect you. Chapter 64 Inheriting a 50 billion inheritance? Suddenly, Shen Li remembered something. Has the Jiang family's business really gone bankrupt? Shen Qinji frowned. If I remember correctly, Jiang Sui's father's company did indeed declare bankruptcy when her father passed away. Shen Li hissed, but I remember auntie saying that Jiang Sui's father is very rich, and not just ordinary rich. When she heard that Jiang Sui was poor, she was quite surprised, but Jiang Sui was distant from her and didn't say anything. So she didn't know what had happened. Shen Qian lowered his eyes in thought. The company that the Jiang family declared bankrupt is called Wanxing. He knew about this company, but they didn't have any business dealings, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. He only knew that it was owned by Jiang Sui's father. But now that I think about it, the company name sounds familiar. I think that's what it's called. Shen Li nodded. I'll check it out tomorrow. Shen Qian remembered that he seemed to have seen this company's name when he was checking the connections between a group's industries. After leaving the Shen family, Jiang Sui did not go straight home, but planned to go to the bank first. Because she remembered that after her dead father passed away, it seemed that several of his bank cards were frozen. At that time, Jiang Sui didn't understand these things and didn't care. They thought that their family had gone bankrupt and they would have no money, which is why their bank cards were frozen. She never went to the company again, nor did she see anyone from the company. She wanted to go to the bank today to find out what was going on. What's strange is that her father died of illness without leaving a will. At that time, the amount of assets I could inherit from my father was only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. So she felt something was strange. However, before she even arrived at the bank, she received a phone call inviting her to a coffee shop not far from the bank. The man in front of me was dressed in a formal suit, exuding an elite aura, and was capable and composed. He got straight to the point, stating his purpose directly. Ms. Jiang, hello, I am Zhao Shen, your father's lawyer. I invited you here today to discuss and explain the inheritance of your father's estate. Jiang Sui looked him over suspiciously. Inheritance? How much? Zhao Shen adjusted his glasses. Based on current calculations, the inheritance and assets should amount to approximately 5 billion. Jiang Sui took out her phone. Hello? 110. There's a scammer here. Jiang Sui hung up the phone and looked at the will that Zhao Shen had placed in front of her. It actually looks quite convincing, doesn't it? She picked up the A4 paper file folder in front of her and began to look at it one by one. Zhao Shen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been arrested as a fraudster. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. If he really ends up in jail, his colleagues will laugh him to death. It's like this, Miss Jiang. Before your death, your father specifically entrusted me to make this will. His estate totals approximately 5 billion yuan, and you are the sole heir, legally inheriting all of Mr. Jiang's assets. However, there is one condition: this property must be inherited while you are married. But to ensure your rights, this inheritance will be notarized and will be inherited as your premarital property. After reading her father's will, Jiang Sui realized that it was exactly what Zhao Shen had said. But she was completely unaware of everything that was happening before her eyes. Because the script the system originally gave her didn't mention it at all. Chapter 65, It's just that one company went bankrupt. In Jiang Sui's memory, her family was very wealthy. She only knew that her father owned a company and that she had lived the life of a pampered young lady, but she knew nothing about her family. When she was 15, her father asked her to go to the company to take a look and learn how to manage, but Jiang Sui was unwilling to go and only knew how to have fun with her friends. In short, she's the stupid, cannon fodder beauty from the original script. Later, her father fell seriously ill and soon declared the company bankrupt. After his death, Jiang Sui did not receive much of the family property left behind. However, Jiang Sui was stubborn and, because of her hatred for her mother, she preferred to be a kept woman rather than ask Lin Hui for money. Jiang Sui couldn't help but ask, "Didn't my dad's company go bankrupt?" Zhao Shen coughed lightly, speaking in a businesslike tone, "Only one of your father's companies went bankrupt. Although Wanxing Company under your father's name went bankrupt, he still has many other companies under his name that are operating normally. Wanxing Company was just an affiliated company of Wanhe Group, and after declaring bankruptcy, it was directly merged into Wanhe Group. And all of this was completed before your father passed away." Jiang Sui. "You mean to say that only one of my father's companies went bankrupt?" Jiang Sui's lips twitched. "Even if one company goes bankrupt, countless others will rise up." Zhao Shen, yes. Then, Wanhe Group. Jiang Sui felt that the name Wanhe Group sounded familiar. Zhao Shen, it's the Wanhe Group, a Fortune 500 company. Your father is the CEO and director of Wanhe Group. Jiang Sui. Zhao Shen smiled. "These 5 billion assets include bank deposits, company market value, and the shareholding percentage in Wanhe Group. Your father knew you weren't interested in management, so he sold the company before he passed away. Therefore, the assets left behind are mainly bank deposits and shares in Wanhe Group." He was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, if your father were still alive, his assets would be twice as much as they are now." Jiang Sui. She finally managed to process the matter of these 5 billion yuan in assets. She accepted the fact that she was about to become a rich woman. "So you mean I can only inherit this property after marriage?" Zhao Shen nodded. "Yes, you need to show your marriage certificate, and it needs to be during the marriage." "What if I get married and then get divorced?" Jiang Sui asked rhetorically. Zhao Shen coughed lightly. "Mr. Jiang specifically mentioned that, in order to prevent you from marrying just any man for the sake of property, it was specifically stated that if you divorce within 10 years, the remaining property will be divided as marital property." Jiang Sui's lips twitched. "Old ginger is spicier, isn't it?" Zhao Shen, that makes sense. "Did my dad ever tell you why I have to get married to inherit this estate?" Jiang Sui really couldn't understand what her father meant. Zhao Shen glanced at Jiang Sui in front of him, as if to say, "Don't you have any self-awareness?" Jiang Sui. "Well, your father thinks you're too young. Maybe you'll be more mature after you get married, and with your husband's support, you'll be more careful when you receive this inheritance," Zhao Shen explained. Jiang Sui, "So you mean you're afraid I'll squander all this money before it's all gone?" If that's the case, Jiang Sui can understand. Given Jiang Sui's past behavior, she probably wouldn't know what to do with the money. She might have squandered it all long ago. "Isn't he afraid that I've found a gigolo?" Jiang Sui muttered softly. Zhao Shen, cough cough cough. "Miss Jiang, could you please keep your voice down?" Chapter 66, First Inheritance of Estate. Jiang Sui pondered for a moment. In the original script of this world, there was actually little mention of Jiang Sui's background. If I hadn't become Jiang Sui, this character would have been nothing more than a backdrop to highlight by Shishue. She originally thought this was a story of a comeback from the start, but she never expected that her father would leave her such a large inheritance. 5 billion. With so much money, what can't she do with it? Therefore, I must get married to be eligible to inherit this fortune. She narrowed her eyes. Zhao Shen nodded. "According to your father's will, you are only eligible to inherit this estate during the marriage agreement. The specific details are mentioned in your father's will. He paused for a moment, then said, Wanher Group is a family business. Your father is the second son of the chairman of Wanher Group. Mr. Jiang said that if you want to sever ties with Wanher Group, you can sell your shares. If you do not wish to sell your shares, you can also use your equity to join Wanher Group. At this moment, Jiang Sui felt that her father had been quite considerate of her. The only downside is that you have to get married to have inheritance rights. Wouldn't it be better for her to be a single, wealthy woman? Zhao Xin looked at Jiang Sui in front of him and saw that she was thinking with her eyes downcast and a faint sadness on her face. He thought she was missing her father. Indeed, after all, discovering how much one's own father had considered for them after his death would move anyone. I'm married now, let us get ready to go through the formalities. By the way, should I send you a photo of the marriage certificate later or should I mail you the original? Jiang Sui suddenly asked. Zhao Xin, anything is fine. Is the longing for one's father really that quick? By the way, what about my dad's frozen bank cards? It was also arranged by Mr. Jiang. The funds in your bank account will be unfrozen and transferred to your name when you go through the inheritance procedures, Zhao Xin answered truthfully. Jiang Sui took a sip of coffee. Yes, this is my first time inheriting an estate, and there are many things I don't understand. Thank you for your help. Zhao Xin. Jiang Sui was somewhat excited about becoming a billionaire, but she couldn't show it too much, lest she seem like a loser. But having worn this outfit so many times, this is the first time she's inherited an estate, damn it. Despite her inner excitement, Jiang Sui remained calm on the surface, picked up her coffee, and took a small sip. Zhao Xin was a little surprised. He thought that this would make Jiang Sui very excited, or even shout, but she seemed to have no reaction at all. He was unusually calm, and even seemed to possess the composed demeanor of someone in a position of authority. As expected of Mr. Jiang's daughter, she possesses the same elite demeanor as Mr. Jiang. As he stared at Jiang Sui in a daze, he suddenly noticed that the girl in front of him was glancing at him and staring at his naked body. For some reason, the girl's gaze suddenly made him feel a little uncomfortable. Are you my dad's lawyer? She asked, her tone slightly raised, with a hint of nonchalance. Yes, he replied. Where do you work now? I have my own private law firm, Zhao Xin replied. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Then you can be my legal advisor from now on. I'll give you the same treatment my dad gave you back then. Of course, besides being my legal counsel, you can also take on other people's case as long as there are no scheduling conflicts. What do you think? Zhao Xin was taken aback. Chapter 67 The Strange Boy. Mr. Zhao, I think I will need your help in some way. Jiang Sui's lips curled up slightly. Since this man enjoys Lao Jiang's trust so much, it means he is indeed a reliable and capable person. Zhao Xin is a talented person, and since he is a talented person, she should win him over first. A lawyer will always come in handy. Zhao Xin neither refused nor agreed outright, saying, I'll think about it. Jiang Sui didn't continue speaking. Zhao Xin had no reason to refuse a job that required payment. Thinking about it is just empty talk from the so-called elite to save face. To put it bluntly, it's pretentious. After talking with Zhao Xin, Jiang Sui went to the bank again. When Zhao Xin went to check his father's bank cards, the bank manager's words confirmed what he had said. These frozen bank cards can only be unfrozen with a letter from Attorney Zhao. Jiang Sui couldn't help but complain, it's all my family's money, why make things so complicated? Rich people always have so many tricks up their sleeves. Just as she came out of the bank, a young man wearing a baseball cap walked past her. He seemed to have suddenly tripped and stumbled. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Sui instinctively grabbed his arm. The young man looked up and saw that it was a very handsome boy. Hidden beneath the baseball cap was a head of creamy blonde hair. His features were beautiful and delicate, radiating the bright and cheerful aura of a sunny young man. Jiang Sui was only wearing sunglasses today, and the lens reflected the handsome face of the boy staring blankly at her. The handsome young man's face went from being lost in thought to breaking into a smile. Thank you, miss, he said with a sweet smile. Jiang Sui frowned slightly, then withdrew her hand and said, walk slowly. After leaving those words, Jiang Sui continued on her way. As she left, the boy's gaze remained fixed on the direction she went, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. He didn't turn around and walk into the bank until her figure disappeared at the intersection. Hello, what kind of service do you need? The lobby manager asked professionally as he approached. The boy took out a card. The lobby manager's attitude immediately changed completely, and he became extremely polite. Hello, please follow me this way. As Jiang Sui walked, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She adjusted her sunglasses, a thoughtful look in her eyes. That person just now looked kind of familiar. Moreover, she sensed a very special aura emanating from that boy. But she couldn't quite describe the feeling. But she was certain that the boy was no ordinary person. This special aura was sensed by him using his profound energy. However, if it was just a chance encounter, it wouldn't concern her. Jiang Sui didn't take a taxi. The villa wasn't far from here, so she planned to walk back. But in her mind, she was piecing together the situation she was facing. Just because she slapped by Shishua on a variety show, Ji Siken definitely won't let her off the hook. Not to mention she also hindered by Shishua's rise to fame. Perhaps she will soon face Ji Sichen's furious revenge. This man is an extremely ruthless person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He would do things secretly if they were too difficult to do openly. Now she has changed the course of the original script. Bai Shishua did not become a hit after the parent-child variety show, nor did she gain a large number of fans. Although she possesses a foundation in metaphysics, she cannot predict her own fate as long as she hasn't completely deviated from the original script. This is because her destiny is subject to change at any time based on everything she does. Unless it completely deviates from the original script. Since Bai Shishua didn't become a viral sensation or gain a huge fan base, and she herself didn't become universally disliked online, how could she not have deviated from the original script? Could it be because they haven't yet brought down Ji Siken, who can control everything in the entertainment industry? Chapter 68 I met a bad guy, sob sob sob. Yes, as long as that man is around, Bai Shishua could make a comeback at any time. The entertainment industry and the internet are both places where memories are easily forgotten. Giving Bai Shishua another show to make her a sensation would be a piece of cake. It seems the one we still need to deal with is that man. As for the hidden script, Lu Xuansuan's future is still beyond her control. After all, Xianxian is still young, so she can only change all the key points in Lu Xianxian and Ji Chuan's relationship. Now, the childhood sweetheart relationship between the two on the parent-child reality show has been severed by themselves, and things can only be dealt with slowly in the future. Having traveled through time many times, she was already quite skilled and quickly came up with a series of countermeasures. However, there are also instances that deviate from the original script. For example, Lu Yi as a person, and his background. And the background of one's own body. After all, she never expected that the deceased old Jiang would leave her such a large inheritance. Moreover, Lao Jiang's identity is not simple. The second son of the chairman of Wanher Group. Wouldn't that make me the granddaughter of the chairman of Wanher Group? And since he holds shares in Wanher Group, he'll likely face further trouble from the group. That could be a real problem. Wang Ergu, do you think I'm destined to become just an ordinary rich woman at such a young age? She whispered. Did the world give me some kind of buff? Starting with inheriting a 5 billion yuan fortune. Surprisingly, the system responded to her at this moment. Have you ever considered that this money was originally yours? Jiang Sui, what nonsense are you talking about? Did you think I saved this before? But every time I'm reborn, it's like refreshing and starting over, isn't it? System Wang Ergu remained silent and did not speak. But Jiang Sui keenly sensed something. Are you hiding something from me? System Wang Ergu remained silent. Just as Jiang Sui was about to ask more questions, Wang Ergu suddenly spoke up. You should deal with your current troubles first. Jiang Sui looked at the car that had suddenly blocked her way. She frowned, took off her sunglasses, and squinted at them. Several tall men in black suits got out of the car. He looks like a thug. They walked aggressively straight towards Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui then noticed that the place she had walked into was deserted and quite remote. Miss Jiang, please come with us, the man who approached said coldly. Jiang Sui sneered, what kind of creature are you? You think you're worthy of letting me go with you? Miss Jiang, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. The man in the suit spoke with a hint of threat. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. I've never been forced to drink a penalty cup before, do you want to try? The men were clearly angered by Jiang Sui's words. The boss said that if she doesn't obey, we'll take action, the man said coldly in a deep voice. As soon as they finished speaking, they walked straight towards Jiang Sui. One of the men even physically attacked Jiang Sui, attempting to capture her. R. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Sui actually struck first, grabbing his arm and snapping it. He then slipped sideways into the crowd. Among a group of tall men, he was like a sharp blade that had been turned open. Swift, accurate, and ruthless. No hesitation or delay. Despite her slender arms, the power she unleashed was so great that even several burly men who were over 1.8 meters tall could hardly fight back. Within minutes, the men were lying on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Jiang Sui snorted coldly, and without even asking a question, picked up her phone and called the police. Then, in an instant, her expression changed, and she began to cry weakly, "Hello. Is this a police officer? I've met a bad guy." War. Chapter 69. She's clearly a beauty. The expressions on the faces of their bad guys lying on the ground were quite interesting. Horror, fear, shock, grief, and indignation. How can there be such a shameless person? She's the bad guy. What they fear is that if she calls the police, how will they explain themselves? If this matter goes to the police station, wouldn't the boss make things very difficult for them? So they prepared to get up and run. But Jiang Sui reacted very quickly. After hanging up the phone, she kicked the trash can next to her right away. Such a slender leg, yet it can kick a metal trash can on the roadside flying. The force shot out like a cannonball. The first person to run was hit directly in the back by the flying trash can and fell to the ground. Then Jiang Sui took out her phone and slowly recorded a video for them. "Run! Run, you bastards!" Jiang Sui smiled as she looked at the people in the video whose expressions had clearly changed. "See you on tomorrow's headlines." The group exchanged glances, never expecting that such a sweet and docile girl would actually be such a terrifying creature. "We can't beat them. We simply can't beat them. I should have known they brought their weapons." They looked at each other. Damn it, no wonder he ran away. But they had only run a few steps when the trash can suddenly flew towards them. Bang! Bang! With several dull thuds, all the men were knocked to the ground. The trash can that suddenly flew up and crashed into them scared them half to death. At this moment, they didn't care about running away. The several grown men screamed in fear. "A ghost! A ghost! A ghost!" The thugs, who had just been swaggering and fierce, were now trembling on the ground in fear. The trash can was lying scattered on the ground. Besides the trash scattered all over the ground, there were also metal fragments from a trash can that had been broken into pieces. Jiang Sui lightly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled slightly. "She's clearly a beauty." The police arrived quickly. Several young police officers who responded to the call glanced at the beautiful young woman beside them who was unharmed. Then I looked at the group of grown men who were crying and shouting that there were ghosts, their faces bruised and swollen, but they acted like they were seeing their own parents when they saw them. Etc. Something seems off. Wasn't the person who called the police just a woman? Huh? This woman looks kind of familiar. Isn't this the female celebrity who's been really popular lately? Jiang Sui sniffed, on the verge of tears. "Officer, it was them who just tried to kidnap me." The thugs immediately began to argue their points. "Officer, we didn't. We didn't kidnap her. She hit us." Yes, she hit us." "Officer, you have to stand up for us." "Officer, that trash can just flew up. It flew up." The young police officers remained expressionless. "Take them all away." So, Jiang Sui and these people were taken to the police station for questioning. However, Lu Yi arrived at the police station shortly after. The moment he appeared in the office, almost everyone in the office instinctively focused their attention on him. "Wow, he's so handsome. Which big star is this? Never seen this before, probably not a celebrity." They watched as the man walked into the rest area inside. Based on our interrogation and investigation, these people were indeed targeting Ms. Jiang, but they only admitted to causing trouble and making things difficult for you, refusing to provide any other information. Do you have any leads you could provide, such as information about your enemies or competitors? The young police officer sitting in front of Jiang Sui asked her earnestly. Chapter 70. Lu Yi came to rescue her. Jiang Sui held the hot water in her hands and took a small sip. Then she said softly, "Officer, you should know my identity, who knows what trouble it might cause." If those people are really trying to harm me behind my back, I don't know either. But what? Jiang Sui frowned. I heard something, but I don't know if it's true. These words immediately piqued the officer's curiosity. What's up? Jiang Sui hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, the threatening phone call I received on the parenting reality show was real. The person who called me was probably Bai Shishue's husband. So you suspect these people were sent by Bai Shishue's husband? The officer asked. Jiang Sui shook her head. I don't know either, but I think I've heard rumors that Bai Shishue's husband seems to have connections with the underworld. She added, I don't know if it's true or not, I've only heard it vaguely. Her explanation made the police officer in front of her frown. I understand, we get it. We will pay close attention to the clue you provided, Miss Jiang. Jiang Sui smiled and nodded, thank you for your help. That was her real reason for calling the police. Regardless of whether these people were sent by Ji Siken or not, they can still draw the attention of the police. Ji Siken has numerous illicit business operations under his control, and he himself has committed many illegal and disorderly acts. He has consistently relied on the Ji family's immense power and influence to completely cover these up. After all, this is a powerful CEO who can make someone disappear from Beihai City with a snap of his fingers. Only a father like this could raise a domineering second-generation CEO who is lawless and even dares to grope girls' waists. Even if there is no evidence to get the police to arrest him, it can still get the police to take notice of him. Another day she'll investigate Ji Sichen's company and report him for tax evasion. After taking the statement, the officer continued, oh, right, there's one more thing. They are now accusing you of assaulting them. He looked Jiang Sui up and down, finding it hard to believe he had said those words. How could such a slender and frail-looking girl possibly beat up those professionally trained strong men like that? But what those people said was so detailed and convincing, it even sounded a bit fantastical. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, but hadn't spoken yet. A lawyer will handle this matter, Lu Yi's pleasant and mellow voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Sui and the police officer who was questioning her both looked at Lu Yi at the same time. Even seasoned acquaintances were amazed by Lu Yi's extraordinary charisma the moment they saw him appear. His composed demeanor exuded an air of calm and composure, clearly indicating that he was a well-mannered young master from a prominent family in high society, with his refined features revealing a noble and elegant air. He looks to be under 30, his very young. Yet he possesses a mature and composed demeanor befitting a man. Jiang Sui looked at Lu Yi, and Lu Yi's gaze also fell on her. She smiled and waved, hi tilde tilde. 15 minutes later. Jiang Sui had already gotten into the passenger seat of Lu Yi's car. She shifted uncomfortably, you're here pretty early. The time she spent texting Lu Yi was only about 10 minutes. How did he get here so quickly? Lu Yi's lips curled slightly. Feeling uncomfortable now? When you texted me earlier saying you'd come to my rescue, I didn't see you feeling uncomfortable at all. Chapter 71. You seem to know Ji Siken very well? The moment I received Jiang Sui's message, Lu Yi immediately dropped everything he was doing and went straight from the company building to the location she had sent. When he arrived, the first thing he did was check her for any injuries or if anything had happened. Seeing her sitting in the office looking wronged, Lu Yi felt a surge of resentment welling up inside him. Jiang Sui, cough cough cough. That's because you're my husband tilde tilde. Since divorce is not an option, let's try to repair our relationship. At the very least, this marriage must be kept going. In any case, they've had their share of marriages that were essentially contractual relationships. Let her inherit the 5 billion yuan fortune first. Actually, she had thought about it carefully. Having a child painlessly, having a husband who's practically non-existent, and inheriting a 5 billion yuan fortune isn't that the best thing ever. She was worried that the man would harm her when she wanted a divorce, and the original script also included a plot where she was attacked online and then jumped off a building to her death, which happened during this marriage. But since there are 5 billion, then what is she afraid of? The original script never mentioned that Jiang Sui inherited 5 billion. What did you just say? A deep male voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Sui was having a brainstorming session, and she could only vaguely hear Lu Yi's voice. R. Lu Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly let out a cold snort. Jiang Sui. Miss Jiang is really forgetful. Lu Yi's words carried a hint of resentment. Jiang Sui then realized, could it be because she had just called him husband? Are those people Ji Sichen's men? Lu Yi suddenly asked calmly. As Jiang Sui fully donned sunglasses and a mask, she retorted, how did you know? She's in Lu Yi's car right now. If the paparazzi take a picture of this, I'll be the top trending topic tomorrow. Lu Yi frowned when he saw her action. If it weren't for Ji Sichen, you wouldn't have needed to deliberately reveal things about him to the police. He paused here. You seem to know Ji Sichen very well? Jiang Sui was a little alarmed. If Lu Yi hadn't completely lost her memories of her past life, she would have seriously suspected that the person with this appearance was the same man in every lifetime. They were all equally perceptive and intelligent. Just like a wolfhound with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, it can find a hidden bone based on the slightest scent. She also tried to tell Lu Yi's fortune. But she couldn't see his birth chart or predict his destiny. She's the kind of person who never gets hung up on anything. Since she couldn't see it, she stopped researching it. Anyway, it's not the first or second time. Not very familiar, but there are a lot of rumors in the entertainment industry. Haven't you ever heard any gossip? Jiang Sui replied casually. Lu Yi replied expressionlessly, yes, I've heard some of it. Actress Jiang Sui was spotted meeting with a popular young actor late at night, sparking rumors of a new romance. Actress Jiang Sui and her male co-star were seen playfully fighting on set, sparking rumors of a romance between the cast and crew. A young male trainee and a mature actress are rumored to be in a romantic relationship, creating a publicity stunt to gain attention. Jiang Sui. You can shut up now. Her lips twitched slightly. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so interested in entertainment gossip. Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently. That single glance could be said to convey 1,000 unspoken words. If eyes could speak. Jiang Sui felt that Lu Yi must have been cursing at her just now. Chapter 72 is so awesome, why is she being so coy? Although she could hardly imagine what someone like Lu Yi would be like when he started cursing. It's all a publicity stunt. It's all a publicity stunt. Jiang Sui said righteously, my former manager is not a decent person at all, and her character is questionable. She always likes to sabotage me. All these marketing campaigns were arranged by her. That's why I terminated my contract with her, because I couldn't tolerate her shameless publicity stunts. It's just too much. It's ruining my reputation. At least she and Lu Yi were still husband and wife in name only. These marketing statements made her feel like she was cheating on him, and Lu Yi's words made her feel inexplicably guilty. Lu Yi gave a curt "oh" and said, really? Jiang Sui, of course, am I the kind of person who would engage in shameless hype? Actually, she was right about that. Tina arranged many of Jiang Sui's original marketing activities. In her words, black and red are still red. So they let her piggyback on other celebrities' fame and create hype around them. That's why Jiang Sui was criticized so harshly before. Even if they haven't reached the point of being universally hated online, when they are mentioned, it's just a casual remark, oh, is that marketing freak who loves to create hype? How come they haven't been forced out of the industry yet? Lu Yi let out a soft snort. Jiang Sui. What's he humming about? What's there to be angry about? Does he think he's cheated on? Be more careful when you go out in the future. Lu Yi suddenly spoke in a deep voice, you're right, Ji Sichen does have a group of people under him who can solve his problems. The Ji family's branches are extensive and intricate, and they also involve the underworld. Because they started out in a relatively relaxed environment, making their fortune through underground businesses, they picked up many bad habits. They were used to being lawless, and Ji Sichen was a ruthless person. The person causing you trouble today is very likely one of Ji Sichen's men. So starting tomorrow, you'd better bring a few bodyguards with you when you go out. He paused for 2 seconds, then said, tomorrow I will call a few people over to secretly protect you. No need, Jiang Sui refused. I've already called the police, and I believe he wouldn't dare to do anything rash. Isn't having Lu Yi send people to protect me the same as monitoring me? How can I perform well then? Lu Yi suddenly looked at Jiang Sui, his lips curled up in a captivating smile, and a glint of light appeared in his eyes. You're very smart. His praise came from the bottom of his heart. He now believes that both the police report and the words he said at the police station were intentional on Jiang Sui's part. Although Jiang Sui always considered herself smart, she was actually a little embarrassed to be praised so earnestly by this man. I really don't need bodyguards. She could take on 10 men by herself, so why would she need bodyguards? Lu Yi didn't force him, but said, I'll give you these people, you can use them anytime. They are all from special forces, and as long as they are not professionally trained international agents, there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Sui. If she's so awesome, why is she being so coy? Okay, she readily agreed. Thank you, Mr. Lu. You never know when you might actually need it, so I'll keep it for now. Lu Yi frowned slightly at Jiang Sui's quick change of expression, and was even more displeased by her use of the term Mr. Lu. Are you very familiar with the Ji family? I can tell you know quite a bit about them, Jiang Sui asked, puzzled. She knew absolutely nothing about Lu Yi's identity and background except that he was rich, so she decided to take the opportunity to dig deeper. Chapter 73, Is it because I love him that I won't get a divorce? Lu Yi glanced at her and then replied, We're not close. I have no business dealings with them, so we keep to ourselves. If they don't bother me, I won't bother them either. The Lu family belongs to the aristocratic family faction. They were once imperial relatives and nobles, a true aristocratic and powerful family that has been passed down from their ancestors, and they have been doing legitimate business. They might even respond to the national call and develop many national industries that benefit the country. And from time to time, they donate 1 or 2 aircraft carriers. The Ji family, on the other hand, became rich overnight. They caught a good wave when the country was developing, and they also engaged in many underground high-profit industries, which is why they became nouveau riche. Within this circle, they looked down on the way the Ji family made their fortune. Jiang Sui's eyes were still looking at him curiously. He asked deliberately, What else do you want to know? The implication is that I can tell you anything else you want to know. Jiang Sui was actually quite curious, but after hearing Lu Yi's words, she thought she had too many questions. After all, according to their previous contractual marriage, Lu Yi hadn't told Jiang Sui anything about himself. So she didn't want to make a fool of herself. Instead, he asked another trivial question, Is it you who is richer, or Ji Siken? Lu Yi. After a few seconds of silence, he finally uttered a single word, me. Jiang Sui was puzzled. What's wrong with him again? So what if you have money? Why get angry? How come this person suddenly looks like a pufferfish? She's always puffed up with anger. Lu Yi didn't drive straight back to the villa, but instead headed towards the company. Because Lu Yi left in a hurry, some important documents were left at the company. The two suddenly fell silent after their previous conversation. No one spoke. Until the car was almost at the company. Jiang Sui's words broke the silence between the two. Lu Yi, let's not get a divorce. The soft, gentle voice carried a hint of cautious inquiry. The excitement nearly caused Lu Yi to slam on the brakes. He hadn't even come to his senses when he parked the car. What did you just say? He asked again. Jiang Sui, however, remained immersed in the atmosphere she had created and whispered, I've thought about it. Xian is, after all, a girl, and her growth is inseparable from a mother. Although she's not my biological daughter, we still have a mother-daughter relationship. Besides, I think you're a great person and a very suitable candidate to be my husband. He's handsome, rich, and never comes home. Having a husband is like having none at all. Isn't that great? So I've been thinking about it, let's not get a divorce. Okay. Lu Yi responded softly, then said, I'll go upstairs to get my things first. You wait for me here. After saying that, Lu Yi immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Jiang Sui, I haven't finished speaking yet. She was about to continue, suggesting that they shouldn't get a divorce, but continue their secret marriage as a couple in name only, so that they wouldn't bother or interfere with each other. But Lu Yi had already gotten out of the car and strode away, leaving her alone in the passenger seat. Why are you running so fast? She couldn't help but complain. Is a ghost chasing you? After getting out of the car, Lu Yi's heart was beating faster than ever before. And from the moment he got out of the car, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. If you don't get out of the car quickly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the smile on his lips. Was her last sentence a confession to him? Is it because she likes him and thinks he's a good person that she doesn't want a divorce? Chapter 74 She pulled at me. After Lu Yi left, Jiang Sui picked up her phone and sent the video she had recorded that day to Shahang. After receiving the video call, Shahang sent 3 question marks in a row. Shahang. Jiang Sui, these bastards, they actually tried to kidnap me, a weak and vulnerable person. Shiheng seemed to understand what Jiang Sui meant. Shiheng, I'll figure it out. Jiang Sui, tilde. Shiheng, understood. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, leaving the rest to Shiheng. Perfect, let her see Shiheng's abilities. The fact that these people would directly attack her shows that the people behind them clearly want to get rid of her. At first, she wasn't entirely sure they were sent by Ji Siken, since she still held shares in the company and might get involved in a power struggle within a wealthy family. But once she was in the police station, she became certain. Because she saw the words they were lip-syncing to when they were whispering, President Xi. A slight smile played on her lips. That's it? You think you can deal with her? That would be underestimating her. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the car window. Jiang Sui frowned and rolled down the car window. Before her stood a young woman who was quite attractive. She was dressed in luxury brands, in a Chanel-style socialite outfit. Who are you? What are you doing in Lu Yi's car? The woman asked immediately, her tone as if she had caught him cheating. Jiang Sui's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, sized her up. Who are you? The woman sneered, her tone condescending. Who I am is none of your business. Tell me who you are first. What's your relationship with Lu Yi? When she saw Jiang Sui wearing glasses and a mask, she exclaimed, You're all covered up like this, what, are you hiding something? Did you sneak onto Lu Yi's bus? Jiang Sui was afraid that the woman would suddenly pounce on him and grab him, so he subconsciously moved a little closer. Are you Lu Yi's lover? She asked, puzzled. If he weren't Lu Yi's lover, why would he come here to catch them in the act? Could it be one of Lu Yi's mistresses? Pei Pei looked a little uncomfortable when she heard her ask that question. What lover? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Sui understood. So it really was Lu Yi's mistress. No wonder they never go back. But his judgment was really bad. This woman was far inferior to him. Oh. Lu Yi and I are friends. I just hitched a ride with him to go home. She was always too lazy to cause trouble and didn't want to get involved in any unexpected disputes. Pei Pei stared at her, very doubtful, really. Jiang Sui, Right after she said that word, the woman suddenly reached out and started to pull Jiang Sui away. Do you think I'm stupid? You shameless bastard, I want to see what you really look like. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, do you know you're shamelessly seducing men and don't want anyone to see you? Jiang Sui quickly backed away, shouting, back, back, back. Then he raised his leg and kicked the woman in the face. The woman's head, which was sticking out of the car window, was immediately pushed back out by Jiang Sui's kick. Jiang Sui's footprint was also stepped on his face. You bitch, you actually kicked me. The woman was furious and was about to go in and grab Jiang Sui's hand when she was suddenly grabbed by a force and pulled backward, falling to the ground. Lu Yi appeared in front of the car, his gaze cold as he looked at the woman. Jiang Sui immediately burst into tears, crying aggrievedly, War, Lu Yi, she's pulling on me. Lu Yi's expression immediately turned even colder. Who gave you permission to touch her? Pei Pei froze, her eyes widening. I. Lu Yi's expression at this moment was completely devoid of his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Instead, it was chillingly cold and menacing. Chapter 75. Lu Yi is acting strangely. Since Miss Pei has the audacity to cause trouble on my turf, I will tell the security guards here that they will kick you out every time they see you. Pei Pei quickly explained, her face completely devoid of the fierceness she had shown towards Jiang Sui, as if she had become a completely different person. No, Lu Yi, I just wanted to find you. I saw your car parked here, and there was a woman inside. Lu Yi said coldly, what do I have to do with you? Who in my car is none of your business. What right do you have to show up here and point fingers at my people? But Lu Yi, I like you. I've liked you for so long, how could you do this to me? Pei Pei said incredulously, her voice filled with deep hurt. Jiang Sui silently commented, TSK, she's not as good looking as me, and her acting skills aren't even a tenth as good as mine. Lu Yi frowned, his voice indifferent and cold, I don't like you. You're just being a one-sided simp. Have I even glanced at you? Pei Pei. Jiang Sui unconsciously swallowed. Holy crap, what a ruthless man. You never would have guessed Lu Yi had such a sharp tongue. Moreover, it's this kind of tone that sounds quite comfortable, calm and collected, yet it speaks words that pierce their heart. Pei Pei stared at Lu Yi with grief and indignation, then glared angrily at Jiang Sui, before bursting into tears and running away. Lu Yi said calmly, "This is my company's area. I will notify security and she will not be allowed to come in again." Jiang Sui looked left and right, her gaze finally settling on the building in front of her. "Is this your company?" "Lu Yi, the entire industrial park belongs to the Lu family. This building is just one of the main buildings in the industrial park. Its name is displayed at the entrance. Inside, it's just divided into individual buildings." Jiang Sui, ? "What kind of family is this?" "She is the daughter of the Pei family," Lu Yi said, adding, "I'm not familiar with her." Jiang Sui was not interested in this Pei family heiress. But she knew that this woman must have taken a liking to Lu Yi. With Lu Yi's looks, it would be abnormal if no woman was interested in him. She took off her mask to get some fresh air. "I thought she was your lover coming to catch you cheating." Jiang Sui sighed. Thank goodness that crazy woman didn't rip off her mask and sunglasses. If she had been recognized as Jiang Sui, it would have been troublesome. After all, she's quite famous now, and causing a scene would be no small matter. Even if you don't get universally criticized on the variety show, it would be a disaster if this incident did. But at that moment, she suddenly felt that the gaze above her head was a little creepy. "You should be the one catching them in the act," he said in a low, cold voice. "You are my wife, my rightful wife. Can't you act like the rightful wife? Don't you know how to talk back when other women are talking about you? And I'll say it again, I don't have any other women outside of my life." Jiang Sui stared blankly at Lu Yi, who was speaking with an itchy grin. She felt that Lu Yi seemed a little different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "It started after I got off the bus and came back." She felt that Lu Yi was someone who remained calm and composed no matter what happened, and who was not easily angered or upset. "But he's gotten angry at me several times today alone," she replied unconsciously, "then I'll curse back next time." The coldness on Lu Yi's face gradually eased. He responded softly, raising his hand to tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. "Let us go home," he said. Jiang Sui felt even more uneasy now. The eyes behind the sunglasses blinked. What exactly is wrong? Chapter 76, Making a Scene. Meanwhile, Ji Siken was throwing a tantrum at the company. "You couldn't even dig up a single person. What use are you? Useless trash." The people below nodded obsequiously. "President Ji, we contacted him a few days ago, but Shaheng kept making excuses. Until yesterday, he said he already had a job. Has any news come out about who signed him?" Ji Siken asked coldly. "There's no news yet, it's probably not been announced," the subordinate whispered. Ji Siken sat back down, above the CEO level, lit a cigarette, and said with a gloomy expression, "Useless trash, all he knows is to use tricks to make excuses." Shaheng was the best manager he had found for Schwer. Although this man is young, he is very capable. He has already made many artists famous and has unique marketing methods that don't offend people. He already knew that Shaheng would terminate his contract with the company and was preparing to poach him immediately. But to my surprise, someone else beat me to it. "Find out exactly who he signed with," Ji Siken said coldly. "Yes, Mr. Ji." The subordinate answered tremblingly. Just then, the subordinate suddenly received a phone call. "President Ji, something terrible has happened. The people who went to cause trouble for Jiang Sui are in jail." Ji Sichen's face darkened instantly. "What?" It was Jiang Sui who called the police, and that's why they were arrested. His subordinate's words made Ji Sichen's face turn extremely cold and gloomy. He originally intended to have his men take Jiang Sui away to teach her a lesson and vent Shui's anger, but he never expected things to turn out this way. They can't even handle this simple matter because she's just a woman. Don't let anyone find out what they did before. Warn them. If anyone finds out, I'll make them disappear from Beihai City completely, he said coolly. Understood, Mr. G. The next day, a video posted on Weibo by freelance agent Shaheng suddenly went viral across the internet. The video contained no dialogue, only several tall, menacing-looking men, and the tension was palpable even from the background music. Shaheng also added a text to the post. "I never imagined that a bad person would commit a crime in broad daylight. At Jiang Sui, luckily our Sui learned a few martial arts moves, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. A video and text output containing a huge amount of information was quickly forwarded by all the entertainment bloggers and became an instant hit across the internet. The news of Jiang Sui being attacked, Jiang Sui learning martial arts to protect herself, and Shahang becoming Jiang Sui's manager immediately occupied 3 trending search terms, sparking widespread discussion. Curiosity killed the cat. What? Jiang Sui was attacked by bad guys. Holy crap. These guys don't look like good people at all. Is Jiang Sui alright? Jiang Sui's hair tie. How could my Sui Bao run into bad people? Call the police. I can't stay up late tonight, what's going on? Are people still so blatantly breaking the law? Is there no justice left? These people must be arrested. Xiao Qiao exclaimed to Lord Zhu Yu, Jiang Sui knows martial arts. My goodness, that's amazing. What an incredible girl. She can even protect herself with martial arts. I'm so envious. Head of psychiatry, huh? Shahang actually signed Jiang Sui? That means Shahang is now Jiang Sui's manager. Meanwhile, the comments under Shahang's Weibo post at this time. A bigwig at a talent agency, holy crap. You actually signed Jiang Sui. Doge emoji. A producer, making money secretly without involving friends. A certain agent, HMPH, so you beat me to it. Jiang Sui's fans offered their congratulations. Wow, what an amazing collaboration. Congratulations to Mr. Shah and our Sui Sui for becoming the best partners. All the ICE fans are sending their congratulations. Jiang Sui's Weibo post was filled with fans' shouts and worries. It wasn't until Jiang Sui climbed onto various social media platforms and posted a photo of herself that things changed. The caption read, "Everyone is all right, I've called the police, thank you everyone for your concern." Cute. Chapter 77. You're wasting your talent by not becoming a marketing account. The accompanying photo was of her sunbathing on her balcony at home. It's so beautiful, it's like a painting, and it can instantly calm a restless heart. After expressing their deep concern, the fans began to frantically admire his appearance. She's so beautiful, and she even fights bad guys. Simp.ipg. A pervert from the Northwest collapsed to the ground. When I was 120 years old, a reporter interviewed me, "Grandma, what's the secret to your longevity?" Looking at Jiang Sui's photo, I said tremblingly, "I won't close my eyes until I can kiss her in this lifetime." War, my mommy Jiang Sui is so beautiful, how come I didn't inherit even a tenth of her beauty QAQ? Of course, haters quickly emerged to question the authenticity of the video. Many passers-by also suspected that this was another publicity stunt by Jiang Sui. Is Jiang Sui up to her old tricks again and starting to create hype? How can you tell she was attacked in this video? No way, am I the only one who thinks Jiang Sui is just trying to create hype again? She's a repeat offender, and nobody actually believes her. The sentence structure of that post disgusts me every time I see it. If you think you're the only one who's being pathetic, then don't bother posting anything. Smiling, I'm living on Weibo from now on. Anyone who dares to slander my mom, Jiang Sui, I'll make sure they don't even recognize their own mother. Hilarious. The people on this trending topic are so naive. The parent-child reality show is obviously scripted to whitewash Jiang Sui, and this video is clearly edited. They are obviously doing anything to get attention, and people actually believe them. While everyone was arguing fiercely, some people went directly to the police's official Weibo account to verify the information. The official Weibo account replied with a single word shortly after, "True." That single authoritative word instantly extinguished the flames of conflict. No one questioned the authenticity of the video anymore. Even if there are few haters, they can be refuted by righteous bystanders. Jiang Sui looked at the edited video, which clearly made those people appear even more fierce and menacing, accompanied by an extremely oppressive background music. That's amazing. Shahang is very professional at this. The original video clearly shows him threatening those guys, while they glare at him fiercely and try to run away. But through skillful editing, the ferocity and menacing expressions of those people were fully highlighted, and a slight tremor was added to show the fear and terror of the person holding the phone. It makes the video more immersive for viewers. However, aside from the fact that she wasn't afraid at all at the time, the rest of the footage did accurately recreate the scene. While Jiang Sui was watching the video, Shahang called. "Jiang Sui, have you checked Weibo? How's it going? Well done. Jiang Sui praised without reservation. It's a waste of your talent that you didn't become a marketing account. Shaheng snorted lightly. What's so special about that? Young men always have a sense of pride and arrogance. You, on the other hand, need to be more careful. Making the video public and causing a stir will make the people behind it wary and hesitant to make a move against you for the time being, he muttered. I wonder who you've offended, and what the police are saying. Jiang Sui looked at the man on the other side, dressed in casual clothes, sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window drinking tea. He said he couldn't stand me, so he came to cause me trouble himself. He didn't explain anything else. Just do your thing, I'll be fine. Hearing her say that, Shaheng felt much more at ease. He was already worried that Jiang Sui would provoke the wrong people, which would lead to further trouble. But strangely enough, whenever Jiang Sui said that, he would inexplicably believe her. By the way, an interview variety show sent an invitation an hour ago. They mainly invited guests from this Mom is a Hero show, and they want to take advantage of the popularity of your live variety show to bring some traffic to their program. I have already agreed on your behalf, and the recording time is in 2 weeks. Chapter 78 The Shen Family's Concern. It has now been made public that Shaheng is Jiang Sui's manager. Businesses would naturally turn to Shaheng. Since Shaheng accepted the offer, Jiang Sui followed his arrangement. Since she had hired Shaheng, she would fully respect the career ambition of this top agent. She received a message notification on WeChat as soon as she hung up the phone. Xuanman and Li Lan both sent their concerned inquiries and greetings. Xuanman, Jiang Sui, what happened? Are you alright? How did you run into bad people? Did you offend someone? Oh, I just saw Bai Shishue's fans cursing at you. Netizens think her fans were causing trouble, so they cursed you back. Sai tilde little sister, you really have a knack for attracting attention, your ability to gain fans is amazing, I'm so envious tilde. Xuanman used to be completely unfamiliar with me, but she has become much warmer towards me since the parent-child reality show. Jiang Sui attributed this to her dislike of Bai Shishue, and the fact that Bai Shishue had repeatedly belittled her, which led to her becoming closer to her. Although Xuanman in the original script was a scheming woman, she didn't do anything particularly heinous. She only made a few sarcastic remarks about Bai Shishue in front of everyone. She recklessly spread negative rumors about Bai Shishue several times, deliberately causing her to lose face twice, and was subsequently blacklisted. The message from Li Lan was filled with righteous indignation. It's outrageous that someone would do such a thing in broad daylight. Little sister, you're so famous now, you need to be extra careful. Some of your brainless fans are crazy. I've been there, they are capable of anything. Jiang Sui replied to them one by one, mostly with polite words to maintain their relationship. After all, the three of them were in the same boat in the original script. But after dealing with the messages from those two people, Jiang Sui discovered that there were even more messages. But what caught her attention were the message boxes from her mother, Lin Hui, and her two older brothers from the Shen family. It's not surprising that Lin Hui cares about her, after all, they are mother and daughter. But what about Shen's two older brothers? Does this mean they've removed her from the blacklist? Chen Qian, what happened? Are you injured? Shen Li, why didn't you tell us about this? What, you call me brother and then you don't recognize me anymore? I knew you were lying to us, saying those things to fool us, pretending to be nice to us, huh? But after such a big thing happened, you didn't say a word. Jiang Sui. How did this small matter escalate into a personal attack? Looking at the row of records of the original owner's filthy insults marked with red exclamation marks, and then at the concern in the words of these two people after being removed from the blacklist. Jiang Sui silently deleted all the previous records of the original owner's filthy and abusive language. Honestly, it's really upsetting to look at. Then she began to reply to Lin Huiher and her two older brothers. I basically told them that I was fine, it was all a false alarm, and it wasn't as exaggerated as it was on the internet. Lin Hui, that's good, you scared mom to death. It's good that nothing happened. If anything happens, you must tell mom. In fact, besides worrying about this, Lin Hui was also worried that the day Jiang Sui went to see her and their relationship was back to normal was just a dream. She was quite worried that she would not get a response after asking, or that Jiang Sui would throw another tantrum. After seeing Jiang Sui's obedient and sensible reply, she felt relieved. She wasn't dreaming, her daughter really did change for the better, and their relationship improved. Chapter 79. The soul of a sister complex begins to awaken. After receiving Jiang Sui's reply, Shen Qian and Shen Li both responded in kind. The older brother said, "If you need help, just ask me. It's for the sake of that pen." Second brother Chen Li said, "Don't forget what I do. Since you call me brother, I can cripple these apps for you with just one word." Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. It seems that after giving that gift that day, she successfully won over those two brothers. Not only did he remove her from the blacklist, but he also showed her so much concern. It seems that no one can resist a sweet girl. Shen Qian, who was sitting in his office presiding over a meeting, glanced at Jiang Sui's reply on his phone. "Okay. Thank you, brother Shen Qian." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his expression softened considerably. Meanwhile, Shen Li, who was training his team members at his esports studio, also received a reply from Jiang Sui. "Thank you, brother Shen Li. Don't worry, if I need any help, I'll definitely ask the most amazing brother Shen Li." The post also included a cute emoji of Jiang Sui that has recently become very popular. Shen Li was in a good mood, and his eyes and brows were filled with smiles. Shen Li happened to see a teammate make a mistake during a practice match. The team member, trembling and with tears welling in his eyes, apologized before Shen Li could even unleash his fury, wailing, "Captain, I was wrong, war." But Shen Li simply patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't do it again." After saying that, he walked away. Teammate. Even the other team members next to him were surprised and took off their headphones. Is the captain in a good mood today? It seems so. Normally, he would have given Ganzi a good scolding. This is strange. Could it be that the captain is in a relationship? I just saw him glance at his phone and smile. Damn, are we going to have a sister-in-law? Won't all those female fans of the captain go crazy? While Shen Li was away, several team members whispered among themselves, becoming more and more excited as they talked. After replying to the two brothers, Jiang Sui walked towards Lu Yi in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Xuansuan is currently outside flying a kite with her nanny, and her figure can be seen from time to time through the French windows. Lu Xuansuan is too clingy to Jiang Sui now, so Jiang Sui can only let her play more to distract herself. "You signed a contract with Shahang." Lu Yi put down his purple clay teacup and looked at Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui walked over and sat down opposite him, crossing her legs. She was clearly in a good mood, radiating a joyful glow. But Lu Yi's gaze unconsciously drifted to her crossed legs. Because she was at home, Jiang Sui was still wearing her loungewear. When she crossed her legs, the long dress of her loungewear naturally slipped off her legs, revealing a pair of long, slender, and shapely white legs. Jiang Sui was already fair-skinned and radiant, and she seemed completely unaware of her own body's allure, casually leaning back on the sofa as if she had no idea how seductive she was. She also didn't realize that the man in front of her was a perfectly normal man. He is a man who is even stronger than a normal man in some aspects. Lu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he reluctantly shifted his gaze slightly. There's no denying that Jiang Sui is very beautiful. But mere beauty can only arouse a desire for conquest and sexual desire. He knew very well that he felt more than just these two things when he was with her now. His bones were very itchy, so itchy they were throbbing. Only she could relieve his itch. For the first time in all his years, Lu Yi had experienced the torment of being tortured. Chapter 80. New types of fraud. Yes, that's perfect timing. I just terminated my contract with my agent. Jiang Sui picked up a bunch of grapes from the fruit plate and started eating them one by one. Lu Yi hummed in agreement. Shahang has a good reputation in the entertainment industry. There are quite a few people watching him and waiting for him to leave. It's quite an achievement that you managed to poach him. Jiang Sui took Lu Yi's words as a compliment. That's true. If she had been a step too late and hadn't used her only lie to poach Shahang, he probably would have become Bai Shishue's manager. Jiang Sui. Lu Yi suddenly called out her name. Jiang Sui looked at him. What? Lu Yi looked at Shen Qian, who was flying a kite on the lawn outside the window. If you have any trouble, you can come to me. Just like yesterday when you messaged me asking me to go to the police station. Jiang Sui was slightly taken aback. I know nothing about that video today. Lu Yi frowned and said in a deep voice, dissatisfied, I am your husband. Jiang Sui didn't know why Lu Yi suddenly said that, but it seemed like he meant that she should ask him for help if she needed anything. Jiang Sui felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse at this time, so she politely said, "Well, if I need anything from you, I'll let you know." The insincere pleasantries made Lu Yi's expression turn somewhat cold. He stopped pretending. "What I mean is, since we're husband and wife, you can come to me with anything. What other husbands can do, I can do too," Lu Yi said indifferently. Jiang Sui blinked and swallowed a grape. I almost choked. Seeing Jiang Sui's dazed expression. "Shall we go shopping this afternoon?" Lu Yi suddenly asked, changing the subject. Jiang Sui was still pondering what Lu Yi meant when he asked her that question. "Great. I was just thinking of going shopping and taking Xianxian to buy some things, and I'm also planning to get a beauty spa treatment. What about you? What are you planning to do this afternoon?" "Going back to the company." Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't say anything. Lu Yi stood up. Lu Yi is gone. Jiang Sui. What's wrong with him? Wait, did what he just said mean he wanted to go shopping with me? Jiang Sui was stunned. She glanced at Lu Yi, who had already gone upstairs, and then at Lu Xianxian, who was flying a kite outside, and frowned. "I feel like I've hurt a young man's fragile heart." She got up to go back to her room, but saw that Lu Yi's tablet was still on the table. Curiosity compelled her to take a peek. On the webpage that was still open, Jiang Sui saw several search records. The best place to take your wife. What's the best place to go on a date with your wife? How to make my wife happy and more gentle and considerate towards me. Answers below. Of course, take her shopping. Don't skimp on money. Bags cure all ills. Buy her whatever she sees, and she'll be completely devoted to you. Jiang Sui was immediately bewildered. Lu Yi, could it be that he has fallen in love with me? No, that's impossible. This could be a new type of scam. She had been deceived in the same way before when she met this man in other worlds. Then they turned around and sold her. Therefore, Jiang Sui did not try to clarify this doubt, and instead increased her vigilance towards Lu Yi. She didn't go to find Lu Yi after tidying up, she took Xianxian out shopping in the afternoon. As a wealthy woman who had just inherited 5 billion yuan in assets, she decided to go out and spend lavishly. As for Xianxian, she has already devised a plan to change her future. That means they must be raised in lavish conditions. She wanted to raise Xianxian to have high standards, broad knowledge, and to meet more boys, so that she wouldn't be blinded by those seemingly glamorous second-generation rich kids. Money can't solve 100% of things, but it can solve at least 99% of things. If Xianxian is raised to be outstanding enough, then she will be unable to adapt to any lower level. Reject being obsessed with romance, starting from a young age. Chapter 81. An unexpected encounter with an unlucky mother and son. However, Jiang Sui did not expect that she would run into people she didn't want to see while shopping with Xianxian. "Mommy Jiang Sui, I want this car." Lu Xianxian pointed excitedly at a red bicycle in the children's bicycle shop. Jiang Sui led Xianxian directly into the store, handed her the card, and smiled, "Go ahead and buy it yourself. The password is your birthday. Lu Yi paid this month, so why not use it?" Lu Xianxian looked at the card and said happily, "Thank you, Mommy Jiang Sui." After saying that, she turned to the staff member and said, "Hello, I would like to buy this car." The staff recognized Lu Xianxian at a glance and excitedly asked, "Are you baby Xianxian?" Lu Xianxian remembered what Jiang Sui's mother had said, that she was now a little celebrity and many people would recognize her. When they recognized her, she should be polite. So she smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, my name is Xianxian." The staff were instantly charmed and their hearts melted. "Wow, baby Xianxian is so cute." Then she noticed the stunningly beautiful woman wearing sunglasses behind Xianxian. Could it be Jiang Sui? The other person nodded slightly at her. She was even more excited. "It's true. It's true. She met a celebrity." Not only this staff member, but all the other staff members in the store were so excited that they clutched their hearts and watched from a distance. "Mom is a Hero" has become a huge hit, especially among young people, who are raving about how to have a baby painlessly after seeing these adorable kids. Almost every child on the show has a large following. The proud yet obedient Lu Xianxian has captured the hearts of many girls, so when they see Lu Xianxian in person, they can't help but feel the urge to steal her. "Okay, Auntie will pack it up for you now." The staff member gently patted Xuansuan's head. "Wait a minute, I'm sorry, my son also likes this car." Another woman's voice suddenly rang out. Then, a young woman wearing sunglasses walked in, leading a handsome little boy. Even though the young woman was wearing sunglasses, she was still very beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication that seemed to come from wealth. Although she looks very wealthy, she gives off a different vibe compared to the other person next to her who also looks very rich. The man next to me exudes a confidence and ease that comes from within, radiating wealth. This person's wealth, however, is somewhat fabricated. Although they had these thoughts, they dared not express them. Because this is the superstar by Shishua. Is there anyone who doesn't recognize the handsome young man next to her? That's the domineering CEO's son, Xiao Jichuan. There were already Bai Shishua's fans in the store, and now they were so excited they almost jumped for joy. The staff members were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses. Good heavens, what incredible luck she had today. They actually hosted 2 groups of guests from the variety show Mom is a Hero. Even TV stations might not have this opportunity. However, she quickly regained her professionalism and greeted customers with a smile. Hello, this is the last car left. This customer has already ordered it. How about I introduce you to some other brands and models? Jiang Sui remained silent for the moment, a gentle, friendly smile playing on her lips. But inwardly, I felt incredibly unlucky. I ran into this mother and son while I was just strolling around. I should have gone out and had my fortune told today. Bai Shishua also noticed Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan, glancing at them with a hint of disdain in her eyes. What a coincidence, Jiang Sui. She greeted him with a smile. Jiang Sui nodded, ignoring her. Lu Xuansuan frowned. Ji Chuan, I arrived before you, and I bought it first. But Ji Chuan seemed not to hear him and stubbornly said to the staff member, I want this one. Chapter 82 People who are rude like you will get beaten up. Ji Chuan's words put the sales staff in a bit of a dilemma. She looked to Bai Shishua for help. Bai Shishua spread her hands and said apologetically, my son has always had his own ideas, and he usually makes the decisions for me. Unless he agrees to it himself, there's nothing I can do. The implication is clear, don't ask me, ask my son. I can't control him. The saleswoman then looked at Ji Chuan and said gently, Little Chuan, Xuansuan just ordered this car. You two are good friends, so of course you should let her have it, right? How about Auntie introduces you to another new model? Ji Chuan frowned. I said I want this one, don't you understand? I've set my sights on this car, it's mine. The domineering and stubborn words put the salesperson in a difficult position. Jiang Sui also raised her eyebrows slightly. Ji Chuan was so young, yet he had already developed this kind of behavior. He really is a little tyrant. Once he sets his sights on someone, it has to be his. He's so young, yet he's got all the delusions of grandeur. But she didn't interrupt for the time being, wanting to see what Xuansuan would do. Lu Xuansuan glared angrily at Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, are you sick in the head? My mommy Jiang Sui said that polite children are good children. Didn't your mother teach you what politeness is? I wanted to buy it first, but you tried to cut in line and take it from me. My mommy Jiang Sui said that people like you who cut in line will get beaten up. Jiang Sui. She never said that. But she already knew that now, no matter what Xuansuan said. She liked to add a quote from Jiang Sui's mom. They seemed particularly confident. Xuansuan's words not only criticized Ji Chuan for being ill-mannered, but also included Bai Shishua. So now both mother and son look rather pale. Ji Chuan retorted angrily, what did you say? You dare to insult me. Lu Xuansuan said aggressively, so what if I scold you? Jiang Sui's mommy said that bad kids deserve to be scolded. You rude and annoying brat. Don't you have any money? You're trying to steal my car. To be honest, Lu Xuansuan used to have some good feelings towards Ji Chuan, but after the variety show, her good feelings towards Ji Chuan dropped to 0. And now, he's still fighting with her over toys, so her affection level has dropped to negative. Jiang Sui was very satisfied with Xuansuan's performance, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. Ji Chuan was angered by Lu Xuansuan's words and glared at her with an unfriendly expression. The salesperson was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't get a word in edgewise when the two dolls were arguing, and besides, they were both incredibly popular young celebrities. Bai Shishua couldn't hold back any longer and said sharply, Xuansuan, how can you talk like that? How can such a young child speak so inappropriately? She looked at Jiang Sui, is this how you raise children? Even if Xianxian isn't your biological daughter, you can't just teach her like that, can you? Lu Xuansuan's eyes immediately reddened with grievance as she looked at Jiang Sui. She knew this woman had complained to Jiang Sui's mother. Would Jiang Sui's mother be angry that she swore at her? Jiang Sui curled her lips. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. How can such a young child come up and snatch other people's things? My little Xianxian is right, one should be polite and not cut in line. Look, even my little Xianxian knows the basic principles of being a good person, but your son doesn't. Doesn't his mother teach him? When Lu Xianxian heard Jiang Sui say, "My baby Xianxian is right," her aggrieved expression immediately disappeared, and she became confident. Bai Shishua's face behind her sunglasses was ashen. What do you mean? Jiang Sui, explain yourself clearly. Jiang Sui laughed. Of course it means exactly what it says. Do you think I need to reason with you like a child, Ms. Bai? Chapter 83 Domineering Acquisition. She looked at Ji Chuan and said coolly, "It's fine if you don't want to educate Ji Chuan, but it's wrong to let him out and harm other children. After all, our Xianxian is very well mannered at home. She never snatches other children's things and is very polite. If she encounters a child like yours, she will easily be corrupted." Bai Shishua sneered, "Your Xianxian is very well educated. If she's well educated, would she curse like that?" Jiang Sui was not swayed by Bai Shishua's words, but said coldly, "Whether my Xianxian is well educated or not is not a reason for you and your son to cut in line." Based on Jiang Sui's experience, when arguing or fighting, the worst thing you can do is let others lead you by the nose. The more you agree with what the other person says in an argument, the easier it is to veer off topic. When arguing, all you need to do is seize on one point and strike at the other person's sore spot. Bai Shishua was indeed speechless. She glared coldly at Jiang Sui, then looked at the salesperson and said, "My son will buy this. I'll pay double the price." The saleswoman snapped out of her daze from the argument and was so frightened she could barely speak. Who could withstand such a scene? This. She hesitated. This isn't about money. She wanted the manager to handle it, but the manager, who was on his way, suddenly turned and ran away. Jiang Sui smiled and said, "How about this? Call your boss over and ask him how much it would cost to acquire your store." Lu Xuansuan's eyes lit up. Jiang Sui's mom is awesome. Bai Shishua laughed sarcastically. Is it interesting to put on such a show of face? She knew Jiang Sui's background. She had no money, no family support, and her family's company had gone bankrupt a few years ago. How could she possibly have so much money? This place clearly sells high-end toys. They want to buy their whole store. That's ridiculous. Just then, a male manager came out. He nodded to Jiang Sui and Bai Shishua. The salesperson immediately said, "This is our store manager." Jiang Sui took out a check from her pocket, signed her name first, and then wrote down a string of numbers. "What do you think of this price for acquiring your store?" After a moment of surprise, the store manager saw the check and immediately smiled, as if welcoming a god of wealth. "Miss Jiang, let's talk over here, let's talk over here." So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Sui directly acquired the store at an exorbitant price. Bai Shishua couldn't get a word in edgewise. Her face felt like it had been slapped and was burning with pain. But when she saw the string of numbers, she knew it wasn't something she could just take out casually. Even if you could get it, you'd have to go to Ji Sikan. "Aiken, I want to acquire a toy store for Sichuan. Can you transfer 20 million to me?" She tried to contact Ji Sikan by phone. Ji Sichan's voice carried a hint of displeasure. 20 million? Honey, what toy store needs to be acquired for 20 million? Don't be fooled. Don't concern yourself with these business matters, talk to me about them when you get back. Bai Shishua's expression was a bit unpleasant, a mixture of anger and grievance. It's just asking for some money, right? If you don't want to give it, fine. He hung up the phone after saying that. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui had already reached an agreement with the other party. Seeing how respectfully they treated Jiang Sui, Bai Shishua felt even more uncomfortable and itched with hatred. Why can she take out so much money so easily, but I still have to ask Ji Sikan for it? This imbalance fueled her anger and jealousy. Ji Chuan tugged at Bai Shishua's sleeve and whispered, "Mommy, don't be angry. I'll get my revenge later. I'll get what I want." He stared at Lu Xianxian sitting next to Jiang Sui inside. A fierce glint flashed in the young Ji Chuan's eyes, but there was also a sense of resentment in that fierce glint. Because he discovered that Lu Xuansuan, who used to follow him around like a puppy at the beginning of the variety show, no longer liked him. Chapter 84. I also want to be her daughter. Bai Shishua glared angrily in Jiang Sui's direction, then led Ji Chuan away, surrounded by bodyguards. My lawyer will communicate with you about the contract soon, Jiang Sui said with a smile. Please pack up the car that my Xianxian likes and deliver it directly to this address. Since she had already hired Zhaoshan, she couldn't just let him do nothing. Okay, boss, don't worry, I'll definitely get it done. The store manager switched roles very quickly. Lu Xuansuan held Jiang Sui's hand, her face full of pride and satisfaction. Seeing that the mother and son had already left, Jiang Sui wasn't surprised. She smiled slightly and continued shopping with Xianxian. She was in a good mood. Spending money makes me happy. After finishing things here, Jiang Sui took Xianxian shopping again. The store employees started talking amongst themselves after they all left. My goodness, Jiang Sui is so domineering. If she still needs a daughter, I want to be her daughter too. A female employee was so envious of Xianxian. Sai, please let me be reborn into Jiang Sui's family in my next life, even just to be her godmother. I knew my Jiang Sui was amazing. She's even prettier and more protective of Xianxian in real life than she looks online. The other employees, who were originally Bai Shishua's fans, fell silent. I'm no longer a fan. I never thought Bai Shishua was this kind of person. She's just like those parents in our neighborhood who spoil their brats. I used to like Sichuan so much, I thought he was so cute, like a little boss. I never expected him to be such a brat in real life. I guess I was too biased. Bai Shishua, as a mother, should have disciplined her child properly. How could she let Sichuan be so unreasonable? There is no harm without comparison. In comparison, Jiang Sui and Xianxian are much more normal. This is the right way to educate children. My idol has collapsed. Even though I've unfollowed them, I won't turn against them. I'm so heartbroken. I never imagined that Shua and Sichuan would be like this in real life. Another female employee comforted her. Sisters, come and support Jiang Sui and Xianbao. Sui Bingbing, warmly reclaiming the hearts of heartbroken sisters. As Jiang Sui was leaving, she inadvertently noticed the obvious disappointment in the expressions of several employees towards Bai Shishua. In Jiang Sui's view, their disappointment was quite normal. On television, due to editing, many of Bai Shishua and Ji Chuan's actions were filtered. But after removing this filter, the truth is that Bai Shishua lacked proper education for her son. Ji Chuan seems sensible, but in reality, he only protects his mother. His rudeness towards everyone else is transformed into arrogance and haughtiness in the filter, and he is given the title of Little Tyrant. After removing the filters from variety shows and online marketing. In reality, he's just an rude, arrogant, and annoying kid. As for Bai Shishua, her original persona was created through packaging, but it seems she got too caught up in the role. If her persona weren't carefully crafted, it wouldn't be very likable in real life. So, after witnessing this incident firsthand, the fans who were originally fans of the mother and son have begun to turn against them. Mommy Jiang Sui, you're so kind. Lu Xuansuan said excitedly, holding Jiang Sui's hand. You're amazing. Wow, you actually bought the whole store. Jiang Sui was in a good mood after spending the money, thinking, we can't let our little Xianxian be bullied. Lu Xuansuan's admiration for Jiang Sui reached new heights. Now, in her heart, Jiang Sui's mother's position has begun to surpass that of her father. Chapter 85. I will come back as soon as possible. Lu Xuansuan felt a warmth in her heart. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever been so kind to her. Even though Lu Yi's father was good to her, she didn't feel as fond of Jiang Sui's mother as she was. Lu Yi's father only buys her things, but unlike Jiang Sui's mother, he teaches her many things. HMPH, Ji Chuan is so annoying, I don't like his mother either. We were here first, but he still tried to cut in line. Xuansuan's words made no attempt to hide her disgust for Ji Chuan. Jiang Sui grinned. So, do you want to play with Ji Chuan in the future? Xianxian immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. She clearly expressed her disgust for Ji Chuan. She would never play with such a barbaric, rude, and self-important child. But Mommy Jiang Sui, why do people like Ji Chuan and his mother, who are so mean? Jiang Sui smiled and patted Xuansuan's head, because many people can't see the essence of things. Lu Xuansuan has been chatting with Jiang Sui a lot lately, and she's learned a lot more. They can understand many words now. She seemed to be deep in thought, as if pondering what Jiang Sui had said. Shun's group building. Mr. Shun, this is the buyer's information that was passed over after the branch was acquired. The head of the operations department handed over the contract and documents together. Shen Qian accepted it. He was also very curious about who would spend such a large sum of money to directly acquire the toy store under the Shen family. When the store manager called to inquire, he approved it immediately. The Shen family has many branches throughout China, so they don't care about one or two. The offer price was far higher than the actual value of the shop and its goods, so why didn't he agree? For businessmen, profit is the primary motivation. Moreover, that store's monthly profits weren't particularly good, so selling it at this price wasn't a loss for them. He looked at the contract first, and when he saw the name Jiang Sui in the transferor's column, his brows suddenly furrowed. Then I immediately flipped to the back of the contract and looked up the documents. Sure enough, the person in the file was the Jiang Sui he had thought of. His expression slightly changed. Was Jiang Sui the one who acquired the shop owned by the Shen family? Where did she get so much money? Even though he found out that Jiang Sui's father's company had a close relationship with Wanher Group, Jiang Sui shouldn't have enough funds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this these past few years. As for the money she made as a star, it would have been impossible for her, as a minor actress, to casually come up with such a large sum of money. Could it be? His eyes darkened slightly. He thought he needed to have a serious talk with Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui took Xianxian shopping at the mall and then accompanied her to the amusement park for a while before going home. Xianxian is so conspicuous that even though she avoids going to crowded places, she still can't avoid being stared at. She could only secretly watch her play from the sidelines. Xianxian would look in her direction after playing for a while, and only after seeing her smiling at her would she continue playing. These past few days, besides playing with Xianxian, Jiang Sui has been focusing on recharging herself. She entrusted all matters in the entertainment industry to Shahang. Taking advantage of her rare break, she bought a lot of talisman paper to use in the future. I also found several new tutors and hobby teachers for Xianxian to cultivate her interests and talents according to her own preferences. She was very satisfied with all the arrangements. Aside from Lu Yi, who mysteriously and suddenly disappeared. After receiving a phone call, Lu Yi urgently left the country. She knew that Lu Yi's identity was definitely not ordinary. To be richer than Ji Siken and own an industrial park, that's a privilege not everyone can have. So it wasn't surprising that he left suddenly. However, with Lu Yi gone, she felt like something was missing. Looking at the message Lu Yi sent on WeChat. I will come back as soon as possible. Miss me. She was torn between replying or not. Chapter 86 Idiot, my job is to stay with you. She scrolled through her collection of emojis, trying to find one that matched her mood but wasn't vulgar. As if possessed, following Lu Yi's last words, I casually typed the word want and searched for suitable emojis. Then, with a slip of the hand, one of them was sent. Thinking of you, thinking of you, thinking of you.ipg. The black and white panda's hand gestures amplified the sound, as if it were shouting the sentence through a megaphone. Jiang Sui. Why does she always slip up? Lu Yi replied almost instantly. Jiang Sui. What does his string of ellipses mean? Why did she suddenly feel a sense of shyness? Was it just her imagination? Ergu, tell me, what kind of person is Lu Yi? Will he ever hurt me? Jiang Sui asked curiously, lying on the sofa. The summon system appeared in her mind. He doesn't seem like he'd hurt you. Jiang Sui gazed wistfully out the window and said softly, if he hadn't harmed me, we might have been able to live peacefully together in this life. If he hadn't completely lost his memory, I would really suspect that he was just like me, and the only person I knew. System, what if he harms you? Jiang Sui's tone instantly turned cold. It doesn't matter, I will take action. System. What a heartless and cruel woman. Jiang Sui rolled her eyes. I heard you cursing me in your mind. System. By the way, if I die of old age, will you also disappear? Jiang Sui suddenly asked curiously, wondering how she could have overlooked this. System, yes. Jiang Sui asked in confusion, you just disappeared like that. The system was silent for a moment, then said, I exist because of you. If you are gone, I will be gone too. Perhaps I will disappear before you pass away. Jiang Sui had a bad feeling. What do you mean by this? The system didn't speak, and Jiang Sui called it several times but it didn't respond. However, in the other side of the system's consciousness, a fragment keeps repeating itself. The young woman in the white lab coat smiled as she looked at the intelligent robot she had developed. After 10,000 generations of iterations, I finally developed you. How about I give you a name? They say a humble name is easier to raise, so you'll be called Wang Ergu. Ergu, just stay with me, act like a human being. You're amazing. You learn to communicate like a human so quickly. Ergu, you are the smartest kid I've ever met, mommy loves you. After Wang Ergu disappeared from Jiang Sui's mind again, Jiang Sui suddenly felt a little uneasy. In fact, she had always felt that she had a more familiar relationship with this system. So from the moment it first appeared in her mind, she quickly accepted it. And it had been with her for far too long. Although it often appeared and disappeared mysteriously, she always knew it was there. It is this sense of security that has enabled her to persevere in each lifetime. I don't want you to disappear, she said softly. Although you can be quite irresponsible at times and always trick me, we've been relying on each other for a long time, haven't we? The smile on her lips was as warm as bright sunlight. System. Silly boy, my job is to stay by your side. Jiang Sui's lips curved into a deeper smile. I heard you. Chapter 87. Tell me, who is he? Jiang Sui looked awkwardly at Shenqian, who had a cold expression on his face, and asked, Brother Shenqian. She was lured out by Shenqian's words, come out, I have something to ask you. And now, he is in the passenger seat in front of Shenqian. I heard you acquired a toy store, Shenqian said casually. Jiang Sui asked in confusion, you knew all that? Do you know who owns that toy store? Jiang Sui suddenly remembered that the Shen family made toys. Could it be, from your family? It can't be such a coincidence. But Chen Qian's expression clearly indicated that he had already tacitly agreed. Shen Qian looked at her, his expression grave. Tell me honestly, are you being kept by a sugar daddy? Jiang Sui, who was unscrewing the bottle to drink water, almost spat out a mouthful of water. Shen Qian assumed Jiang Sui's silence meant consent, and continued in a deep voice, I know the entertainment industry is a mixed bag, and there are many unspoken rules. But you're still so young. Do you know what it means if you go down this path? Jiang Sui, huh? No, she hasn't said anything yet. Chen Qian, tell me who he is. Jiang Sui. I'll help you pay off the money you owe him, and then we'll cut all ties. Jiang Sui opened her mouth, wondering if saying that this person was Lu Yi would trigger some kind of epic battle. Seeing that Jiang Sui looked constipated, Shen Qian frowned and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Sui's lips twitched slightly. Brother Shen Qian, how did you know I was being kept? Otherwise, where did you get the money to take over that shop? Would you believe me if I said I inherited my father's estate? Chen Qian. So Jiang Sui talked to Shen Qian for a long time before he believed it. After learning the truth, Shen Qian looked somewhat embarrassed. The two people in the car suddenly fell silent. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, brother. Shen Qian's voice softened considerably. Jiang Sui immediately smiled and said, Brother Shen Qian is just concerned about me, it's okay. Seeing Jiang Sui's smile, Shen Qian's brows relaxed. I understand. I won't think of you like that anymore. Shen Qian wanted to slap himself now. How could he doubt such a sensible and lovely younger sister? I'll have someone transfer the money from that shop back to you. Consider it a gift from your brother. After leaving those words with an air of authority, Shen Qian drove Jiang Sui back to the Shen family home. Come on, let's go back to our house for dinner. His tone was ordinary, but his methods were clearly similar to those of a human trafficker. Jiang Sui. Why don't you just delete me, bro? This kind of love is just too domineering. Back in the Shen family, Jiang Sui undoubtedly became their darling. They even wished she could stay while they slept. Before leaving, Jiang Sui gave each member of the Shen family a peace charm that she had personally drawn. The Shen family members happily accepted it, thinking it was just a token of Jiang Sui's goodwill. Jiang Sui didn't say much. You can't say that the Shen family are all simple-minded fools who are easily attracted to evil spirits that drain your luck, can you? With the meal with the Shen family over, Jiang Sui's vacation was almost over. She's also started posting beautiful photos on social media. She's also been keeping an eye on recent trends in the entertainment industry. Bai Shishua remains a mixed bag of fans and critics, but with continuous marketing campaigns, her popularity has never waned. Since his video of encountering bad guys went viral, his number of fans has increased significantly. And more people are seeking to collaborate with her. Keep an eye out for a few behind-the-scenes people with good reputations in the industry, Jiang Sui said to Shaheng while looking at her upcoming schedule. Holding a stack of documents, Shaheng asked in confusion, "Why are you paying attention to them?" Jiang Sui didn't say much, only saying, "Maybe it will be useful in the future." Shaheng raised an eyebrow, sensing that Jiang Sui was up to something big. Moreover, he has evidence. This woman, though young, seems remarkably shrewd in her actions. There was also a strange, reassuring energy about him, something he had never experienced before. Jiang Sui was looking at her schedule when she glanced at a poster on the table and noticed that the boy on the sea looked very familiar. "Who is this?" Jiang Sui asked Shaheng. Shaheng took a sip of coffee and looked at the poster. "Oh, this guy is a newly debuted idol who's incredibly popular. Look how handsome he is. In all my years in the industry, I've never seen such a good-looking young man. Maybe you'll have a chance to work together in the future, but I hope not, lest you get torn apart by his fans." Jiang Sui stared at the poster, lost in thought. Isn't this the blonde boy she saw at the bank that day? Chapter 88. It doesn't matter, Jiang Sui will make a move. Seeing Jiang Sui staring at the poster, Shaheng raised an eyebrow. "You've got your eye on him. Let me tell you, you can't just ride on the coattails of this idol's popularity. Just the number of female fans alone will be enough to give you trouble." Jiang Sui retorted, "What if he's the one who's taken a liking to me?" Shaheng looked her up and down. "While you certainly have the ability, I advise you not to even think about it." Shaheng raised an eyebrow, his meaning quite clear. Forget about having a relationship with a younger man. He didn't sign Jiang Sui to clean up her mess, he signed her for fame and fortune. Okay, although he admits that he was indeed bewitched by Jiang Sui's uniqueness. Jiang Sui suddenly nudged Shaheng curiously, "Tell me, what would you do if a celebrity like me suddenly broke out in a secret marriage scandal?" She was just bored, and also took the opportunity to make some plans for the future. After all, if the news of her marriage to Lu Yi were to come out one day, it wouldn't be as if she hadn't mentioned it to Shaheng. Shaheng crossed his arms and stared at her, then suddenly poked her head back. "Secret marriage? You wouldn't be hiding a child, would you?" He then added, "Xian doesn't count." Jiang Sui touched her nose. "Aren't there plenty of kids hiding in the entertainment industry?" Shaheng. Jiang Sui's most recent comeback was appearing on an interview program called You Lu's Appointment, arranged by Shaheng. 2 days before the interview program, Jiang Sui was suddenly added to a small WeChat group. She glanced at the group members. "Hey, isn't that Shumanman and Li Lan?" "Shumanman, did you know that the production team also invited Bai Shishua to this interview program?" "Li Lan, I know, so what?" "Shumanman, nothing much, I just feel not very comfortable." Bai Shishua is a bit strange." "Li Lan, just say what you have to say, don't be like someone who's only halfway through taking a dump, or don't say anything at all." "Shumanman, oh dear. Sister Lan, people are just worried that Bai Shishua will cause trouble again on the show." Jiang Sui inexplicably thought of the girls' dormitory, the legend of 4 people in 5 groups. "Li Lan, it doesn't matter, Jiang Sui will take care of it." Jiang Sui. "Do you two think I don't exist?" Li Lan, "Hey, Jiang Sui. You haven't responded yet about being my son's godmother. Come on, I'll message you privately." Shumanman? "How come you two are chatting privately?" "I want one too, Jiang Sui, can you be my daughter's godmother too?" Jiang Sui. So why did these 2 people add her to this group? The day before the show's recording, a fan of Bai Shishua suddenly posted a sarcastic message online. "So this is the real life Jiang Sui. Wow, that's amazing, The post describes how Jiang Sui took Xian to buy toys and they ran into Bai Shishua and her son. Both children wanted the same toy, but Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan refused to give in, insisting on having that toy in a domineering and forceful manner. Finally, Bai Shishua led Ji Chuan, who looked unwilling and aggrieved, away from the scene. It also included a picture of Bai Shishue's forlorn expression as she left with Ji Chuan. The post described Jiang Sui and her mother as extremely arrogant and domineering, acting like divas because they are celebrities, and even threatening their boss. A candid photo of Jiang Sui talking to her boss is included. Bai Shishue and her son are portrayed as the weaker party, appearing to be bullied. For a time, netizens who were unaware of the truth felt sympathy and heartache for Bai Shishue and her son. They began to condemn and insult Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan. Especially Bai Shishue and Ji Chuan's fans, who are at the forefront. Chapter 89. The mudslinging is thrown at you, of course you have to throw it back at me. This is the parenting style of Ms. Jiang that everyone praises. She's a completely different person in public and in private. I feel so sorry for Shuabao and Sichuan, what bad luck they had to run into these two. Our Shuabao has never been one to be trifled with. All this time, even though Shua has been a bit of a wimp, she's never been bullied. Jiang Sui, where do you get the nerve to ride roughshod over our Shua? Can't we just shut Jiang Sui up? How dare this hype monger be on the same show as our Shua? My heart aches for Sichuan. Auntie will buy you a toy car. Don't be sad. I was so blind. I thought Jiang Sui had really raised Xianxian very well, but I never expected her to be like this in private. It's just a toy, can't she be discussed properly? Can't Xuanxuan's biological mother do something about this? Just leaving Xianxian in the care of a woman like that. I think you're all desperate to make money off the child. Our Shua doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, she's always been used to giving up. But just because she doesn't care doesn't mean we don't. This lady is really going too far. She targeted our Shua on a variety show before, and even hit her. This isn't over yet. Is there any justice left in this world? The person who assaulted someone goes unpunished and continues to bully others. Who said justice may be delayed but will never be absent. Of course, there are also rational voices among these opinions. It's not fair to judge right and wrong based on just one post. Let's let things develop for a while, there might be a twist. Is this just making things up based on pictures? And netizens are so easily swayed by rumors. I believe Jiang Sui and Xianxian are not that kind of people. Jiang Sui's attentiveness and kindness towards Xianxian during the live stream were genuine, and I believe their interactions were real. How could adults and children like that be as described in this post? Hilarious. Putting aside whether this is true or false, weren't Bai Shishue's fans previously insisting that variety shows are scripted? Why don't they say that Jiang Sui's actions were also scripted? Can't you guys please agree on what you're saying? Of course, there were also netizens who looked up to the sky and cried out. If Jiang Sui and Xianxian are both fake, then what is real? Tell me what's real. The online discussion escalated rapidly. Whether condemning Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan or holding reservations about the matter, the discussion reached its peak within just a few hours. Fans went to Bai Shishue's Weibo to ask for confirmation, but Bai Shishue remained silent. However, Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan's fans retaliated. After all, Jiang Sui had few fans in the past and didn't have much fighting power. Moreover, the fan base has not formed a unified scale. They are now organized and disciplined, and their combat effectiveness is incomparable to what it used to be. Therefore, it did not completely lead to a one-sided situation in online public opinion. However, because of this incident, Jiang Sui and Xianxian are still in the eye of the storm, which has aroused a lot of doubts. When Jiang Sui saw this post, she was discussing her recent work with Shahang. Xianxian was doing her homework not far away, laying the foundation for elementary school. Why do I feel like you've become a magnet for controversy ever since you went on this live variety show? Shahang clicked his tongue. Perfect timing, you're going on an interview tomorrow, which is basically generating traffic. You can clarify things on the show, and then I'll handle the PR for you. Shahang seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing. What's the use of public relations? It'll just become a black mark on your record. Jiang Sui said calmly, looking at Lu Xuansuan, who was studying hard. Shahang frowned. Then what do you want to do? Isn't this the standard PR approach in the entertainment industry? It may not be a permanent solution, but it works. After all, netizens are forgetful, it only takes one storm to quell one. Jiang Sui put down her phone and picked up the assistant job application resumes to continue screening them. She curled her lips slightly, her voice indifferent and cold. If someone throws dirty water at you, of course you should throw it back. Chapter 90. You guys deserve to die. Shaheng stared at Jiang Sui in front of him. He originally thought Jiang Sui was just a newly popular 18th-tier celebrity who had risen to fame overnight, the kind that was easy to manipulate but lacked experience. But I never expected her to be so fierce in dealing with this kind of issue. However, it must be said that if there is a better optimal solution to handle this kind of negative news, it is certainly better than suppressing it through public relations. Because Jiang Sui is right, even if the public relations team manages to suppress it, the dark history still exists. Moreover, people will carry this burden for a long time, and eventually, they will forget what the truth really is. However, if you want to respond, not all responses will win you fans or avoid being criticized. I know what you're worried about. You just need to do what you're supposed to do, Jiang Sui said with a faint smile, her gaze also turning to Lu Xuansuan. There's now a lot of online discussion about people trying to find out who Xuansuan's parents are. Furthermore, they insulted Xuansuan's biological parents, accusing them of letting Xuansuan follow Jiang Sui to gain attention for money. They use any means necessary to turn their children into money-making tools. Thankfully, she doesn't let Xuansuan play on her phone. Xuansuan is still young, otherwise. She didn't believe that Bai Shishua's team wasn't behind this. It appears to be an attack on Xuansuan's parents, but in reality, it's a diversionary tactic to smear themselves. Ji Siken is clearly trying to suppress me. After he called the police and made a scene, he didn't dare to use such methods again for the time being. Therefore, he and Bai Shishua's team would naturally extend their reach into the entertainment industry. They made her disappear from the entertainment industry by ruining her reputation. They've actually set their sights on Xuansuan. Ji Siken, Bai Shishua. You guys deserve to die. As the online incident escalated, the WeChat group of Jiang Sui and his two friends also erupted in discussion that day. However, it's basically all Xuanman's own story. I want to know what happened, and I also want to be on the front lines of the drama. Xuanman, maybe the person who posted this is someone's fan account. As for who that person is, I won't say tilde. Li Lan did offer Jiang Sui a couple of reminders. You need to be careful. There must be someone pulling the strings behind this sudden escalation. Especially tomorrow's interview, be careful the host doesn't set any traps. Jiang Sui attributed the concern these two people showed her to the fact that, in the original script, the cannon fodder who were persecuted by Bai Shishua were sticking together for warmth. So, in the original script, it was clearly Bai Shishua who was the one engaging in the female rivalry. She replied with an emoji in the group chat, "Don't panic, it's not a big deal." IPG. They both replied with the same emoji. Receive.ipg. Receive.ipg. The next day, at the recording site of Yulu's appointment. Because of the popularity of live streaming and the revenue generated by the traffic, the recording of the program also opened a live streaming channel. In other words, during the recording of the program, in addition to the audience at the venue, netizens can also enter the live broadcast room to watch the program online. After the live recording ends, the videos will undergo further editing and post-production before being broadcast on satellite TV and major video websites. Because of the recent popularity of Jiang Sui, Lu Xuansuan, Bai Shishua, and Ji Chuan appearing on this interview program, the live broadcast room was already packed with people from the very beginning. Before the show even started airing, the comment section was already filled with condemnations and insults against Jiang Sui, as well as attacks on Lu Xuansuan's biological parents. As I walked out of the dressing room, ready to go on stage, Jiang Sui, holding Lu Xuansuan's hand, happened to bump into Bai Shishua, who was with Ji Chuan. Chapter 91. My husband won't let you go. Bai Shishua has a private dressing room, which was a special arrangement made for her by Ji Siken. Wherever she goes, everything is unique. Bai Shishua was dressed in seemingly ordinary and casual clothes, somewhat like loungewear, but from head to toe, she was clearly meticulously styled, and all her clothes were designer brands. Jiang Sui Dong is just putting on a bad persona. We can't afford to collapse right now. Of course, you should dress in a way that looks casual and nonchalant. Bai Shishua glanced coldly at Jiang Sui, then led Ji Chuan past her. Jiang Sui, do you know what happens to those who oppose me? Bai Shishua's voice drifted softly past her ear. Jiang Sui curled her lips into a smile, her voice low and playful. Then do you know what happens to those who oppose me? Bai Shishua gritted her teeth in hatred, glancing at Jiang Sui out of the corner of her eye. My husband won't let you get away with this. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Bai Shishue was even angrier, and she took Ji Chuan's hand and headed towards the recording studio. Xian Xian turned around and made a face at Bai Shishue's back. Jiang Sui sneered. Your husband won't let me off their hook. I won't let you off their hook. They even dared to threaten me. Just wait, I'm going to report you for tax evasion tomorrow. The four groups of mothers and their babies were all sitting on their respective small sofas. Bai Shishue and Ji Chuan were seated closest to their host, and naturally, they received the most screen time. Jiang Sui and Lu Xuansuan were seated on the far side. The comments section was already flooded with messages as soon as the show started. What's wrong with Shue? It's an interview, at least dress more formally. Har har har, is she starting to act all high and mighty again? My Olaf looks so good even in such simple clothes, does he even need to dress up? Har har har. I don't want to see Jiang Sui, can you please throw this woman out? Here's a little known fact, if you don't want to read this, you can click the X button in the upper right corner to exit. Oh, Jiang Sui looks so beautiful today. Wow, she's like a fairy. Baby Xian Xian, Auntie's here. Come give Auntie a kiss. My secretary needs to know everything about Jiang Sui's clothes within 3 minutes. This is hilarious. A Chinese woman who'll be linked to someone her whole life. Xian Xian had never experienced such a situation before, so she was a little uneasy, and her little hands were tightly clasped together. But suddenly a large, warm, white hand covered her small hand, patting her gently in a comforting manner. Suddenly, Xian Xian was no longer afraid, and she sat up straight. Well, with Jiang Sui's mommy around, what is she afraid of? Although the person being interviewed by their host was Bai Shishue, some viewers in the live chat still noticed this small detail. Bullet screen section. Oh, Jiang Sui's mom is so sweet. Did anyone notice this little detail? Humble Xian Xian is begging for pats online, sob sob, what an adorable baby. Their host smiled as he interviewed Bai Shishue. We've heard that Shishue's husband is a very capable person. Can Shishue tell us a little about him? Bai Shishue laughed. My husband, he used to say that he wouldn't care about me if I entered the entertainment industry. But I insisted on entering, and you see, sure enough, he stopped caring about me and left me to play around in the entertainment industry alone. As for his identity, I won't say, lest someone spread rumors that my husband got all the roles for me. The host laughed. So Shishue's husband really doesn't care about you anymore? But he gave you a huge surprise during the live broadcast a few days ago. He's so romantic. Bai Shishue pouted, he always does this, it's so annoying. Chapter 92 beautiful and with a pleasant voice. Their host laughed, Shishue's words sound like she's showing off her relationship. Bullet comments. Har har har, Shue really dislikes her husband. XSWL, Shue, abandoned by her husband, ventures into the entertainment industry alone, har 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 har. Those who said our Shue was promoted by her husband, aren't you ashamed? She herself has clarified. See. Does our Shue, the queen of playing it cool, need to be promoted? Are fans these days so brainless? They believe everything they are told. If I said you like eating shit, would you actually go and eat it? Sister Bai Shishue, with her gentle and refined demeanor, is a pampered wife kept by her husband. She has a truly strong tea flavor. The host continued, Shishue must work very hard to gain so many fans. Bai Shishue, what's the point of working hard? I'm just playing around. I entered the entertainment industry just for fun, I never thought I could do anything, but I don't know why I suddenly have fans. I'm not even as good as my son knows more than me. Host, har har har, I can see that now. Other people have moms taking care of their kids, but Shishue has her kid taking care of her mom. So, what does Shishue think about those negative comments? Bai Shishue said indifferently, if a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? Say whatever you want, I'm not going to change it anyway. Their host was momentarily embarrassed, but quickly covered it up. She turned the camera to Jiang Sui, so, Jiang Sui, we know you've had a lot of negative news since your debut. What's your attitude towards this news? Jiang Sui smiled politely, everyone has shortcomings. If I've done something wrong, I welcome everyone to point it out. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to be a public figure and have their problems pointed out. Although some comments may be unpleasant, that's okay. It won't affect my ability to do my job well. It's okay if you like me, it's okay if you don't. But I feel I have to at least be worthy of those who like me, and I can't let them down. Her confident and appropriate answer stood in stark contrast to Bai Shishue's indifferent expression. Many viewers who initially thought Bai Shishue's attitude was very carefree are now wavering. Compared to Jiang Sui, they seemed to think Bai Shishue was a person without manners. Jiang Sui's generous and appropriate response shows she knows how to speak well. Who doesn't like someone who is beautiful and has a pleasant voice? Jiang Sui's fans in the live stream chat were also deeply moved. War, baby, you're so wonderful, are you an angel descended from heaven? QAQ. Sui Bao is so gentle, she's so good at it. I think Jiang Sui's answer is the correct one. Bai Shishue went too far. Does that mean everyone who says a few words to her is a dog? If she's so indifferent, why call someone a dog? Hilarious. I noticed a long time ago that Bai Shishue was just putting on a persona. She pretends to be indifferent but actually cares a lot. She dresses so casually on purpose, but every detail is incredibly exquisite. If she likes to act nonchalant so much, why doesn't she go on the show without makeup? Some of the comments criticizing Shui Bao shouldn't go too far. Jiang Sui is different on the show and in real life. Who is really selling a persona on the show? Jiang Sui apologizes. Jiang Sui, get out of the entertainment industry. The funniest joke this year is that someone like Jiang Sui, who is two-faced, actually became popular. After Jiang Sui finished answering, the host smiled and said a few words, and then interviewed the other two, Xu Manman and Li Lan. Host, who does Manman like spending time with the most on the show? Xu Manman smoothed her hair and smiled. Everyone here is nice, I like them all. Her sister Lan is especially nice, and Jiang Sui's cooking is amazing, I can smell the aroma from far away. Shui is also great, and she's very funny, har har har, sometimes we don't know what to do with her. Also, Shui's habit of being late is really a headache. Chapter 93. Who wouldn't like Jiang Sui? Jiang Sui touched her nose. Xu Manman's words are quite interpretable, especially given her tone. No wonder she was portrayed as a scheming woman in the original script, leading to her being cyberbullied by Bai Shishue's fans and ultimately being suppressed and forced to leave the entertainment industry. However, based on her interactions with Xu Manman, she doesn't seem like the type of person who would target someone casually. Xu Manman's repeated jabs at Bai Shishue suggest that there's some kind of grudge between them. Sure enough, the comments section had already started interpreting Xu Manman's words. Xu Manman, Bai Shishue's humor is really awkward, but I dare not say it. Har ha har ha, the person upstairs is my mouth double. So, is Bai Shishue's frequent lateness a good habit? I hate unpunctual people the most. If she were my colleague, I would have given her a good beating. And what about Sister Lan? Who does Sister Lan prefer to spend time with? The host then looked at Li Lan. Li Lan smiled faintly and said, of course it's Sister Jiang Sui. Sister Jiang Sui is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and cooks well. Who wouldn't like Sister Jiang Sui? As soon as actress Li Lan spoke, a group of CP fans suddenly broke through the barrage of comments condemning Jiang Sui and rose up from the ground. Holy crap, what have I just shipped? Li Lan and Jiang Sui. Where are the morals? Where are the bottom lines? Where are the CP couple names? Oh, I'm totally shipping them. A sizzling, mature actress paired with a sweet, adorable newcomer actress. I'm saying, it's okay to have unpopular pairings, but don't go for weird ones. Shipping everything will only hurt you guys. Wiping sweat are, I want to ship one too. The four groups of guests were hilarious. Two of them liked Jiang Sui. I don't need to say what that means, right? The host smiled and said a few polite words before turning his attention to the children. After all, interviewing adults doesn't have the same appeal as interviewing children. Children are unpredictable, there might be some unexpected surprises. After hearing their answers, Bai Shishue appeared indifferent on the surface, but her expression betrayed her displeasure. Xian, you've become quite popular lately. Auntie wants to ask you, which child do you like to play with the most? Lu Xuansuan glanced at Jiang Sui, who smiled back at her. Lu Xuansuan then spoke in her childish voice, I like playing with brother Xiaonan. Sitting next to Li Lan, Xiaonan couldn't help but turn around to look at Lu Xuansuan, a blush creeping onto her face. Host, why? Lu Xuansuan smiled and said, because brother Xiaonan takes good care of me and is very gentle. Xiaonan's face turned even redder. Host, oh? So you don't like playing with brother Ji Chuan? Lu Xuansuan shook her head. I don't like it. Bai Shishue and her son also looked rather unpleasant. Lu Xuansuan frowned. Brother Ji Chuan doesn't like to play with us, and is not smart, plus is fierce. When we're doing tasks, I'm a little scared, and he won't let me hold his hand. Also, brother Ji Chuan doesn't like to share, but brother Xiaonan and sister Lei love to share their toys and treats with me. Moreover, Jiang Sui's mom said that children should also be polite so that others will like them. Last time when Jiang Sui's mom took me shopping, we were the first to arrive, but Ji Chuan and his mom insisted on cutting in line. This is wrong, Xianxian knows that. But they still insist on taking the car that Jiang Sui's mother bought for Xianxian. Therefore, Xianxian prefers playing with brother Xiaonan. Chapter 94 Xuansuan's biological parents. Xianxian spoke very seriously, as if she had been thinking carefully about how to answer the question. After Xianxian finished speaking, both the audience and the live stream chat exploded. What? Is what Xianxian said true or false? Could this be the truth? Hilarious. Is it really meaningful for Jiang Sui to teach a little kid to tell such lies? Can't she have any manners? I don't believe a small child could speak so clearly, and logically someone must have taught him. How can a woman be so vicious as to make a child lie to whitewash her own actions? Can't Xuansuan's biological parents do something about this? Some people shouldn't go too far. What if what Xianxian said is true? Shouldn't you kneel down and apologize to Jiang Sui? Aren't there enough cases of people being proven wrong online? Their host originally thought that since Xianxian was just a child, she couldn't say much and might even say something that would backfire. But unexpectedly, what he said directly swayed the rhythm. Bai Shishue's brows furrowed tightly. Ji Chuan looked at Lu Xuansuan coldly, somewhat annoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Shishue pulled him back, and he let out a soft hum, pursing his lips without saying a word. Why doesn't Lu Xuansuan like him? Don't you really like following him around? Why do I like Conan? Is Conan comparable to myself? My father always said that what he likes will always belong to him. Although he was somewhat tempted to give it to Lu Xuansuan at the time, was there anything wrong with him refusing? Even if it's her idea, so what? As long as it's something he wants, he has to get it. His mother never said there was anything wrong with what he did, and his father supported him. So many little girls have liked him since he was a child, and they still liked him even when he ignored them. Why wouldn't Lu Xuansuan like him? Their host glanced at the signal from the director, then casually said a few words to Xianxian before turning to Jiang Sui with a smile and asking, Xianxian is so articulate, even more so than other children her age. Are her biological parents usually teaching her? Their host was clearly asking this question on purpose, going around in circles, almost asking whether what Xianxian said was taught by Jiang Sui. They also took the opportunity to find out about Xuansuan's biological parents. This is also a hot topic that everyone is paying close attention to right now. After all, many netizens believe that Xuansuan's parents are using her to make money and deliberately letting Jiang Sui expose her to the public. There must be some dirty deal between Jiang Sui and Xuansuan's parents. Because Jiang Sui did not clarify or anyone came out to refute, the situation was blown up. Jiang Sui sneered inwardly, guessing that their host's script must have been prepared in advance. Before Jiang Sui could speak, everyone noticed that Xianxian was acting strangely. Xuansuan's eyes were red, and her nose was also red. She pursed her lips tightly, as if she was enduring something. Jiang Sui frowned and said calmly, I don't really want to talk about Xuansuan's parents. Our Xianxian comes from a good family and has been well educated by her parents since she was little. She is very smart and obedient. Now I am raising her, and I will treat Xianxian as my own baby and raise her to be a person who contributes to society and is of value. Their host was surprised that Jiang Sui would directly refuse to talk about Xuansuan's parents. At this point, various doubts and criticisms appeared in the live chat. Is Jiang Sui feeling guilty? Is she afraid to mention Xuansuan's parents? What's there to be afraid to mention? Are you afraid of being gossiped about behind your back? If it's something that's perfectly legitimate, why are you afraid to mention it? Is it because you're afraid? Didn't you notice that Xianxian seems to be crying? What happened? Chapter 95 Xianxian wants to be with Jiang Sui's mommy for the rest of her life. Bai Shishue also asked, curiously, yeah, I'm curious too. Everyone says Xianxian is your goddaughter, but you've never mentioned Xuansuan's parents. Jiang Sui's expression turned noticeably cold. Do I really have to bring up Xuansuan's parents? I've already said I don't want to. If you insist on digging into Xuansuan's parents, I will never bring Xianxian into public again. These are very assertive and resolute words. Jiang Sui stood up abruptly, took Xuansuan's hand, and prepared to leave. Their host and the production team did not expect Jiang Sui's reaction to be so strong. For a moment, they were all a little at a loss. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who was far away abroad, was also watching the live interview. His face turned cold upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the secretary, who was waiting for the boss's instructions, watched as the pen in the boss's hand was about to be crushed in half. The secretary is now used to the fact that the boss likes to watch Jiang Sui's live streams. After all, ever since the boss watched that parent-child live stream featuring Jiang Sui and Miss Xianxian, he seems to have fallen in love with watching live streams. I even turned on the show right on time just now. Lu Yi wanted to stop the show directly, and with his abilities, he certainly had the right to do so. However, he knew that Jiang Sui didn't seem to like having her affairs interfered with. Whether looking at Jiang Sui, who had a cold expression and eyes filled with anger, or at Xianxian, who looked aggrieved, his gentle face was tinged with a fierceness. Since leaving China, Lu Yi has had a feeling. I always felt like I was a puppet on a string, following a set routine to complete everything I was supposed to do. Even now, when he thinks about everything that happened in the past, he can't recall any of his past emotions. All of this changed the moment he saw Jiang Sui's live stream. This is not an emotional illusion. Instead, a kind of awareness that extends from head to toe and even to the soul. He lowered his eyes and continued watching the live interview. Jiang Sui, why are you reacting so strongly? Did I say something that upset you? Host Yulu asked in surprise. Xu Manman and Li Lan exchanged glances, both looking puzzled. Just then, Xianxian suddenly spoke. My mom and dad are gone. Xuansuan's voice was very soft, but everyone could hear it because of the microphone. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the audience in the arena fell silent. Jiang Sui said in a deep voice, Xianxian, you don't need to tell them. I'll take you back. She doesn't want to record this lousy show for another second. In fact, Jiang Sui had anticipated this question on the show and knew what they wanted to do. She had already prepared countermeasures. But when she saw them making things difficult for Xianxian, a surge of anger shot through her. Fuck it. I have other options, why should you bully Xianxian like this? She never expected that Xianxian would actually say it herself. Xianxian pursed her lips and tugged at Jiang Sui's sleeve. I'm sorry, Mommy Jiang Sui. I know they don't like me, but Mommy Jiang Sui said that one should be honest. So, can I tell them about my parents? Xuansuan's eyes held a hint of cautious anticipation. At this moment, the audience area was in an uproar. Could it be that Xuansuan's parents have some hidden story? Their host was also stunned for a moment. Looking at Xuansuan's current appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. But remembering what I had been told, I still steeled myself and asked, oh? Can Xianxian talk about her parents? Jiang Sui frowned. Baby Xianxian, we don't have to tell you. She knew that because Xuansuan's parents had passed away early, she was actually more sensitive and precocious than other children. Perhaps it was because their host kept mentioning Xuansuan's parents that she became sensitive. Xianxian gently tugged at Jiang Sui's sleeve, her voice soft and coquettish, Mommy Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui sighed softly and nodded gently. Xianxian then looked at the host and whispered, my parents died in a car accident when I was 4 years old. I no longer have parents. But I remember that when I was little, my parents would teach me to recognize and write words and count. Later, I met Jiang Sui's mom. Jiang Sui's mom taught Xianxian more things, cooked delicious food, and protected Xianxian. So it's okay that Xianxian doesn't have a mom and dad anymore, she still has Jiang Sui's mom. Xianxian wants to be with Jiang Sui's mom forever. Jiang Sui's mother once said that one shouldn't lie, not even a child. Children who lie are disliked. Therefore, everything Xianxian said is true. Chapter 96. Please don't use the knife, Xianxian. After Xianxian finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Even the host didn't utter a single word, yet he couldn't get a single syllable out of his throat. Many audience members were moved to tears, and some even covered their mouths to quiet their sobs. The comments section seemed to fall silent suddenly. The barrage of comments that was flooding the screen suddenly dwindled to almost nothing. Until a few comments appeared. Where are those trolls who were just acting so recklessly here? Are you satisfied now? I think some people are born without a mother, so they envy Xian for having such a wonderful mother like Jiang Sui, right? Those trolls, come out and apologize. If I don't see your apologies today, I'm going to post your names all on my homepage. Aren't these idiots who blindly follow the crowd and get caught up in the hype getting slapped in the face? Do they really have to force a little kid to clarify things this way? Is it palatable to profit from someone else's misfortune? Gradually, more and more bullet comments began to dominate the screen. How could you treat a child like that? Are you even human? My little Shenbao, come here, auntie will give you a hug. You not only have Jiang Sui's mommy, but you also have so many aunties who love you, even though I'm a male auntie. So Sui and Xian are such a loving couple. Even though they are not biologically related, their love is mutual. It's so touching, I'm so happy. Xian, my Xian, how pitiful. I'm crying like a baby in bed. Please don't use Xian as the knife. I'm fucking crying. Soon, some of the people who had been swept up in the hype in the comments section came out to apologize. I'm sorry, Jiang Sui and Xian. I apologize for what I said before. Without realizing it, I've become a snowflake in an avalanche. I feel so ashamed. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have let others influence me and caused me to lose my proper sense of right and wrong. I sided with the other side before even understanding the truth. I'm sorry, Xian. I'm sorry, Jiang Sui. They never imagined that the truth would be like this. Xuansuan's parents died early, making her an orphan. And Jiang Sui wasn't using Xian at all. Otherwise, Jiang Sui wouldn't have reacted so strongly and gotten so angry just now. She was really protecting Xian. Such female and maternal power has almost broken everyone's defenses. War. Jiang Sui is so kind, she really is protecting Xian. I'm a mother too, so I understand how Jiang Sui feels. If it were me, I'd quit too. What kind of host is this? What a terrible show. I'm not recording anymore. Jiang Sui reminds me of my mother. When I was little, my father passed away, and the kids in my class teased me, saying I didn't have a father. I cried and went home to tell my mother. My mother went to the school and talked to the teacher, who said it was just children's jokes and not to be taken seriously. My mother slapped the teacher and said, "Then I'll tell you now, your father is gone too." Then she transferred me to another school. But, my mother passed away 3 years ago. Give you a hug, your mom is so sweet. Lin Hui, sitting in front of the television, burst into tears. Honey, I feel like I owe Sui so much. I shouldn't have left her in the first place, sob. Xiandong patted her comfortingly. Life is unpredictable. Who could have imagined what would happen next? Besides, Sui's father won't agree. He loves this daughter too much. Even when the company declared bankruptcy, it was for her sake. He wanted her to develop herself, but he was also afraid that she would have no one to rely on in her later years, leaving behind such a large inheritance. Chapter 97, he quit recording and left the venue. Chen had already told them that Jiang Sui had inherited a large sum of money from her father. In fact, this was exactly what he had expected. Jiang Sui's father is no ordinary person. His background can even be described as that of a business tycoon. Even the Shen family can't compare. Therefore, he was somewhat puzzled by Jiang Sui's belief that her mother married him to be a gold digger. Didn't Jiang Sui's father ever tell her what the Jiang family did? But since Jiang Sui's father wouldn't tell her, he didn't tell her either. Jiang Sui's father must have had his reasons for not telling her. But my Sui still lived without a mother for so many years. It's understandable that she hates me, Xiangdong. Seeing what she did to Xian, I really feel that I don't deserve to be her mother. Lin Hui cried her heart out. Xiandong also sighed. Sometimes, everyone is just trying to save face. There's no deep-seated hatred between you and your daughter. It all started with a misunderstanding, and Sui's temper used to be so stubborn that nothing could change it. Now it's all right, you'll have plenty of time to make it up to her. I will treat her like my own daughter. Lin Hui nodded, then immediately took out her phone. Xiandong was taken aback. What are you doing? Lin Hui looked incredibly energized, shouting, I'm going to keep fighting for my daughter. I'm going to curse those haters to death. Xiandong. No, what about his gentle and lovely Lin Hui? At this moment, a large number of people in the interview studio were already silently crying. Li Lan was a person with a very strong sense of empathy, and her eyes welled up with tears when she heard what Xian said. She sniffed, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, and tried her best to maintain her composure. She immediately took out a pack of tissues that she always carried with her and handed it to Xiaonan. Xiaonan immediately understood and took a tissue to Xian, carefully and gently wiping away Xian's tears. Xian, don't cry. The little boy's voice was tender and full of heartache. You still have mommy Jiang Sui. Xiaonan is the son of the movie queen. He inherited Li Lan's beauty and genes. Although he is young, he is a very handsome and well-proportioned child. However, she was always overshadowed by Ji Chuan on the show. Xiaonan is usually quite well-behaved, so she doesn't stand out much, and therefore has fewer fans than Xian and Ji Chuan. But Jiang Sui always knew that Xiaonan was the kind of good kid that Xian should associate with. Xiaonan has excellent family upbringing, is humble and polite, and is modest and courteous to others. So she often sent Xian to play with Xiaonan to avoid contact with Ji Chuan. Thank you, brother Xiaonan. Xian pursed her lips, her voice trembling with tears. Xian, who had always protected herself with a sharp shell like a hedgehog, has completely let down her guard after meeting Jiang Sui. She looks so pitiful and heartbreaking right now. During the subsequent interview, Jiang Sui left with Xian. Recording did not continue. But after this incident, no matter how much spotlight Bai Shishue received in subsequent interviews, or how much screen time was given to Ji Chuan, the lingering thought in everyone's mind was Xuansuan's words, "I don't have a mom or dad anymore." And Jiang Sui's domineering way of protecting her daughter and leaving with a cold face. This is the first time a guest has walked off the set, and no one thinks it's wrong. Even the walkout of Jiang Sui and Xian from the parent-child live stream variety show they participated in previously drew a lot of criticism. But this time, not a single person uttered a sound. Chapter 98. Jiang Sui is playing with her life. When Jiang Sui led Xian away, he simply picked her up with one hand. She took out her phone with her other hand and dialed a number as she walked. It's getting cold, something bad must be happening to the Ji family. After ending the call, Shaheng rushed over from backstage immediately. When she saw Jiang Sui carrying 6-year-old Xian in one arm and hurrying over, she was stunned for a moment. Is Xian all right? He asked worriedly. Jiang Sui carried Xian, whose eyes were red and swollen, out of the house, with Shaheng following closely behind her. Should we proceed according to the original plan? Jiang Sui nodded. Also, tell the person in charge of this program to make sure to cut out the part about Xuansuan's parents. Broadcast the rest as is, otherwise we will directly release evidence that the person in charge of the program and the director accepted bribes from guests to increase their screen time. Shaheng frowned. Do we really have to be that ruthless? Won't we offend a lot of people? Jiang Sui stopped and looked at Shaheng, smiling slightly. This show will be gone soon too. Shaheng. After saying that, Jiang Sui left with Xian. Shaheng suddenly understood why Jiang Sui had recently sent him bodyguards and given him a good luck charm. Others are playing with their hearts. Jiang Sui is risking her life. He knew exactly how many hidden forces existed in the entertainment industry. There are plenty of people who disregard morality and the law. Following her approach, she might offend quite a few people. But Jiang Sui now has a protective umbrella, and her current protective umbrella is her fame. The more popular she is, the fewer people will dare to mess with her. Shaheng was a little scared, but also felt very excited. The subsequent interviews were somewhat dull, and many of those who had been watching the live broadcast left. The audience inside the venue also protested continuously, accusing the program team of profiting from human suffering. The show was only able to continue recording after many audience members left. At this moment, Lu Yi, who was far away abroad, also looked extremely grim. He picked up his phone and made a call. I want to block any news about Xuansuan's parents. I don't want to see any negative news about them online, Lu Yi said coldly. Xie Yuan nodded, yes. Of course he knew that the boss was referring to included not only Xian and her parents, but also Miss Jiang. By the way, boss, the technical leaders from several countries have arrived and are waiting for you to convene a meeting, Xie Yuan reminded him. Lu Yi put down the iPad he was using for the live stream, stood up, and straightened his clothes. I understand, let's go. Just as Jiang Sui and Xian were walking off the set, the incident caused a huge uproar online. Hash the truth hash. Hash Xian, I don't have a mom and dad anymore hash. Hash Jiang Sui and Xian have stopped filming again hash. Hash Xian, don't cry hash. However, the trending topic about Xuansuan's parents was short-lived and disappeared immediately. There is no longer any screen recording of Xuansuan's parents or what Xian said during the live stream on the entire internet. However, the truth about the toy store immediately topped the trending searches. Meanwhile, the former manager of the toy store released the surveillance video from that day. Meanwhile, the video was reposted by the official Weibo account of Baby, the company behind the toy store. The caption read, "Miss Jiang is so generous. She actually bought a toy store for baby Xian. So envious. War tilde. Immediately afterwards, Xian, the current young CEO of Baby Company, also reposted it. Congratulations to Sui on becoming the boss. From now on, any fan of Boss Sui who makes a purchase at a toy store under Baby Company will enjoy VIP discounts. Chapter 99. Be a law-abiding citizen, starting with reporting violations. The internet immediately became incredibly lively. Holy crap! Jiang Sui actually bought out a toy store just for baby Xian. What a rich woman! Oh, such a rich woman! Mommy Sui. Don't I look like your daughter who's been missing for 300 months? I knew there would be a twist. Who interprets a picture as fact? It's ridiculous that so many people are being swayed by rumors. War, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault for listening to slander. Judging from this video, it's clearly Ji Chuan's fault. Xian arrived first, how could he cut in line? Yes, Ji Chuan always said he was following an elite path, grooming him as a future heir. How come he's so arrogant and rude? Is Bai Shishua really teaching her child properly? How could Ji Chuan be like this? I used to be quite a fan of his reverse parenting style, but I never expected him to have such a terrible personality in real life. How good do you expect your child to be if you just let them grow up poorly? Unless he's a reincarnated superhuman. Where's Bai Shishua? Stop playing dead. Why didn't you say anything back then? What's the point of deliberately not saying anything when it was something that could have been clarified in a single sentence? What does this have to do with Shua? She hasn't said anything wrong from beginning to end, okay? Blame the person who posted this. Meanwhile, posts about Xuansuan's parents have also disappeared. Some netizens have raised questions. Upon learning the truth, netizens replied directly below, "Don't ask anymore, Xian is fine, and Jiang Sui is fine too." And this isn't an isolated incident. At first, everyone thought it was paid trolls, but later they found out that these were all normal accounts and ordinary people. These posts gained traction in just 1 hour. Jiang Sui sat in the car and dialed a phone number. Yes, just throw money at it to push that trending topic to the top and take down the trending topics about Xuansuan's parents. Do everything you can to shut down all posts and comments related to Xuansuan's parents. After ending her call with Shahang, Jiang Sui dialed another number. Hello, is this the State Administration of Radio and Television? I want to report a program. Yes, this program has questionable values, Lu Xuansuan watched as Jiang Sui's mother made a phone call beside her, and didn't dare to say a word. After making the report, Jiang Sui felt much better. She turned to look at Xian, who was staring at her with a blank expression. Xuansuan's face was still a little red. It took her quite a while to calm her down. In fact, having lived so many lifetimes, Jiang Sui has long been a person with detached emotions. She didn't actually have that many feelings for Lin Hui, the Shen family, or Xian. All her actions were simply because she felt she should do them. Because she knew very well that once she let her feelings get in, she would be bound and unable to escape this world. So, based on her mental state, even if someone related to this body by blood died right in front of her, she wouldn't feel anything. But as Xian gradually grew closer to her, she developed a dependence on her. Perhaps because this was the only life she could truly live, she also felt a little pity for Xian. Mommy Jiang Sui, did you report this show? Xian asked curiously. Jiang Sui looked at Xian and said, "Baby, being a law-abiding person starts with reporting crimes. If something can be reported, then of course it should be resolved through reporting. A society governed by the rule of law has its own advantages. Lu Xuansuan. Jiang Sui added, but tattling is not allowed. Xuansuan, is there a difference? Jiang Sui frowned. How should this be explained? Yes, reporting is for bad people, understand? But if Jiang Sui's mom says bad things about your dad, you can't tell him. Xuansuan suddenly realized, Xuansuan understands. Chapter 100. Making money isn't shameful. Jiang Sui touched Xuansuan's little braids with satisfaction. What a good child. Actually, Jiang Sui had already prepared before appearing on this show today. She was originally waiting for the live broadcast to reach its climax before releasing the surveillance video from the toy store that day. This directly refutes the online claims and throws the mud back at them. She had already asked Chen He to investigate the person who posted the message. It's a smaller account belonging to Bai Shishue's biggest fan. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Bai Shishue's team, the interests and the victims are obvious. Those who stir up trouble will certainly not do so without paying a price. She drove Xuansuan back to the villa. And that very evening, the person who posted online, causing public opinion to escalate and stirring up trouble, was exposed as a secondary account belonging to a major fan of Bai Shishue. Meanwhile, the blogger who posted the article was taken away by the police for allegedly spreading rumors and distorting the facts, after the post was forwarded more than 500 times. Bai Shishue's fans are truly disgusting. They are clearly deliberately slandering Jiang Sui and Xuansuan. Have they lost all sense of morality and basic principles? How could they do something like this? Someone still pretending to be dead, could they be involved in this too? Isn't it just because they made enemies on a variety show that she's trying to target Jiang Sui? Does she really think she's so great just because she married such a great husband? Poor Jiang Sui and Xuansuan, they've been scolded so badly but haven't said a word. Hilarious. Weren't some people still shouting about fairness and justice? Look what happened. The one you were all idolizing got arrested. At the same time, Jiang Sui's lawyer, Zhao Shen, posted a lawsuit letter on his Weibo account. Netizens were in an uproar. Jiang Sui is awesome. From now on, I'm a die-hard fan of Jiang Sui's mom. After so long, finally someone in the entertainment industry who's willing to sue someone so readily. That's so satisfying. Thumbs up to the comment above. I've never seen such a decisive celebrity. Others issue statements when they are slandered, but our Sui directly sent them to the oranges. What a satisfying post. Oh, it's attorney Zhao Shen. Our senior from law school. Oh my god, he's taken on a celebrity's case. Wow, even attorney Zhao Shen takes on these kinds of cases. When Zhao Shen takes action, nothing goes unpunished. He's definitely worthy of being tortured. Zhao Shen is already a very well-known lawyer in the industry, with 5 million followers on social media platforms, all of whom are active fans. It is said that he only ever serves as a legal advisor to a select few incredibly powerful figures. But he actually accepted Jiang Sui's case. In other words, although Jiang Sui is very popular recently, her popularity is only due to variety shows. At best, he's a variety show personality in the entertainment industry. He's just a wildly popular celebrity. Ultimately, they are not yet a truly established and powerful force. To endorse such a celebrity is somewhat beneath one's own dignity. As a result, some people raised questions in the comments. Attorney Zhao, why did you take on this kind of case? Zhao Shen, who usually dislikes interaction, surprisingly replied with a comment. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. This short 5-word like went on a meteoric rise. Har ha har har, lawyer Zhao is right, making money isn't shameful, har ha har har. In the end, lawyer Zhao sees things very clearly, 6666. At that moment, Jiang Sui was looking at the message Zhao Shen had sent her. Serious offenses, less than 3 years. Guaranteed minimum of 2.5 years. Jiang Sui replied, okay. Chapter 101. Beautiful women are indeed heartless. Jiang Sui lay on the rocking chair on the balcony, leisurely watching this war without gunpowder. She ignored the post that slandered her and Xuansuan after it appeared. Instead, Chen He's studio increased the spread of the post and expanded its influence. Since they wanted to spread rumors, I let them spread them to their heart's content, and even helped them in the process. Chen He's other group collected all the evidence and submitted it to Zhao Shen. With Zhao Shen's abilities, it wouldn't be a problem for him to directly sue the other party for the heaviest possible sentence. Otherwise, I would have wasted so much money supporting him. After taking Zhao Shen under her wing, Jiang Sui felt a deep sense of financial crisis. Although he had inherited Lao Jiang's estate, he didn't actually have much cash on hand. After all, a portion of it is tied up in her group's shares. Therefore, she still needs to find a way to make money from money. Boss, shall we continue with the scoop tomorrow? Chen He sent a message. Jiang Sui moved her finger and replied with 2 words, continue. Chen He, all right. Rubbing hands together. IPG. Chen He, by the way, boss, I've already refunded part of the money to you. It was for the public relations costs related to Xuansuan's parents and the costs for your negative comments. Jiang Sui, ? Chen He, we don't even need to lift a finger. They were suppressed before we could even make a move. Boss, do you really not have a powerful backer? This always puts us in a difficult position. I don't even get a chance to prove myself. How can I live up to your trust in us? For Chen He, Jiang Sui was indeed a mentor and benefactor. Therefore, he carried out Jiang Sui's orders and requests thoroughly with his naval workshop. If it weren't for the money Jiang Sui gave him some time ago, and the order he placed, his studio is about to fall into another financial crisis. Moreover, this is the first time that such a loyal customer has consistently chosen him. That's what trust is all about. Their relationship must be mutually beneficial. Jiang Sui. Could it be Lu Yi? She pinched her chin and sat in the rocking chair, swaying back and forth. If that's the case, then it's undoubtedly Lu Yi who made the move. After all, Xuansuan's parents are Lu Yi's older brother and sister-in-law. Moreover, given the Lu family's status, they would not want this kind of thing to be exposed. Lu Xuansuan is, after all, the granddaughter of the Lu family. It's impossible to put her in the eye of the storm online. So it's no wonder that in the original script, the original owner, Jiang Sui, secretly took Lu Xuansuan to record a program, used her to gain fans, and then beat and scolded Xuansuan on the show, causing her to get injured. This made Lu Yi so angry. If that's the case, how come the Lu family hasn't caused her any trouble since she brought Xuansuan on the show? Could it be that Lu Yi put in a good word for me? Lu Yi wasn't exactly a respectable person to begin with. He seemed indifferent to marriage, as long as it was a woman. After all, he was there to raise Xuansuan, and any woman would have a legitimate identity as Xuansuan's mother. In the original script, although the reason why Lu Yi married the original owner was outrageous, but it can be considered a case of one party willing to give and the other willing to receive. Each gets what they need. But after she entered this world, Lu Yi's background also began to emerge. They were even more powerful than the Ji family. Although she already had extensive experience in creating characters for the Honkai Impact Third World, she was still shocked by everything about this man each time. She replied to Chen He, it's probably the help from kind-hearted people. Chen He, ? Which enthusiastic person could pull off a disappearance from the entire internet trick twice in a row? Jiang Sui, remember to return the money to me. Chen He. Not a word was mentioned, only indifference. Yet every word was cold and indifferent. It's true that beautiful women are heartless. Chapter 102. Dog, spend less time online, you're just a system. However, Xuansuan can no longer be exposed to the camera for the time being. She needs a good education and environment to enrich her experience and knowledge. After all, Xuansuan is still young and shouldn't have too much contact with the entertainment industry. Now that she's become Xuansuan's mother and has a hidden script, she can't just abandon the child. And she herself. It's time to start paving the way for myself. She lay on the rocking chair, swaying gently back and forth. He was looking for some information on his phone. A faint golden shadow was also seen covering her eyes. System, is it worth using your Shen power to find someone? Jiang Sui, you don't know anything. System, why don't you just delete me? I gritted my teeth and forced myself to utter those words. Jiang Sui, dog, spend less time online. You're just a system. It won't do you any good. System. The dog felt wronged, but it didn't say anything. Although the dog is a system, the dog also has a hierarchy. On the balcony, Jiang Sui and the system would exchange a few words and make some complaints from time to time. If someone were to walk by at this moment, they would surely faint from the shock of the scene before them. Because around Jiang Sui, a dozen little paper figures were jumping around, sometimes flying into the air to mischievously peek at her, and then returning to the ground to play with the other little paper figures. As Jiang Sui's Xian power increased, these little paper figures became even more active. Jiang Sui would occasionally glance at them and casually suggest a performance. How about a Tang Dynasty night banquet dance? The little paper figures immediately started jumping around awkwardly. I have no idea what kind of dance they are doing. Anyway, Jiang Sui doesn't watch it. She was just saying it for fun. Just like watching the Spring Festival Gala, you don't necessarily have to watch it, but you have to keep it on so you can hear the noise occasionally. Of course, Jiang Sui didn't know that night either. Someone abroad was constantly staring at their phone. Lu Yi's expression was calm and aloof, serene and peaceful. But the way he kept glancing at his phone screen and the restless look in his hand betrayed his true feelings. Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Doesn't she miss me? Why doesn't she message me? Was everything she said that day a lie? Does she not like me? Am I overthinking it? Was she angry that he had interfered in her affairs? But Xian was the granddaughter of the Lu family, his brother's daughter, and he couldn't let her get hurt. Of course, neither could she. Why haven't you contacted me yet? Should I take the initiative? But if I do, will she look down on me? It wasn't until almost midnight. There wasn't a trace of sleepiness visible between Lu Yi's cool and aloof brows. But a faint chill permeated his handsome face. Beautiful women are indeed prone to deception. Jiang Sui slept very well that night. I was woken up by Shaheng's phone call the next morning. Jiang Sui, did you check Weibo today? Jiang Sui was sleeping on her back, her eyes still sleepy. If Shaheng doesn't have the energy and spirit to return. Last night, she also invested some of her money to earn interest, and also redid the marketing plan for her toy store. Not to mention, they even used their mystical powers to search for someone all night. That was really tiring. She responded lazily. Look online, Jiangshan Group is in trouble, and it's been confirmed that the president of Jiangshan Group is Bai Shishua's husband, Shaheng said with a smile, looking quite pleased with himself. Chapter 103 Methods. Chapter 103. Jiang Sui yawned groggily, and after hanging up the phone, she slowly turned on her phone. And as soon as you open your phone, you're greeted with pop-up messages from major platforms. And they were all the same message. Bai Shishua's husband is really Ji Sikhen, the president of Jiangshan Group #. Following this news, a series of related trending topics immediately followed. Jiangshan Group's tax evasion #. A report has been filed alleging that Jiangshan Group is involved in organized crime #. Bai Shishua has nothing to do with me #. Bai Shishua clarifies #. Jiang Sui calmly flipped through the messages one by one. As soon as she got up, the little paper figure that had been sleeping under the bed started to move. They flew up and dressed her, and combed her hair. Now that she has Xian power to protect her, she should naturally take care of herself first. The little paper figures were all folded from talismanic paper by her, and after being infused with mystic energy, they would become little puppets, at her beck and call. These trending topics are all related, so as long as Jiang Sui clicks on one of them, the other trending topics will also appear in the list. Seeing these trending topics, Jiang Sui couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's right, she was the one who had someone report Jiangshan Group for tax evasion. She had heard Lu Yi say that since the Ji family's rise to power was related to the black market industry chain, they must have tax problems. Furthermore, since Ji Sikhen in the original script was capable of killing an arson for Bai Shishua, and also had a bit of a gangster background, that means he is either ignorant of the law or knowingly breaks the law. So she directly asked someone to report it. Sure enough, an investigation revealed tax issues at several companies under the Jiangshan Group. They also found some evidence related to organized crime, such as the bloody and violent incidents involved. However, Ji Sikhen distanced himself from the relationship very quickly. As soon as this incident was exposed, the trending topic was immediately suppressed. Furthermore, they distanced themselves from these companies, stating that it was done by someone from a branch office, who has already been dismissed and the police have been notified, and that it has nothing to do with the head office. Their method was extremely swift, cutting off all traces completely. In short, whether it was tax evasion or involvement in organized crime, Ji Sikhen swiftly and decisively cleared himself of all charges. Even so, doubts persist. Oh my god, it turns out that Ji Sikhen, the youngest elite entrepreneur in Beihai City, is actually Bai Shishua's husband. The rumors weren't unfounded. Holy crap! This is terrifying. Could it be that Ji Siken was the one who tried to kidnap Jiang Sui before? Bai Shishue's mysterious CEO husband. My romanticized view of him is completely ruined. So does anyone remember the phone call Jiang Sui received in Mom is a Hero? Although it was later clarified, I still feel there's something fishy about it. Could it really be true? Yeah, I just remembered too. Holy crap. It's the 22nd century, how can there still be people like this? So Bai Shishue's mysterious husband, whom she's kept hidden all this time, is trending on social media for tax evasion. So she really is a kept woman, a caged bird supported by her husband. Does using money from tax evasion make you happy to climb the ladder in the entertainment industry? Bai Shishue's fans couldn't sit still either. They all came out to fight back. What does President Xi's matter have to do with Xue? Don't drag Xue into everything. As Xue herself said on the show, her husband never cares about her, and she got everything she has in the entertainment industry on her own merit. She's just playing around. Don't throw all this mud at her. Xue knows nothing. Xue is beautiful on her own. Mr. G, please handle your own affairs and don't implicate Xue. Thank you. It's not like Xue evaded taxes besides, it's just a small, disobedient company under the group. Don't generalize. Passerby. Didn't Bai Shishue's fans used to say things like, brother-in-law is awesome. Brother-in-law is so great. The best brother-in-law in the world. How come they've turned their backs on them now? Bai Shishue's fans are hilarious, Do you believe what Bai Shishue's fans are saying? They claim she's just giving up and playing around, but she still has a constant stream of resources, and even her outfits are meticulously coordinated. Is this what giving up is all about? She's practically worthless, yet she's still so stubborn. In no time, various trending topics and memes appeared online. Although Ji Siken seemed to have cleared his name completely, in reality, they've already jumped into the Yellow River. There's no way to clear their name now. Because netizens will fill in the blanks with their own imaginations. The online community, including Sherlock Holmes, and the residents of Chaoyang district will not let him off their hook. Jiang Sui's lips curled slightly, and she looked down to see Bai Shishue's clarification. Chapter 10 for Bloodshed. Under the tags #Bai Shishue is nothing to do with me and #Bai Shishue clarification is a clarification issued by Bai Shishue's team last night regarding the incident at the toy store. They gave a vague account of what happened inside the toy store, only saying it was a quarrel between two children, which was deliberately misinterpreted by someone with ulterior motives, and they were unaware of it. The statement was also consistent with Bai Shishue's usual persona. The gist of it is, it's none of my business anyway, believe it or not, don't try to smear me. The big fan who spread the rumor has nothing to do with them. Maybe they did this because they care about her too much. Their public relations skills are quite good. Jiang Sui also admired Bai Shishue's public relations team. This statement both obscured the events at the toy store, diverting attention, and solidified Bai Shishue's image as a straightforward person who speaks without restraint. It also affirmed the fans' love and support for her, thus solidifying her fanbase, while simultaneously absolving herself of any responsibility. After all, the team behind Bai Shishue didn't just take money for nothing to make her a huge star and become the #1 figure in the entertainment industry. Or to put it another way, Bai Shishue's public relations team is already top-notch in the industry. Otherwise, based on what has happened during this period, Bai Shishue might have been ridiculed to the point of being forgotten long ago. Following that, Bai Shishue's team issued another clarification. She stated that she knew nothing about the affairs of the Qiangxin group and used some irrelevant public relations rhetoric, adding that she and her husband would overcome the difficulties and handle the matter together. Under this trending topic, comments from fans trying to control the narrative and those from bystanders mocking the situation were almost evenly split. Furthermore, some people have uncovered evidence that Bai Shishue has had press releases and team marketing since her debut. The caption read, "Is this the queen of tanking you guys are talking about? She's had someone protecting her since her debut." Not only that, all of Bai Shishue's previous scandals have been dug up. For example, I met with the director before a certain program aired. For example, the increase in the amount of screen time in the program is a solid proof. For example, she squeezed out a talented young actress to become the female lead. For example, getting pregnant out of wedlock, giving birth, and then returning home for the sake of her husband's family's property. However, these posts were taken down shortly after being forwarded. Even though not many people saw it, it still stirred up a rebellious mentality among netizens. People started playing with memes instead of using keywords. #vampire #I got my blood sucked for nothing today, damn it. Brothers, if I die, please remember this warrior. #vampire I thought it was some kind of blood it was sucking, but it turns out it's Guajio's blood tilder. Let me try. A certain female celebrity has thrived in the entertainment industry by relying on her husband to cultivate a persona, using her son to gain fans, exhibiting lazy, spoiled, and childish behavior, and habitually smearing her rivals. Oh, you ask who it is? Well, that's our blood-sucking sister, of course. More and more netizens are constantly flirting with their accounts being banned. And of course, accounts were blocked one after another. But this still couldn't stop netizens from being rebellious. Har ha har ha, I created another 30 alt accounts, here I come again, har ha har ha, keep banning them. The following replies. Hilarious, a £200 person with a rebellious streak weighing £199. Har ha har ha, that's hilarious. My account just got hacked, sister, be careful. Of course, Jiang Sui's fans were also involved. Jiang Sui knew that her fan base was now quite large. Shahang had mentioned this to her before. The surge in fans was a double-edged sword. She couldn't interfere too much, but she also couldn't leave them untouched. She entrusted this matter to Shahang, since Shahang was very adept at handling such things. Jiang Sui left the tumultuous Weibo account and only then noticed the unread messages on WeChat. Chapter 105 The End of Science is Metaphysics. In the small group chat of the three women, Li Lan and Xu Man didn't say anything, but they both forwarded a post related to this matter. These two are probably just desperate for gossip. But I'm afraid of saying anything inappropriate, so I don't dare to make any comments in the group. After all, the three of them haven't reached that point yet. I was still somewhat wary, afraid that if I said something wrong, I would be betrayed. Xumanman directly forwarded the most popular post about Ji Sikan and by Shishue, and then added a question mark. Li Lan replied with a nose-picking emoji. Then the group went silent. No one spoke anymore. This kind of feeling is probably what we call plastic. Then came a series of messages. She was too lazy to reply to some messages, but she immediately noticed the red message notification on Lu Yi's message box. Curious, she clicked on Lu Yi's chat window. Period? What does it mean when he puts a period? Oh, she understands. This is a repressed guy trying to assert his presence, so he uses a period to tell her woman, do you still remember me? Ultimately, Jiang Sui felt that Lu Yi still had some potential to become a domineering CEO. Jiang Sui would never have guessed that Lu Yi had waited all night for her to contact him, and the resentment he felt after not getting her call was immense. So she replied with a question mark. Question mark. Lu Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Sui, just woke up. Lu Yi, have you eaten? Before Jiang Sui could ask Lu Yi if he wanted to poison her, she heard Xuansuan's voice. Mommy Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui turned around and saw Xian standing at the door, hugging a teddy bear and looking sleepy. Then he stared wide-eyed at her, at the little paper figure beside her. The little paper figure beside her seemed to be frightened and quickly hid behind her. Jiang Sui. Oh no, we've been found out. Xian pointed at the little paper figures next to Jiang Sui, they. Xuansuan's big eyes were full of curiosity, but she wasn't afraid. Jiang Sui put down her phone and coughed lightly. Jiang Sui's mommy is doing a science experiment, she said seriously. Xian asked curiously, a science experiment? Jiang Sui nodded. Yes, Jiang Sui's mommy is researching how to make these objects fly out of thin air. Look, isn't it a very great experiment? Xuansuan's eyes lit up, Jiang Sui's mommy is so amazing. Isn't she just like a scientist? Jiang Sui. I'm someone who studies metaphysics, and you're asking me if I'm a scientist. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? However, she remained calm and smiled, saying, that's right, so Xian should study hard and strive to become a scientist in the future. Xian stared at the little paper figures with bright, sparkling eyes. Yes. Xian will definitely try her best. Thus, a seed of science was planted in young Xuansuan's heart. Jiang Sui grinned. Using the power of metaphysics, yet telling children to believe in science. The system finally couldn't hold back any longer. Jiang Sui, haven't you heard the saying? The end of science is metaphysics. System. It seemed to make a lot of sense, and it couldn't refute it. The online discussion escalated for a week, but was ultimately suppressed by a top-tier scandal. Ji Sichen's company conglomerate has also become a focus of attention due to this incident. Moreover, this incident caused several major projects to fall through, and the market value was also affected, plummeting by hundreds of millions. Ji Sichen was also busy with company matters and had no time to take care of Bai Shishue, which caused Bai Shishue to feel quite resentful. After several arguments, she was finally subdued by Ji Sichen's forceful seduction. Chapter 106. I've calculated that you must have suffered in matters of the heart. Bai Shishue has also temporarily stopped working to avoid the current public opinion. Although Ji Sichen helped her deal with most of the negative comments, she still saw those comments about herself. Every day, she would collapse into Ji Sichen's arms and sob. Then came another exhilarating experience. Bai Shishue was experiencing both pleasure and pain. She knew that Sichen loved her, so she cooperated fully. Moreover, she believed that her husband would handle everything for her. Jiang Sui and Shaheng sat in the milk tea shop, drinking milk tea while looking at the entrance of the university across the street. Shaheng suddenly exclaimed, "In just these 10 short minutes, I've already fallen for several boys." Jiang Sui. Shaheng raised an eyebrow, a young body, boundless power. Jiang Sui couldn't hold back any longer. "Don't make me spray your milk tea on you." Ever since Shaheng publicly revealed his sexual orientation to Jiang Sui and they became increasingly familiar with each other, he has started to speak more recklessly. She makes no attempt to hide her appreciation for men's bodies. Jiang Sui couldn't help but think to herself, it's a good thing he didn't see Lu Yi. That might even lead to him being cuckolded. However, she also understood that Shaheng was just talking nonsense, and based on her experience, people who are gay are all a bit flirtatious. However, Shaheng pays great attention to his public image and appearance. Always act like an elite in front of others. Therefore, within the industry, Shaheng has always been seen as a cool and aloof male god, an industry elite. His sexual orientation is no secret. It was during this period that we got to know each other better, and I inexplicably stumbled upon him watching something strange one day. Only then did he begin to act recklessly in front of him. Jiang Sui, by the way, are you the bottom one or the top one? Shaheng glanced at her indifferently. Don't look down on me, I'm a top. Jiang Sui said in a serious tone, then you have a supply and demand problem. Right now, there are zeros everywhere and people are looking for ones everywhere. Shaheng frowned. That's true. I have too many options. It seems they also feel deeply saddened by this. Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui examined his face and said, I've calculated that you must have suffered in love. Shaheng's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, nonsense. Then I picked up the milk tea and took a sip. Jiang Sui didn't press the matter further. For someone as sharp-tongued as Shaheng, his mouth would probably remain stubborn even after cremation. By the way, I heard from the paparazzi today that during a group meeting, Bai Shishue suddenly called Ji Sichen and asked him which nail polish color was pretty. Everyone on the board turned green, and Ji Sichen didn't look too good either. Shaheng couldn't help but laugh when he talked about it. Do you think she used some kind of femme fatale script to bring down the Ji family? Jiang Sui remained non-committal. She's quite familiar with this kind of plot. She's seen all sorts of domineering CEO plots, and usually these plots are accompanied by shocking headlines. What's with the female lead video calling her husband during his meeting and saying things like, "Where's my underwear, honey, should I wear this or this, honey, I miss you." Then he said something that stunned everyone. The fact that Ji Sichen looked so unhappy only proves that is not love-struck enough. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Men who can be intimate with their wives so openly in such situations usually have absolute power and money in their hands. Just like the emperors of ancient times, even if they were to indulge in debauchery with their concubines in court, no one dared to utter a sound. But right now, Ji Sichen is extremely busy, dealing with the affairs of the group company and patching up various loopholes. Why would Bai Shishue pull this stunt at an important meeting at this time? Isn't it just making things worse? She was also curious, when Ji Sichen's wealth and status began to decline, would he still be so devoted to Bai Shishue? Sometimes, giving without expecting anything in return is simply because we have enough. If you start to lose yourself, would you still be willing to give it up? Why don't you seem shocked at all? Shiheng asked, puzzled. Don't you think this is a bit outrageous? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, because I've seen the world. Shiheng. Jiang Sui raised the corners of her mouth slightly, then looked towards the direction of the university gate. Just then, a tall figure came into her view. Chapter 107. Young, but useful. Jiang Sui pulled down her large sunglasses, which were perched on the bridge of her nose, so she could see the person a little more clearly. Found it. Shiheng's gaze followed her eyes. Looks rather young, doesn't he? Shiheng commented. Jiang Sui smiled slightly. Young, but useful. Shiheng felt that Jiang Sui's words seemed to have some profound meaning, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with them. I'm leaving now. Jiang Sui stood up, picked up her bag, and left. I'll contact you later. I wish you success. Shiheng raised an eyebrow and watched Jiang Sui leave. He lives near the university, so he came directly when he knew Jiang Sui was coming. I also took the opportunity to chat with her about work and reconnect with her. He knew who Jiang Sui was looking for, and he also knew what she wanted to do. She didn't hide anything from him. She said that since he was her manager, they were a unit. So she told him her thoughts directly. Shiheng was surprised and touched by Jiang Sui's trust. As for what she wanted to do, he originally thought Jiang Sui was being a bit fanciful. After all, she has no background or support in the entertainment industry, and she is still too young and has not yet established herself in the industry. But when he learned that this woman was a hidden little rich woman who had already planned everything out in advance, he immediately dismissed his original idea. It turns out the clown was himself. Jiang Sui is truly a career-minded person. Therefore, what Shiheng needs to do now is to fulfill his responsibility as an agent and not hold his rich boss back. It's so easy to have a boss who's rich and can throw money around like crazy. The speed of this public relations effort alone has already surprised him. That's incredibly fast. Moreover, he doesn't need to worry about funding. Although Jiang Sui is generous in this regard, she is actually quite stingy in general. For example, he has to treat us to this milk tea. After school, Jiang quickly walked to the side, ready to scan a QR code to get a shared bicycle to catch his part-time job. But as soon as he took out his phone, his attention was drawn to a car beeping sound. He looked to the side of the road where a sports car was parked. Through the car window, you can see that the driver is a young and beautiful woman. Wearing large sunglasses, her face is obscured, but she exudes a refined air at first glance. It's safe to say she's a genuinely wealthy woman. She's not a mistress kept by a man, nor is she an internet celebrity. A truly wealthy woman and a woman who is merely beautiful on the outside are completely different in temperament. He certainly didn't think the rich woman was greeting him, so he prepared to continue scanning bicycles. Jiang Sui called out directly, Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai then looked at Jiang Sui, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt and surprise. Jiang Sui pressed a button, and the car door opened automatically. She looked at the man, then smiled and said, "Get in the car." Jiang Lai paused for a moment, then frowned. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Jiang Sui knew that boys these days were quite wary. So she made up a reason, "I'm your mother's best friend's daughter, and I need to talk to you about something." Jiang Lai frowned. His mother? How could his mother have such a wealthy best friend? But since that's what the other party said, he cancelled the scan, looked around, remembered Jiang Sui's license plate number, and then got into the passenger seat. As he got into the passenger seat, Jiang Sui caught a glimpse of him texting on his phone. She chuckled as she drove. "What? You're tipping off your friend so I don't kidnap them." Chapter 108. You wouldn't be a celebrity, would you? Jiang Lai covered the phone with his hand, didn't speak, and his lips were tightly pressed together. You college students these days have a pretty strong sense of safety awareness, huh? Jiang Sui said. Jiang Lai glanced at Jiang Sui and felt that the woman looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite make out who she was because she was wearing sunglasses. He corrected, "I'm already a master's student. And you look younger than me, don't you?" Jiang Sui is already quite young, and given her age and appearance, their pretty girl image is the most suitable for her. But she inexplicably ended up taking the route of a young mother. Perhaps it's because Jiang Sui herself has such a strong aura that unless she gets really into acting, she can't seamlessly switch to other types of roles like the one she puts on in front of the Shen family. Normally, Jiang Sui is a stunningly beautiful woman with a strong and commanding presence. Jiang Sui raised the corners of her mouth and drove directly to a dessert shop. When entering the dessert shop, Jiang Sui deliberately wore a hat to cover her face. So, in a corner of the dessert shop, a young man who looked somewhat naive but was unusually composed sat face to face with a woman wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses. Jiang Lai was about to speak when he saw the woman in front of him patting the desserts on the table from various angles. He remained silent for 2 seconds, then chose not to speak. Until the woman finished taking the photos, satisfied. He lowered his voice and asked softly, "You're not a celebrity, are you?" Just now in the car, he actually wanted to ask Jiang Sui if she was a pervert. But he thought, there shouldn't be such a young, beautiful, and rich pervert, right? Jiang Sui lightly tapped her WeChat moments to share her beautiful manicured nails, and also synced the post to the social media platform. Then she smiled slightly at Jiang Lai and said, "My name is Jiang Sui." She's a public figure now, but she needs to keep her public image in check. Taking some nice photos and sharing them is also part of the business. Jiang Lai was taken aback. He stared at Jiang Sui and looked her up and down for a moment before finally matching the woman in front of him with the female celebrity that the female students had been talking about a lot lately. He suddenly felt nervous. What did a celebrity want with him? He glanced around. "Don't worry, there are no paparazzi." Jiang Sui immediately dispelled his concerns. "Although there are many paparazzi who are now stalking you, they don't even know where you live." This was largely thanks to the secrecy surrounding Lu Yi's residence. In one area of that villa, not even a stranger, let alone paparazzi, can get in. They only knew roughly where they lived, but they didn't know their actual address. Even if you realize you're keeping up, she'll easily leave you behind. Just kidding, if she could make people keep up with her, wouldn't that be a waste of her king-level skills? Hearing that there were no paparazzi, Jiang Lai felt relieved. He was afraid of being caught on camera and trending on social media the next day. Getting involved with celebrities is never a good thing. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Also, are you really the daughter of my mother's best friend?" he asked in a cold, indifferent tone, his voice tinged with obvious suspicion. They maintained distance both verbally and physically. Jiang Sui smiled, and even though she was wearing sunglasses, her smile could be felt through the lenses. Jiang Sui's smile is very comfortable, neither deliberate nor overly friendly. Always maintaining a comfortable distance that makes people feel at ease. "Of course not," Jiang Sui replied confidently. "Jiang Lai. How can you lie so confidently?" Chapter 109. I'll just ask you one question, are you short of money? Jiang Lai frowned, his face also looking rather unpleasant. "If Miss Jiang and I have nothing to do with each other, then don't waste my time at work. Do you know how much money I'll lose if you take up even a little bit of my time? Since he's a fraud, are we just messing with him? He dropped his part-time job to come here, simply because she said it was related to her mother. Now you're telling him so confidently that you're lying?" He got up and prepared to leave. "So short of money? Can the little bit of money you earn as a part-time office worker even cover your mother's medical expenses?" Jiang Sui picked up a pink fork and started eating her dessert, speaking casually. Jiang Lai suddenly stopped walking. He looked at her suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? What is your relationship with my family? How do you know so much?" "She knows my name, I know my mother, and I know my situation. What exactly is our relationship?" He didn't remember having a relative with the surname Jiang. Jiang Sui continued eating her dessert while slowly and deliberately asking, "Are you short of money?" Jiang Lai didn't reply to that question, but instead said coldly, "If you have nothing to do with me, then let me tell you that infringing on citizens' privacy is illegal." Jiang Sui chuckled and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I figured it out, would you believe me?" "Jiang Lai, I don't believe you for a second." "Jiang Sui." She coughed lightly. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. Stay calm." Jiang Lai's face darkened. "What young man? You're clearly a few years younger than me. But this mature, boss-like demeanor, it's just like a business tycoon in his 50s or 60s. Jiang Sui counted on her fingers. "Let me calculate. Your birth date and time are Ding Chou year, Gui Mao month, Bing Chen day, Wu Zi hour. Your mother was plagued by illness in her youth, and her fortune was dim in the first half of her life, and she lacked money. Jiang Lai's expression turned serious. She actually knew? Only my mother knows my birth date and time. How could she possibly know? Even if you can deduce your birth date based on your birthday, you still can't pinpoint the exact time. His gaze toward Jiang Sui was tinged with suspicion and shock. So you're currently tightening screws in a factory to earn money for your mother's medical expenses. Oh, you've taken over all the screw tightening jobs in the factories near the school, Jiang Sui continued unhurriedly. Jiang Lai. She knew that too. The person Jiang Sui has been searching for these past few days using her profound energy is Jiang Lai. In the original script, Jiang Lai was also a supporting character, and he wasn't mentioned much. But this person's future identity is extraordinary. After graduating with a master's degree, he started from scratch and built his own business empire within a few years by relying on his high academic knowledge, intelligence, and investment acumen. In a chance encounter, he fell in love with Bai Shishue, who was already married. He also fell deeply in love with Bai Shishue and launched a business war to obtain Bai Shishue and Ji Sichen's company. Of course, they were ultimately defeated. Moreover, as the CEO's rival in love, he met a very tragic end, having his arms and legs broken by Ji Sichen's men and being thrown into the wilderness. The reason Jiang Sui went to great lengths to find this man was not to save him. She has absolutely no interest in saving people with love-struck minds. What she valued was his ability. Men with the ability to build their own business empires from scratch should not be taken for personal use. Should I let him cause me trouble? Jiang Lai stared at Jiang Sui in disbelief. Jiang Sui smiled brightly. I'll just ask you one question, are you short of money? Jiang Lai was silent for a moment, then said coldly, even if I'm short of money, I won't stoop so low as to be kept by a woman. Chapter 110 I like sunny and cheerful boys. Jiang Sui was also taken aback. Are you sick in the head? Do you think someone as good looking as me would be interested in you? That's a bit much, Jiang Sui couldn't help but say. Jiang Lai was also stunned. Her cheeks were burning hot, and she avoided Jiang Sui's gaze. What did he just say? How could he say such a thing? Seeing Jiang Lai's reaction, Jiang Sui suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the lines Jiang Lai just said were originally meant for Bai Shishue? She had seen situations where plot changes led to character inconsistencies and consequently, broken dialogue. However, the probability of it happening is relatively low. She added, well, I like sunny, cheerful guys. You don't fit that category. Jiang Lai. He was silent for a few seconds, then asked, so what exactly do you mean? What do you want to do? He no longer dwells on how Jiang Sui knew his information. Whether she calculated it or not, she knew everything about herself. So she must have had a purpose in contacting me. He slowly sat back down opposite Jiang Sui. But he dared not look her in the eye. Jiang Sui smiled slightly. I heard you studied finance and management. Jiang Lai nodded. I'm planning to start a business and make investments recently, and I need someone with relevant expertise to help me with that. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. I'm impressed with your abilities. Are you interested? For an ambitious and highly capable student who has not yet formally entered the workforce. Nothing is more touching than the words, I admire your abilities. Because he is currently in a period where he doesn't understand the meaning of the phrase, promising something for nothing. As expected, Jiang Lai was surprised. There was also a barely perceptible hint of being flattered in his expression. How did you know I have this ability? Jiang Sui continued, of course I believe you have the ability. You're a top finance student from Beihai University A. You won first place in the youth entrepreneurship competition during your university years and received a national-level entrepreneurship fund. Although I am still a student, I have already worked part-time in various jobs at several companies. You've been tightening screws at the factory lately. Besides earning money for your mom's medical expenses, you're probably also trying to figure out how the assembly line works, right? Jiang Lai frowned. To be honest, he was a little surprised by the amount of attention this woman was paying to him. She seems to really know everything. He even suspected that she knew he had a mole on his chest. Since I came directly to you, it means I've already decided it's you. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. The relationship between employees and bosses is always a two-way selection process. However, I can tell you that the salary and benefits I can offer you are absolutely unattainable for someone as a recent graduate. As your boss, out of humanitarian considerations, I can also cover all your mother's medical expenses. Jiang Sui gradually revealed her biggest bait. Money. This person needs money. Then she gave him the money. Although she's frugal, she spends money wisely. The medical expenses were only a few $100,000. But the value this man can bring her is for more than just a few $100,000. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge on him. Moreover, it's better to keep people related to Ji Siken and his wife by one side. Anyway, he's going to get rich. Why not start your own business? Who knows, we might even get to see a good show of breaking up Ji Siken and his wife. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Jiang Lai remained silent, his eyes deep and unfocused, lost in thought. Jiang Sui smiled slightly, tore off a sticky note from her bag, and wrote a string of numbers on it with her lipstick. I'll be waiting for your message anytime. Jiang Lai looked at the note handed to him, hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He didn't know what to say at that moment, but he still managed to say, "Thank you." Chapter 111 was just a ploy to get her attention. After leaving a sticky note, Jiang Sui asked the waiter to come and settle the bill. Then, under Jiang Lai's gaze, she left the dessert shop. Jiang Lai stared at the sticky note with a number written on it in his hand. He felt that what happened today was too dreamlike and unbelievable. If it weren't for the sticky note actually in his hand and the faint scent of the woman who had just left, he would have really thought he was dreaming. She said she could help him solve his mother's predicament. He gripped the sticky note tightly in his hand, his gaze hesitant and deep. As Jiang Sui was leaving the dessert shop and preparing to drive home, she suddenly received a message from Lu Yi. "Wild man, who are you having dessert with?" Jiang Sui hissed. How did he know he was eating dessert with someone else? She scrolled through her WeChat moments and looked at the photos she had just taken. Yes, that's comparable to a professional photographer's level. But there were only desserts. How did Lu Yi know that there was someone else with her? Lu Yi, who was abroad preparing to take the stage, glanced at his phone before going on stage. Wife, don't pry into things in the underworld. Lu Yi. Just as Jiang Sui started the engine, she noticed that Lu Yi had sent her another message. Wildman, website.com.uk. Jiang Sui didn't rush to drive, she took the time to figure out what the website address meant. Jiang Sui, watching porn. The wild man didn't return. Jiang Sui hesitated for a moment before clicking, but in the end, curiosity drove her to click. This website address is a bit unusual, it's not a common domain. Perhaps it's a website specifically for a particular group of people. As soon as she clicked on it, she saw a live video that looked just like the evening news. Moreover, she spotted Lu Yi surrounded by bodyguards in the crowd at a glance. A dozen tall bodyguards followed Lu Yi, like they were surrounding their king, as they escorted him to the podium. Lu Yi stood out like a diamond in the crowd, shining brightly. Handsome and dashing, noble yet elegant, with a sharp suit and perfect body proportions, even his back view is so handsome that you can't take your eyes off him. Judging from this video, it looks like a press conference, with Lu Yi as the main character. Moreover, judging from the appearance of this press conference, it seems that it was not open to the public. However, since there is a website address, it means that it is not completely confidential, but rather that access has been granted to a certain group of people. Although she didn't know exactly what the Lu family did, judging from her last visit to the industrial park, it seemed to be involved in technology-related products. Moreover, these products seem to involve a higher level of involvement. Depend on. In the original script, even someone with such a background could be taken down by a domineering second-generation CEO. What kind of NC script is this? They really don't care about the lives of others in order to make the male lead seem too awesome. What does this mean? Jiang Sui was a little puzzled. Sending me a website link just so I can see it. To be honest, if Lu Yi hadn't suddenly poked her, she would have almost forgotten that she had a husband wandering abroad these past few days. The system silently complained, "You forgot about me just like that when you were caught up in palace intrigue." Jiang Sui guessed, could it be a peacock spreading its tail feathers? Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other reason. Lu Yi sent this website address so she could see just how handsome he really is. TSK. Man. That's all there is to it. It was just to get my attention. Although Jiang Sui thought this way, she still found herself watching Lu Yi in the video for quite a while without realizing it. Who can blame him? He's good looking. Lu Yi, while posting the website address, let my wife see how amazing I am, and she'll lose interest in the men around her. What's so special about eating desserts? Chapter 112. Please let me go, please let me go. Jiang Sui stared at Lu Yi for a while, and deeply understood the charm of a man when he was working. Even though it was the same face, Lu Yi looked much more pleasing to the eye now. Just then, a message from Shaheng popped up on her phone. She closed the website and glanced at Shaheng's chat window first. The message was a casting call for a film. Shaheng, after the storm passes, take advantage of the buzz to go for auditions and casting. I read the script, and it's pretty good. Maybe it can turn your career around. Jiang Sui replied with an okay emoji. She knew that her biggest flaw right now wasn't her conflict with Bai Shishua. It was the awkward acting that showed no regard for the lives of others. Therefore, Shaheng was eager for her to make a breakthrough in this area. After all, her main profession is acting. Only with strength and works can one speak with confidence and authority. Shaheng had originally intended to find her some acting teachers, but she refused with a simple, I don't need them. Although Shaheng did not understand, he expressed his respect. As long as you find a good script and a role that doesn't require much acting skill, Jiang Sui can still make a name for herself. That's why we carefully selected this script and decided to let Jiang Sui give it a try. After replying to Shaheng, Jiang Sui reopened the website. But the website address is inaccessible. She frowned, held her phone out the car window and waved it. Is the signal bad? But after shaking the website a few times and clicking on it still didn't do anything, so she gave up. I put my phone aside and took out my lipstick from my bag to touch up my makeup that had been ruined by eating dessert. I just happened to take out the lipstick with the number I wrote on it. The pointed part had been smoothed out a bit. She frowned slightly, then immediately threw the lipstick into the trash can outside the car. I found another lip gloss to touch up my lips, then drove away. After dinner, Jiang Sui watched TV with Xianxian in the living room. Xianxian, who should be at the age of watching cartoons, is now watching melodramatic soap operas with great interest. The innocent-looking female lead pleaded, please, let me go. Please, let me go. The domineering male lead, you're mine for life, you can't escape. The innocent-looking female lead, don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking bucks. The domineering male lead, hey, little thing, you're the first woman who's ever dared to talk to me like that. Jiang Sui was chewing potato chips with great interest, making a crunching sound as she watched. It's true that these kinds of melodramatic dramas are always popular, no matter the time. Xianxian frowned as she ate her sucking jelly. The beautiful and wealthy female lead says, I'm warning you, stay away from him, or I won't let you off the hook. The innocent-looking female lead, I know I'm not good enough for him, but he doesn't like you either, is it worth it? The beautiful and wealthy woman sneered, what do you know? Only he and I are a perfect match. He'll fall for me sooner or later. At this moment, the domineering male lead rushes out, shoves the beautiful and wealthy female supporting character aside, and slaps her in the face. I'm warning you, stay away from her. I'll never like you in my life. Don't even dream about it. Lu Xuansuan, who was eating a sucking jelly, was stunned and stared at the TV series with her mouth wide open. Jiang Sui picked up the remote control at the opportune moment and changed the channel. The TV, which was originally showing melodramatic dramas, has started showing anime for girls. Xianxian frowned, Mommy Jiang Sui, why does that rich and pretty older sister insist on being with that rich uncle? Chapter 113. Were you there? Although Xianxian is young and doesn't understand love and romance, she can still understand the basic plot. Although these complex relationships are not yet clear in Xuansuan's mind. But under her mother's guidance, Jiang Sui has grown into a little adult who can distinguish right from wrong. Because this rich and pretty lady is stupid, Jiang Sui said with a smile. So, Xianxian will never be like this pretty lady in the future. Xianxian immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Xianxian doesn't want to. This pretty older sister is too silly. This uncle is so annoying, yet she still wants to play with him. In our kindergarten, no one plays with people who are annoying. And she really disliked the way this uncle talked. He seems like a madman. Moreover, the tone of his voice sounded just like the words that Jiang Sui's mother made her memorize. She hates people who say those things the most. Jiang Sui was very satisfied. Xian is right. A rich and beautiful older sister like her can find better people to play with. There's no need to hang herself on one tree, right? Xian nodded, of course. And this uncle even hit someone. Suddenly, Xian thought of something. Mommy Jiang Sui, will daddy hit people? Jiang Sui was stunned for a moment. This question really stumped her. She retorted, have you ever seen your father hit someone? She knew that when Xian talked about her father, she was usually referring to Lu Yi. Xian shook her head. No. Jiang Sui smiled, then your dad probably won't hit people. But whether or not the knife will be used to kill someone is another matter. Xian nodded. Mommy Jiang Sui, daddy is actually a very good person. It was because Xian was bad before, always complaining to daddy about you, that daddy thought you were bad. Xian actually understands everything, but she knew that Jiang Sui's mother didn't like her before, so she was afraid of being bullied and didn't like strangers. Xuansuan's voice gradually faded, because apart from dad, no one in the Lu family wants Xian anymore. Jiang Sui asked in confusion, why did Xian say that? She really didn't know that. Moreover, it wasn't mentioned in the original script. She still thought that Xian should be the apple of the Lu family's eye. Xian shook her head and mumbled, Xian doesn't know either. I only found out because I overheard Dad and Grandpa talking on the phone. Jiang Sui frowned but didn't press the matter further. She patted Xuansuan's head and said, Mommy Jiang Sui knows. Be good, continue watching TV. Yes, after watching melodramatic romance dramas, letting Xian watch some shoujo manga is good for our mental and physical health. After Xian went to sleep that night, Jiang Sui sent Lu Yi a message, which was quite unusual for her. Jiang Sui, don't Xuansuan's parents have a good relationship with the Lu family? Instead of investigating, it's better to ask the person involved directly. As a result, Jiang Sui saw that the chat window was constantly displaying the input field. She thought Lu Yi would send a long message. But when I saw the message he sent, it was only a few short sentences. The gist of it is that the marriage of Xuansuan's biological parents is not recognized by the Lu family. Xian was not formally accepted into the Lu family. Although the old man mentioned several times that he could take Xian back to raise her, Lu Yi was worried that she would be bullied by other people in the family, so he kept Xian by his side. Jiang Sui pondered for a moment on the bed. He then casually concocted some plot speculation. Could it be that Xuansuan's father had a fiancée in a business marriage, but fell in love with Xuansuan's mother, eloped, and married and had children with Xuansuan's mother, which is why he was not recognized by the Lu family? Lu Yi, you were there. Jiang Sui. What? She actually guessed right. Chapter 114 Sealing Heart Unlocking Love, Jiang Sui. There's no need to ask Jiang Sui any further. It turns out that Xian is a victim of the melodramatic plot of a wealthy family. However, it seems that her family life was quite happy and fulfilling before her parents passed away unexpectedly. Although she could discern a person's fortune or misfortune from their facial features. They can even predict major changes at every stage of someone's life. However, her physiognomy skills will be weakened when dealing with people she has a very close relationship with. Therefore, she could no longer accurately predict what would happen to Xian in the future. As for Xuansuan's past, she can only see the point in time when both her parents died. A while later, Lu Yi sent another message. Wild man. Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Sui's thoughts were pulled back, and she looked at the few words Lu Yi had sent, intending to reply. Wild man, I'm looking at some documents. Jiang Sui hadn't even typed out the first word yet. Wild man, I have an important meeting tomorrow. Jiang Sui. Wild man, I've been abroad for a while this time, I'll be back as soon as possible. Jiang Sui was puzzled. What was he doing? Are you reporting your schedule to yourself? Lu Yi, I've already spoken to people back home, and the Ji family is keeping an eye on things. But Ji Siken is very clever, and his methods for escaping punishment are extremely sophisticated, so I'm afraid we won't be able to punish them in the short term. Although they won't dare to do anything for now, you still need to be careful. Jiang Sui was a little surprised that Lu Yi was paying close attention to the Ji family's actions. The Ji family's troubles happened after Lu Yi left, yet he knew so much about it. After Lu Yi sent this message, his eyes darkened slightly. The Ji family began to venture into the entertainment industry in the last 5 years, and directly entered the market with the power of capital, acquiring several large entertainment companies and covering a large part of the film market. With his massive capital monopoly, the Ji family, as the hidden capital behind a large number of entertainment companies, almost completely controls the direction of events. They can put anyone on the sidelines whenever they want. They can make anyone they want be cyberbullied. But this trend gradually changed after Jiang Sui participated in that variety show. The Lu family, however, had absolutely no involvement in the entertainment industry. Therefore, he had no way to directly help Jiang Sui in the entertainment industry. If we need him to take action, the only option is to go directly to someone higher up. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang with its distinctive message notification sound. Yes, Lu Yi never sets a notification sound for his phone, he always sets it to vibrate. This is the only message notification that is set separately. Wife, you've fallen in love with me. Lu Yi almost dropped his phone. That face, which remained unmoved even in front of leaders from various countries, now showed a hint of tension that had never been seen before. He hesitated about how to reply. But then, Jiang Sui's next words instantly extinguished the fire in his mind. Wife, don't love me, it won't end well. Jiang Sui looked at the sentence she had sent with satisfaction. Aloof. Extremely aloof. She truly lives up to her reputation as a high and mighty beauty who keeps her heart and love locked away. How ridiculous. He thinks that by being nice to himself, he can get himself into a relationship with her. Don't forget how that dog emperor died in his past life. She hadn't forgotten how the guy with this face used to treat her. Although she didn't harbor much hostility or hatred towards Lu Yi, she wouldn't let her guard down. Men love to lie the most. He especially enjoys deceiving beautiful women like her. Lu Yi remained silent. His eyebrows, eyes, and facial features exuded a chilling aura. He snorted coldly. He sulked for several minutes. Then I picked up my phone and made a call. He composed himself and spoke calmly, Director X. I'm Lu Yi. Yes, the Lu Yi from Feng Xingqian and the Lu family. Chapter 115. Really? I don't believe it. That night, at the home of a bureau chief. What's wrong, honey? Who called you so late at night? The woman asked groggily as she got out of bed. The man was also puzzled. Why is this guy suddenly interested in things in the entertainment industry? The Lu family has never ventured into the entertainment industry. Why did I suddenly think of calling him? He said in a strange tone. A gentleman of high status reported to me that the entertainment industry is not doing well, and he specifically named several companies, telling me to clean it up. His wife couldn't help but laugh and said, Is that so? The man nodded. However, I have indeed received quite a few reports recently, so it seems necessary to hold a meeting to discuss this. Hello, is this Jiang Sui? This is Yulu. When Jiang Sui received this call, she was helping Xianxian choose a school. Miss Yu, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Yulu's tone was a little flustered. I'm here to apologize to you. I'm really sorry about what happened on the last show. I'm not a good host. Jiang Sui, And then? Yulu, I had no choice. My superiors gave me this script, and I was trying to ride the wave of popularity. I've been getting a lot of flack from netizens lately, and I've deeply realized my mistake. I really feel bad if I don't personally apologize to you and Xianxian. Jiang Sui raised her eyelids slightly. If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? Yulu was speechless for a moment. I'm sorry. She apologized earnestly. By the way, the director has already made arrangements for the requests your agent made to him. The checks have been strict lately, and the show has been subject to special inspections and rectification, so the production team doesn't dare to do anything reckless. Jiang Sui's lips curled up slightly. You are indeed not a good host. Yulu did not deny it. How about I teach you a talking technique so you won't get scolded? Jiang Sui said with a smile. Yulu humbly inquired, Really? Jiang Sui said, Yes, no matter what others say, you always say, Really? I don't believe it. Yulu, really? Jiang Sui, tilde. Yulu, I don't believe it. Jiang Sui. Is she really that perceptive? She hung up the phone with a dark expression. That's really disgusting. She neither accepted Yulu's apology nor took it to heart. After all, she was just a corporate slave, so it was normal for her to follow orders from above. But that doesn't mean the harm she caused to Xianxian deserves forgiveness. Let's keep things separate and wish her good luck. After hanging up the phone, she continued to help Xianxian select primary schools. Lu Yi had already arranged a school for Xianxian. It is an international elite primary school, and its tuition is the most expensive in the country. Jiang Sui withdrew from the school. Although she intended to raise Xianxian in a lavish manner, she did not want her to only associate with a group of rich kids. She didn't want to raise a spoiled young lady who knew nothing about the hardships of ordinary people. Just then, Lilan sent her a message. Little sister, shouldn't Xianxian be starting elementary school by now? Jiang Sui glanced at it and said, yes, Sister Lan, I'm looking for a school for her. Lilan, how about letting Xianxian and Xiaonan go to the same primary school? That way they'll know each other and can look after each other. After saying that, Lilan immediately sent over an address and school information. Jiang Sui glanced at it, and her eyes lit up immediately. This school does meet her criteria for choosing a school for Xianxian. She made the decision quickly. Okay, it's settled then, she replied. Lilan also sent back an emoji. She smiled and looked at Xiaonan, who was reading a book beside her. All right, your little sister Xianxian will soon be your junior. Are you satisfied now? Xiaonan smiled shyly, then continued reading intently with a smile on her lips. Chapter 116 Miao Xiamiao. After arranging school matters for Xianxian, Jiang Sui also started going back to work and interviewing. After the previous public opinion storm, she disappeared from the trending topics and removed all the trending topics about her, so the public opinion on the internet has been relatively stable recently. Although the scandals involving Bai Shixue and Ji Sikan that were exposed were suppressed, they still became a topic of conversation for many people. Because of this incident, Qiangshan Group is also trying its best to salvage its image. It is said that Ji Sikan holds meetings until very late every day. It's estimated that once Ji Sikan has dealt with this turmoil and regained his senses, he will start investigating who was behind his downfall. She also wanted to take advantage of this time when no one would bother her to quickly get to work. Sister Sui Sui, hello, I'm your new assistant. The little girl in front of me has a pair of bright black eyes, and her jellyfish-shaped hairstyle that just covers her chin looks extremely cute. It looks very cute, like a kitten. But as soon as she finished greeting him, she subconsciously took a step back, and looked at Jiang Sui with a hint of fear in her eyes. Her name is Miao Xiamiao, and she'll be your assistant from now on, Shaheng introduced. You should have seen her information already. Xiamiao, from now on, you'll follow your sister Sui Sui closely, okay? He then looked at Miao Xiamiao. Jiang Sui sized up the girl in front of her. The information said she was already 22, but she looked like a minor. She had seen the information and thought the girl's name was interesting and she was cute, so she kept her. Unexpectedly. Sensing her fear of her, she slightly curled the corners of her lips. It's quite interesting. Little Miao, is it? Jiang Sui scrutinized her face. Miao Xiamiao immediately took a step back. Sister Sui Sui, I don't think I'm suitable for this position. How about you find someone else? She had just taken a step back when Jiang Sui grabbed her wrist. Miao Xiamiao looked up at Jiang Sui's slender, fair wrist, her eyes seemingly filtered with a beauty filter. And those eyes were staring intently at him. Miao Xiamiao's heart skipped a beat. I was both scared and a little shy. No, I think you're perfect for me. From today onwards, you'll be with me, Jiang Sui said, looking at her. Miao Xiamiao frowned, looking at the hand holding her wrist. A sense of dread washed over her. Yes, she said softly. Shaheng was puzzled for a moment. Strange, did he hear wrong? Why does that little girl's voice sound slightly trembling? Yes, he must have misheard. Why would little Miao be afraid of Jiang Sui for no reason? There's nothing scary about Jiang Sui, is there? I'm going to audition now, why don't you come with me? Jiang Sui withdrew her hand. Xiao Miao's hand trembled slightly. Yes, Sister Sui Sui. Inner monologue, she just wanted to get a job selling canned goods, why did she have to run into such a big shot? QAQ, the aura emanating from her was terrifying. War. Shaheng glanced at the time. It's almost time. Let's go. As Jiang Sui's agent, and since it was Jiang Sui's first audition after signing the contract, Shaheng took it very seriously. So on their way there, I was also talking to Jiang Sui about the script. This is a period drama, and I managed to get you an audition for the female lead. You've already read the script. It's about a woman who enters the palace as a concubine and eventually wins the emperor's exclusive favor in a love-themed palace drama. This woman was the emperor's ideal woman, so he was willing to give up 3,000 beauties for her. This involved the concubines in the harem. With many women, competition for attention is inevitable. If you're not the female lead, it's hard to leave a lasting impression. Try playing the female lead first. If that doesn't work, then try the second or third female lead. In Shahang's opinion, Jiang Sui is beautiful, and even if she is just a pretty face in this kind of palace drama, the director would be willing to let her. Although he has his heart set on the female lead, Jiang Sui may not be able to win her over. Chapter 117. Honestly, you're really not suited for acting. In fact, Shahang was also worried that Jiang Sui was not capable of playing the lead role, but if she could win the role through her own audition, it would be a huge turnaround. So, since there's an opportunity to strive for something good, why not take it? Jiang Sui flipped through the script in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. I want to audition for the third female lead. Shahang turned his gaze away from the car window. Female lead number 3. Is that the vicious imperial concubine who grew up with the emperor as his childhood sweetheart? Seeing Jiang Sui's tacit agreement, Shahang couldn't help but say, I heard this role might be cut. Jiang Sui, why? This character isn't just a villain, she's also a highly skilled martial artist, a hidden master with a lot of action scenes. And although you're playing one character, you might actually be playing several. Because she's a very talented actress in the palace. This character's background is too complex, and since he's a supporting character, they are already considering removing him. Shahang couldn't understand why Jiang Sui had taken a liking to this role. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Isn't this great? This role was practically tailor-made for her. If this third female lead hadn't been so love-struck and given up everything for the emperor, she could have easily overthrown him and taken the throne herself. Shahang also said, if he can really play this role well, it should be quite impressive. After all, he seems to be quite popular in the original work. However, I suggest we give it up. To put it bluntly, Shahang simply felt that Jiang Sui was not good enough. And this character might even have to be cut. Jiang Sui simply smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The audition took place at the film studio. When Jiang Sui and the others arrived, some people were already auditioning. The antique architecture also makes people feel more immersed in the experience. However, it is still far inferior to truly ancient architecture. The sense of historical depth and weight it evokes is something that film and television bases simply cannot match. And the person who auditioned was actually interviewing for the third female lead. Your Majesty, how could you treat me like this? I have always been sincere towards you, the woman cried, tears streaming down her face. The director frowned as he looked at it. He sighed and said, forget it, let's just cut this character. No matter who tries out for the role, it won't be the feeling he wants. Since it's an unimportant role anyway, it's better to omit it altogether than to make it a flaw. Jiang Sui, you're here to audition too. The woman's familiar voice carried a hint of mockery. Jiang Sui and the others looked at the newcomer. Tina walked towards them with the actresses beside her. Tina laughed and said, Jiang Sui, I heard you're really popular lately. Why not continue appearing on variety shows and instead choose to act? We've all worked together for a while now. Honestly, you're really not suited for acting. She acted as if she cared about Jiang Sui's well-being, but it was clearly a form of mockery. The actress next to her also greeted Jiang Sui politely, saying, hello. Shahang whispered to Jiang Sui, Tina signed with a company and is currently managing the company's actors. This one is called Han Xuan, and she's a rising starlet that their company is currently promoting. After speaking to Jiang Sui, Shahang retorted without waiting for her to reply. She wasn't suited for acting before because her agent was incompetent, he laughed. But things are different now. Jiang Sui is perfect for acting now. Jiang Sui. There's a reason why there aren't many junior people in the circle who dare to offend Shahang. Little Miao hugged Jiang Sui's bag and makeup case, her curious eyes looking around. Tina's cheeks flushed red from Shahang's words, but instead of getting angry, she laughed and said, Manager Shi is quite magnanimous to have signed her. Chapter 118. This little girl seems a bit strange. Normally, Tina wouldn't speak so bluntly after all, she's someone who works in the industry. But Shaheng's words were too harsh, she had already lost face. Moreover, she subconsciously felt that Jiang Sui could never live well without her. Seeing that she had signed with Shaheng already made me extremely unhappy. Jiang Sui grinned. Our top agent, Mr. She, is handsome, kind-hearted, and has a good eye for talent. It's only right that he signed me. Ms. Tina, you're so excited, are you jealous because you were my former agent? Tina's face looked rather pale. How dare Jiang Sui say such a thing? Jiang Sui sighed, I'm not one to dwell on the past, so Ms. Tina, I'm sorry, I can only be your regret. Tina gritted her teeth. Who was Jiang Sui trying to fool with this act? Who has any regrets? Who's jealous? What nonsense is she spouting? What's with all the narcissism? Xiao Miao blinked her eyes, looked at Tina who was practically grinding her teeth to powder, and then at Jiang Sui. This older sister with that terrifying aura is really something. Should she tell her what she heard, that the woman was cursing at her? Tina's face flushed red with anger. Han Shuang was getting impatient. Are we leaving or not? I still have a role audition to do. Tina's face immediately turned obsequious. Let's go over there first. After saying that, she immediately led Han Shuang toward the director. Shaheng frowned. The entertainment industry has always been about whoever is popular and playing the field. You're pretty popular now, so why doesn't your former manager come and fawn over you? Jiang Sui, if your boyfriend is doing better after leaving you, what would you think? Shaheng, he. He gave a wicked, cold laugh. Jiang Sui. She understood. I think she's really swooning over Han Shuang, Jiang Sui said. Shaheng, nonsense, Tina is an unknown agent, while Han Shuang has some status. How could she not fawn over her? Little Miao. Jiang Sui looked at Miao Xiaomia behind her. Sister Sui. She immediately stepped forward. Jiang Sui looked at her. Although Xiao Miao had come over, she was still a little distance away from her. She raised her hand and beckoned. The kitten squatted down almost reflexively. Jiang Sui placed her hand on her head. Little Miao. Her pupils dilated, and she was terrified. Will we be discovered? No way. Jiang Sui gently patted her head. Take my makeup case and wait for me in the dressing room. Little Miao nodded obediently and said, Okay, Sister Sui. After saying that, he quickly grabbed the box and went over. Shaheng watched Xiao Miao's departing figure and thought, there's something strange about that little girl. Something seems off. Shaheng rubbed his chin. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I always feel like she's afraid of you. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? You should be afraid of her. This suggests that she might indeed be the kind of person she imagines to be. It's quite unexpected to encounter this kind of species in this world. However, logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Tina led Han Shuang directly toward the director. Jiang Sui is also auditioning for a role. Do you know which role she's auditioning for? Han Shuang asked in a low voice. Tina, I don't know either, but don't worry. She can't steal your role. Her acting is so bad that even a third-rate director would be furious. She might not even get into this production. Han Shuang was relieved and followed Tina to see the director. Han Shuang is the lead actress, and she doesn't want anyone competing with her. However, if it were Jiang Sui, she wouldn't feel any pressure. At that moment, everyone looked towards the door. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, a tall and slender young man walked in. The familiar scent made Jiang Sui's brows furrow slightly. The director also looked over. He smiled when he saw who it was. Chinzer, you've arrived. The moment the handsome young man appeared, the entire venue seemed to light up. The boy walked towards them. The director immediately smiled and introduced him to everyone. This is Qin Ziyi. He happens to be shooting an advertisement here today, so I asked him to make a cameo appearance in our production. You guys don't have a male lead actor, so you're not really able to connect with the characters, right? That's why I found you a handsome guy. Chapter 119. Are you very familiar with him? Qin Ziyi's appearance made almost all the girls present drool. Several female staff members even jumped up excitedly. With his signature smile on his face, Qin Ziyi first looked directly at Jiang Sui, his eyes sparkling like two pools of spring water, captivating all who saw them. His milky gold hair gives him a somewhat flamboyant and youthful look, and paired with his handsome face, he looks like a beautiful boy straight out of a manga. Jiang Sui recognized the boy at a glance. Isn't this the guy I ran into at the bank? I later learned from Shaheng that he was a very popular idol recently. Although the original owner had always been in the entertainment industry, not everyone had met or knew him. Some people may have only heard of the name and know that it's popular, but not everyone will pay attention to it. The idol in front of us, Qin Ziyi, seems to have become incredibly popular recently. Therefore, she doesn't have much information about this person in her memory. However, judging from the reactions at the scene, Qin Ziyi has a very large fan base. But what did he mean by the way he looked at me? Am I that familiar with him? Qin Ziyi's gaze seemed to unintentionally shift from Jiang Sui to the director. I haven't acted much, I'm just here for a cameo, I hope Director Lin won't mind. He laughed heartily, polite and humble. Director Lin certainly didn't mind. It's rare to see such a popular young person who is also so polite. So he chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? I've seen your previous short dramas, and your acting skills are quite good. You're here today to practice acting as my co-stars in my new drama." Qin Ziyi smiled, then glanced at Jiang Sui again. Then I went to get my makeup and hair done with the stylist here. After all, Qin Ziyi can't exactly wear modern clothes to play their male lead. How would that get the other actor into character? Director Lin is a well-known director in the industry. Judging from his good attitude towards Qin Ziyi, it seems he likes her quite a bit. Shahang said in a low voice, "Why does he keep looking at you? Do you two really know each other?" Jiang Sui shook her head, "I don't know him." Hearing her say that, Shahang felt relieved. The male lead for this drama has reportedly been cast as a TV king, but it hasn't been officially announced yet. Qin Ziyi is just here to assist you with the audition, so don't be nervous. Jiang Sui, I'm not nervous. Shahang, They quickly changed their makeup and finished the transformation. Qin Ziyi, dressed in ancient costume, actually exuded the air of a refined and elegant young gentleman. However, the imperial robes he wore only added a touch of nobility and an imposing, dignified aura to his appearance. Oh, he's so handsome. War, my Z's looks so handsome even in period costumes. I'm going to die. He's so handsome, I'm crying. How can Xiaozi be so good looking? The sound of exclamations from the girls could be heard from the set. Even the actresses auditioning had eyes that seemed to be filled with romantic feelings. Jiang Sui found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a female staff member walked up to me, asking shyly and cautiously, Sui, can I ask you for an autograph? Jiang Sui looked at her and smiled generously and gently, of course. The girl immediately beamed with joy and handed her the pen and the card with Jiang Sui's beautiful photo. While Jiang Sui was signing autographs, the girl excitedly said, Sui, I really like you and Xian so much. I envy your relationship so much. Although I have a difficult family background, I really hope that I can become a mother like you in the future. I don't want my future children to suffer like I did. With tears in her eyes, she said, Sui, you must take good care of yourself. You and Xian must be happy. I will always support you. She then bowed slightly, I wish you success today. Chapter 120 Jiang Sui, right? You've been quite popular lately. Jiang Sui paused slightly as she signed her name, and her previously polite smile seemed to soften with a touch of warmth. Next to her signature, she drew an extra strange little symbol. If you don't look closely, you can't tell at all, you'd just think it's the strokes of her signature connected. She returned the signed notebook and pen to the girl, smiling gently as she said, You will be happy. The girl nodded excitedly, clutching her notebook like a precious jewel. Thank you, Sui. I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, she quickly walked away. Jiang Sui's smile gradually faded. Watching her back, she suddenly raised her hand and looked at the lines on her palm. That was something only her eyes could see. Golden lines began to appear, extending like tree branches within the lines of her palm. But now there's only a little bit of gold, like the base of a branch, where there's a hint of growth. This is merit points. This golden thing represents merit points. There is a saying in the Xianmen Taoist sect that the higher the merit value, the stronger the Xian power. At the same time, merit value can also be used to exchange for many things with the heavenly Tao. For example, fortune, prosperity, and longevity. However, while people in the Taoist sect are unlikely to do anything immoral or detrimental to their karma, they are not necessarily all capable of performing meritorious deeds. After all, doing good deeds is not as easy as doing immoral ones. Therefore, when Jiang Sui transmigrated into the body of a metaphysical master, she didn't have much merit. She doesn't even know when she'll disappear, so why is she saving that stuff? Unexpectedly, she is now pregnant. She asked the system, "What did I do? How did I get merit points?" System, it's probably because you're a celebrity, you have a celebrity effect. Others have been influenced by you, resulting in merit. That girl was influenced by you and is likely to become a good mother in the future, which is why merit points were generated. Jiang Sui understood. I see. She had just drawn a lucky charm for that girl. The auspicious talisman she drew, imbued with her mystical power, would carry blessings, ensuring that everything she desired would proceed smoothly and as she wished. System, besides exchanging this for benefits from heaven, as long as you accumulate merit points, you can also distribute them to others, allowing them to be blessed by your merits. Of course, it's okay if you don't accumulate them as long as you don't harm your virtuous deeds, you won't die young. Jiang Sui originally wanted to ask the system, "Little Meow, what was going on?" But Shahang interrupted her, "Do you have flowers in your hand? You've been looking for so long. Don't get silly from signing your name. Look, Han Shuang is auditioning for the lead role." Jiang Sui then snapped out of her reverie, which was interfering with the system's brain. He looked at Han Shuang and Qin Ziyi, who were rehearsing their lines in front of him. "Han Shuang, Your Majesty, I am just an ordinary woman. What I yearn for is not the deep palace walls, nor the harem where women vie for favor. What I want is a lifelong, monogamous relationship, and freedom. If you cannot give me that, please release me." Han Shuang looked pained, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, her expression sorrowful. Jiang Sui frowned, suddenly remembering that she seemed to have seen such a woman when she first transmigrated in her previous life. But that dog emperor was clueless about romance and didn't understand love. He immediately gave the woman 4 words, "Then get lost." Then the woman was driven out of the palace, sobbing and whimpering. With the director's cut, Han Shuang's audition was over. Although Qin Zi only had a cameo role, she was able to connect with the audience and had a stronger presence than Han Shuang, who had more lines, so she received a lot of praise from the director. Han Shuang's performance was decent, but it was just average, so the director didn't give it a shot. Han Shuang was somewhat disappointed and annoyed. Tina went up to comfort her, but Han Shuang pushed her away. Jiang Sui stood up and walked towards the director. "Director Lin," she greeted him, her attitude polite yet neither servile nor arrogant. "Jiang Sui, right?" Director Lin glanced at Jiang Sui's file and said casually, "Yeah, you've been quite popular lately. Chapter 121 I want to act with my sister." Jiang Sui smiled modestly, "Not at all, it just so happens that some viewers like it." Director Lin was also very satisfied with Jiang Sui's humility. What he hates most are those who think they've become popular and have a lot of traffic and then start acting like big shots. "You're here to audition for the lead female role." Director Lin's tone was gentler than before. "As for the lead female role, looking at your previous acting materials, you might still be lacking in something. Why don't you try another role? No director dislikes beautiful women after all, they are pleasing to the eye, and who wouldn't like to see them?" Based on his understanding of Jiang Sui, he should have no problem playing an insignificant decorative role in the script. Moreover, Jiang Sui has recently gained popularity and traffic, which can also bring some popularity to the drama. Hearing this from the side, Tina couldn't help but whisper a sarcastic remark to Han Shuang, "Her? She wants to be the female lead. What is she thinking?" Han Shuang also frowned. "Would she really try to steal the lead role from me? Her acting skills, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Many others also expressed doubts about Jiang Sui. Although Jiang Sui has indeed gained a lot of fans and become very popular recently, not everyone is suitable for acting. Some people only need to appear on variety shows to gain fans. After all, there are still entry requirements for the entertainment industry. "Jiang Sui, I don't want to play the female lead." The director nodded, at least she had some self-awareness. "I'm number 3, the female lead," Jiang Sui Chen said with a smile. The director's expression changed slightly, "The 3rd female lead." "Yes, it's the 3rd female lead, Chen Wanwan, consort Chen," Jiang Sui replied. Director Lin frowned. Let's find another one. You can't handle this role. Besides, I'm already planning to cut this role. Jiang Sui's lips curled up. Director Lin, how do you know I can't handle this if you don't even take a look? Director Lin's expression was a little unpleasant. As a director, it was truly presumptuous of a minor star with mediocre acting skills to say such things in front of him. Director Lin asked in an unfriendly tone, why did you insist on interviewing for this role? Jiang Sui smiled shyly, it's just a coincidence. I often dream that I was involved in palace intrigue in my past life, and the prototype for that character is exactly the same as this Chen Wanwan. It just so happens to be a perfect match for my major. I would be very sad if I didn't get this role. As Jiang Sui spoke her last sentence, she became increasingly heartbroken and even let out a soft sigh. Director Lin. Do you even believe what you're saying? Shaheng rubbed his forehead. Is it too late for him to terminate his contract with Jiang Sui? She actually wants to meet the third female lead. Tina was also surprised. Is she crazy? Han Shuang was also somewhat puzzled. The third female lead was a villain, and villains these days are often subjected to online bullying. Moreover, the character's complex background made her too difficult to portray, and she hadn't even considered it. Jiang Sui must be crazy to take on this role. She just heard that all versions of this character have been rejected. Director Lin was speechless after hearing Jiang Sui's words. He had heard many reasons for interviewing for roles. There are lengthy explanations of the character's understanding. Some said they could empathize with the situation. Some even said they are the character and are perfectly suited for it. But this was the first time he had ever heard of someone having a matching job in their dreams. Isn't this ridiculous? Qin Zedi's cheerful voice rang out, Director Lin, I'd also like to act opposite Sister Jiang Sui as Chen Wanwan, is that alright? Jiang Sui glanced at Qin Zi indifferently. Her eyes seemed to say, who's your sister? Qin Zi winked at Jiang Sui. Mischievous and flirtatious. Director Lin said coldly, I hate it when people talk big in front of me. Jiang Sui, since you say that, I'll give you a chance. If you can't handle this role, then you're out of the running for every role in this script. Shaheng was very worried. Would Jiang Sui mess things up? Why did they have to interview this female lead, number 3? Jiang Sui smiled and said, okay. Chapter 122 is practically the character himself in the show. In the dressing room, Xia Miao hurriedly handed Jiang Sui cosmetics. Everything was laid out neatly. Aside from having the costumes provided by the production team's makeup artist, Jiang Sui handled all her own makeup and styling. She was most familiar with the antique-style beauty. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, curved with affection. Her lips were like peach blossoms, delicate and sweet. She also perfectly captured the fitting nature of the makeup given to the character. When Jiang Sui came out after finishing her makeup and styling, everyone was stunned. Even the director stood up, his eyes filled with amazement. Several of the staff members were already fans of Jiang Sui, and they screamed in hushed tones, "Ah, so beautiful! I'm going to die, I'm going to die, how can she be so beautiful? War, me too. Her beauty is killing me. I can't resist, I have to take a picture." Since it was an audition, the makeup and styling were actually quite simple, just to help the actors get into character. But Jiang Sui's appearance made them feel as if the character in the play had really stepped out of the script. Director Lin found it unbelievable. He had never seen a character so perfectly suited to the script. If you disregard acting skills, Jiang Sui's appearance is exactly the same as Chen Wanwan in his imagination. Even the aura she exuded when she walked out was as if she had already gotten into character. That kind of aloof and disdainful imperial concubine, second only to the emperor. She transformed what was originally a simple makeup look, making her truly become who she is. Shaheng also stood up abruptly, his face beaming with an uncontrollable smile. Har, Jiang Sui really surprised him so much. He felt like he had won before the performance even started. It's all thanks to the makeup artist's skill, otherwise, how could Jiang Sui possibly possess such an aura? Tina sneered. It'll be exposed when they rehearse. Han Shuang nodded and said sarcastically, you, a former co-star, are really going through a rough patch. She had already heard about it when she went to the dressing room. All the actresses who auditioned for the third female lead role were rejected. With Jiang Sui's acting skills, it's no wonder she wouldn't be able to get the role. This role is unimportant, and it's an unlikable villain. Anyone with a bit of star power and a bit of sense wouldn't take on this role, right? Jiang Sui walked slowly towards Qin Ziyi. Qin Ziyi's gaze also fell directly on Jiang Sui's face. Director Lin waved his hand and silently shouted, "Action!" Everything was ready, and the camera was pointed at Jiang Sui and Qin Ziyi. Just those few steps Jiang Sui took over already exuded the aura of a noble consort. The imperial concubine's aura was instantly revealed. Before she even opened her mouth, she had already given everyone goosebumps. The little cat stood not far away, staring blankly at this scene. Wow, that's amazing. She was also very excited. She thought of herself as the big boss's assistant. She suddenly became proud, meow. Jiang Sui slowly walked up to Qin Ziyi, a smile playing on her lips, tinged with anger, mockery, and self-deprecation. Does your majesty truly disregard our past relationship and intend to exterminate my entire family? That one sentence alone sent a chill down everyone's spine. I couldn't help but be drawn in by this scene. They even forgot that this was just an audition. A single sentence, a single voice, was enough to draw them into this story. Director Lin's eyes were also shining. That's the power of acting. Although Qin Zi appeared cold and dignified, subtle changes in his expression could be seen through certain details. A mocking smile crept across Jiang Sui's lips. It seems your majesty has truly forgotten our childhood friendship, and forgotten the promises you made to me back then. That boy who secretly watched me from the tree, that boy who led me out of the house to buy candied hawthorns, it was all just a pipe dream, wasn't it? Her emotions began to shift, and a trace of unconcealable sorrow gradually surfaced in her eyes. He who is heartless and fickle is most adept at this under heaven. Her emotions infected the entire field in that instant. She clenched her fist, gradually tightening it, and then slapped the emperor in front of her. Smack. Chapter 123. Thankfully, I didn't get too caught up in the drama. The unexpected slap was crisp and loud, filled with intense hatred. It was like water that was gradually filling up, and suddenly a sluice gate was opened. It all poured out. She had drawn everyone's emotions together, filling the room with emotion. This slap allowed everyone to vent their emotions. Everyone's emotions surged so high when the applause rang out that they almost wanted to jump up. That was fucking awesome. That was so much fun. Even Shahang was deeply affected and threw a punch. The only person who didn't feel a sense of identification was Kotozawa, who was slapped. Is it written in the script? He also discovered that he couldn't keep up with her acting at all. He himself thought that slap was just right. But he still maintained his professionalism and acted opposite Jiang Sui in front of him. He gripped Jiang Sui's hand tightly, his face dark with anger. You dare hit me? Jiang Sui's Chen Wanwan stared at him, laughing maniacally. What, you still want to kill me? Well then, why don't you kill me too, so that I can reunite with my family? What do you think, your majesty? Her gradually changing expression and manic state perfectly conveyed Chen Wanwan's intense hatred and love for the emperor at that moment. Chen Wanwan is the legitimate daughter of Marquis Zhong Yuan and the current imperial concubine. She possesses an inherent arrogance. Even if it means the extermination of your entire family, even if it means being betrayed by the one you love, that proud spirit still remains. Chen Wanwan, don't think I dare not kill you, the emperor said coldly. I already know about what you did to Ruyan. How many lives in this court and in this palace have been lost at the hands of you and your father? You should have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanwan felt utterly heartbroken. The pride on that face vanished in an instant, as if its tough exterior had been shattered. She took a few steps back, and the change in her emotions made everyone's hearts clench, wishing they could rush up and slap that damned emperor to death. They completely forgot that Jiang Sui was only playing the third female lead. I killed them, but so what? Don't those who block my way deserve to die? She finished speaking with hatred, then laughed self-deprecatingly through her tears. Now, I only want to ask you one question. Did you ever love me? Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the emperor with her last glimmer of hope. It's as if they know they are about to die, but they are still hoping for a miracle. The emperor, played by Qin Ziyi, also showed some emotion at this moment. No, he said coldly, no longer daring to look at Chen Wanwan in front of him. Chen Wanwan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and wore a sarcastic smile. The love of an emperor is truly, utterly hypocritical. The audition is over. But the director forgot to yell, "Cut." Everyone was so engrossed in the emotional atmosphere that they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. It wasn't until Jiang Sui regained her composure and wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, instantly breaking character, that everyone came to their senses. Jiang Sui thought to herself, "Luckily, I didn't get too caught up in the role and stabbed the emperor instead." To survive in the imperial harem, one must rely entirely on acting skills. If your acting is even slightly lacking, you can't escape the fate of being beheaded. Isn't this a perfect match for my major? Excellent. Excellent. The director clapped with satisfaction. "Jiang Sui, you've truly impressed me. Your acting was superb." Director Lin clapped, and everyone else excitedly joined in. Shaheng felt even more honored and smiled happily. However, I also found it strange that, despite having similar lines, the third female lead in the script only seemed vicious. But after Jiang Sui's performance, the viciousness was not just viciousness, but also made people feel a strong sense of identification, feeling that what she did was not wrong, as if it was how it should be. Even if that imperial concubine had just stabbed the emperor, it wouldn't feel out of place. Is chapter 124 a sign of illness? Wow, Sui's acting is amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was fake. I've read the original novel, and Sui is practically Consort Chen herself. She's amazing. This is the kind of aura a consort should have. Damn, even I, a complete stranger, am becoming a fan. Several staff members couldn't help but chat privately, and their opinions on Jiang Sui's acting skills had changed. The scene they had just witnessed left them feeling unsettled for a long time. That's what a noble concubine should be like. That aura didn't seem like it was acted at all. Imperial demeanor. Such a magnanimous spirit. Compared to everyone who had tried this scene before, this was a complete game changer. Director Lin was so excited he couldn't contain himself. He hadn't even planned to take the role, but he never expected to see hope in Jiang Sui. How is this possible? Tina was shocked and a little unwilling. When did her acting skills become so good? Han Shuang was also somewhat surprised. Didn't you say his acting was terrible? Is this what you call bad acting? If this is considered poor acting, how is she supposed to live? Tina shook her head. I really don't know if she's been secretly taking acting classes. Jiang Sui used to be so bad that people could scrutinize her every move. How could she have improved so quickly in such a short time? Han Shuang is now only grateful that she didn't compete with her for the lead role. Otherwise, depending on the director's reaction, I might get cut. No matter how well the third female lead acts, she's still just a cannon fodder supporting character with very few scenes. It doesn't have much impact on the overall plot. They get paid the least but play the most troublesome and unlikable roles. She wasn't happy about it. Chinzer was also immersed in the charm of the play and woke up to the applause of everyone. He looked at Jiang Sui, only to find that she had already broken character, and there was no trace of the character she had just been filming on her face. It's like he's become a completely different person. He touched his reddened cheek and chuckled, saying quietly, "My sister really hit me when she hit me." Jiang Sui grinned, improvised on the spot, "Sorry. It's my fault for hurting my little brother tilde. Chin Zi." He touched his cheek, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Jiang Sui. "Sister did a good job hitting me. I would have felt something was wrong if sister hadn't hit me." Jiang Sui. How could such a young child have turned out like this? Can't you speak properly? Hey, sister, this is so big, is it sick or something? She understands young people these days less and less. Although Jiang Sui's slap hit many people hard, her impromptu performance during the scene was normal. However, Chin Zeddy's fans present couldn't hold back, and their eyes were filled with daggers as they stared at Jiang Sui. Who does Jiang Sui think she is? How dare she hit her brother? She was furious and immediately posted a long essay on Weibo, and also shared the incident in a fan group about Chin Zi. Shaheng walked up to Director Lin with a smile. "Director Lin, what do you think? Isn't our Jiang Sui great? I know she has some weaknesses in acting, but our Sui works very hard. Look, she's improved a lot. And she really wants to start with a supporting role, the third female lead. What do you think?" Director Lin nodded, a satisfied smile finally appearing on his face. Jiang Sui is the most expressive actor I've ever seen. His words were full of undisguised praise. This sentence made Shaheng's face light up with a smile. Jiang Sui also walked over slowly at this moment, but she was still wearing her costume. Even though she had already stepped out of character, her demeanor still exuded a noble and graceful air. Director Lin had seen countless actors, but he had never seen anyone like Jiang Sui, whose demeanor and expression perfectly matched the role of a dynasty's imperial concubine. Is it a job related to your major? She's telling the truth. Isn't this a perfect match for her major? Chapter 125. What do you think of me? Jiang Sui, are you sure you want this role? Director Lin asked again. Jiang Sui smiled and said, of course. Director Lin nodded in satisfaction. Okay, but this character also has a martial arts background, so there are quite a few action scenes. Although there are stunt doubles to handle it, you will need to do some close-up shots yourself. Of course, if it's not possible, you can just cut those scenes. No need, Jiang Sui said. Nothing needed. Director Lin asked. No action scenes. That's fine too. Anyway, there aren't many actresses who can really excel in martial arts roles these days, and the audience has gotten used to it. Jiang Sui said calmly, no need for a stand-in, I'll do it myself. Moreover, the third female lead doesn't have many scenes to begin with, and if they are cut even more, she'll only have a few shots left. Shaheng frowned. Why did Jiang Sui want to go herself? This skin is so delicate, it would be terrible if it got hurt. Director Lin's smile faded, and his tone became stern. Jiang Sui, I have to be responsible for the film. Have you considered the effect of your own performance? Our crew doesn't have the time to wait for you alone. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow and walked over to a weapon rack placed to the side. Shaheng immediately understood the meaning behind Jiang Sui's expression. Move aside, I'm about to start showing off. The little cat standing next to her is still immersed in the scene that just happened. She glared at Qin Zi with resentment. What a scumbag! A terrible person. Qin Zi's gaze had been fixed on Jiang Sui, but he suddenly felt a very strong resentful gaze staring at him, so he looked at the petite and cute little sister on the other side. It seems to have been brought by Jiang Sui. Wow, look at that gaze. It's like they are about to stab him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the little cat for a few more moments. This little girl. At this moment, Jiang Sui had already walked to their weapon rack. With a flick of her ankle, the spear flew directly into her hand. That elegant pose. Director Lin was stunned. Everyone on set stared wide-eyed. Shaheng, damn it. Why didn't Jiang Sui tell him about this ability? Immediately afterwards, Jiang Sui demonstrated a set of marksmanship in front of everyone. The movements, including jumping and spinning, were all very beautiful. The movements were fluid and graceful. So cool and clean. Director Lin even had the storyboard and fast slow-motion sequences in mind on the spot. Jiang Sui spun around and threw their gun back into its original spot, successfully returning it to its place. Everyone on set was so excited they got goosebumps. It seems to have suddenly ignited. Isn't this even more exciting than Boruto? The script supervisor couldn't help but exclaim. Tina, Han Shuang, and some of the auditioning actors who hadn't left yet were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, are all new actors this slick these days? How come he even knows martial arts? Everyone who sees this will say it's awesome. Jiang Sui walked over and said, if Director Lin needs me, I can also act as a martial arts instructor. Director Lin. He had never seen such an easygoing and cost-effective actor in his entire life. After Jiang Sui finished auditioning for this scene, the director immediately decided on the choice of the third female lead. Shaheng originally wanted the female lead, but after seeing Jiang Sui play the third female lead, he understood why Jiang Sui wanted to play the third female lead. If this character is portrayed well, he could be even more outstanding than the female lead. After the roles were finalized, the director looked at Qin Zi and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trouble, you even made a special trip." Qin Zi laughed generously. It wasn't hard work at all, especially that scene just now. I felt honored. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Sui, his bright eyes revealing a hint of arrogance. This kind of flamboyance is like the warm sunlight, bright and dazzling. Jiang Sui felt that Qin Zi had some flaws. The look in his eyes was as if he knew him. But she doesn't remember knowing such a person. Moreover, what puzzled her even more was that her profound energy told her that this boy was no ordinary person. As they were finishing their performance and preparing to leave, Tina suddenly called out to them. Jiang Sui. Several strands of hair on Xiao Miao's head stood on end as she frowned at the woman approaching. When did you learn this? Tina asked with a smile, but her tone was sarcastic. I didn't even know you had learned all this. Shahang is fiercely protective of his own. He would never tolerate anyone bullying his artist. He was about to speak when Jiang Sui stopped him. Jiang Sui said indifferently, do you live in the Pacific Ocean? Mind your own business. Do I need to report to you when I went to study? Ms. Tina, if you can't stand to see me doing well, isn't there a toilet in this big world where you can cry? Don't you feel ashamed to come here and whine and complain to me? Tina's face flushed red, and she clenched her teeth in shame and indignation. Jiang Sui suddenly grinned slightly. As a manager, you should do what you're supposed to do. Manage your current artists well, and don't let them become like I used to be. Some things, if you do too much of them, can shorten your lifespan. Jiang Sui especially emphasized the last few words. Tina shivered almost instinctively. In the brief moment she was stunned, Jiang Sui and his group had already left. Han Shuang walked over and said with dissatisfaction, why do you keep paying attention to her? You're my manager, after all. Do you want to work with her again now that she's popular? They are acting like everyone knows she's Jiang Suiqian's former manager. Tina immediately smiled apologetically and explained, no, Xuansuan, you've misunderstood. Qin Zi watched Jiang Sui leave, the smile on his lips deepening. Director Lin, have you chosen the actor for the young emperor? Director Lin, the young emperor. Qin Zi smiled and said, yes, I read your script. It seems there is a scene where Chen Wanwan recalls her childhood and her interactions with the emperor. Director Lin nodded, that's right, there is such a scene. For now, we plan to have the same actor play it. What do you think of me? Qinzi looked at him. Director Lin paused for a moment. Qinzi actually wants to act in his play? He remembered that this young man, who had just become a sensation, was a rare talent with exceptional acting skills. The short films they shoot are all so good that even directors in the industry praise them. Therefore, many directors invited him to act in their films. After all, such a beautiful face, coupled with a huge fan base, would be explosive publicity for any film or television production. But he refused all the directors' invitations. Even famous directors are no exception. But now he's actually asking to take on a cameo role with less than 10 minutes of screen time. Chapter 126. So young, yet already surrounded by children and grandchildren. Jiang Sui, you've really made me proud. Shaheng walked with a swagger at this moment. This director Lin is a well-known director in the industry. You didn't see the way his eyes were shining when he looked at you just now, Shaheng said excitedly. If this movie turns things around, you'll be a real powerhouse from now on. He has managed both established actors and phenomenal, wildly popular idols. But the only thing that could excite and thrill him like this was Jiang Sui. The exhilarating feeling of being slapped in the face was just like the satisfying novels he used to read. Jiang Sui is an actress, and her biggest flaw is her poor acting skills. While she's currently enjoying immense popularity and media attention due to her involvement in a parent-child reality show, she should quickly film a movie to prove her acting talent that would make all the difference. Although this character has few scenes, her advantage lies in her few scenes. Jiang Sui curled her lips. What do you mean? Shaheng asked, puzzled. Jiang Sui, do you know what it means to have a lingering regret, or what it means to have a cinnabar mole? Shaheng immediately understood, and the way he looked at Jiang Sui was like the way one looks at a smart person. He looked Jiang Sui up and down. That's strange. With your brain, it shouldn't be like this. How did you end up doing so badly before? Jiang Sui coughed lightly, maybe I just didn't get it before. One advantage of modern society is that even if a person completely changes their personality, they would only suspect that the person was traumatized or mentally ill. They wouldn't suspect that they've been possessed or resurrected. Jiang Sui's mommy. They were getting ready to get into the nanny van. Suddenly, a large group of young men and women gathered from nearby, holding up support signs for Jiang Sui and shouting wildly. Jiang Sui's mommy. It's your baby. Oh, Sui, my precious baby. Mom. Look at me, Mom. Oh, Sui, marry me, marry me. I love you, more. Seeing this, the three of them immediately hid in the nanny van. Run first, that's the best way to show respect. Shaheng smiled enigmatically, you're so young, yet you already have a house full of children and grandchildren. Little Miao peered out the window at the fans outside, her eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. Shaheng patted Xiao Miao's head. What's so interesting about this? There will be plenty of scenes like this in the future. Xiao Miao rubbed her head and glared at Shaheng. Just then, she saw Jiang Sui glancing at her, and immediately blinked, obediently and docilely snuggling to the side. Just then, Jiang Sui's phone rang. It was a string of unfamiliar phone numbers. She picked up her phone and answered it. After listening to the other person say a few words, she replied with an okay and hung up. She looked at Shaheng and said, "Send me a list later of the promising newcomers and experience behind the scenes personnel in the industry that I asked you to keep an eye out for." Shaheng then asked, "Is the contract process for the office building proceeding normally?" Jiang Sui nodded, Shaheng put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and smiled at Jiang Sui. "It seems you've succeeded. You've already taken that person down." Jiang Sui remained non-committal. When Jiang Sui returned home, a message suddenly popped up in the WeChat group. "Xumanman, Jiang Sui, I heard you auditioned for a role in Palace Farewell." Jiang Sui replied, "Yes, Chen Wanwan." "Xumanman, oh, that's good. Otherwise, I was really afraid we'd bump into each other. I'm going to meet the female lead now." Chapter 127, Making Money, Hungry, Food. Jiang Sui posted an old man's emoji, "Wishing you success, IPG. Lilan, evil smile.ipg, I have a scene to film today, otherwise I'd like to join in the fun." Jiang Sui suddenly remembered that Xumanman seemed to always play villainous roles. Although her acting skills were good, her public image was never very good. Because the characters she plays are not exactly likable. She only learned later from Lilan that the conflict between Xumanman and Bai Shishua also stemmed from acting. The reason is that Xumanman originally landed a role she liked and wanted to use that role to turn her career around, but Bai Shishua stole the role's scenes. Moreover, Bai Shishua only had a meal with the director, shared her understanding of the character, and performed a few lines, and the director immediately replaced her. But those in the industry who know a little about it know that it's because the capital behind Bai Shishua has entered the scene, directly becoming an investor and the behind-the-scenes boss of the show. So the director simply replaced Xumanman with Bai Shishua. Bai Shishua also became very popular because of that role, and began her journey to gaining fans. The press release stated that Bai Shishua herself had no interest in the role, as she wasn't particularly interested in acting, but after she gave it a try, the director insisted on casting her. Thus began her journey as the Queen of Resignation, filled with phrases like, "I don't want to, I just want to lie down, but they can't live without me, I don't know how I became so popular, and I don't want to go, but directors are already coming to my door." Bai Shishua's character has attracted a large number of fans. Xumanman was furious that Bai Shishua had snatched her role, so she made a few sarcastic remarks on social media. She also deliberately acted like a green tea in certain situations, which caused Xumanman to be brutally attacked and vilified by Bai Shishua's fans and press releases. She was also labeled as a green tea bitch, pretentious, lacking in emotional intelligence, and perpetual supporting female character. Xumanman's subsequent resources also declined sharply because of this incident. This is the origin of Xumanman and Bai Shishua's holiday celebration. However, this is only what is known within the industry. In the eyes of fans and netizens, Bai Shishua was simply too outstanding and was chosen by the director. He just wanted to lie down and give up, but was forcibly pulled up and became a big star. In addition, her mysterious CEO husband and the son of a second-generation CEO also became tools for her to gain fans. No wonder Xumanman dislikes Bai Shishua so much, but she doesn't dare to offend her. Therefore, I only dare to say ambiguous things. Xumanman went to interview for the female lead in this drama at this time, probably because the investors in this drama have nothing to do with the Ji family for the time being, and the director has a good reputation. He probably wants to use this role to make a comeback. Jiang Sui put down her phone and looked at Miao Xiaomiao, who was sitting awkwardly in front of her. "Tell me, what happened to you?" she asked. Miao Xiaomiao is now living in another residence in Beihai City. Jiang Sui is a public figure, so in addition to that villa, she also has another place to live outside. It used to be rented, but now she has bought it. Miao Xiaomiao lowered her head and poked around with her 2 index fingers. "I want to make money," she whispered, "otherwise I'll starve to death." Jiang Sui. So what exactly are you? Jiang Sui stared at her and asked directly. She had already asked Erguzi on their way back. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any demons in this world now. If there are demons, then wouldn't she be able to cultivate immortality? We can't favor one over the other, can we? Why are other cats and dogs allowed to cultivate into spirits, but not allowed to attain immortality themselves? Chapter 128 World Bug. In the rules governing this world, apart from metaphysics and other mysterious powers passed down from our ancestors, that is, the ancestral mysterious Eastern powers, there are no other things that are too fantastical. But even metaphysics is extremely rare and a very weak phenomenon in this world. Seeing that Xiaomia was stammering and unable to speak for a long time, a talisman suddenly appeared in Jiang Sui's palm. The bright yellow power was closing in on the little kitten. She immediately jumped up in fear. With a nimble backflip, he landed gracefully. Like a cat, it clung tightly to the floor with all four limbs, staring at Jiang Sui with a tense and frightened expression. The little paper figures also flew up from behind Jiang Sui, trapping Xiaomia within the array created by the talisman. Meanwhile, the little paper figures were pulling at her clothes, holding her hand, and scratching at her legs. The kitten was trapped in place and couldn't move. Master, spare me. Little Meow didn't hurt anyone. Xiaomia raised her two already beast-like paws and whimpered in surrender. Jiang Sui looked at her with a smile. Then tell me, what exactly are you? I'm a cat. I'm a calico, Xiaomia said softly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Sui. Now that she's mentioned the variety, the master shouldn't beat her up, right? Jiang Sui looked at Xiaomia's hair. There were indeed 3 colors hidden beneath the short hair. However, it's not obvious. Most people would just assume it's a trendy young girl with highlights. Then how did you become human? Jiang Sui asked, arms crossed. The cat doesn't know either. Little Meow's head was also full of doubts. She whispered about her background. I only remember when I was little, my brothers and sisters and I were wandering around the neighborhood. Many kind people would give us canned food and cat food. There was an old lady who had no family, but she would bring us food every day. To thank the old lady, the mother cat chose the prettiest kitten from among her siblings and carried me to the old lady's doorstep. From then on, the old lady raised me. But not long after, the old lady passed away. On the day my grandmother was buried, I chased after the vehicle carrying her ashes, running and running, until I fainted on the road. When I woke up again, this is what I looked like. Jiang Sui frowned. She asked the system, what's going on? System, perhaps there's a bug in this world. You should know the saying that all things have a spirit. And I just checked the information about this earth. Before the age of dinosaurs, there was another era. Humans and animals were the same, without any difference, and their level of evolution was the same. Later on, humans became the fastest evolving species and gradually became the dominant species. This calico cat's condition is very likely a case of atavism. Fundamentally, your ancestors are the same. Therefore, under this opportunity, she was able to accidentally revert to her ancestral form. Jiang Sui asked in disbelief, this works? System, this isn't impossible. Every world has some bugs, but these bugs are rare, so they are easily overlooked. For example, some children may see some strange things when they are young, but they will completely lose this memory when they grow up. Or perhaps, in the moment of death, some people see scenes that don't belong to this world, and the patients in mental hospitals never think they are mentally ill. When these bugs do not conform to the operating rules of this world, they are considered heretics and are rejected, as if they are abnormal. This calico creature might also be a product of this bug, which is why it transformed into human form. The system's voice held a hint of contemplation, however. Jiang Sui, but what? The system said, you'd better not keep her with you. If she really is a bug, she might be dealt with by the rules of this world, just like some people's memories are erased. Chapter 129 is about a 10-month-old kitten. Jiang Sui frowned, looking at the little kitten that was cautiously staring at her. If it's a case of atavism, it shouldn't be considered a bug, right? System, they cannot become spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Jiang Sui. She covered her face and coughed lightly. Meanwhile, Xiaomia was still staring at her cautiously and fearfully. Mystic power has a particularly strong deterrent effect on unknown, non-human beings. Therefore, the little cat has an instinctive fear of her. And then what happened? Jiang Sui continued to ask her. Later, I started working to earn money. She whispered, I was originally just getting free meals on set, but then I heard someone say you were hiring an assistant, so I submitted my resume to give it a try. Jiang Sui stared at her face for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You're only 10 months old. A 10-month-old kitten isn't even an adult yet. The kitten blinked and then nodded. Jiang Sui. So this cat is so young, yet it already writes 20 years old on its resume. Jiang Sui is having a bit of a headache right now. Where do you live now? Little Meow, we live in a warehouse, and I watch over the warehouse for them at night. She'd seen plenty of rats in the warehouse, but since she arrived, they've all disappeared. Then do you have that? Jiang Sui couldn't help but ask curiously. Does the master want to ask me if I have any special abilities? Jiang Sui immediately realized, how could you know what I'm thinking? Little Meow immediately lowered her head, her big eyes observing Jiang Sui's expression. Most of the time I don't know, I only know occasionally. She couldn't always hear what Sui was thinking. You can only hear it occasionally. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. It seems this little calico cat has the ability to read minds. She put away the array of talismans, and the little paper figures all flew back. Can you still transform into human form? Jiang Sui asked curiously. Little Meow found that she was no longer being suppressed, and her tone became clear. Sure, she exclaimed proudly. I can turn into a cat right now. Jiang Sui touched her nose. Oh my, kind of cute. Then try changing one, she said. The kitten jumped once on the spot, and when it landed, it had turned into a little calico. The kitten leaped up and pounced in front of Jiang Sui, rubbing against her affectionately. Jiang Sui reached out and scratched Xiao Sanhua's chin. Little Sanhua squinted her eyes in bliss, feeling extremely comfortable. Jiang Sui's lips curled up slightly. After she had finished masturbating, she said, okay, let's change back. The little cat jumped to the ground and instantly transformed back into human form. Looking at her clothes, he asked, where did you get your clothes when you transformed? Little Meow's big eyes were also puzzled. I don't know either, anyway, everything on my body was still there when I transformed. Jiang Sui, it seems like there's no solution. She used to be able to use magic to transform when she was cultivating immortality. So I'm curious how little kittens changed. She pulled a bunch of keys from her pocket. Here you go. Little Meow asked in confusion. You didn't have anywhere to stay, right? You can stay here from now on. You don't need to look after the warehouse anymore. From now on, you'll be my assistant, just follow me around. Little Meow was stunned, her big eyes staring straight at Jiang Sui. Also, don't call me master. Just call me whatever you used to call me. By the way, don't you have an ID card? Jiang Sui suddenly remembered. Little Meow snapped out of her daze and nodded. I used to just coast through my jobs. Jiang Sui. She knew perfectly well that a 10-month-old cat wouldn't have an ID card when Shahin gave her information, it was just a resume. Okay, I got it. I'll change your name to Meow 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 from now on, okay. After all, the name Xiao Meow is too unique. Little Meow laughed, then can I take Grandma's surname? Jiang Sui smiled and said, of course. Grandma's surname is Yi. Little Meow's eyes lit up. Okay, Yi Meow Meow. There was a hint of doting in her tone. Chapter 130 has a touch of human warmth. After settling Meow Meow in, Jiang Sui immediately contacted Chen He. Chen He, boss, what battle is about to begin? I'll be the first to charge in and risk my life to blow up the latrine. Jiang Sui, help me get an ID card and a household registration. Chen He? Boss, you didn't hide a child too, did you? Jiang Sui, are you going or not? Chen He, go away. Leave it to me. Chen He must have some connections to be able to do this job. Moreover, registering a household and obtaining an ID card are not difficult matters nowadays, and the procedures are simple. So she handed it over directly to Chen He to handle. She and Chen He had already signed a confidentiality agreement. In the original script, Chen He was considered a man of principle. So although she had asked Chen his naval studio to do a lot of things, she believed that this person would not betray her. Judging from his appearance, he was not the kind of cunning and deceitful person. Moreover, their interests are already intertwined. You really want to keep this cat? The system asked suspiciously. You don't actually want to pet it, do you? Jiang Sui drove towards the villa. Keep them if you want, it's not like you'll lose anything. Have you ever seen those stray cats? What's wrong with the stray cat? Jiang Sui gently turned the steering wheel with both hands. Most stray cats don't live long. Newborn kittens have weak immune systems and it's hard for them to survive. Some are even eaten or killed by wild dogs. But she survived because of her kindness. She said calmly, you say she's atavistic, but I think, maybe, it's because of that old woman. Everything has a spirit, and perhaps this was a chance encounter that gave her human-like intelligence. System, originally, I was just making an estimate based on the existing information and data. After all, I only have the initial script for each world. But I can be sure that her existence does not belong to the current setting of this world. Jiang Sui laughed, it's as if I belong to the world's setting. The system fell silent this time. After a long while, it said something out of curiosity. Don't you feel that you have more human touch in this life than before? Aside from the first few lifetimes she experienced, her emotions were influenced by the people in those worlds. Later on, she seemed to have lost those feelings. All these emotions became mere pretense, tools she used to survive in that world. His personality gradually became numb and indifferent, and he took it for granted. But after arriving in this world, she seemed to start to change slowly. The human emotions within him also became stronger. You're just a system, what do you know about human relationships? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. The system remained silent for a few seconds. I understand, it said. I knew when you wanted me to be with you. Jiang Sui paused for a moment, realizing that she had indeed said such a thing to Guzi. She chuckled softly. Really? After those two words were spoken, the car fell silent, and they drove towards Zhehuan. Because of her work, Jiang Sui usually has a nanny take care of Xianxian and accompany her out for fresh air or to some extracurricular activities that she is interested in. Sometimes I would invite some of the neighborhood kids over to play. The neighbors who could live around Zhehuan were basically all wealthy and influential, with good family backgrounds. Therefore, she also encouraged Xianxian to play with these children. This way, she can filter out scumbags and boring domineering CEOs from a young age. Anyway, as long as Lu Yi isn't home, she can do whatever she wants in this house. However, she still asked Shahang to grant her 4 days of leave each month to spend with Xianxian. If there were any breaks in the month, she would be able to allocate even more time. Although the nanny could play with her, she could never provide the child with enough security or the emotional support she needed. The closer she gets to me, the greater my influence on her will be, and it may even affect her personality and growth. When Jiang Sui returned to Zhehuan, the lights were still on. From the entrance to the gate, the warm, dim light seemed to never go out, waiting for people to come home. But when she pushed open the door, she suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 131. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Her gaze fell on the straight back of the man sitting on the sofa. Because of her excellent figure and superior physique, even her back view is extremely attractive. A man who can appear in this place at this time. It could only be Lu Yi, and no one else but him. Why is he back? No, how come he's back so soon? You're back. Lu Yi's voice rang out in the living room. The deep, pleasant sound blended seamlessly with the warm glow of the living room. As soon as Jiang Sui changed out of her slippers, Lu Yi turned around and looked at her. Jiang Sui then noticed that Lu Yi was still holding an iPad, seemingly handling official business. This is what a real CEO should be like. Working late into the night, handling official business. A true workaholic. Unlike some male protagonists who only sleep with the female lead and do nothing else. She hadn't looked into Lu Yi's family structure in detail, but judging from Lu Yi's appearance, he was clearly already the head of their family business. Hey, you're back. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Jiang Sui greeted him. Her tone made it sound like she didn't know this man at all. Lu Yi stared at her and said slowly, I've already called you several times. Jiang Sui, really? She took out her phone and glanced at it. There were indeed several missed calls. She doesn't like ringtones, she finds them too noisy. So she always keeps it on vibrate. I guess I put it in my bag and didn't notice, she said. Seeing that Lu Yi was still looking at him, his brows furrowed slightly, carrying a hint of resentment. She coughed lightly. Why are you back? Aren't you busy? Lu Yi withdrew his gaze from her, his voice turning cold. Do you really want me to be busy? Jiang Sui, of course. You should be back without any paparazzi photos, right? Jiang Sui couldn't help but ask. I'm currently in the prime of my career, so you'd better keep it a secret. Lu Yi. He suddenly remembered that when he and Jiang Sui first got married, there was also this clause in their marriage agreement. His own identity is special, so his marriage needs to be kept secret. He was also worried that Jiang Sui might cause some trouble. Many people in the Lu family are watching him. He has even offended many relatives in the family to get to this position. But hearing her say that now, he felt terrible. Although he was always puzzled as to why Jiang Sui was different now than she used to be. He also considered whether to use a different person. Although he was educated in materialism, he did not reject anything outside of it. Although he couldn't figure it out, he didn't dislike or reject Jiang Sui at all. From the moment I first saw her on the live stream that day, something seemed to be gradually changing. He frowned slightly. No. No paparazzi will follow us here. Jiang Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, that's good. You should still be careful when you go out in the future. Although it's safe here, paparazzi are everywhere, so be careful. She didn't want to reveal that she had gotten married at such a young age. Lu Yi. He felt that if he announced to the public that they were husband and wife now, Jiang Sui might even be so heartless as to kill him. Jiang Sui noticed that Lu Yi's expression was a bit off. He seems unhappy every time the topic of his secret marriage comes up. She couldn't let Lu Yi have the dangerous idea of announcing their marriage. By the way, where's Xianxian? I didn't see Xianxian when I got back. She looked around. Xianxian got sleepy waiting for you, so I asked Aunt Zhang to take her to bed first, Lu Yi replied. Jiang Sui said, oh, and then walked towards the living room, passing Lu Yi as she prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly, Lu Yi grabbed her wrist. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Chapter 132. Daddy, you can't act like a baby. The skin on my wrist felt distinctly hot to the touch. It made her almost instinctively want to shake off his hand, but the not-so-tight force and the slightly cautious contact prevented her from doing so. Yes, even though Lu Yi held her hand, the contact was somewhat controlled. It was neither overly domineering nor stubbornly forceful. It is this kind of controlled contact that makes people unable to resist. Jiang Sui frowned. What did you want me to ask you? She really couldn't think of anything to ask him. She didn't have anything she wanted to ask. Lu Yi stared at Jiang Sui, his brows furrowing slightly. You don't want to see me, do you? Jiang Sui, not really. Deep down, she still really wanted to see him. It's a familiar face, after all you get used to seeing it after a while. Lu Yi's usually aloof and gentle eyes showed a hint of confusion as he whispered. Then why don't you ask me what I'm doing, why I came back, or how I've been lately? In her calm and gentle tone, Jiang Sui somehow detected a hint of grievance. Jiang Sui swallowed, then asked in a low voice, as if coaxing a child, so what have you been doing lately? Why did you come back? How have you been? That tone, that manner of speaking. It's exactly like a kindergarten teacher talking to children. Lu Yi. Daddy, Mommy Jiang Sui, what are you doing? Xianxian, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and looked at them from upstairs. Why did you get up? Jiang Sui frowned as she looked at Xianxian. Xianxian pouted, I just wanted to come out and see if Jiang Sui's mommy had come back. Lu Yi, now that you see your mommy Jiang Sui is back, why don't you go back to rest? His gentle tone carried a hint of sternness. Xianxian nodded. Then Xianxian will go to sleep now. She turned to go back to her room, but then suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Lu Yi. Dad, you're an adult now. You can't act like a little kid. I just heard Mommy Jiang Sui comforting you. After saying that, Xianxian turned around and went back to her room. Lu Yi. Jiang Sui. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Sui's expression was half smiling, yet it had a touch of playfulness. Lu Yi, who was initially feeling down, couldn't help but smile when he saw Jiang Sui's little expression. He explained patiently and unhurriedly, I've been busy with company matters lately. There was an order with several countries' officials that required my personal involvement. That matter is now temporarily settled, so I've returned to China. Back home, many things don't require my personal involvement, I only need to make the decisions. I won't be too busy for the next period of time. As Lu Yi spoke calmly and unhurriedly, Jiang Sui's mind settled down, and she actually began to listen to him properly. I'm not used to living abroad, but it's the norm. The same old routine has been going on ever since I took over the company. He paused for a moment. So, for me, there has never been such a thing as good or bad. Jiang Sui, then what do you want me to ask? As if he could read minds, Lu Yi continued, although there's nothing to say, and it's quite boring. But if you ask me, maybe everything will be different for me. Lu Yi's voice was calm and gentle. There will be something to say, and it will be interesting. Chapter 133. This is a direct approach to her. Jiang Sui was stunned. She looked at Lu Yi in front of her, and his gaze was fixed on her without flinching. She was so engrossed in his words that it took her a while to come back to her senses. Do you feel that I'm different from before? Jiang Sui asked. Lu Yi's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Jiang Sui, waiting for her to continue. You didn't like me before, did you? Jiang Sui asked again. Lu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Then why is your attitude towards me different now? Jiang Sui asked again. She'd be a fool if she couldn't understand what Lu Yi just said. This is like hitting her straight in the line. She had been a seasoned womanizer for many years, passing through countless romances without ever getting attached to anyone. However, she possessed a keen understanding of the complexities of relationships between men and women. Judging from Lu Yi's behavior, he must have fallen for her, right? But does he know that he has a different core? Lu Yi lowered his eyes slightly. It's different now than before. Jiang Sui observed Lu Yi's expression and couldn't help but ask, have you remembered anything? Like dreaming about your past life? Or do you feel that there's anything about you that's different from ordinary people? A hint of confusion appeared in Lu Yi's eyes, then he shook his head. Why would you ask that? Jiang Sui fell silent. Is Lu Yi actually that man? Is it really such a coincidence? He has no memory, yet he always manages to become his mortal enemy and stumbling block. There must be a deep-seated hatred between them, right? Sui. Lu Yi called her name again, his gaze fixed on her as deep as a still pool. Jiang Sui bent down and got closer to his face, her exquisitely beautiful face magnified in front of him. He could clearly see her fair skin, so delicate it seemed like it could be broken with a flick of a finger. Her exquisite makeup had a clear and charming quality, and her curled eyelashes were clearly defined, blooming like sunflowers in her eye sockets. She was extremely beautiful. His throat bobbed, and his fingers, which had been stretched out, involuntarily clenched a little. After glancing at Lu Yi for a moment, Jiang Sui stood back up. Well, I'll ask you if I remember later. Her tone was somewhat perfunctory. After all, he's her husband in name only, so their relationship shouldn't get too strained. Moreover, she hasn't yet discovered that this man has done anything to harm her. This life is unlike the last one. In her previous life, her life was in the hands of that scoundrel emperor from the very beginning. In the palace and the imperial court, one wrong step could cost you your life. In order to survive, she had no choice but to kill the capricious emperor. In this life, their relationship was not entangled with any interests or life-threatening matters. This also relates to her 5 billion yuan estate. So they get along fairly harmoniously. Lu Yi frowned slightly at Jiang Sui's words. Then I'll go upstairs to rest first, Jiang Sui said. Just make yourself at home here. If you need anything, just call someone. Oh, this is your home, so make yourself at home. After saying that, Jiang Sui pulled her hand away, then turned around and quickly went upstairs. If we don't leave quickly, who knows what else this man might say later. Lu Yi didn't stop her. After she quickly went upstairs, he just looked in the direction of her room. After returning to her room, Jiang Sui immediately closed the door. His expression was also a bit strange. Is Lu Yi trying to seduce me with his good looks again, she muttered to herself. What if he simply wants to be with you, the system countered. Jiang Sui immediately retorted righteously, is it simply that you want to be with me? You just want to sleep with me. System. It seems there's nothing wrong with saying that. Chapter 134. The room is on fire. Lu Yi watched Jiang Sui return to her room. The words Jiang Sui had just said flashed through my mind. Have you remembered anything? Like dreaming about your past life? Or do you feel that there's anything about you that's different from others? His expression darkened slightly, he frowned, and pondered for a moment. Dream. A moment later, he looked up at Jiang Sui's room, then at his own room. Although the villa has many rooms, there are only 3 master bedrooms. Most of the other rooms have been converted into gyms, tea rooms, cinemas, and so on. He stared at the room where he usually slept, lost in thought. In the middle of the night, Jiang Sui, who was asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. A smell of smoke wafted from outside. Fire. Jiang Sui jumped up and ran to the door in 2 steps. As soon as I opened the door, I bumped into a wall of people. She rubbed her nose before raising her eyes to look at the man in front of her. What are you doing? Are you pretending to be a ghost? Is there a fire? Jiang Sui asked 3 times in a row. But a thought crossed her mind, this shouldn't be happening. She had already checked the feng shui of this house. It was not a layout prone to fire at all. It faced north and was not a place where air convection or the 5 elements would clash. How could a fire start so late at night? Lu Yi said in a heavy tone, when I was lighting candles in the room just now, I accidentally set the sheets on fire. The bed was burned, but the fire has been extinguished. Jiang Sui, why are you lighting candles so late at night? Are you trying to blow out the candles? She didn't understand this man. Lighting candles late at night. No normal person would do something like that. Lu Yi frowned. No, I just clicked it randomly to try it out. Jiang Sui. Are you not even going to make up reasons anymore? I'll go take a look. Jiang Sui prepared to go out and check. I locked the door. There's still smoke inside. I'm afraid it will bother Xian. Lu Yi's words stopped Jiang Sui in her tracks. Hearing him say that, Jiang Sui decided not to go. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. I'm going back to sleep now. After saying that, Jiang Sui prepared to go back to her room. But Lu Yi went in before her and went straight into her bedroom. It was only at this moment that Jiang Sui realized, damn it, that he had brought a pillow. Going into her room. Does that mean he wants to sleep in her bed? Lu Yi walked straight to the bedside, but before he could even touch the bed, Jiang Sui had already taken the first step and grabbed him. Wait, what are you doing in my room? Jiang Sui complained. This is my bed. Lu Yi asked in surprise, aren't we husband and wife? Jiang Sui nodded, yes. Lu Yi asked in surprise, shouldn't husband and wife sleep together? It's as if he's talking about something perfectly normal. Have you ever heard that most married couples sleep in separate beds? Jiang Sui asked back. Lu Yi. He was silent for a moment, then said, I'm so sleepy. After saying that, he lay down directly on Jiang Sui's bed. Jiang Sui didn't even have time to grab him. Jiang Sui. How come this man suddenly seems like his changed skin? So shameless and thick-skinned. This tall man, standing at 1.88 meters, instantly took up most of the space on her bed. Jiang Sui stared at him speechlessly for a few seconds, then walked around him and lay down on the bed. After she lay down, she suddenly exerted force with her long legs. He kicked Lu Yi down. Such a big man. It fell to the ground with a thud. Even the floorboards groaned. Lu Yi was still in a daze when he lay on the floor and suddenly found it a little funny. The corners of his lips unconsciously turned up. We're all adults, can't we be a little more mature? Jiang Sui said calmly. If you want to sleep with me, just say so. You'll get rejected anyway. Lu Yi's upturned lips suddenly froze. Jiang Sui kicked the person down and then remained silent for a while. After all, carrying someone out doesn't look very presentable. Men like that should at least have some self-respect, right? If you get kicked off the bed, won't you get out on your own? But to everyone's surprise, Lu Yi didn't make a sound for quite a while. She glanced at the bedside. He discovered that Lu Yi had already closed his eyes and was sleeping on his pillow. Chapter 135. Why is the gentleman sleeping here? She frowned, then reached out and drew a talisman in the air. When the talisman landed on Lu Yi fell into an even deeper sleep. Get him out of here, she commanded. The little paper figures immediately flew out from under the bed and carried the fast-sleeping Lu Yi out of the room. You're sick. Jiang Sui frowned and muttered, then turned over and went back to sleep. Aunt Zhang, who woke up in the middle of the night and came out of the nanny's room to get something, saw a figure moving horizontally across the darkness as soon as she stepped out of the room. She was so frightened that she immediately hid back in her room. Her legs went weak, and she kept chanting Amitabha Buddha. Great fortune, Amitabha. Bodhisattva, please protect me, I didn't see anything. Yes, I didn't see anything. Aunt Jiang didn't dare to go out that night, and locked herself in her room until dawn the next morning before daring to leave. After Jiang Sui got Lu Yi out, the little paper figures came back and thoughtfully closed the door for her. But when she closed her eyes, all she could see in her mind was that person with the same face, in different identities in every world. As a result, Jiang Sui didn't sleep well at all that night. Another night tormented by nightmares. In the end, the scene in her dream was of her begging for food by the roadside, starving. A spoiled young man walked past her. He took out a fragrant meat bun and handed it to her. Want some? He smiled like the most handsome person in the world. That face was so beautiful that even women felt inferior. She nodded, I want to. He grinned wickedly, then suddenly took the steamed bun back. Hey! I'm not giving it to you. When Jiang Sui woke up, she already had two panda eyes on her face. His face was cold and gloomy. Looks like I'll have to put a sleep-inducing charm on myself next time I go to bed. Meanwhile, Lu Yi in the living room slowly opened his eyes. His deep, dark gaze was unfathomable, as if it concealed some unspeakable secret. He remained silent for a long time, staring blankly at the ceiling above him. Oh my God! Sir, why are you sleeping here? Aunt Jiang was startled when she saw Lu Yi on the sofa. Lu Yi then came to his senses and looked at Aunt Jiang. Then he slowly sat up from the sofa and looked towards the stairs. Just then, Jiang Sui also got up. Jiang Sui emerged from the room fully made up. His room burned down last night, and he sleepwalked over here, her voice came from upstairs. Aunt Jiang? It burned? How could it have been burned down out of nowhere? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yi. But she discovered that Lu Yi had been watching her the whole time. And that look in his eyes. It gave her goosebumps. Oh dear. Aunt Jiang suddenly remembered something. Sir, could there be something wrong with our house? Her voice drew the attention of both Lu Yi and Jiang Sui. Aunt Jiang said, both frightened and nervous, Last night I saw something float by, today I saw Mr. Jiang sleeping on the sofa. Could it be that last night I saw Mr. Jiang? Lu Yi frowned. Jiang Sui, cough. Aunt Jiang continued, Sir and Madam, look, out of the blue, the master's room burned down, and he suddenly appeared on the sofa. Could there be something wrong with our house? Aunt Jiang had never encountered anything like this before. After all, how could a perfectly good room catch fire? And last night she witnessed such a bizarre scene. No matter how I think about it, something just doesn't seem right. Naturally, Aunt Jiang immediately thought of the word, evil. Chapter 136 How to be likable. Jiang Sui didn't expect Aunt Jiang to suddenly come out last night and see that scene. If it were just that one scene, it would be fine, it could be considered an illusion. But when combined with other factors, it seems there's something a little off about that. Jiang Sui immediately said, No, that's not true. Our house is very clean. Aunt Jiang, we can't be superstitious. We should believe in science. You must have been half asleep last night and were hallucinating. Hearing Jiang Sui say that, Aunt Jiang was also unsure and asked in confusion, Really? Jiang Sui noticed that Lu Yi was looking at her with a half smile, but when she looked over, she saw that Lu Yi simply looked away with a calm expression. He said to Aunt Jiang, I believe in science, as Madam says. Aunt Jiang. She couldn't believe these words were coming from her husband. Jiang Sui was also puzzled. This sounds really weird. How did the man's room catch fire? Aunt Jiang asked curiously. Lu Yi said calmly, I burned it by accident. Aunt Jiang. Jiang Sui. Lu Xuansuan, who had just stepped out of the room, also blinked. After finishing breakfast in an eerie atmosphere, Jiang Sui went out. Goodbye, Mommy Jiang Sui. Xuansuan waved. Goodbye. Jiang Sui said with a smile, then added sternly, Be good at home and don't cause trouble. Xuansuan nodded, received. Jiang Sui looked at Lu Yi, simultaneously withdrawing her waving hand and the smile from her face. But her voice still sounded sweet as she said, Goodbye to you too, Tilda. Then he turned around and walked out the door. Xian looked at the doorway, then said seriously to Lu Yi, "Dad, I think mommy Jiang Sui doesn't like you." Lu Yi's face darkened. "Why?" Xian tilted her head back and said, "Because mommy Jiang Sui never smiles at you. And you're not as charming as I am." Lu Yi frowned. Likeable. Xian immediately got excited, acting like she was imparting knowledge and skills. Yes, Daddy, look how much mommy likes me now." "So how do you become likable?" Lu Yi asked seriously. Xian counted on her fingers. "You have to stick close to mommy Jiang Sui, be sensible, and know how to cry, but you can't cry just anytime. You also have to hug and cuddle, that's how you become lovable." Lu Yi. Although it sounded a bit strange, he began to seriously consider what Xian had said. Just then, Lu Yi suddenly received a phone call. When he saw the caller ID, his brow furrowed slightly. "Dad," he called out softly. Xian didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Yi curiously. Lu Yi's expression, which had been relatively calm, suddenly furrowed. Xian is fine, she doesn't need to go back to the Lu family. Xian can stay with me, you don't need to worry. I've taken care of everything online, so Xian won't be affected. She treats Xian very well, they are as close as mother and daughter. You don't need to worry about her. Yes, she is my wife." After saying his last words, Lu Yi's call was disconnected. The person on the other end of the phone sounded very angry. Even the sound of hanging up the phone was so decisive and crisp. Xian sensed that Lu Yi seemed a little angry, so she didn't say anything. "Xian, do you like being with Jiang Sui's mommy?" Lu Yi looked at her and asked in a low voice. Xian paused for a moment, then nodded. "Besides my mom, I like being with Jiang Sui's mom the most." She thought for a moment, then added, "Although I didn't like it before, I really like it now." Chapter 137. With the wife protecting the house, there won't be any problems. "So, if your grandfather wanted to see you and take you back to the Lu family, would you be willing?" Lu Yi looked at Xian. Xian paused. "Grandpa." In her memory, she had only heard about her grandfather from her parents before. "But I've never seen it. Mom said that grandpa is a very good person, but he just can't accept them for the time being." "But grandpa is dad's father, so why won't he see them or accept them?" So Xian shook her head. Xian has never met grandpa before, and it's okay if she doesn't see him again. "But Xian can't not see you and Jiang Sui's mommy." She had never met any other members of the Lu family. All she knew was that this father in front of her used to visit her often when she was a child. She used to call him uncle. "Now I call him dad." He said that Xian has never lost her parents and will always have them. But she knew that her parents, who had been with her since she was a child, would never come back. Lu Yi gently touched Xuansuan's head, his gaze darkening slightly. "I understand, go in," he said. Xian turned around and followed Lu Yi back. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but step forward and ask Lu Yi, "Sir, is there really no such thing in our house?" Lu Yi paused for a moment and said calmly, "With Madam here to protect the house, there won't be any problems." "Aunt Zhang. The lady is there to protect the house. Why didn't she understand what I meant?" The Lu family's old residence. After hanging up the phone, old Master Lu's aged face appeared remarkably vigorous, his brows and eyes exuding an air of authority without anger. However, at this moment, his expression was tense, conveying a sense of sternness and resentment. "Sir, did the second young master upset you?" The man who spoke was Mr. Lu's assistant, who had been with him for many years. He was not young, but he had been with Mr. Lu for decades. Grandpa Lu took a deep breath and forcefully tapped the floor a few times with the dragon-headed cane he was using. "That kid, he actually got married. And he didn't even tell me. If I hadn't just asked him who that woman was, he probably wouldn't have told me at all." Uncle Kai poured the brewed tea into a teacup and handed it to old Master Lu. "Sir, please calm down." He smiled and said, "The second young master is not a child anymore. He should be able to make his own decisions about his marriage." Upon hearing this, old Master Lu coldly replied, "Make his own decisions. His surnamed Lu. The wife he marries is related to our entire Lu family. Every head of the family in each generation has married a wife who has been selected by the elders and the family. The eldest son disobeyed orders and ran off with another woman instead of accepting the arranged marriage. Even if they were gone, it would still be a mistake." Uncle Kai smiled and said, the eldest young master did indeed do something wrong. After all, it involved the reputation of two families. But so much time has passed, and the eldest young master is no longer here. Old Master Lu's emotions were calmed down a bit, but his stubborn eyes could not hide the sadness he felt upon hearing these words. So I plan to bring Xianxian back. Xianxian is still a member of our Lu family. How can we let an uncle raise her? He frowned and said heavily, what's more, he even let Xianxian go on TV shows with that woman. What good can my Lu family's child learn from being around a female entertainment star? At this point, he was filled with anger again. I don't know what Lu Yi is thinking. How could he marry a woman like that? Doesn't he know how many people in the Lu family are watching him? What good people can you find in the entertainment industry? If he ruins the family's reputation, how can he live up to his position? Chapter 138 Her Business Empire. Uncle Kai also sighed softly, without offering any further advice. He simply said, Sir, you should enjoy your retirement. The second young master is taking care of everything else. Grandpa Lu gave a soft hum, then stood up with his cane and slowly walked into the inner room. As I passed a mountain bike parked nearby, I suddenly stopped and stared at it in a daze. I'll find some time to bring Xianxian back, he said. Uncle Kai looked at the bicycle. It was the one the eldest young master bought when he was in middle school, and it was also his favorite mountain bike. To this day, it remains the only memento belonging to the eldest son in this family. Yes, sir. He stood up and nodded respectfully. He had followed the master for so many years and knew that the master had always cared about the eldest son and his family. She just couldn't bring herself to do it, even after the unexpected deaths of the eldest son and his wife. But that barrier remained. The gentleman can only reminisce about the person when he sees these objects. When Jiang Sui arrived at the office building, Zhaoshen, Shaheng, Jianglai, and Miao Miao were already waiting for her. Jiang Sui acquired the office building a couple of days ago and registered a company under his name, Xingyue Culture. When Jiang Sui appeared in the conference room fully armed, Miao Miao had already stood up and immediately went to greet her, smiling and saying, Sister Sui Sui. Jiang Sui nodded and then sat down in the main seat. Several documents had already been placed on her desk. There was Jiang's job application and several contracts. Jiang Sui took off her sunglasses, crossed her legs, and began to read the pages one by one. Shaheng subconsciously exchanged a glance with Jianglai. Jiang Sui seems like a shrewd and capable businesswoman. It's just like an emperor reviewing memorials, it doesn't feel out of place at all. Jianglai was also surprised. He had initially thought she was just a rich second-generation girl looking to start a business together, but he hadn't expected to see her so serious and efficient. Before he knew it, he had been influenced by her and was starting to have the idea of working for her seriously. Is this what it means to be born a corporate slave? Moreover, this Mr. Zhao, if he remembers correctly, should be a well-known lawyer in the industry. It's to the point that even people outside the industry have heard of it. Did you tell Jiang everything? Jiang Sui asked Zhaoshen. Zhaoshen nodded. I've already told him about the businesses under your name, as well as your previously drafted acquisition plan, business empire plan, and procedures. Jiang Sui nodded. That's right, she currently only owns one business, a toy store. Thanks to her celebrity status, the toy store's business has also boomed. Thanks to the Shen family's connections, the suppliers were also guaranteed. Although Shen's brother intended to give it to her, he has already returned the money to her. But she didn't take it for nothing, she gave up 10% of the store's shares to the Shen family. Before she came into contact with the Shen family, she never expected them to be so enthusiastic and to give her the store directly. However, the value of his shop was lower than the price she paid for it at the time. She used 10 million to buy shares of the stock market. However, she had already considered that she could earn back the price difference using the celebrity effect she would bring later. So the store was actually only worth a few million. Since the Shen family had done her this favor, she would do them a favor in return. After all, the goods she was getting came from the Shen family's factory, so they were practically business partners. Now that Zhaoshen has told you, tell me which company would be most suitable for us to acquire next, Jiang Sui said with a smile to Jianglai. Chapter 139 Her Scheme. Jiang Sui's current enemy is Ji Siken, and in order to gain a foothold, she must have the resources to confront Ji Siken. She wasn't considering the Jiang family, they were the kind of family that didn't even care about their own granddaughter, so she wouldn't touch them for the time being. Besides, since she's going to live in this world, she needs to make sure she's comfortable. Money and status are the criteria that determine her place in this world. The key to quickly becoming powerful enough to counter Ji Sichen's moves in the entertainment industry is to build one's own business empire. The Ji family has remained standing for so many years it's impossible to bring them down in a short time. Even if she caused them some trouble this time, it will soon be over. Before she could completely control Ji Sichen, she had to ensure that she was not controlled by his power. Jiang Lai coughed lightly. Although there weren't many people present, he felt inexplicably nervous. I've already reviewed the information. Among the several companies currently involved in the film, television, and entertainment industries, which are worth acquiring and have already expressed interest in being sold, I believe this company is the highest priority. Jiang Lai began to speak eloquently. Jiang Sui listened attentively. Even though Shaheng wasn't particularly interested in such matters, he listened attentively, and occasionally he would even offer his own opinions. He felt even more accomplished when he noticed that Jiang Sui was listening attentively and thinking about what he was saying. Shaheng is, after all, someone in the industry, most familiar with film, entertainment, culture, and media companies, and knows better about their operations, so Jiang Sui will naturally listen to his opinions carefully. Although not exactly a newcomer to the workforce, Jiang Lai, who is new to the entertainment industry, is absorbing all the knowledge about this industry. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Lai and Jiang Sui finalized their preliminary plan. Jiang Sui didn't want to start a company from scratch, as that would consume a lot of resources and time. So from the very beginning, she planned to start with an acquisition, directly transferring existing resources, personnel, and overall structure. This approach is more efficient and can also eliminate industry professionals' skepticism and doubts about the new company. She likes to do things efficiently, so she had already started planning before she even brought Jiang over. I need a headhunter to poach everyone on this list. She looked at Jiang Lai. Can you do this? Shaheng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this list something Jiang Sui had asked him to make? So this was what they were waiting for all along. Jiang Lai took the list and smiled. What a coincidence. When I was working part-time in various departments of some companies, I joined quite a few HR groups and happened to have a few headhunting resources. I'll have a good talk with them. The young man, entrusted with an important task, exuded the confident and vibrant radiance of youth. Jiang Sui knew that it was precisely this fearless confidence that allowed him to make great strides in the business world. Hopefully, this future business tycoon she painstakingly recruited will help her make more money. Jiang Lai had already begun taking action after the brief meeting ended. As Jiang Sui left the conference hall, she picked up the coffee that Miao Miao had brewed, took a sip, and called out, Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai paused for a moment as he walked to the door. Jiang Sui, your mother has been transferred to another hospital and will have surgery soon. Jiang Lai turned around and bowed deeply to Jiang Sui's back, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Even though he was trying to suppress his emotions, a hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. Jiang Sui put down her coffee and picked up some documents that Zhao Shen had just handed her. You can do whatever you want, and if you encounter any problems, discuss them with me, she said methodically. A bright light also shone in Jiang Lai's eyes as he looked at Jiang Sui. Okay, he said. Chapter 140. Someone wants to hijack it. Jiang Sui nodded slightly, and Jiang Lai stood there for 2 seconds before turning around and leaving. Shaheng walked back and forth in the conference room with his hands in his pockets, looking around. You actually believe him? He's so young. He even seems a bit arrogant. You're really willing to hire someone like that? Jiang Sui smiled. Young people are always arrogant and conceited. They are highly talented, and although they consider themselves romantic. She paused for a moment, they are also frank and carefree. A hint of surprise flashed across Shaheng's face. My mind unconsciously drifted back to my past self. If it weren't for his youthful, fiery temper, he probably wouldn't have reached this point at such a young age. He smiled and said, You're right. I hope he won't cause you any trouble. Jiang Sui smiled without saying a word and continued looking at the documents in her hand. Of course she wasn't disappointed. This was the man who, in the original script, would be able to rival Ji Sichen in the future. Shaheng stopped and leaned against the table next to him. To be honest, in all my years in the entertainment industry, you're the first person I've seen who's so young and has already started transitioning into a boss at this level. Most others only start transitioning after they've climbed to the top. It has to be said, having your own resources is truly impressive. You don't even need to go through the process of treating yourself as a commodity to exchange for value and money. There was no sarcasm in Shaheng's words, he was simply stating a fact. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. Since you have capital, of course you should use it, otherwise it would be a waste, wouldn't it? All the resources you acquire, whether fair or not, are only considered smart if you use them where they are needed. Shaheng didn't refute, but instead said a single word in agreement, 6. He wasn't unaware of Jiang Sui's background. It seemed she hadn't even graduated from university yet. But he had seen her project proposals and mind maps, which were basically at the level of a top student. Including the business administration terms and knowledge she mentioned to Jiang Lai during our conversation just now. Turns out she's the hidden academic genius in the entertainment industry. It seems that her persona on previous variety shows wasn't a fabricated one. He was thinking about when to add this hidden academic genius persona to her marketing materials. Just then, Jiang Sui received a phone call. It was the director of Palace Fawel who called. Director Lin, Jiang Sui, it's like this, I'd like to talk to you about the casting of the character. Jiang Sui glanced at Shaheng and smiled, please go ahead. Shaheng frowned. Could something unexpected be going wrong? Here's the thing, this morning I received a call from an actress who also wants to play the role of the third female lead. I had already decided on you for the part, and I really admire your performance and think you are a perfect fit for the character. But what about this actor? Director Lin seemed a little hesitant to speak. Jiang Sui curled her lips into a smile. Was it to put pressure on you? Director Lin didn't say it explicitly, but his silence was an admission. In fact, for a director like Lin, even if he needs to change actors, he only needs to give a notification. But he really liked Jiang Sui's performance after watching her audition so much that he made a phone call himself. Of course, this also shows that even director Lin could be put under pressure, so the other party must be someone of considerable influence. I'd like to ask if you have any other roles you'd like to try. Director Lin asked. Jiang Sui, was that actor more suitable for this role than me? Director Lin remained silent. Jiang Sui, Director Lin, the fact that you called me personally shows how much you value me, and I can also see that you really like my performance. So I can tell you that I only want the role of Chen Wanwan. If you want to change roles, you might as well take a look at the recent online opinions and trends. A smile played on her lips. If you put all your effort into making a film that has flaws, it would probably be a regret in your career. Of course, if you insist on replacing the actor, you're the director, and that's your decision. And I'm not limited to making just this one film, am I? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Sui's expression turned cold. Shaheng immediately asked, someone's trying to steal your role. Who is it?